Chapter 1. No way. Did we really become Liu, Guan, and Zhang? As written in historical anecdotes, a light-hearted and silly story, hoping everyone enjoys it after 3 chapters. Brain storage. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei are medical students that AKT this moment. They are live streaming in their dormitory. Studying medicine? It's better to make money from live streaming. Liu Bei held his ID card up to the phone camera. Dear audience, we are indeed called Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu. The live stream's bullet comments flew by. So it's true, what a coincidence. Liu, Guan, and Zhang are in the same dormitory. What an incredible fate. When will you perform the Oath of the Peach Garden? Liu Bei smiled and said, Dear audience, hit the like button. If we reach 500,000 likes, we will swear brotherhood immediately. 500,000 likes. Hurry up and swear brotherhood. Liu Bei loudly declared. Alright, dear audience, let's start the brotherhood now. Wait, dude. The Oath of the Peach Garden is done in front of a statue of Guan Gong. So many points to criticize. I can't keep up with the laughter. I, Liu Bei. I, Guan Yu. I, Zhang Fei. Though of different surnames, we become brothers. We do not ask to be born on the same day of the same month, but hope to die on the same day of the same month. Heaven and earth. After reciting the oath, Liu, Guan, and Zhang bowed respectfully to the statue of Guan Gong. When they looked up again, swish, the scene in front of them changed. They were in a military tent, looking at each other in disbelief. Liu Bei grabbed Guan Yu's beard, unable to believe. Did I just time travel? Guan Yu's eyes widened as he tugged Liu Bei's beard. You time traveled too? No way. Why is Liu Bei so handsome? Guan Yu? How did you become Guan Yu? Zhang Fei's eyes widened. You both time traveled too? We all time traveled. The 3 of them sorted things out and realized they had all simultaneously soul transferred into Liu, Guan, and Zhang after their oath. Although they didn't understand the principle, they could only accept the reality. A flood of memories surged into their minds in Liu Bei's original memories. In this world, everyone has the potential to awaken martial skills. Here, martial skills are also called ultimate skills. And he has no ultimate skill. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the domination system. Domination system. Gain 1,000 reputation for each county you conquer. Reputation can be used for lottery draws. Seed. Prize pool cost 1,000 reputation. Includes seeds like corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, etc. Weapon prize pool cost 5,000 reputation. Includes sniper rifles, daggers, Eastern. Wind, warplanes, iron swords, etc. Power and fuel provided by oneself. Liu Bei was overjoyed. Although he had no ultimate skills, at least he had a system. But to conquer a county, that's a bit difficult. Liu Bei asked, Do you have any golden fingers? Guan Yu said, I do. It's called 1,000-mile blue dragon slash. The further the charge distance, the greater the power. Zhang Fei scratched his head. My ultimate skill is called Yan Ren Roar. The more words I roar, the greater the power. It seemed both of his classmates didn't have systems, only the ultimate skills that already existed in this world. Guan Yu asked, What about you? Liu Bei proudly declared, I have a system. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu's eyes widened. What the heck? Why do you have a system? Quick, tell us what system. Liu Bei recounted his system. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu looked a bit troubled. Undoubtedly, Liu Bei's system rewards have extraordinary significance in this era, allowing them to obtain important food that can change the world's pattern without crossing the ocean. But the problem is conquering a county. How do we conquer it? We are just 3 college students with no experience. Moreover, according to the script, Liu Bei would take years to conquer a county. Liu Bei asked, By the way, what stage are you at in your memories now? Zhang Fei thought for a moment. It seems to be at Sishui Pass. Guan Yu gasped. Does that mean I have to slay Hua Xiong? Liu Bei sneered. With your ultimate skill, what are you afraid of? Aren't you the one whose power increases the further the charge distance? Guan Yu worriedly said, But I've never killed anyone or fought before. Putting me on the battlefield feels a bit risky. Liu Bei, frustrated, said, You've got Guan Yu's strength. What are you scared of? You're a medical student. Are you still afraid of killing? How many lab mice have you killed? Just cut his artery at a 45 angle. It's a guaranteed hit. Guan Yu retorted. It's easy to say that standing up, but will you fight when the 3 heroes battle Liu Bei? Liu Bei decisively said, I won't. It's too dangerous. Guan Yu, as expected of you, dog. Then what's the point of discussing? If you don't go, I won't go either. Liu Bei nodded. Then let's all not go. The rise and fall of the Han Dynasty has nothing to do with us. No need to take risks, right? Guan Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Right. Zhang Fei, with a more meticulous mind, worriedly said, If we don't go, will it rewrite history? What if the script doesn't follow the original route? Liu Bei clenched his fist, eyes resolute. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. Damn it. At worst, we'll bury ourselves in researching machine guns for 20 years and then sweep the world. Guan Yu's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. Not bad. Beige aside from failing medical exams. You know everything. I didn't expect you to know how to make guns too. Liu Bei proudly said. It's a piece of cake. Zhang Fei worriedly said. What if without us 3, the allied forces lose? Will we be targeted by Dong Zhuo? What if we get framed for treason? If we haven't made any machine guns, our heads will roll first. Guan Yu frowned. Are we three insignificant students worth Dong Zhuo's attention? Zhang Fei. Just in case. Don't forget we are part of the anti-Dong alliance. Liu Bei patted Guan Yu's shoulder. Then there's nothing we can do. To be safe, you'll have to slay Huaxiong. Guan Yu. I think for safety, we should discuss how to make guns first. Liu Bei jumped up. Damn it, don't be a coward. With you like this, how can you call yourself a martial saint? So embarrassing. If Huaxiong doesn't die, we'll be dragged to the market by Dong Zhuo to be beheaded. At this moment, Gong Sunzan entered. He heard his three brothers talking loudly from afar, muttering about something he couldn't quite catch. Gong Sunzan lifted the curtain. What are you doing? Yuan Binchu's banquet is on. Are you going? Liu, Guan, and Zhang all had memories of their previous lives and recognized that this was Gong Sunzan. Guan Yu's heart raced. Oh no. Are we really going to kill Huaxiong so soon? I'm not ready yet. I haven't even ridden a horse or wielded a sword. How can I kill Huaxiong? Chapter 2. I kill Huaxiong. Guan Yu instinctively looked at Liu Bei, seeking his opinion with his eyes. After all, in a previous life during their live streams, it was Liu Bei who made the decisions. Liu Bei's mind struggled for a moment that if they didn't go, they'd be beheaded by Dong Zhuo. If they did go, they might die in battle. In the end, Liu Bei made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Go. Of course, we must go. Today, Huaxiong must be killed. Otherwise, if Dong Zhuo wins, they won't be able to develop in peace. So Gong Sunzan led Liu, Guan, and Zhang towards the coalition's main camp. He felt that the demeanor of Liu, Guan, and Zhang was a bit off today, as if they were possessed, standing and sitting awkwardly. Yuan Shao saw Gong Sunzan bringing three seemingly unreliable people to the banquet, one of whom was somewhat handsome, and curiously asked, "Who is the person standing behind Br. Gay?" Gong Sunzan replied, "This person is named Liu Bei, styled Xianda, a member of the Han royal family, a descendant of King Jing of Zhongshan, currently the magistrate of Pingyuan County." Yuan Shao, coming from a prestigious family and valuing social status, slightly lowered his disdain upon hearing that Liu Bei was of royal lineage. "Since he's of the Han royal family, please take a seat." Liu Bei casually cupped his hands. "Thanks." Then he boldly sat on a stool, a wooden bench. Yuan Shao frowned, feeling that Liu Bei was somewhat unreliable. Suddenly, someone reported. Report. Dong Zhuo's General Huaxiong has killed Generals Bao Zhong, Zhu Mao, and others, and is now challenging in front of the military camp. Huaxiong, the soldier said, Huaxiong has a special skill for every general he kills. His strength doubles. His current strength has already reached 5 times that of an ordinary person, capable of lifting a cauldron. In this world, there's a principle. If the enemy challenges you and you do not dare to fight, their morale will soar, and the enemy soldiers will gain double strength. Winning one challenge also increases strength by double. Huaxiong has killed 5 fierce generals. The strength of Huaxiong soldiers has reached 5 times. And Huaxiong himself possesses immense strength, equivalent to twice that of a small soldier. So his strength has reached 10 times that of a small soldier. If Huaxiong is not killed in time, once his army attacks the city, the coalition will be unable to resist. Yuan Shao's face darkened. Huaxiong is too arrogant. Does he really think there is no one in our coalition? Who dares to fight? Liu Bei curled his lips. Huaxiong has become super strong, fully equipped, and they're asking who can compete. My suggestion is to surrender. Yuan Shu laughed and said, I have a young general under my command named Yushi. His special skill allows him to use immense strength, equivalent to 15 times that of an ordinary person, with Onedui cooldown. But I believe Huaxiong would never expect someone to have strength greater than his, which is a perfect opportunity to kill Huaxiong. Yuan Shao asked, Yushi, you only have one chance to attack. Are you willing to go? Yushi held a steel spear, looking spirited, and cupped his hands. I'm willing to go. Yuan Shao looked at this brave general with appreciation. Good. You go. Liu Bei knew Yushi would definitely die and couldn't be bothered to remind him it would be quite good for Yuan Shu to lose a general. After all, Yushi looked absurdly strong. At this moment, the social butterfly Cao Cao came over to chat. Are you the Liu Xianda who defeated the Yellow Turban Army? Liu Bei wasn't sure if it was Cao Cao, so he casually cupped his hands. That's me. And you are? I am Cao Cao, style Mengda, a valiant cavalry officer. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. I've long heard of your great name. Come, sit over here and eat together. Cao Cao also didn't know why Liu Bei was so excited. He seemed genuinely in awe of him. Yuan Shu, who came from a noble family, couldn't stand Liu Bei's behavior, thinking he was treating this place like his own home. So he sarcastically said, I've heard Liu Xianda is charismatic and a hero of our time, but now that I see him, it seems somewhat different from the rumors. Liu Bei didn't care. While Huaxiong is boasting in front of his army, you don't think about how to defeat him but come to criticize me. Yuan Shu chuckled lightly. A mere Huaxiong is worthy of our concern? Yushi can easily kill him. Liu Bei casually boasted about mutton, vaguely saying, I don't think so. Suddenly, someone reported, Yushi was killed by Huaxiong with one strike, right off his horse. Huaxiong's army's morale is soaring, and his strength has increased to 12 times, while the soldier's strength has increased to 6 times. Yuan Shu's eyes widened. What? Yuan Shao's smile faded, and he frowned. Who dares to challenge? Ji Province's Governor Han Fu loudly declared. I have a general named Pan Feng who can kill Hua Xiong. A 9-foot burly man stepped forward, naturally strong, wielding a giant axe. His massive muscles seemed like they could burst through his armor. Han Fu proudly said, Pan Feng's special skill can penetrate defenses no matter how he blocks. It is useless. In a battle with him, one can only trade injuries for kills. Trade injuries for kills? What a joke. Getting hurt by this strong man would probably shatter your organs. In front of him, strength doesn't matter unless you're more skilled than him. You can only be killed. No wonder Han Fu was willing to let his beloved general fight. With such a divine general, who could compete? Not to mention that the special skill deals real damage. With that kind of physique, he could probably crush a horse to death, right? He truly deserves the title of unmatched general. Liu Bei wondered how such a person could be killed by Hua Xiong. Oh, it came to him that it was Yuan Shao, this old schemer, who couldn't stand Han Fu having such a divine general and deliberately drugged Pan Feng's horse. Otherwise, Hua Xiong might not have been able to defeat Pan Feng. Sure enough, soon, another report came. General Pan Feng was killed in just a few rounds. Hua Xiong's strength has increased to 14 times, and the soldier's strength has increased to 7 times. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Even a divine general like Pan Feng couldn't contend with Hua Xiong. Who else could fight him? Yuan Shao loudly proclaimed, Who dares to fight Hua Xiong? No one spoke that if Pan Feng couldn't kill Hua Xiong, who else could? Yuan Shao coldly snorted. If only I had the generals Yan Liang and Wen Shou here, they would definitely be able to kill Hua Xiong. Liu Bei thought to himself, You're just bragging. Yan Liang and Wen Shou wouldn't even be enough for Guan Yu to take one swing at. Moreover, this is Hua Xiong with 14 times the strength. Xiahou Yuan tried to stand up, but was pressed down by Cao Cao. If Pan Feng couldn't defeat him, what could Xiahou Yuan do against Hua Xiong? Even if the coalition was defeated, he couldn't let his family assets suffer. Liu Bei nudged Guan Yu with his elbow. Hey, it's your turn to take the stage. I'm going to kill Hua Xiong. Yes, no way. Do you want me to die? Hua Xiong has 14 times the strength now. Don't be a coward. Fortune favors the bold. You're not incapable of fighting. Guan Yu gestured with his hand and said, But that Pan Feng is such a big man, he's dead. Zhang Fei advised, Brother Yu, at this critical moment, it's better not to rewrite the script. What if the coalition army loses? The course of events will no longer be within our control. Liu Bei also urged, after we finish this job, we won't have to worry for the next 2 years. We can take the opportunity to lay low and develop. Guan Yu still disagreed and turned his face away. I won't do it. Liu Bei continued to persuade. This is a chance to show our strength. If we win, we can demand a prefecture. Not only can we gain prestige for a lottery, but we can also recruit soldiers that in this era. Having troops is no different from being naked. How many soldiers do you expect to support from a small place like Pingyuan County? 2,000 soldiers are barely enough. What could 2,000 soldiers do? Isn't that just working for them? When the time comes, those lords will tell you who to fight, and you'll have to fight them. You might be facing El Bu, Dian Wei, or Su Chu. Aren't they more dangerous than Hua Xiong? Endure a little hardship now, and later you can be the boss and stay behind the lines. Isn't that better? This made Guan Yu a bit tempted. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. Constantly going to the front lines, who knows when he might get killed. It's better to be the big brother and command the battle from the rear. The two whispered back and forth, making Yuan Shao very dissatisfied. What are you two mumbling about? Just say it directly. Guan Yu stood up. That mere Hua Xiong, what is there to fear? Yuan Shao sneered. Oh, who dares to challenge Hua Xiong? Chapter 3. Yuan Shao couldn't hold back. Yuan Shao looked at the tall, red-faced man in front of him, whose physique was comparable to Pan Feng, and thought he was acceptable. Guan Yu said, My name is Guan Yu, styled Yin Chong, a mere horse archer. Yuan Shao chuckled lightly. A mere horse archer dared to challenge a fierce general like Hua Xiong? Do you have any special skills? Yes, it's called the 1,000-mile Qing Long slash. The further the charge, the greater the damage. Yuan Shao didn't expect that a small horse archer could have such a powerful skill. Since no one was willing to fight, it would be better to let him give it a try. So Yuan Shao nodded and said, Since you volunteered, then let's see what you can do. Someone, bring the horse. At this time, Cao Cao brought over a bowl of hot wine. This warrior, drink this wine before going to fight. Guan Yu wanted to say, Isn't that harming me? I need to ride a horse soon. Don't drink and drive. The same goes for riding a horse. Moreover, he was going to fight later. How could Cao Cao not know this basic common sense? So he shot Cao Cao a glare. He'll drink when I get back. Xiahou Yuan beside him complained, This person is very arrogant. Cao Cao smiled and looked at Guan Yu's back. Arrogance shows that this person has real skills. Liu Bei patted Guan Yu on the shoulder. Go for it. If you can't win, just run. At this time, a young soldier brought over a fine horse. General, please. Guan Yu had never ridden a horse before and awkwardly climbed onto the horse, nearly falling off. Liu Bei and Zhang Fei covered their foreheads. This is hard to watch. Toes digging into the ground, pretending not to know Guan Yu. Yuan Shao frowned. How is Guan Yu similar to Liu Bei, looking unreliable? Cao Cao felt like his face had been slapped. What's going on with this red-faced man? Just said he has skills, and now he can't even get on a horse? Liu Bei seriously defended him. This horse is ordinary, hard to ride. Zhang Fei's face darkened. Brother, please stop talking. It's too embarrassing. The more you try to cover up, the worse it gets. But fortunately, Guan Yu had the memories of his previous master and quickly adapted to the feeling of riding the horse, then galloped away gracefully. Liu Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He rides quite well, after all. Guan Yu felt a bit nervous and tried out his skill a little on the way. Indeed, the further the charge, the greater the power. And theoretically, the power of his 1,000-mile Qinglong slash could be limitless. If he had a 1,000-mile horse, able to charge 1,000 miles, wouldn't he be truly invincible in the world? The red hair is great. I need to find a way to get it over here. Liu Bei was still the same, eating and drinking as usual. Seeing Liu Bei's calm demeanor, everyone suddenly had a bit of confidence in Guan Yu. I see that Guan Yu's build is not inferior to Panfeng. He should be able to win. Not necessarily. Hua Xiong's strength has already increased to 14 times that of an ordinary person. In this state, Hua Xiong is invincible. Unless Guan Yu is exceptionally skilled, otherwise relying purely on strength is a bit precarious. One force can overcome 10 skills in the face of absolute strength disparity. Skills cannot compensate. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in with a panicked expression. Report. Alliance leader. Alliance leader. Guan. General Guan. Yuan Shao frowned. Guan Yu was also defeated? Liu Bei's heart sank. No way. Looking at the young soldier's panicked face, could it be that brother you really fell? Didn't he inherit Guan Yu's body and memories? Can't even run away? This isn't how the script is written, right? They all crossed over together. It made Liu Bei a bit sad that Guan Yu could just die like this. The soldier took a breath and said, General Guan ran away. Yuan Shao pressed for more details. How did Guan Yu run away? He turned around and ran as soon as he left the military camp. Hua Xiong is now mocking us in front of the formation. The enemy's morale has greatly increased. His strength has risen to 16 times. The soldier's strength has increased to 8 times. Yuan Shao couldn't hold back anymore and cursed loudly, disregarding his noble image. Damn it. What's going on? Everyone found it unbelievable. Looking at such a muscular man, he actually turned into a coward? How can we fight like this? We can only retreat. If we don't run now, we'll be ground into the dirt. Liu Bei stood up abruptly, even more agitated than when Guan Yu died. What the hell? Guan Yu, you dog thief. He really ran away? Alliance leader Yuan, don't worry. I will chase him. I will definitely kill him. Zhang Fei quickly grabbed him. Brother. Calm down. Brother Yu is not that kind of person. Liu Bei gave Zhang Fei a look. Let's go. You come with me to chase him. We absolutely cannot let him be a coward. That's too shameful. If we catch him, we'll sever ties. Zhang Fei was speechless. What? So, it turns out you want to be the coward? Yuan Shao shouted. Lu Xuanda, where do you think you're going? Liu Bei, pulling Zhang Fei, angrily replied. I'm going to bring him back. Stop. Yuan Shao shouted. Don't think I don't know your tricks. If you go out that door, will you come back? Liu Bei nodded affirmatively. I will definitely return. Yuan Shao shouted angrily. Shameless. You can chase, but leave that black-faced one behind as a hostage. Liu Bei resolutely said. That's not acceptable. Zhang Fei was deeply moved. Brother Bei. Liu Bei, well. Yuan Shao impatiently interrupted. Tie these two up. Take them to the guillotine. Liu Bei suddenly shouted. Wait. Have you forgotten my second brother's special skill? The further the distance, the greater the damage. He must have done this to extend the sprint distance. Zhuge Liang advised. General Liu has a point. According to Lu Xuanda, Guan Yu's extraordinary skills should be limitless in power. Perhaps he really can slay Hua Xiong. Yuan Shao glanced at Zhuge Liang and snorted coldly. Then let's wait for a stick of incense. Liu Bei was not anxious. According to history, when Guan Yu returned, the wine was still warm, so he believed he would be back soon. Confidently, he said, no need for a stick of incense. He will definitely return before this wine cools. Seeing Liu Bei so confident, Yuan Shao had nothing to say. Then let us wait for good news. After a long time, Xiahou Yuan touched the wine bowl and reminded, elder brother, this wine has already cooled. Cao Cao gave him a look. Warm it up again. After a long time again, Xiahou Yuan touched the wine bowl. Elder brother, this wine is cold again. Guan Yu won't just not come back, right? Cao Cao replied. Warm it up. The stick of incense hasn't finished burning yet. Both sticks of incense had burned out. Guan Yu still hadn't returned. Xiahou Yuan touched the wine bowl. Elder brother, we've warmed this wine more than 10 times, right? It's almost evaporated. Just throw it on the stove to heat. Yuan Shao was increasingly impatient, feeling like he had been played. Not only did Yuan Shao feel played, but Liu Bei felt the same way. Damn it, this kid Guan Yu really ran away. This doesn't fit the script. Wasn't it supposed to be warm wine to slay Hua Xiong? Yuan Shao angrily said, these two are playing games in the army. Capture them. Gong Sunzan and Liu Bei both said simultaneously, wait. Yuan Shao looked at Gong Sunzan and coldly said, for the sake of Bo Gue, I will give you a chance to explain. Before breaking into Luoyang, Yuan Shao did not want to tear his face with Gong Sunzan. Liu Bei confidently clasped his hands. My third brother is also incredibly brave. Zhang Fei. No, dude, am I Zhang Fei supposed to slay Hua Xiong? Chapter 4. The 1,000-mile green dragon / Liu Bei pulled Zhang Fei aside and said earnestly, Brother Fei, you are the most reliable among us three. If you don't take action, both of us will be in trouble. Zhang Fei had no choice but to say, all right, I need to do some warm-up exercises. Both of them were medical students and naturally understood the importance of warming up. Then Liu Bei said, my third brother Zhang Fei, also known as Zhang Yida, possesses a unique skill called the roar of the Yin Man. His roar can shatter eardrums and is immensely powerful. I request to fight Huaxiong. Yuan Shao saw that Zhang Fei was also a strong man, and it was too late to withdraw the troops now. The allied forces were already in a losing position. Rather than let Zhang Fei go to the execution ground, it was better to let him have a try. He nodded and said, you are allowed to redeem yourself through merit. Although Guan Yu had run away, Zhang Fei surely wouldn't abandon his elder brother, right? Liu Bei continued, Lord, my third brother hasn't fought in a long time and needs some time to warm up. Too much nonsense. Yuan Shao thought to himself, not knowing why he always felt a bit mentally exhausted when talking to these three brothers. This alliance was so hard to manage. He waved his hand, go on, go on. Outside the city, Huaxiong shouted until his throat was dry. After drinking some water, he said proudly to his subordinates, the bandit army is just a bunch of weaklings. A few of their generals are no match for me in a single fight. The only one who can really fight is Pan Feng. He recalled Pan Feng and felt a bit scared. That Pan Feng is incredibly strong. I could only dodge and almost died at his hands. Guess what? His horse suddenly went weak and fell. I took the opportunity to slice him down while he was on the ground. One of his subordinates asked, why did his horse fall? Huaxiong chuckled lightly. It must be that someone in the bandit army couldn't tolerate such a divine general and did something to it. The funniest part was that little green-robed general who ran away as soon as he saw me, as if he had seen a plague god. One of his subordinates said, our army's morale is high, and our soldiers are strong. This is a great opportunity to attack the city. Huaxiong laughed heartily, exactly what I was thinking. Guan Yu had ridden far, far away. Seeing that his horse was a bit tired, he led it along, saying, horse brother, just a few more meters. I still can't rest easy. The horse, full of spirit, let out a dissatisfied neigh. How much farther do I have to go? Do you want me to rush right up to Huaxiong? Wouldn't that tire me to death? Guan Yu could roughly understand what the horse was saying. Horse brother. It's fine, just a few more meters. It will at least increase my damage a bit. The horse reluctantly followed Guan Yu for a few more meters. Horse brother, I'm still not at ease. How about just a few more meters? The horse snorted in annoyance and stopped. Damn it, this green-robed bandit is never-ending. The city is already out of sight, and you still want to go? If someone didn't know, they would think he was going to be a deserter. I'm standing right here, not moving anymore. When Guan Yu pulled the reins, he found that the horse really didn't want to move anymore. He sighed and said helplessly, is this really the limit of the 1,000-mile green dragon slash? The horse thought to itself, what do you mean this is your limit? This is my old horse's limit. If we go any further, I'll die running. How far do you think this marathon distance is? Guan Yu, feeling helpless, said, for safety's sake, horse brother, can we go back just 1 meter? The horse had a dark expression. Damn it, you want to haggle over a meter? Do you have to be so timid? So it snorted in dissatisfaction and took a step back. Only then did Guan Yu feel a bit more at ease. He then mounted the horse. No longer feeling as inexperienced as he had the first time. Thinking about it made him feel embarrassed for his previous master. Speaking of which, Cao Cao's bowl of warm wine must have cooled down by now, right? Alas, what a pity. My strength is limited. I can't replicate the legend of the warm wine slash against Huaxiong. So much time has passed, and I fear my elder brother is also done for. Forget it. It doesn't matter. With my third brother here, if worst comes to worst, Brother Fei will go cut down Huaxiong. It shouldn't be too late. Perhaps by the time I reach the front lines, Brother Fei will have already taken down Huaxiong, saving me the trouble. Guan Yu patted the horse's neck. Horse brother, it's up to you. I'll get you a white mare when we return. The horse snorted in disdain. Guan Yu continued, at least 3 white mares. 3. General Gongsun probably won't mind, right? Suddenly, the horse's eyes became determined, and it neighed, indicating that it was ready. It's just a marathon after all. Fortune favors the bold. Even if I run to my death, I have to give it a try? Guan Yu thought to himself that it turned out the horse really enjoyed this. All right, horse brother, I believe in you. Let's begin. The horse started running, and Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade began to gather momentum, its light becoming increasingly dazzling. After sprinting for a kilometer, the green dragon blade was accompanied by a phantom of a green dragon. After another kilometer, the phantom of the green dragon became even more solid. After sprinting 5 kilometers, the phantom of the green dragon was as thick as a water pipe. After sprinting 10 kilometers, in the Allied army's camp, Zhang Fei had sufficiently warmed up and shook his shoulders, saying, Brother Bei, I'm ready. Liu Bei patted his shoulder. My life depends on you. Zhang Fei pounded his chest, no problem. Liu Bei smiled with satisfaction. Brother Fei was indeed reliable. In contrast, Guan Yu, with his rebelliousness and caution, didn't resemble the legendary righteous Guan Heir at all. A fake Guan Yu could never become the real Guan Yu. Liu Bei gritted his teeth. That kid Guan Yu better not let me catch him. Liu Bei called to Yuan Shao. Lord, we are ready. The power displayed by Zhang Fei during his warm-up had captivated the various lords. Yuan Shao also recognized Zhang Fei's strength. However, he was still a bit uneasy, worried that Zhang Fei might run away again. After all, with morale so low, Zhang Fei's mortality rate was quite high. If Zhang Fei ran away again, The morale of the allied forces would drop to zero, and no one would be able to stop Hua Xiong's advance. So he said, "Please follow me to the front of the camp to watch the battle." The lords naturally had no objections. This was a crucial battle that determined success or failure. They wanted to see just how strong Hua Xiong really was. Hua Xiong was on the city wall of Sisui Pass, watching. Suddenly, a big, black-faced man with a thick beard rode out from the allied camp on a tall horse. Seeing his explosive muscles, Hua Xiong became interested. "Finally, it has come. Let me have a go at him. Bring my horse." Zhang Fei called out, "Hua Xiong, dare you to fight me?" The city gates swung wide open, and Hua Xiong rode forward. "You dare to challenge me in such low morale? You are a good man. State your name." "I, Hua Xiong, do not slay nameless men." Unfortunately, due to the low morale, Zhang Fei's strength was halved, while Hua Xiong possessed 3 times the power. Even if Zhang Fei's inherent strength was slightly greater than Hua Xiong's, the morale gap was too significant, making him unable to exert his full strength. He shouted loudly, "I am Zhang Yi of Yan." Liu Bei watched from the high platform, feeling very pleased. Zhang Fei was indeed reliable. At this moment, he resembled the true Zhang Fei, emanating a fierce killing intent. Even the horse beneath Hua Xiong became restless. The lords all cheered. "Such a divine general. Isn't he stronger than that green-robed bandit?" Yuan Shao stroked his beard and agreed, "This is a fierce general. If Xuanda had let him fight earlier, we wouldn't have been forced into a passive position. The morale of our army is low. Does Zhang Fei have the confidence to slay this villain?" Liu Bei confidently replied, "My third brother is unmatched in the world." Yuan Shao's eyes twitched. Didn't he just say his second brother was unmatched? Why is he now claiming his third brother is unmatched? Is his third brother going to run away again? Seeing Zhang Fei's strength, Hua Xiong's fighting spirit was also ignited. He was about to charge forward to engage in battle. Roar! Suddenly, he heard a dragon's roar coming from the horizon. A dragon-shaped phantom as thick as a cart was rushing towards him. Chapter 5. Hua Xiong's revolving lantern, the unprincipled Guan Yu. Roar! Liu Bei wondered, whose missile has been launched? Yuan Shao was momentarily stunned, then frowned. What missile? It sounds like a dragon's roar. Liu Bei's lips twitched. "No, my dude. Have you seen a dragon? Can we talk some science? Let's be realistic." Zhang Fei tilted his head and listened carefully. Where's that wormhole sound coming from? Liu Bei's face darkened. This guy was even more committed to science. Someone turned to look. And indeed, there was a gigantic dragon phantom in the distance. Its body had a diameter of at least 3 meters. Dust was kicked up wherever it went. The momentum was overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, there was a man in green robes beneath the dragon's head, riding a half-dead horse, galloping towards him. Isn't that the green-robed bandit? What? Guan Yu. Liu Bei quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. It was indeed Guan Yu, like a dragon dance. Guan Yu was guiding the enormous dragon with his green dragon crescent blade, charging towards Hua Xiong. Liu Bei was moved and wiped away non-existent tears, excitedly saying, "I knew it. My second brother wouldn't abandon us. My second brother is unmatched in the world." Yuan Shao's lips twitched. He hadn't said that before. Liu Bei's speed of changing his mind was embarrassing. Didn't he just say his third brother was unmatched? What a lack of integrity. Hua Xiong looked at the giant dragon and felt fear. Even though he now had a 16-fold power boost and could withstand 2 moves from Liu Bu, he still had no confidence in defeating that dragon. Even his subordinates advised, "General, retreat quickly." Hua Xiong was reluctant. If he retreated now, the Sisui Pass would be lost. He thought of the support from the Prime Minister, the hopes of his parents, his childhood friends, and the promise he made to his wife before leaving. After this battle, "I will be with you and the child. The Sisui Pass cannot fall." Hua Xiong's aura surged, from a 16-fold power boost to a 17-fold boost. "I will evade his brilliance." Hua Xiong's fighting spirit blazed fiercely as he roared, "Bring it on." The lords widened their eyes. Hua Xiong could forcibly enhance his own power. What willpower that is. Liu Bei gasped. He seemed to see Hua Xiong's revolving lantern. Is this the legendary bond power? Guan Yu seemed to be in a bit of a predicament. Hua Xiong charged forward to confront Guan Yu. Guan Yu's gaze was firm, at this moment resembling the true Guan Yu, and he did not forget to remind his horse, the last 100 meters. Success or failure is determined here. The horse could no longer hear what Guan Yu was saying, its mind filled with white mares. 50 meters. 10 meters. Clang. Finally, Guan Yu and Hua Xiong clashed. Kill. Hua Xiong hadn't reacted yet. His weapon was already severed by Guan Yu's blade, along with his head flying off. Then the dragon, like a runaway horse, rushed through Hua Xiong's army, unstoppable. God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. The Hua Xiong army was thrown into chaos, with cries of despair as they were turned into meat paste by the giant dragon. The horse beneath Guan Yu finally collapsed from exhaustion, unable to recover, foaming at the mouth. Guan Yu patted his horse's face. "Don't die, horse. 3 little white mares are waiting for you." The horse let out a soft whimper, indicating it wasn't dead, just exhausted. Only then did Guan Yu feel relieved. The lords were all dumbfounded. Wow, is this green-robed bandit really that fierce? Hua Xiong, who couldn't be beaten by Pan Feng, was actually taken down by the green-robed bandit in an instant. Liu Bei couldn't believe it. What the heck? This is a 1,000-mile green dragon slash. Is it really that powerful? That was a 17-fold power Hua Xiong. No way. How far did Guan Yu sprint to have such power? A horse can normally run continuously for 20 to 30 kilometers. How could he push a warhorse to the point of foaming at the mouth? At this sprint distance, even Liu Bei would have to kneel, right? Is this necessary? This move is no different from crashing straight into a high-speed train. Oh, Brother Yu is the complete opposite of the real Guan Yu, overly cautious and making a big deal out of small things. If Brother Yu were guarding Jingzhou, would Elming dare cross the river in white clothes? He'd strip your white underwear off. Zhang Fei sighed in relief. Don't look at him being murderous just now. Even Hua Xiong's horse was scared into disorder. In fact, his murderous intent was directed at Hua Xiong's horse. He thought, since I can't defeat the 16-fold power Hua Xiong, I might as well kill his horse and run. That should count as making amends, right? So, Hua Xiong's warhorse was so panicked. Zhang Fei was charging at it. How could it not be scared? Finally, the commander of Hua Xiong's army was killed. Morale plummeted to zero, and there would be no more power boost. The Allied forces ended their consecutive kills, boosting morale, and soldiers gained double the power. Yuan Shao was extremely excited and immediately ordered, the enemy general has been defeated. All troops advance. Attack the city. In an instant, the Allied forces erupted in a cacophony of battle cries, countless soldiers charging out from the military camp towards the Sisui Pass. Guan Yu, carrying his horse, returned to the main camp. The lords lined up to welcome him, giving him thumbs up. Truly a warrior. This is a divine general. Yuan Shao sat in a high position, laughing heartily. The bravery of Guan Yunchang has truly opened our eyes. Cao Cao brought over warm wine. Brother Yunchang, please drink this wine. Thank you, General Cao. Guan Yu touched the wine bowl, chuckling. I didn't expect that after being out for so long. The wine is still warm? Can this still achieve the feat of warm wine, slaying Hua Xiong? He took a sip and murmured. Why does this boiled water have no taste? Liu Bei said irritably. Of course, this wine has been warmed up dozens of times. The alcohol has evaporated. Guan Yu thought to himself, no wonder the wine is still warm. It has been roasting on the stove all along. Cao Cao didn't understand alcohol, but roughly grasped Liu Bei's meaning. He quickly changed to another pot of wine. I was negligent, General Guan. Please drink. Liu Bei felt something was off about Cao Cao's gaze towards his second brother. Offering favors for no reason is either treachery or theft. Is he trying to dig a hole for me? It makes sense. At this time, Cao Cao didn't have any explosive output type generals. Dianwei Wu joined Cao Cao's camp for another 3 or 4 years. Su Chu would have to wait 7 or 8 years. No wonder he was salivating over Guan Yu. Guan Yu drank it all in one gulp and exclaimed, thirst quenched. Yuan Shao also had intentions of recruiting Guan Yu. General Guan, your unparalleled bravery is a fortune for the Allied forces. Someone, bring a seat for General Guan. In future meetings of the coalition, please invite General Guan to discuss matters with us. Guan Yu sensed the underlying meaning. They did not regard Liu Bei highly. He then asked, where's my elder brother? Is my third brother not present? Yuan Shao thought for a moment. Zhang Fei was indeed a fierce general, and recruiting him wouldn't be a bad thing. As for Liu Bei, recalling Liu Bei's rapid change of demeanor, he felt disdain, believing Liu Bei was a coward, a base person without integrity. However, considering Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's faces, Yuan Shao said, General Liu and General Zhang will also participate in military affairs. Liu Bei quietly felt touched. Brother Yu, I didn't expect you to still think of my benefits. Guan Yu's expression was strange. I just casually asked. I didn't expect him to really let you participate in military affairs. Damn it. Liu Bei gritted his teeth. Cao Cao looked at Guan Yu with admiration. Having achieved such great merit, he still didn't forget about his elder brother and third brother. Truly a loyal and righteous man. Cao Cao squinted at Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao actually wanted to recruit Guan Yu? No way. I need to act first. Chapter 6. My elder brother is extraordinary. Can you compare, Cao Cao? The Allied forces successfully broke through the Sisui Pass. That night, the lords held a grand banquet at Sisui Pass. The main character of the banquet was naturally Guan Yu, who had slain Hua Xiong with a single blow. Next was Zhang Fei, whose terrifying aura had frightened Hua Xiong's warhorse into chaos. Everyone knew these two were fierce generals and wanted to establish good relations with them, hoping to recruit them. They indirectly suggested that Liu Bei was not a good elder brother or lord. Such a person lacked integrity and cultivation, was cowardly. What use was there in following him? Some even exaggerated and spoke ill of Liu Bei, saying that while Guan Yu was building up his strength for a marathon, Liu Bei cursed Guan Yu. They also claimed he betrayed his third brother and did nothing for himself. Guan Yu listened with great interest. He loved to hear people criticize Liu Bei. The more they spoke, the more he enjoyed it. The lords thought Guan Yu finally realized he wasn't following the right master, and they became even more enthusiastic in their criticisms. Liu Bei clearly felt neglected, but he didn't care. Letting Guan Yu slay Hua Xiong was for 3 reasons. First, to ensure the coalition would defeat Dong Zhuo according to the script and avoid Dong Zhuo's revenge. Second, to establish enough military merit, leveraging Gong Sunzan's connections to obtain a position as a county governor, allowing for rapid development with the resources of a county, while also having a chance to win rewards. The current Pingyuan County town was too small. It was challenging to sustain 2,000 troops. With the economy of a county, he could recruit soldiers, gather talent, stockpile grain, and bide his time to claim kingship. He would bring in geniuses like Zhuge Liang, Sima Yi, Zhou Yu, and Pang Tong as his subordinates. If he could also draw some corn or potato seeds, then his grand cause could be achieved. As for whether those lords thought highly of him or not, it didn't matter. Gongsun Zan, after all, had been Liu Bei's classmate for over a decade. Seeing Liu Bei being neglected and leaning lonely against the railing, he couldn't help but ask with concern, Xuanda, are you all right? Leaning alone against the railing, he felt lonely. It's been a few days, and Xuanda's poetic talent has improved. Liu Bei smiled and replied, I'm fine, just a bit lonely and thinking about going out to find a woman. Gongsun Zan laughed. If you were the humble, gentle, and unassuming Liu Xuanda of the past, you wouldn't be lonely leaning against the railing. I think the lords would really like that Liu Xuanda. But today, you three brothers have become somewhat unrecognizable to me. This was heartfelt. Only a classmate of over a decade could say such a thing. Unlike the 2 years of superficial friendship with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Liu Bei turned to look at the moon and said, we probably received guidance from an immortal and gained some insights. Gongsun Zan, intrigued, asked, oh, guidance from an immortal? How did the immortal guide you? Liu Bei replied. He said to look beyond the surface to see the essence. He said, the heart is the principle, knowledge and action are one. And achieve your innate knowledge. He also said to view problems dialectically. Every matter has its good and bad. In short, he said a lot. Liu Bei stuffed all his philosophical knowledge into Gongsun Zan's mind, just to muddle through. But upon hearing this, Gongsun Zan seemed to catch on to something. He felt an enlightening sensation, but couldn't grasp the key. He sighed, words of the sage. Truly words of the sage. Xuanda, did you really meet an immortal? Liu Bei continued to muddle through. Of course, otherwise, do you think I could say such things? Gongsun Zan finally felt reassured. Guan Yu, half drunk, was carried back to the camp. Shortly after, Cao Cao entered. Acting first, who cared if you were drunk or sober? Guan Yu cupped his hands and asked, General Cao, what brings you here? Cao Cao said directly, would you like to join my side? I can promise you high positions, wealth, and beautiful women. Guan Yu did not expect Cao Cao to be so straightforward in recruiting him, and he felt somewhat moved. But after thinking it over, he shook his head. I only listened to my elder brother. You want me to go to the battlefield to risk my life? No way. Cao Cao cupped his hands and said, forgive my frankness, but Liu Bei is a person without great ambitions, frivolous, and lacks integrity. His words and actions are not coherent. You won't accomplish anything great following him. Join my side, and with my recommendation, you can avoid many detours. Guan Yu thought to himself that Liu Bei was just like him, merely a university student. What great ambitions and cultivation could he have? But he was a destined person with a system. Would I not follow him to follow you? Moreover, he knew various practical technologies, like salt making, glass making, and sugar production. He could even make guns himself. Liu Bei lacks ability? If he lacks ability, then everyone else in the world is useless. In ancient times, he was practically a super cheat, okay? Isn't it good to farm with him? Why must I follow you to fight everywhere? Furthermore, in his past life, he was also skilled in live streaming operations. Liu Bei made a lot of money with them. Even before graduation, all 5 people in the dormitory bought cars and houses, just for the sake of him helping his brothers get rich. Buying cars and houses at 20, Guan Yu would never leave Liu Bei, so he resolutely refused. I will not leave my elder brother. Cao Cao couldn't understand. Why? Guan Yu replied earnestly. Because he is my forever elder brother. Unless you recruit my elder brother, I will not go. Cao Cao frowned tightly. But he is rude. He is at most a merchant. Your achievements will only be greater than Liu Bei's. Why should you be beneath him? Guan Yu was somewhat surprised by Cao Cao's insight, as he could see Liu Bei's past life at a glance. Indeed, Liu Bei was a merchant, skilled in live streaming, advertising, and everything else. I have to say, your insight is quite accurate, but Liu Bei is not that simple. Cao Cao admired Guan Yu even more. What a loyal and righteous person he was. Still speaking for Liu Bei at this point, Cao Cao prided himself on his keen judgment, believing Liu Bei lacked the qualities to accomplish great things and resembled a merchant more. The thought of a top talent like Guan Yu, a loyal person, being buried by such an incompetent person as Liu Bei caused him great pain. Seeing he couldn't persuade Guan Yu, he had to say, you can come to find me anytime. I will certainly welcome you. Perhaps Yuan Shao and the others will come to recruit you tonight. I advise you not to join any faction other than mine. Why? Yuan Shao is indecisive and stubborn, although he has a strong family background. He is not a wise ruler. As for Yuan Shu, there's no need to mention him. Despite having access to his family's resources, he is even weaker than the collateral branches. He's utterly useless. The others are no better than me. Only I can achieve great things. Guan Yu is amazed by Cao Cao's judgment, as if he has a special ability to see the big picture. In this respect, Cao Cao is not only a formidable leader, but also a top strategist. If Liu Bei hadn't been transmigrated, he might have famously said, among the heroes of the world, only Cao and my lord are worthy. But the current Liu Bei is clearly underestimated by Cao Cao. To think he would underestimate Liu Bei? After drinking a bit of wine, Guan Yu, feeling tipsy, exclaimed, if you ask me, no one in the world is better than my brother. Chapter 7. Boss Cao unleashes his cash power. Can he sell Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to me? Is Liu Bei really that incredible? Can he compare to the talents of the whole world? Cao Cao was initially surprised by Guan Yu's bold statement. However, he quickly dismissed it. If he truly had talent, he wouldn't still be unnoticed at 30. Cao Cao considered it merely Guan Yu's drunken ramblings. Yet, being naturally suspicious and somewhat of a social butterfly, with full execution capability, he decided to visit Liu Bei's camp to see what talents Liu Bei possessed that made Guan Yu so devoted to him. Since Guan Yu said he would follow Liu Bei wherever he went, why not directly recruit Liu Bei? Brother Xuanda, can you take a break? Oh, General Cao? What brings you here? Cao Cao stated frankly. To be honest, I've come for you. Cao Cao disdained indirect hints, believing direct communication was the most efficient. Liu Bei, with a half-smile, responded me. Cao Cao smiled. Indeed. I admire Brother Xuanda's talents and wish to bring you under my command. Liu Bei was surprised that someone appreciated his talent. Could it be that the poem he recited by the railing had been leaked? Oh, it seems I can't stay low-key after all. Liu Bei poured Cao Cao a cup of tea and happily said, please tell me, what talents do you see in me? This question caught Cao Cao off guard. Although Cao Cao was quick-witted, he hadn't thought of what talents Liu Bei possessed during the journey. It was harder than composing poetry. So he replied, Brother Xuanda, today you faced Yuan Shao's humiliation without being disturbed, and you remain optimistic despite the indifference of the lords. I conclude that you are extraordinary. Cao Cao breathed a sigh of relief, having managed to navigate the conversation. It wasn't easy. Liu Bei thought to himself that Cao Cao truly had a sharp eye. Even his deeply hidden noble qualities had been discovered. He nodded. Go on. Cao Cao, what more to say? You truly have no shame. Cao couldn't continue. He changed the subject and tentatively asked, would Brother Xuanda be willing to work under me? Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. What benefits are there to working with you? Cao Cao was confident in this area. Wealth, status, beauty. I can provide all of these. I can also give you the opportunity to realize your ambitions. As for positions. Liu Bei waved his hand. Forget it. I was just asking. Cao Cao gritted his teeth. Then why the hell did you ask what benefits I could provide? Liu Bei took a sip of rice wine. I don't want to go around fighting and killing. I just want a place to farm. Cao Cao looked down on him. Huh, so he's afraid of dying, huh? No wonder it's you. Rumor has it that Liu Bei is a hero of the age. It seems the reality does differ from the rumors. I really don't understand what Guan Yu and Zhang Fei see in him. But if Liu Bei doesn't come, then Guan Yu and Zhang Fei won't either. Thus, he said, I promise, if Brother Xuanda works under me, you won't need to go to the front lines. Just manage logistics. After all, bringing him over as a good luck charm would suffice. Cao Cao wouldn't even want him to go to the front lines to achieve merit. Liu Bei was unconvinced. Sun Yu had been given a death sentence by him. Sima, he had nearly died at Chao's hands. With his talents and Cao Cao's suspicious nature, it's likely he'd also have a hard time ending well. So Liu Bei clasped his hands. Thank you for the kindness, but I just want to farm. Seeing that Liu Bei was resistant to the idea of being a general and didn't want to do logistics, Cao Cao wondered what he truly wanted. Did he really want to farm? This is a chaotic world. Cao Cao said, you should know, without soldiers, your granary isn't yours. Liu Bei nodded. I know, so I have my own ways. Cao Cao was taken aback. Could Liu Bei really have a method? Could it be that, as Guan Yu said, his talent surpasses that of the world's scholars? Cao Cao asked, what methods do you have? Liu Bei shrugged. What else? Fight back. Cao Cao, if I want your granary, will you fight back? Given our friendship, I could offer you a discount on the grain I sell you. And what if I just take it? Liu Bei confidently replied. Then you better be prepared to have your head split open. Cao Cao frowned. Do you think having Guan Yu and Zhang Fei as generals makes you invincible? Liu Bei chuckled lightly. Those two? They're not worthy. Thinking of them makes me furious. If I truly relied on them, I would have starved to death long ago. Clearly possessing such a powerful advantage, they still hesitated to take down Hua Xiong, nearly putting me in a dire situation. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei aren't the real deal. They just have slightly higher combat power. Let them lead troops. They'd end up in the ditch in no time. Now, he was managing the logistics for over 1,000 soldiers, handling everything with precision. In less than half a day, he had everything sorted out. Far easier than processing a customer refund. Plus, he still had time to lean on the railing, think about women, and chat with Gong Sunzan. In contrast, those two. They were too busy partying and basking in the Lord's flattery, unaware of how many troops they had, completely neglectful. They truly think they're the sole commanders. Without him, over 1,000 soldiers under his command wouldn't even know where to set up camp and would struggle to find a place to sleep. If it weren't for their achievements today, he would have already dragged them out to scold them. Hearing this, Cao Cao looked down on Liu Bei even more. Clearly having two divine generals by his side, yet failing to appreciate them and even calling them useless. Guan Yu, such a loyal and righteous person, was dismissed by him as insignificant. How could someone with such poor judgment become a good lord? But since Guan Yu admired Liu Bei so much, at least Liu Bei must be a good strategist, right? So Cao Cao further tested Liu Bei. What do you think of the heroes of the world? Liu Bei suddenly shivered. Had they reached the discussing heroes over wine phase so quickly? Liu Bei pretended to be confused. That must be Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao is impressive. Cao Cao's eye showed even more contempt. Indeed, his ability to judge people was lacking if he thought Yuan Shao was impressive. But he wouldn't speak ill of Yuan Shao. Heartfelt words were only for loyal men like Yin Chang. And what about Yuan Shu? Yuan Shu is impressive, wealthy and rich. And Gong Sunzan, he's my bro. Definitely impressive. Unmatched loyalty. I really love him. Gong Sunzan, eavesdropping outside the curtain, was taken aback, deeply moved. He silently vowed that no matter how Liu Bei changed, he would always be his good brother. And Han Fu? Han Fu is impressive, strong and powerful. Is everyone really that impressive? Cao Cao was very disappointed in Liu Bei. He couldn't see the problems with these so-called heroes at all. What about Sun Jian? Liu Bei didn't hesitate. The scum of Jiangdong. Cao Cao was taken aback. Why wasn't he praising anyone this time? Indeed, Liu Bei had no ability to recognize talents. Sun Jian, known as the Tiger of Jiangdong, started from scratch. And the presence of the allied forces made him a formidable opponent. Yet, in Liu Bei's mouth, he became mere scum. Cao Cao then asked, "Who do you think are the true heroes in the world?" Liu Bei smiled and said, "Of course it's you, Boss Zhao. With your wisdom and military strategy, you could take on 10 of them easily." Cao Cao thought to himself that Liu Bei had finally said something right. But it sounded suspect as flattery. At this point, Cao Cao had already concluded that Liu Bei was not his rival at all. Nor did he possess any talent or great ambitions. So he laughed heartily. "I'm not a true hero. To me, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are the real heroes." Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. "Those two useless fellows are considered heroes?" "Of course," Cao Cao replied. "Since Xuanda is unwilling to follow me, would you be willing to part with your two young generals? I am willing to exchange 2,000 troops for them." Thud. Liu Bei felt a bit tempted. Chapter 8. "No, why are you all so moved?" Liu Bei exclaimed excitedly. "Is Boss Cao serious? 2,000 troops for those two idiots?" Liu Bei didn't expect Cao Cao to be so generous. No wonder the Cao family is so powerful. They can afford to give away 2,000 troops, just like that. This made Cao Cao feel a bit insecure. "Why are you so excited? It makes me feel like I'm making a losing deal." He thought again and reassured himself that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were not a loss. And then he said, "I confirm that 2,000 troops for them is fine. But you'll get them after we finish off Dong Zhuo." Liu Bei secretly thought that Cao Cao was still so cunning. Only after finishing Dong Zhuo? It meant waiting for him to earn his military achievements first, and only then would he give Liu Bei the generals. But that was acceptable too. Liu Bei asked, "Does that include a year's worth of supplies for the 2,000 troops?" Cao Cao nodded. "That's right." Liu Bei seized the opportunity to raise the stakes. "After defeating Dong Zhuo, help me operate a bit and get me a piece of land. So I won't be constrained by others." Cao Cao thought to himself, how much land could he want with these two fierce generals? So he readily agreed. No problem. Liu Bei was overjoyed. It seemed that attending Yuan Shao's banquet was the right choice. He had gotten so many benefits just by getting familiar with Cao Cao. Liu Bei said, "Come, bring Guan Yu and Zhang Fei here for a meeting." Cao Cao was delighted. Had he really closed this deal? He could hardly believe it. Even Yuan Shu wouldn't casually give away such divine generals. Thousands of troops are easy to find, but a general is hard to come by. Liu Xuanda was indeed a fool. He couldn't achieve great things. Outside, Gong Sunzan felt puzzled. Wait, weren't these three brothers quite close? Is Liu Bei really planning to sell his brothers? Even he wouldn't be willing to part with the fierce generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. He wanted to persuade Liu Bei, but wouldn't that expose him for eavesdropping? He felt a bit embarrassed and decided to listen a bit longer. What if Yinchang and Ida didn't want to leave? Soon, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were called over. Guan Yu complained, "Why are you waking us up in the middle of the night?" "Oh, General Cao is here too." Cao Cao nodded, feeling in high spirits. "Yinchang, please sit. Brother Xuanda has something to discuss with you." Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Why are you so happy?" Liu Bei cheerfully said, "Boss Cao is willing to buy you two for 2,000 troops." Guan Yu stood up abruptly. "No way. Brothers, did you agree to this?" Liu Bei replied as if it were obvious. "Of course. That's 2,000 troops." Guan Yu grabbed Liu Bei by the collar. "I treat you like a brother, and you treat me like a commodity?" Seeing the brothers on the verge of a fallout, Cao Cao felt pleased, but still pretended to mediate. "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Liu Bei frowned and said, "Do you think you two are more useful than 2,000 troops? General Cao is even providing a year's worth of supplies." Guan Yu was momentarily speechless, starting to doubt himself, and slowly let go of Liu Bei's collar. He and Zhang Fei indeed seemed less useful than 2,000 troops. This was like trading 200 million for 2 interns from Qingbei at your company. And you were just a small, struggling company owner. Would you make that trade? Of course you would. Hesitating for a second is a sign of respect for genius, but hesitating for 2 seconds is disrespectful to money. You say Liu Bei lacks great generals? He could casually recruit people like Dian Wei, Su Chu, Zhao Yun, etc. And even Guan Yu himself wouldn't be confident against those fierce generals. Although the 3 of them were time travelers. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei didn't remember where Dian Wei and Su Chu were. They had spent all their time memorizing medical books. Liu Bei remembered everything. After all, during the live broadcasts, Liu Bei was educating the audience about the 3 kingdoms' knowledge. He would memorize in the morning and then lecture the audience at night. He talked about everything from official history to unofficial tales. Day after day, his terrifying execution made him a 3 kingdoms expert, which is also why he became popular. Experts don't know as many unofficial tales as he does. Otherwise, how do you think he flunked? Even if we take a step back, even if Liu Bei doesn't have great generals, one day he might draw a gun in the system lottery and take Guan Yu and Zhang Fei down. No matter how powerful a 1,000-mile green dragon strike is, it only enhances destructive power. The defense remains that of an ordinary person. Can a normal person block a bullet? It would be safer for me to fight Elbu. Guan Yu's yielding made Cao Cao start doubting himself as well. Wait, Guan Yu, say something. You don't really think you're less than 2,000 troops, do you? This makes me feel like I'm making a losing deal. Liu Bei patted Guan Yu on the shoulder, earnestly saying, it's precisely because we are brothers that I want you to work for Boss Zhao. You know how great the future is. This is a win-win situation. I get the troops, and you gain a platform. We both have a bright future. Guan Yu naturally understood. Joining Cao Cao meant he could become Cao Cao's top general in the future. He could even become the highest-ranking military official of the Han, commanding thousands of troops. But the premise is, he must be able to defeat Liu Bei's machine guns and cannons to unify the world. Moreover, he would be on the front lines every day. Who knows when he might end up dead. After fighting battles his whole life, if he enjoys no benefits at all, wouldn't that be a blood loss? It would be safer to have Dian Wei charge into battle for him. Besides, he hadn't read the spring and autumn annals. Nor did he know military strategies. A pure liberal arts student, and you want me to lead troops into battle? Be the top military official? I might as well follow Liu Bei and win easily. Why should I mix with the system people when I could mix with you, Chowie man? Guan Yu clutched Liu Bei's leg. Don't. Big brother, you know me. I just want to farm with you. Zhang Fei also understood and echoed. Me too. Cao Cao then advised. Brother Yuan Shao, brother Ida, your talents should not be buried. You deserve a broader world. Guan Yu, annoyed by Cao Cao's interference, angrily said, what do you know? My big brother is the broadest world. Cao Cao frowned, unsure of what kind of potion Liu Bei had given these two men to make them so devoted. This put Liu Bei in a difficult position. He scratched his head irritably and said, this is 2,000 troops, a year's worth of supplies, plus a piece of land, at least as big as a county. You guys are making it really hard for me to choose. How about you try taking a post first? Let me secure these resources for a few years. And if you really can't adapt, you can come back. By the way, Guan Yu, aren't you good at traveling alone over 1,000 miles? You can just ride back with Fei Gu when the time comes. Guan Yu was stunned. They even get a piece of land. A county-sized territory. Has Cao Cao gone mad? Isn't that equivalent to trading billions for these two college students? And despite this, the elder brother was still hesitating. It turns out we hold such significant weight in his heart. An entire billions of weight. Guan Yu was touched. If it were him, he would definitely sell his brother without hesitation, securing the troops first. If he hesitated for even a second, he wouldn't even be surnamed Guan. But the elder brother is so righteous and magnanimous. He even wants to ask for their opinions. No wonder he was the good elder brother who helped him buy a house and a car. Guan Yu tugged at Liu Bei's pants, sorrowfully saying, brother, we three have no other relatives in this world, only each other. If you don't abandon us, I vow to follow you to the death. Zhang Fei was also moved, not expecting the elder brother to be so righteous and not sell him. Brother, I feel the same way. Yes, they were all-time travelers. In this world, the three of them were the closest. Liu Bei adjusted his pants, thinking about the billions slipping away, and forced himself to endure the heartache, saying, all right, then you can stay by my side. I'm sorry, General Cao. They refuse to go, and I can't force them. Chapter 9. The thrill of a brain cramp. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing Liu Bei continue to take them in. What is a good elder brother? This is what a good elder brother looks like. He resisted the temptation of billions and continued to take them along for a good life. Although this is a small company, it can't be helped that the boss is a big shot. In the later stages, they could also rely on the company's original shares to lie back and receive dividends. The top military position? Whoever wants it can take it. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. These two college students had no lofty ideals. They just wanted to follow their elder brother and win comfortably until the end. Then they would have many wives and concubines, living in drunken bliss every day, charging into battle, expanding territories. That's Dian Wei's job. Sigh, Dian Wei is great. He must be brought over. So, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei gratefully said, thank you, brother, for taking us in. Liu Bei shook his head and sighed. I have given up too much for you. Not for any reason, but because you two are the closest to me in this world, I can't bear to trade you away. So for the next few days, you need to work hard and try to secure a prefecture for us. If you struggle a bit at the beginning, the elder brother can have an easier time later. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were touched, saying, you can count on us. Liu Bei looked at Cao Cao and shrugged. I'm sorry, General Cao. But this is the situation. They insist on following me, and I can't help it. Cao Cao was dumbfounded. What is going on? Your elder brother sold you out. Why are you so moved? Is there something wrong with your brains? Did Liu Bei drug you? Why would you choose to be a junior officer beside Liu Bei instead of a general? What kind of strength does the Cao family have? What strength does Liu Bei have? I could give away an entire county as a gift. Liu Bei would probably hesitate even to give away a horse, right? If your brain isn't functioning well, at least you should be able to count clearly, right? Cao Cao said nothing, his expression blank as he left Liu Bei's tent. He couldn't understand. Completely incomprehensible. His brain was buzzing, feeling a kind of cramping sensation, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sync with the three lunatics Liu, Guan, and Zhang. If a psychiatrist were here, they would surely say, don't try to understand the world of the mentally ill, or you'll go crazy yourself. Soon, Cao Cao calmed down, concluding that Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were both simpletons, not suitable for leading troops into battle. especially Guan Yu, who was definitely insane. Otherwise, how could he run dozens of kilometers to perform the 1,000-mile blue dragon slash? And that Zhang Fei, who could only mechanically respond me too, was just a wooden post. Thinking this way, Cao Cao felt relieved. Self-comfort successful. He was glad he didn't pay such a high price for two idiots. Otherwise, he would surely be scolded by the family elders. He only saw Guan Yu's big blue dragon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an impulsive purchase. This trip wasn't wasted. He got to understand Liu, Guan, and Zhang's true nature. Liu Bei was just a big fool, forgetting righteousness for profit, lacking ambition. Guan Yu was a lunatic, strong in martial arts, but also lacking ambition. Zhang Fei was a fool, following the trend, also lacking ambition. These youngsters are not worth strategizing with. Gongsun Zan, who was eavesdropping nearby, was also stunned. Is this the mental state of someone who has heard the words of a sage? Liu Bei selling out his brothers. Guan and Zhang were so moved they cried, begging Liu Bei not to abandon them. In the end, Liu Bei chose not to sell his brothers. Guan and Zhang became even more moved. Then they swore loyalty to the death. Gongsun Zan also felt the thrill of a brain cramp, rubbing his head as he left Liu Bei's camp. Damn, lunatics. The words of the sage should not be seen, absolutely not. The next day, Liu Bei got up early to train the troops. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were still sleeping soundly. Last night, the 18 warlords took turns sending people to recruit them, and they couldn't sleep at all. In the end, it was Cao Cao who showed the most sincerity, personally coming to recruit them. If it weren't for Liu Bei, the big shot, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei would have definitely gone to Cao Cao without a second thought. So if Cao Cao doesn't succeed, who will? Gongsun Zan was in a good mood after hearing Liu Bei say he was a good brother and specially sent over 100 white horse eatsong to replenish Liu Bei's lost troops. Although Liu Bei became a bit neurotic after being enlightened by the immortal, Gongsun Zan didn't mind. He seemed to enjoy playing with Liu Bei more. He liked Liu Bei's current mental state a bit. The leader of the white horse eatsong was a young general in white robes. In his early 20s. Tall and strong, with a fair face and no beard, he was handsome. If you want to be a male model, he would definitely stand out. That said, the commander was a grassroots officer from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, leading around 100 men. However, any commander of the white horse eatsong had some skills. At least their horsemanship was definitely not inferior to those so-called great generals. It was equivalent to being the captain of a special forces team. So Liu Bei, with great interest, asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong, from Changshan." Liu Bei's eyes widened. "Your name is Zhao Yun?" "Yes." Liu Bei was delighted. He was just about to ask Gongsun Zan for Zhao Yun, and now Gongsun Zan had sent Zhao Yun right to his door. What a fate. Liu Bei warmly shook Zhao Yun's hand. "Now that you're here, don't think about leaving. You'll work under me from now on." Zhao Yun saluted and said, "Thank you for your kindness, General." Liu Bei, excited, pulled Zhao Yun to find Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. "Old Guan, old Zhang, I've brought Zhao Yun." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were actually still in bed, but as soon as they heard Zhao Yun had arrived, they both jumped up. Guan Yu was the most excited. "Great. The worker bees have arrived." Before capturing Dianwei, Zhao Yun was undoubtedly the best worker in the Peach Garden group. He rushed out, disheveled and without armor, looking like he was in his pajamas. Seeing the two still sleeping soundly, it made the special forces leader Zhao Yun feel somewhat ashamed. Liu Bei, who was good at reading the room, noticed Zhao Yun's frown and quickly explained, "This is Guan Yu, who killed Hua Xiong with one strike yesterday. He was too fatigued from yesterday's battle, so today we allowed him to rest." Zhao Yun looked surprised and saluted, "General Guan, I apologize for my rudeness." Guan Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smile. The renowned Zhao Yun actually respected him so much. Liu Bei continued, "This is Zhang Fei, Zhang Yida. He confronted Hua Xiong yesterday, and just by revealing his killing intent, he made Hua Xiong's warhorse restless." Zhao Yun looked at Zhang Fei's massive muscles and also saluted. "I heard about General Zhang's bravery yesterday, and seeing him today, he truly is extraordinary." Zhang Fei chuckled, "No wonder you are Zhao Yun. You are indeed handsome and powerful." Zhao Yun was surprised. "General Zhang has heard of my reputation?" Zhang Fei nodded. "My brother mentioned it." Zhang Fei felt he was clumsy with words and couldn't explain well. So he just left it to Liu Bei, who was the smartest among them. The three had been live streaming together for so long that they had developed a tacit understanding. Liu Bei said, "I once saw Zilong's prowess on the battlefield by chance, and I have long wanted to ask General Gongsun for Zilong." Zhao Yun smiled at Liu Bei's admiration. "Thank you for your kindness, General." Liu Bei asked, "Does Zilong have any special skills?" He was eager to know what extraordinary skill Zhao Yun, dressed in dragon armor, could have to fight his way through 500,000 troops. Zhao Yun scratched his head and said, "Actually, my special skill is quite ordinary, which is why I have always held the position of the Duke." Liu Bei was even more curious. "Oh, what is it?" Chapter 10. Zhao Yun's extraordinary skill. Zhao Yun said, "My special skill is infinite endurance." Liu Bei's face was filled with confusion. "What does that mean?" Zhao Yun explained, "It means my muscles don't tire, as long as I replenish food in time. I can recover my strength immediately. However, I don't have any attack or defense bonuses, so when I fight one-on-one, I often need to drag it out until my opponent gets tired before I can counterattack." If I encounter fierce generals like Hua Xiong or Pan Feng, or even General Guan, I might not survive a round. Although dragging out the rounds is Zhao Yun's advantage against explosive-type warriors, he doesn't even have the chance to drag it out. For example, if Guan Yu's big green dragon came crashing down, Zhao Yun wouldn't have the chance to drag it out and would be finished immediately. Therefore, although he has a special skill, he cannot become a general under Gongsun Zan and can only be a special forces leader belonging to the elite monster level. This level is also Zhao Yun's comfort zone. Ordinary minor generals don't have special skills or have ordinary special skills that can't kill him instantly. The longer a battle drags on, the greater his advantage becomes, making him invincible at this level. Guan Yu's eyes lit up. Isn't this the top-tier extraordinary skill? Liu Bei's eyes also brightened. No wonder Zhao Yun could fight his way through Changban's slope 7 times. An ordinary person couldn't even last 5 minutes with a spear, but Zhao Yun could keep killing. With this infinite stamina, isn't killing minor monsters just like chopping vegetables? It's truly an enviable skill. However, from Zhao Yun's tone, it seemed he wasn't too satisfied with his own special skill. But there was nothing to be done. Extraordinary skills are innate, just like awakening superpowers, and cannot be chosen. Zhao Yun has great abilities but is limited by his extraordinary skill, so it's understandable he feels dissatisfied. Liu Bei patted Zhao Yun on the shoulder and said, Zilong, your extraordinary skill is not ordinary. It's undoubtedly top-notch, just not used in the right way. Every extraordinary skill has its shortcomings. It can't be perfect. For example, General Guan can't beat you because his extraordinary skill requires time to charge. You should focus on multi-hit attacks, increase your attack speed, and avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. Zhao Yun was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Liu Bei to have such sharp insight, immediately recognizing his advantage. It was exactly what his master Tong Yuan had said. Thus, his master taught him the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, which is extremely fast, flexible, and can transform into many spearheads, resembling 100 birds flying together. Hence the name. His master said that as long as he practiced his attack speed to the extreme, he could aspire to become a great general. Zhao Yun firmly believed this. He saluted Liu Bei and said, General Liu, your insight is remarkable. I admire you. Liu Bei, accepting the flattery, waved his hand. Be modest. Be modest. Take me to see the white horse Eatsong. I will arrange their tents. Guan Yu exclaimed, White horse Eatsong. Are there white horses? Zhao Yun nodded. Of course there are. Guan Yu said, I have a war horse and need a few white horses as mates. Can I? Liu Bei widened his eyes. You thick-browed, big-eyed fellow. Do you think I won't recognize the formula if you change your friend into a warhorse? Speak. Is this warhorse not me? Guan Yu gritted his teeth. This warhorse is the one that carried me yesterday. Liu Bei nodded. I thought so too. No, you didn't think so at all. The warhorse, Ma Go, happily stayed in a stable with several white mares. He let out a long whinny, praising Guan Yu for being such a bro. They promised 3 mares, but he ended up getting 6. Guan Yu patted Ma Ji's neck. Aren't I a good friend? You need to work hard next time. Ma Ge shook his neck, indicating it was no problem at all, and expressed his desire for pure black horses next time. Guan Yu replied, It's not that easy. Black horses are precious. Even I find it hard to help you get one. But there is a way. If you can perform well and show some signs of being a 1,000-mile horse, I believe those lords will send you good horses. Ma Ji's eyes lit up with fighting spirit and asked when he could show off. Guan Yu smiled. Very soon. Having gained experience from cutting down Hua Xiong, Guan Yu was no longer afraid of the upcoming elbow. If he couldn't win, then he would just extend the distance. As long as the green dragon is big enough, even the gods can't beat him. Meanwhile, in Luoyang, Dong Zhuo was hosting ministers and, upon learning of the loss at Sisui, flew into a rage. He smashed plates and overturned tables, scaring the ministers into silence. Useless. Prime Minister, calm down. After a long time of persuasion from his trusted aides, Dong Zhuo finally managed to suppress his anger and forced a smile. I'm fine, everyone, eat. Dong Zhuo didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks, and the ministers didn't dare to either. Dong Zhuo grew impatient and shouted, Eat, eat. Do you want me to feed you? Only then did the ministers cautiously pick up their bowls and chopsticks and start to eat. Just as Yuan Wei was about to put rice in his mouth, Dong Zhuo suddenly stabbed Yuan Wei to death. Damn it, I told you to eat. And you really eat. Blood gushed like a spring, splattering onto the ministers' tables, into their dishes, rice, and onto their faces. The ministers looked on in fear, not daring to move, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Dong Zhuo glared at the ministers and roared, Someone, take down the Yuan family. With Dong Zhuo's command, heads rolled in Luoyang, and the people were in a panic, blood flowing like a river. Subsequently, Dong Zhuo summoned his generals to discuss strategies. His chief strategist, Li Ru, presided over the meeting and said listlessly, I suggest that the Prime Minister personally lead 150,000 troops to support Hulao Pass and crush the rebel army with sheer force. Dong Zhuo had always listened to Li Ru. Then we shall follow your plan. He paused and continued. I have heard that the green-robed young general who killed Hua Xiong is quite formidable. Does anyone know who can deal with him? Elbu snorted coldly. I am willing to go. A mere green-robed thief. I will take him down in an instant. His eyes sparkled with confidence. He had never met an opponent. Perhaps this green-robed thief could exchange a few blows with him. Dong Zhuo nodded. Good. Let the world see my son's bravery. All generals, follow me to Hulao Pass. The soldiers responded with enthusiasm. Yes. Dong Zhuo did not take the 18 warlords seriously. He had the strongest strategists, the strongest generals, the most soldiers, the most horses, and the best logistics. Speaking of elite troops, he had the Fei Xiong army, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, the Xianjing camp, and the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. He could not imagine how he could lose. Not a bit. Li Ru's companion, Jia Su, remained silent. His eyes darted around, and no one knew what he was thinking. The news of the Yuan family being raided reached the allied army's camp. Yuan Shao immediately went mad, his eyes turning red. He gritted his teeth and said, Dong Zhuo, how dare he? Troops out of Xizhou. Take Hulao. I will tear Dong Zhuo's corpse to pieces. Yuan Shao was indeed a great leader in adversity. At this moment, he was imposing like an emperor, making many strategists feel inspired. Chapter 11. Elbu strikes. Liu Bei quickly adapted to military affairs. No one could tell he was a novice. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, however, took longer to adapt, spending each day learning military affairs beside Liu Bei. In the early stages of starting a business, they could not afford to be idle. They had to get to work. Otherwise, they could not even manage a few hundred soldiers, let alone aspire to 3,000 beauties in the harem. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei found this reasonable and began learning how to lead troops, helping Liu Bei handle military affairs daily. More than 1,000 soldiers were temporarily led by Zhao Yun for training. Zhao Yun felt greatly honored by Liu Bei's trust. Suddenly, a soldier came to report. The alliance leader invites General Liu to a meeting. Liu Bei understood. This time, it was not Gong Sunzan inviting him, but Yuan Shao. Of course, it was mainly due to Guan Yu's reputation. Liu Bei's unreliability had already become common knowledge in the upper circles. At the same time, Guan Yu's reputation for loyalty and righteousness had spread. You also tried to recruit Guan Yu? You too? What conditions did you offer? I said to make him a military marquis. Isn't he already a military marquis under Liu Bei? But I offered him double the salary, and he still didn't come. I offered him the position of cavalry captain to command all my cavalry. He didn't come even with such good conditions? No. I heard the alliance leader also tried to recruit him. The alliance leader's conditions should be better, right? The alliance leader promised him the position of a general, which is a position of 2,000 stones. How could Guan Yu not agree to this? He didn't agree. He said he only wants to serve under Liu Bei. Guan Yu was indeed loyal and righteous, refusing to abandon Liu Bei despite his shortcomings. What a pity, such a fierce general can only be buried by Liu Bei. This fool. Cao Cao remained silent nearby. A mere general position didn't cost Yuan Shao much, just a word from him. Logically speaking, he had the most to lose, investing real gold and silver, land, and official titles. However, he did not expect that Liu, Guan, and Zhang were all unresponsive to such temptations. As Liu, Guan, and Zhang entered the allied army's camp, they were preparing to discuss military and political matters. Suddenly, a soldier came to report. Vanguard Wang Quang was attacked by Elbu. General Fang Yu was killed by Dong Zhuo's General Elbu in 3 moves. Fortunately, Generals Qiao Zhao and Yuan Yi rushed to the rescue, and General Wang Quang was spared. Yuan Shao quickly asked, where's Wang Quang now? They retreated 30 miles outside the pass and set up camp. Elbu has already led his army to continue the attack, intending to crush the vanguard. Elbu's army had doubled in strength. The crowd exchanged glances. Once the vanguard could not hold its ground, they would have to retreat to Xizhou Pass. Yuan Shao strategist Zhu Shou said, Elbu is Dong Zhuo's top general and also his adopted son. It is said that Hua Xiong could not last a round against him. He has a unique skill. Every third swing accumulates the power of the previous 2, delivering 3 times the force. Now, boosted by morale, his third strike can already unleash 6 times the usual power. Plus, Elbu is twice as strong as Hua Xiong, meaning he can unleash 12 times Hua Xiong's power by merely killing one person. The generals gasped. What can we do against that? An elephant would be knocked flying with a single punch, right? Guan Yu remained silent, resembling a student afraid of being called on by the teacher. Fortunately, someone volunteered. Zhang Yang, the governor of Hunan County, declared, I have a subordinate, Mu Shun, who can try. Yuan Shao asked if he can fight Elbu. Why wasn't he allowed to challenge at Xizhou Pass? Zhang Yang replied, Mu Shun's martial arts are average, but he possesses a self-detonation technique that could take Elbu down with him. If he can die alongside Dong Zhuo's top general, that would be a worthy death. Mu Shun stepped forward. I am willing to go. This is the moment I have been waiting for. If I am to explode, I will take down the strongest. That way, he could maximize his benefits. Otherwise, he would just be an ordinary general without a unique skill. Liu Bei thought to himself that even the highest martial arts could not compete with explosives. The warlords were all moved. Yuan Shao said loudly, Good, General Mu. Rest assured, we will jointly petition for your son to be appointed as a Zhonglong general. That is a position just below the governor at 2,000 stones. How many people can't reach that height in their entire lives? His son is still young. If he starts as a 2,000 stone Zhonglong general, even if he is mediocre, he can eventually become a 2,000 stone left general by persevering. If he can be a bit ambitious, perhaps he can even aim for the middle 2,000 stones. As for the 10,000 stone general, that is beyond the reach of us non-aristocratic families. Mu Shun excitedly said, Thank you, alliance leader. He then resolutely turned to leave. After some time, a soldier came to report. General Mu Shun was ambushed by Elbu on the way, shot dead by an arrow. Elbu was unscathed. Elbu's army has increased to 3 times its strength, and his third strike's power has increased to 18 times Hua Xiong's power. Damn, he didn't take out Elbu. What is going on? Did we just send him to his death? Yuan Shao's eyes widened. How far is Elbu from Wang Quang's camp now? Less than 15 miles. Good heavens. He is charging like a storm. Shouldn't the defending side stay in the city and wait to be attacked? Am I now on the defensive side? Many sighed in regret that a killing machine like Mu Shun had not been able to make an impact. At this moment, a strong man entered from outside the camp. Yuan Shao squinted his eyes and asked, "Who is this?" The warlord Kong Rong stood up and said, "This is my general, Wuangwa. I anticipated that Hulao Pass would be a tough battle, so I had him brought over from the rear." Wuangwa grunted, "I am willing to go. Killing the first general is a great achievement, and it will make my name known throughout the world right at this moment. It's enough for me to run thousands of miles from the rear to fight." Yuan Shao asked, "Do you have any special skills?" Having special skills is just the threshold for fighting Elbu. Without them, one would just be delivering food. Wuangwa replied, "My special skill is a passive ability that grants me 3 times the strength, equivalent to 6 times that of Hua Xiong." Liu Bei thought to himself, "Wow, how did Hua Xiong become your unit of measurement?" Yuan Shao was secretly astonished. Hua Xiong had to slay 3 generals in a row to achieve 6 times the strength. Although there is no upper limit, the conditions to be invincible in the world are somewhat harsh and not very practical. Hua Xiong had just been lucky to encounter a few opponents who were easy targets, allowing him to build up his special skill. Wuangwa's passive ability is 3 times the strength, equivalent to 6 times that of Hua Xiong. If Hua Xiong faced Wuangwa, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. Wuangwa continued, "Elbu's third strike has 18 times the strength of Hua Xiong, but his first 2 strikes are definitely not as strong as mine. I can overpower him." The warlords calculated in their minds. In 3 rounds, if 2 rounds favored Wuangwa, as long as he avoided the 3rd round, he would definitely have the upper hand. Wouldn't that mean victory? Yuan Shao was overjoyed. "Great. We await General Wu's triumphant return." Wuangwa clasped his hands and turned to leave. Guan Yu whispered, "Wow, I've never heard of this general, and his special skill is so impressive." Although Guan Yu had time traveled, he hadn't remembered many generals. Liu Bei said, "Of course, he is a man who has fought dozens of rounds with Elbu, which indicates that their strength is nearly equal." Guan Yu gasped, not to mention the real damage he could inflict like Pan Feng. Many people couldn't remember Wuangwa, yet he could compete with Elbu in strength. He finally understood what it meant for the 3 kingdoms to exhaust the heroism, while the Jin dynasty produced only rats. In this era, heroes were everywhere. Guan Yu wondered, if Wuangwa is so powerful, how did he lose? Chapter 12. Yin Chong hasn't made his move. Liu Bei thought for a moment. He truly didn't know how Wuangwa lost to Elbu. He speculated. Since their strengths are comparable, it's highly likely that his martial arts are not as good as Elbu's. Guan Yu, feeling anxious, said, "If Wuangwa couldn't defeat him, are we really going to have the 3 heroes battle Elbu? Just the 3 of us, who are all inexperienced. Want to fight a battle-hardened Elbu? Elbu's third strike, with 18 times the strength of Hua Xiong, could beat us to a pulp. 3 heroes against Elbu? Maybe 3 whimpering heroes against Elbu." Liu Bei said, "What are we afraid of? Isn't there Zhao Yun? If it comes down to it, you 2, along with Zhao Yun and Gong Sunzan, can form a quartet to fight Elbu." Guan Yu asked, "What about you?" Liu Bei replied, "Apart from being handsome, I'm useless." Guan Yu raised a finger. "Hey, I have a plan." "Oh, what is it?" Hearing that Elbu is lecherous. "So what? You want to use a seduction scheme in advance? By the time your seduction scheme succeeds, our opportunity will have passed." Guan Yu waved his hands. No. What I mean is, Brother Bei, you can dress as a woman." "Stop it. Am I to lose face? Dress as a woman in front of so many warlords? I want to be able to show my face again. Then what should we do?" "I do have a plan. We can do this and that." Guan Yu looked at Liu Bei in surprise. "Is Zilong willing?" Liu Bei said, "Zilong is a sunny and cheerful boy. He wouldn't care about face issues." Guan Yu skeptically asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." The warlords were arguing back and forth, as the recent drop in temperature made everyone want to find a sheltered place to camp. Unfortunately, such places were scarce, leading to disputes. Soon, a soldier hurriedly reported, "General Wuangwa has fought Elbu for dozens of rounds, and has been slain on the battlefield. Now Elbu's third strike has increased to 24 times the strength of Hua Xiong. The soldier's strength has increased to 3 times. Kong Rong stood up in shock. How is this possible? Wuangwa was his most prized general. In his eyes, he was an unparalleled existence. Liu Bei was somewhat surprised. If Wuangwa had been slain, it seemed that Elbu was not only strong in special skills, but also in martial arts. The warlords panicked. If even a fierce warrior like Wuangwa fell to Elbu, who else among the allied forces could fight him? They all turned their gazes towards Liu Bei. Liu Bei widened his eyes. "Me kill Elbu? What are you thinking? We are asking where General Guan has gone. Right. It seems only General Guan can kill Elbu." Liu Bei sighed with relief. "I had already sent Yin Chong to prepare." Everyone present was clever and quickly understood Liu Bei's meaning. It meant he had sent Guan Yu to build up his power distance. Yuan Shao asked, How long of a power distance this time? Liu Bei replied, 2 hours. The warlords were stunned. When someone asked how long the distance was, you say 2 hours. How far is that? What? Are we supposed to run from Fushui Pass to Hulao Pass? Wasn't that big green dragon from last time not strong enough? Can that horse even make it? Actually, Liu Bei also felt it was too far. But based on Guan Yu's cautious personality, knowing he had to face the strongest warrior in the world, he would likely build up a longer power distance. It was highly likely he would have to run from Fushui Pass to Hulao Pass. Yuan Shao felt a bit more at ease. Since Yun Chang is ready to take action, then we shall wait for his good news. Yuan Shao said, General Cao? Go and slow down El Bu's attack. Cao Cao clasped his hands. Yes. Cao Cao turned and left. Thus, everyone no longer worried about El Bu's attack and continued to debate where to sleep that night. 2 hours passed. The warlords had planned the entertainment area at the front line of Hulao Pass, yet they still had not heard the anticipated dragon's roar. Everyone started asking, why hasn't General Guan made his move yet? The crowd turned to Liu Bei. Liu Bei had a bad feeling and comforted the warlords. Let's wait a little longer. It can't be that precise. The warlords thought for a moment, and this made sense. Another hour passed. They still had not heard the long-awaited dragon's roar. As the sun began to set, they asked, why hasn't General Guan returned? Could something have happened? Liu Bei was also puzzled. What is this guy up to? Can he be reliable just once? Is something really wrong? Someone said, maybe he ran too far and exhausted his horse. Quite likely. What about General Cao? Bang. Just as Cao Cao arrived, he angrily lifted the curtain. Damn it. I've been outside setting up the army formation for a whole 3 hours. And you all are here, and Guan Yu is missing, and not a single messenger came. We were forced back time and time again by El Bu. Holding our ground for half a day, suffering heavy losses. The enemy soldiers have already gained 5 times their strength. El Bu's third strike is now 30 times the strength of Hua Xiong. And you are here laughing and chatting. Cao Cao glared around, not finding Guan Yu. He grabbed Liu Bei by the collar. Where has that little brat Guan Yu gone? I want to kill him. Liu Bei innocently said. He went to relieve himself. Where is he? He might be constipated and can't get it out. Cao Cao instantly turned red with anger and was about to take action. Gong Sun Zan timely stopped him, saying, Yin Chang might have run into trouble and won't be back. How about this? Tomorrow I will lead my troops to take the lead. I will personally face El Bu. We are still in an alliance and haven't attacked Luoyang yet. It's not good to tear apart our relationship. Otherwise, if we fail to deal with Dong Zhuo, the whole world will blame the Cao family. What kind of person is Cao Cao? He already guessed that Yuan Shao was deliberately weakening the Cao family's strength, hence he didn't send a warning. His coming to cause trouble in the camp was just to seek an explanation. Seeing Gong Sun Zan stepping up to compensate, Cao Cao had to swallow his grievances and leave with a bitter expression. He pointed at Gong Sun Zan's nose and said, This is what you said. Saying this, Cao Cao angrily departed. Yuan Shao was also pleased with Gong Sun Zan taking the lead, weakening Gong Sun Zan's strength. In this way, every warlord was weakened, while he remained strong as before. In El Bu's camp, El Bu downed a bowl of strong wine and exclaimed, What a thrill. Li Ru, who was accompanying him, quietly ate nearby. His subordinates flattered him, saying, Congratulations, General, on your victory. El Bu laughed heartily. The enemy troops are nothing, just a bunch of rats. A subordinate asked, General, what are the next plans? El Bu looked at Li Ru. What do you think, strategist? Li Ru lazily replied, Yuan Shao's vanguard has been defeated. And tomorrow we can reach Yuan Shao's main camp, preparing to attack the city and drive them back to Xingyang from the Zishui Pass in one go. But be careful of Guan Yu. El Bu confidently said, that Wuan Guo is as strong as Guan Yu, if not stronger, and was still slain by me. What is there to fear from Guan Yu? Li Ru slowly said, I suspect that Cao Cao's retreat today was to buy time for Guan Yu. But Guan Yu has yet to appear. I arranged an ambush on the road to interrupt Guan Yu's buildup of strength. However, reports indicate that he has not shown up, so there must have been an accident. El Bu laughed. That's even better. With no one left to oppose me, can we not attack with confidence? Li Ru nodded, his gaze sharp. After this battle, there will be no more enemy troops. Chapter 13, Guan Yu riding the clouds. Rushing through the starry night, Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were walking along the road leading their horses. General Guan, isn't this distance enough? Guan Yu looked back and saw the Zishui Pass right behind them. He waved his hand. Not enough, not enough. Zhao Yun was stunned. Isn't it enough to kill from Zishui Pass to Hulao Pass? Guan Yu replied, it's still a bit lacking. El Bu is the #1 general in the world, so it's better to be cautious. Let's keep going. Zhao Yun worriedly said, but we've already missed the agreed time. Guan Yu casually said, it's fine, at worst. My brother will take a beating. If I'm not mistaken, my brother should be pushed to the front lines tomorrow to duel El Bu. Zhao Yun worriedly said. What if that's the case? Lord Xuanda definitely can't defeat El Bu, Guan Yu said. That's why we need to calculate the time and arrive at the front lines by tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Ma Gu collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Guan Yu frowned. TSK. I told you not to indulge so much. Ma Gu let out a weak protest. Damn it, going on this trip with this kid is really tiring. Guan Yu helplessly said, let's rest for an hour before continuing. 2 hours later, Zhao Yun looked back and could no longer see Zishui Pass. Looking ahead, they had already reached Chunlu. Chunlu is 400 li from Hulao Pass. Zhao Yun was stunned. General Guan, Tell me the truth, are we running away? Guan Yu firmly stated, even if I die, I will never be a coward. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth, but we've already reached the foot of Xingyang City. Guan Yu pondered for a moment, then said, forget it, we've come this far. Let's rest here for a bit. This distance should be about right. I'll tell you, we can only rest for 1 hour, and we must set off after that. Zhao Yun replied, got it. Guan Yu successfully entered the city with his token to rest. He lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Yun, however, dared not sleep at all, fearing he would be late. So he stared at the moon with dark circles under his eyes. He calculated the time and woke Guan Yu right on schedule. Smack. Guan Yu touched the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. Zilong, did you throw that punch with some personal grievances? Zhao Yun replied seriously, you were sleeping too soundly. I was afraid I couldn't wake you. Guan Yu didn't mind and stretched. Let us go. Zilong, let us kill the #1 general in the world. Zhao Yun thought to himself, finally Guan Yu is doing something serious. Guan Yu went downstairs to the inn to untie Ma Guo and Zhao Yushi's reins. The two led their war horses outside the city. Zilong, are you ready? Once we build up strength, we can't stop. Zhao Yun nodded, absolutely no problem. Guan Yu nodded, and then stepped onto Zhao Yun's shoulder. Zhao Yun carried Guan Yu. He had infinite stamina, as long as he could carry Guan Yu. He could keep running without muscle fatigue. This meant that no matter the distance, he could run at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. In 6 hours, they could reach the front lines, comparable to the speed of an ordinary warhorse. The only drawback was the rapid energy consumption, requiring timely replenishment. Thus, Ma Guo and Zhao Yushi carried 2 bags of food to replenish Zhao Yun's energy at any time. Guan Yu began to build up strength, saying, Zilong, let us go. Okay. Thus, on the vast plains, a few strange figures appeared. A robust man in a green robe was riding on the shoulders of a young general in white, racing across the plains. Ridiculously, warhorses followed on both sides. Villagers who came out at midnight to relieve themselves were dumbfounded, thinking, what the hell is this? Not riding a horse, but riding a person? No way. There's a Qinglong following them. This must be a divine being descending to the mortal realm. Forgetting everything, they first paid their respects with 3 bows. Zhao Yun occasionally reached into the warhorse's grain bags to take a bun to eat. Guan Yu's blade guided the Qinglong. The dragon grew larger and larger. 2 hours later, the diameter of the Qinglong's body had reached 6 meters. Thud. Ma Guo fell to the ground first, letting out a wail. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Guan Yu didn't look back. Ma Guo, have you burned out? Ma Guo replied. Guan Yu's voice grew more distant and higher. Ma Guo, are you giving up just like that? Listen well. The wheel of fate has only just begun to turn. Will you let this little setback stop you? What a joke. In my dictionary, the word give up has never existed. No matter what kind of storm lies ahead, I will break through all obstacles and charge towards the peak in my heart. Guan Yu, riding Zhao Yun, continued to go further away. Ma Guo had already lost consciousness. He slowly raised his head to look at Guan Yu's determined back, falling into silence. What was he mumbling about? I didn't understand a word. Forget it. I'll just sleep for now, and tomorrow return to the stable to find a mare. The next day, Liu Bei had already arrived at the city, setting up his army in front of the camp, ready to challenge. Their morale was high. Although a night had passed, their strength enhancement had dropped to twice as strong. However, if they did not accept Liu Bei's challenge, the enemy's strength would increase to 3 times, and the allied forces would definitely not be able to hold their ground. The coalition had no choice but to step out to meet the enemy. According to the agreement, it was Gong Sunzan who would lead the charge. Liu Bei followed behind Gong Sunzan with a dead fish expression, feeling a bit nervous as it was his first time on the battlefield. Zhang Fei stood beside Liu Bei, saying, Brother Bei, don't be afraid, I'm here. Liu Bei replied, you're reliable. But that kid Guan Yu always causes unexpected issues whenever I ask him to do something. Zhang Fei said, Brother Yu is indeed too much. He got big brother isolated by the lords last night. Liu Bei retorted, nonsense, it was clearly I who isolated them. Yes, yes. Gong Sunzan stepped forward to engage in battle. His ultimate skill was the tracking arrow, which sacrificed the arrow's speed to allow it to turn like a guided missile and accurately hit the enemy. This allowed him to shoot arrows while riding a horse, achieving a 100 hit rate. The cavalry tactics of the white horse Yizong evolved from his ultimate skill. Therefore, he didn't need to engage Liu Bei in close combat. He could directly wear him down with long-range attacks. Seeing that today's challenger was an archer, Liu Bei chuckled lightly. It seems the bandits have no one else, sending you. Such a weakling. Trash talk before battle was inevitable, but Gong Sunzan disliked it the most. He calmly replied, there's no need for more words. With that, he shot several arrows into the sky, the arrows piercing the clouds until he had emptied his quiver. He then turned to grab a new quiver and continued shooting at the sky, resembling a human anti-aircraft gun. Liu Bei smiled. He had already learned of Gong Sunzan's ultimate skill from Li Ru. He could shoot arrows from any direction and hit his target. The only downside was that the arrow's speed was relatively slow. He looked up and, sure enough, the rain of arrows curved and flew towards his face. Chapter 14. The Roar of the Yin Man. The terrifying Liu Bei. If Liu Bei had not previously learned about Gong Sunzan's ultimate skill, he might have been deceived by his behavior of shooting arrows into the sky. Faced with Gong Sunzan's curving arrows, Liu Bei was not the least bit flustered. He wielded his Fangtian Huaji, easily swatting the arrows aside. Swish! An arrow brushed past his shoulder, almost grazing his artery. Lu Bu's eyes widened. Where did that arrow come from? Could there be a traitor in the army? No, he remembered. It must have been when Gongsun Zan turned to grab a new quiver that the arrow stealthily curved past his line of sight and aimed for his neck from behind. That was close. If it weren't for his large movements, that arrow could have pierced his throat or even grazed his artery. He was only superior in strength. His body could still be hurt by arrows. He laughed heartily. Indeed, the lords of the world should not be underestimated. What a pity, Gongsun Zan. You won't get a second chance. With that, Lu Bu charged forward, closing the distance to Gongsun Zan. Gongsun Zan turned and ran, trying to distance himself from Lu Bu while shooting arrows. Having learned from the last experience, Gongsun Zan managed to fend off both the direct and sneaky arrows, all of which Lu Bu defended against. Moreover, his horse could not outrun Lu Bu's red hair. Soon, Lu Bu was upon him. Liu Bei quickly shouted, "Fei go! Block Lu Bu!" Got it. Zhang Fei immediately activated his ultimate skill, the roar of the Yin Man. The Yin Man Zhang Fei is here. Zhang Fei had been gathering power for a long time and unleashed a 6-character roar. It was said that when he shouted, "The Yin Man Zhang Fei is here. Who dares to fight me to the death?" With those 14 words, the power could even shatter internal organs. No one could defend against it. The downside was that the sound wave attack had a wide range, lacked focused power, and consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Additionally, there was a 1-minute cooldown. Otherwise, his throat would be rendered hoarse. This was Zhang Fei's first time using the roar of the Yin Man on the battlefield, a crowd control skill that affected both friend and foe. Nearby soldiers were left dizzy and disoriented. Even Lu Bu felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, causing him to be momentarily dazed. The Fangtian Huaji, which was about to strike Gongsun Zan, narrowly missed him. Liu Bei had preemptively put in earplugs, so his symptoms were less severe. What a powerful control skill. In battle, no matter how strong you are, as long as I can control you for a moment, I can take your head. Just 6 words were so formidable. What about 14? Taking advantage of Lu Bu being controlled, a spear shot straight towards him. Clang. Lu Bu reacted quickly, blocking it just in time. That was close. He nearly fell to this black-faced bandit's spear. Lu Bu was astonished that someone could match his strength. He suddenly remembered Li Ru saying that on the day Hua Xiong died, there was a black-faced bandit who could make his warhorse falter just with killing intent. But no one knew what this black-faced bandit's ultimate skill was. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed extraordinary. He had nearly lost his head. Interesting. There were indeed many experts among the bandits. But he wondered if this black-faced bandit could handle his third attack. Lu Bu's eyes widened in fury as he swung for a third strike, 12 times Hua Xiong's strength. The Fangtian Huaji was enveloped in a layer of dark red energy, instilling fear in Zhang Fei, who quickly dodged, unwilling to take it head-on. He was waiting for the 1-minute cooldown, so he avoided when he could. Boom! The Fangtian Huaji struck the ground, creating a large crater. The shockwave nearly unseated Zhang Fei's horse. Liu Bei felt the ground shake violently and couldn't help but sweat for Zhang Fei. Gongsun Zan was also busy, continuously shooting arrows to disrupt Lu Bu. To everyone's surprise, Lu Bu was able to block Gongsun Zan's tracking arrows while dealing with Zhang Fei's attacks. Even without an ultimate skill, Lu Bu's martial arts and physical strength were enough to rank him among the great generals. Zhang Fei was also a fierce warrior. Without using his ultimate skill, he had exchanged over 50 blows with Lu Bu. Cao Cao sighed in frustration. With such fierce generals as Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, how can they not be used for my purposes? The most astonished was Liu Bei. Zhang Fei was not the real Zhang Fei. How could he be so strong? Matching Lu Bu in combat. Could he truly be a genius? Zhang Fei finally waited for the cooldown of the roar of the Yin Man. He seized the opportunity and roared. The Yin Man Zhang Fei is here. Buzz buzz buzz. Although Lu Bu was on guard, he was still caught off guard because this time they were too close. He experienced temporary deafness, dizziness, and saw stars, even though the control lasted less than a second. When he recovered, the spear had already struck his neck. Clang! The spear was deflected off Lu Bu's neck. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe it. Was Lu Bu invulnerable? How is this possible? Is he a monster? How could he be invulnerable to blades and spears? Could it be that Lu Bu has divine protection? Could it be that Lu Bu is a god descended to the mortal world? Cao Cao frowned and said, "Nonsense. There are no gods in this world. Maybe this El Bu has double ultimate skills." Liu Bei raised his eyebrows, surprised that Boss Cao is actually an atheist. No wonder he dares to dig up ancestral graves to fund the army. However, Boss Chao's explanation is more scientific than the speculations of those two lords. Zhang Fei exclaimed, "How is that possible? Have you mastered nanotechnology for combat armor?" Liu Bei gave a thumbs up, thinking, "You really are the scientific one." El Bu chuckled lightly. "What nanotechnology? I've never heard of it. To tell you the truth, my third strike enhances not just strength. It also grants a 2-breath-long iron skin state, invulnerable to blades and spears. Want to kill me?" El Bu grinned. "Then kill me before the first 2 strikes, otherwise this time, I will definitely kill you." El Bu charged forward, blocking Gongsun Zan's pursuing arrows. By the time he reached Zhang Fei, his Fangdianhua halberd had turned red, powered by 12 times the strength of Hua Xiong, plus the iron skin state. Zhang Fei could only dodge. But the energy consumed by his two Yanjin roars was too much, and now he couldn't move as agilely as before. Dodging wasn't that easy. Sure enough, Zhang Fei couldn't dodge in time, and could only use his snake spear to block, immediately being sent flying. Elbow laughed, good weapon. It managed to block my third strike without breaking. Otherwise, you would have been dead. Liu Bei quickly rode forward, strenuously blocking Elbow's normal strike, then dragged Zhang Fei away, hurriedly fleeing into the military formation. Liu Bei fell off his horse, his legs weak, lying on the ground. Damn it, that was really thrilling. It felt just like slapping a tiger's butt and running away. Perhaps due to adrenaline, when he took Elbow's normal strike. He felt like his hands were about to break, yet he could still drag Zhang Fei back to the formation. Luckily, they escaped, otherwise, Elbow could have easily killed him with a single thrust. He seriously suspected that in the script of the three heroes fighting Elbow, Liu Bei was just slacking off to earn some merit. Fei Go, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhang Fei felt moved. Indeed, he was a big brother. Although he usually scolded and hit them, at critical moments, he was still willing to risk his life to save him. A pure knife mouth, but a tofu heart. The allied forces were in despair. Elbow's third strike was actually in an invulnerable iron skin state. Whenever danger approached, he just waved his Fang Dianyue halberd a couple of times, and then entered the iron skin state. What is the point of fighting then? Zhao Yun carried Guan Yu and ran swiftly. The knight-shining jade lion had already crouched down. Without rations, Zhao Yun could only go hungry. But he still held on with willpower. General Guan, we finally see the military camp at Hulao Pass. Guan Yu looked into the distance and said, it seems they have already started fighting. We came at just the right time. Zhao Yun excitedly said, General Guan is really accurate. Guan Yu looked back at the 10-meter-wide dragon behind them, full of confidence. Let us charge and break through the enemy ranks. Good. Chapter 15, The 1,000-Mile Green Dragon Slash. Defeating Gongsun Zan and Zhang Fei's combined attack. Elbow's army morale soared. The soldiers directly increased their strength by 4 times, reaching 6 times the strength. In a 2-on-1 situation, if someone is defeated, the gain becomes double. In a 3-on-1, if someone is killed, it becomes triple, and so on. Therefore, when the enemy challenges, they usually won't easily outnumber their opponents. If a weakling is mixed in and gets killed, they will face the consequence of being wiped out. Elbow's third strike directly reached a terrifying 36 times the strength of Huaxiong. Coupled with the iron skin state, he was truly invincible in the world. Xiahou Yuan was about to stand up. I will attack him with incredible speed. Perhaps there is a chance. Cao Cao pressed Xiahou Yuan down. We have already paid enough. We can't risk you again. Yuan Shao looked regretful. If my Yin Liang and Wen Shou were here, they would definitely be able to slay Elbow. Liu Bei thought to himself, why are you bragging again? You never see your Yin Liang and Wen Shou, but you always want to show off their strength. If you really had them come over to deliver food, you wouldn't want to. You just like pushing the Lord's generals to their deaths, weakening their power, while you are unwilling to sacrifice your own generals. Before even reaching Luoyang, the leader starts infighting. This allied army is just a rabble. If it weren't for your Yuan family, you would have been kicked out long ago. No wonder Dong Zhuo, seeing the army approaching, has lost all fighting spirit. Seeking pleasure every day. Do you think he is really so downcast that he can't see the situation? He sees it clearly and knows how invincible he is. Even if he ignores state affairs and indulges in pleasures daily, he couldn't possibly lose. It's just that he underestimated the plans of heaven and fell into a trap. Being killed by Elbu, this ungrateful son. If he hadn't taken Elbu as an adopted son, the world might have been surnamed Dong. However, Liu Bei, to be fair, couldn't escape the beauty trap either. Just with Jiao Chan's beauty, he would have delivered himself to her door. Even knowing it was a beauty trap, he still had to taste the bitterness of love. Otherwise, he would be worse than a beast. After finally reaching the beauty trap, you want me to die rather than submit? Submit. Submit to the beauty trap. I absolutely love the beauty trap. Thinking of this, Liu Bei couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Jiao Chan is so good. Liu Bei fell into deep thought. Zhuge Jin said, for now, we can only retreat to the Sisui Pass and wait for Elbu's morale to drop before making plans. My lord, let us retreat. Yuan Shao hesitated. He didn't want to retreat. Dong Zhuo had just killed his whole family, and he announced to the world that he wanted revenge. If he retreated now, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Cao Cao frowned, very dissatisfied with Yuan Shao. He saw that even Liu Bei, such an unreliable person, had fallen silent, indicating that Yuan Shao had indeed disappointed the lords. At this moment, still hesitating, if he delayed any longer, Elbu would be attacking the military camp. In Elbu's main camp, Li Ru drank a cup of hot tea, smiling slightly. After this battle, no one will be able to block the steps of the Prime Minister. It's a pity that Zhao Wenhe didn't come along today. Suddenly, a familiar dragon roar came from afar. Zhang Fei jolted awake and stood up. It's the sound of a wormhole. Can we cross back now? Liu Bei said, what wormhole? Are you going crazy wanting to go home? Li Ru squinted. In the distance, a 10-meter diameter giant dragon flew over with great momentum. The green-robed young general, the one who used the green dragon to slay Huaxiong in one strike, has finally appeared. According to intelligence, Guan Yu had gone to build up distance and charge his power yesterday morning. He specially sent a team of elite soldiers to ambush along the way, planning to intercept Guan Yu on his return and interrupt his charging process. But Guan Yu didn't return until the early morning. The elite soldiers he sent were discovered by the enemy scouts. Liu thought it was too late to send another team of elite soldiers to interrupt Guan Yu's charging. Later, he received news that Guan Yu had encountered an accident and couldn't return, so he didn't insist on sending another team to interrupt Guan Yu's charging. Who would have thought he took nearly 9 hours to run back? Even the red hair couldn't do that. How did he manage it? Could Elbu withstand such a powerful green dragon slash? Liu's expression turned serious as the 10-meter-wide giant dragon appeared in the sky, greatly boosting the morale of the allied forces. Such a huge azure dragon might be able to instantly defeat Elbu. Damn. How far did Guan Yu run to pull out such a large azure dragon? I'm curious about what kind of warhorse can run that far. It must be the legendary blood-sweating horse, right? The blood-sweating horse? It is said to come from the desert, and its sweat is red, just like blood. Able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. The horse under Elbu is the famous red hare. No wonder Elbu's horse is so fast. It turns out to be a blood-sweating horse. Only such a horse could help General Guan pull out such a large azure dragon. Truly a divine steed for protecting the army. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Look at what seems to be under General Guan. It doesn't look like a horse. Holy crap. It's a person. What? The eyes of the feudal lords widened in shock as they finally saw the person beneath Guan Yu. Holy crap. It's really a person? They were all stunned. What kind of entrance is this? Who is that young general in white? To pull out such a large azure dragon. He can't be carrying Guan Yu and running all night, right? Isn't he tired? How can he maintain such speed while wearing armor? This must be his ultimate skill. Capable of traveling 1,000 miles. This is a divine skill that can be used for delivering messages. This young general is comparable to a swift horse. Where did they find him? The young general in white is actually a subordinate of Liu Bei? Gongsun's eye twitched. Isn't that Zhao Yun he gave to Liu Bei? You use Zhao Yun like this? Who came up with this idea? Just because you see his stamina is limitless, you treat him like a horse. The key point is that Zhao Yun is actually willing to be a horse for Guan Yu. Isn't Zhao Yun supposed to be a big, bright-eyed, sunny boy? Why is he acting crazy with them? Didn't he just join Liu Bei's army a few days ago? Why has the atmosphere changed so much? The closer they got to Elbu, the greater the momentum of the azure dragon. Elbu stared at the approaching azure dragon. Gradually, he could see the green-robed thief beneath it. Holy crap, what is that? Is there a person riding under the green-robed thief? Why ride a person when you have a horse? In the central army, Liu spat out his tea. What the hell is this trick? Could it be that he has been running back and forth for 9 hours with that person? Is it really that outrageous? Who on earth is this person? He can travel 1,000 miles. Both armies fell into a strange silence. Not only the allied forces were stunned, but Elbu's forces were also baffled. Zhao Yun finally charged to the front, following Guan Yu's repeated instructions on how to make an entrance, and leaped towards Elbu. Guan Yu raised the green dragon crescent blade and shouted, 1,000-mile azure dragon slash. As expected, the move is much cooler when shouted. Chapter 16. Guan Yu rides Zhao Yun, unmatched in the world. Just as Guan Yu's voice fell, the massive azure dragon rushed towards Elbu, faced with such a giant. Elbu did not dare to be arrogant, dismounting directly to defend himself, kicking the red hair aside to prevent it from getting hurt. Otherwise, he would have no horse in the future. Elbu swung his fanged Anua halberd, slashing through the air. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 36 times the strength of Huaxiong. Iron skin status. Activate. Everyone focused intently on the moment Elbu and the azure dragon collided. Boom. Elbu's fanged Anua halberd was cut in half by the green dragon crescent blade. Then the azure dragon roared and crashed into Elbu's chest. Elbu couldn't block it at all and was directly knocked away by the dragon's head. The soldiers behind him were also out of luck. The azure dragon charged into the army like a cruiser at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour. Gods block, kill gods. Buddhas block, kill Buddhas. Anyone in front of the dragon's head was thrown away, leaving behind pools of blood and broken limbs. Then the azure dragon smashed through half of Liu's tent, brushing past him. He stared blankly, disoriented in the wind. He actually lost. What the hell is this big azure dragon? Who in the world can withstand this? Had he known earlier, he should have sent more troops to ambush Guan Yu. But now it was too late to regret. He quickly reacted, unwillingly commanding, all troops, listen up. Retreat to Hulao Pass. Yuan Shao was invigorated, drawing his sword and pointing forward, loudly declaring, the time has come. All troops, charge. Kill. Kill. The shouts of killing shook the heavens. The morale of the allied forces soared as they poured out of the military camp, charging into Elbu's formation. The red hare intelligently picked Elbu up onto its back and then galloped away. Guan Yu saw the red hare's eyes shining brightly. He rode Zhao Yun and shouted, catch up. That's a blood-sweating horse. Zhao Yun's spirits were lifted. Okay. The red hare turned its head. Holy crap. That green-robed thief is chasing him with the young man in white. Humph. Let you see what a blood-sweating horse can do. The blood-sweating horse is not something you humans can catch up to. Elbu gradually regained consciousness from his daze, coughing up blood. Clearly, his internal organs were severely damaged. To survive a collision comparable to a high-speed train, Elbu was the only one. He was simply superhuman. Elbu weakly said, Red Hare, go meet with the strategist. The Red Hare acknowledged. Although there were elite soldiers protecting Elbu's retreat, they were no match for Guan Yu and Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun wielded his spear, using the technique 100 birds facing the phoenix. Guan Yu rode Zhao Yun to execute the 1,000-mile Azure Dragon Slash. The two charged left and right, literally drilling through Elbu's personal guard. The rear troops also tore open a gap following their momentum. The feudal lords were all stunned. What kind of fighting style is this? Can't you two find a horse to ride? Just dig through this gap with all your might. Yuan Shao, who was commanding the battle from a high platform, pointed at Guan Yu and Zhao Yun in excitement. Are they both sick? Why don't they want to separate now? Zhu Shou twitched his mouth. After all, they are Liu Bei's people. Having a bit of a sickness is normal. But, my lord, this Zhao Yun is also a talent. If my lord can recruit him, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Yuan Shao nodded. His martial arts are indeed impressive, carrying Guan Yu on his shoulder. He could still execute such fierce spear techniques. He could even cooperate with Guan Yu to perform the 1,000-mile Azure Dragon Slash. Zhu Shou said, No, my lord. What I mean is to recruit Zhao Yun as your personal guard. Yuan Shao was surprised. Oh, why? Zhu Shou said, My lord, think about it. Zhao Yun not only has excellent martial arts, but he can also carry you while running. Didn't General Gongsun just say? Zhao Yun's ultimate skill is limitless stamina. If there are unexpected events on the battlefield, at a critical moment, Zhao Yun can carry you for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. What horse can outrun him? Yuan Shao's eyes lit up. So, Zhao Yun is indeed a good candidate for a guard. Having Zhao Yun is like having a safety talisman by your side. This is a matter of personal safety, so Yuan Shao took it very seriously. He solemnly said, Gong Yu, the matter of persuading Zhao Yun will be entrusted to you. Zhu Shou said, As it concerns the safety of my lord, I will definitely secure him. Cao Cao, who was commanding the main army in battle, also realized Zhao Yun's importance. Zhao Yun is truly a talent. We must recruit him. With him, my life is worry-free. Xiahou Yuan asked curiously, Isn't he also crazy? He still refuses to let Guan Yu go. Cao Cao laughed and said, I specifically inquired with Gongsun Boguei. Zhao Yun wasn't like this before. He is a truly loyal and righteous person, just led astray by Liu Bei. Zhang Fei and Yun Chong were probably decent people too, but influenced by Liu Bei. They ended up like this. Yun Chong is innocent. Cao Cao still couldn't let go of Guan Yu. Today, this unparalleled great green dragon, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Although the great green dragon is easily interrupted while charging, once successful, it will completely reverse the situation. As long as there is Guan Yu. Why worry about the world being unpeaceful? Guan Yu is great. We must recruit Guan Yu. After Guan Yu topped the popularity list, Zhao Yun also made it to the hot topic list among the warlords. They all planned to recruit Zhao Yun as their bodyguard, especially Kong Rong, Zhang Yang, and others, who lost great generals in this battle and urgently needed a new general to fill the gap. Zhao Yun is undoubtedly a good choice. Liu Bei was closely following Gongsun Zan's troops, leading his own forces to snatch kills and accumulate military achievements, especially with the white horse Yizong. Their efficiency in snatching kills greatly increased. It was like a lawn mower cutting down the battlefield. Not to mention Gongsun Zan, who had the most white horse Yizong. His troops excelled in chasing down fleeing soldiers. Liu Bei looked around. Where's that kid Guan Yu? Zhang Fei, guarding Liu Bei, said. He seems to be riding Zhao Yun to chase after the red hare. Liu Bei said irritably, with Zhao Yun, what do we need the red hare for? Zhang Fei agreed. Exactly, brother Yu is really useless. Gongsun Zan, passing by on horseback, twitched his mouth. You 3 brothers really don't take Zhao Yun as a person, do you? Gongsun Zan reminded. The army should set up camp about 10 miles from Hulao Pass. You should send part of your troops to secure a good position. I estimate it will take 10 days to half a month to take Hulao Pass, so securing a good camp area will make it more comfortable to sleep. 10 miles is not far, but not close either. Has Yuan Shao become so arrogant? So confident? However, Liu Bei felt that Gongsun Zan had no complaints about his classmate. Only those with a close relationship would discuss where to sleep tonight. Gongsun Zan reminded again. Also, I must remind you that your control over the army is still insufficient. Some of them are ignoring your orders. Liu Bei nodded. Understood. I need to find a way to establish authority. Establishing authority can be done in 2 ways. One is to beat them up, and the other is to bestow grace. Liu Bei leaned towards bestowing grace, simply because he couldn't beat them. If Guan Yu were to fight, wouldn't that be Guan Yu establishing authority? Clop, clop, clop. The red hare ran and ran. It was confident that no human could catch up to it. Zilong, run faster. We're about to enter my great green dragon's attack range. Guan Yu was dragging a small green dragon the size of a bamboo leaf behind him, ready to throw it at any moment. Good. Zhao Yun quickened his pace and easily dealt with the blocking foot soldiers. The red hare turned its head to look. What the hell? They've come this far? They've chased for 50 miles, right? Is this even human? That white-clad kid must be crazy. Why does he have to carry that green-clad thief? Can't he chase on his own? Isn't he tired? Poor me, the red hare's fame. And I can't outrun that white-clad kid. Hee. Little red hare, don't run. The red hare was directly infuriated. Why is that green-clad thief so disgusting? Always looking at it with that kind of gaze. Take this. Great green dragon. Clang. Lu Bu. lying on the horse's back, suddenly stood up, swinging his Fontaine painting halberd 3 times to block Guan Yu's small green dragon, staring intently at Guan Yu. Cold sweat broke out on Guan Yu's forehead. What the heck? Liu Bei isn't dead. Is he even human? How can someone survive a collision with a speed of 300 miles per hour? It's over. I really can't beat him in close combat. Chapter 17. Contending for territory. Guan Yu knew he couldn't beat Liu Bei, so he asked, Zilong, do you have confidence in taking down Liu Bei now? Zhao Yun confidently replied, no problem. Guan Yu said, good. Let me down, and I'll carry you. Zhao Yun was momentarily stunned. Then I might as well chase myself. Guan Yu said, I'm stronger than you. I'm faster in sprints. Zhao Yun didn't hesitate. All right. Saying that, the two changed positions, with Guan Yu carrying Zhao Yun as they ran. The red hair was dumbfounded. What the heck? They can even change positions? What does that mean? Can changing positions let them outrun me? No. Damn it. They really can outrun me. The red hair panicked and involuntarily quickened its pace. How can that green-clad thief run faster than the white-clad kid? The distance between the two sides continued to shorten. Zhao Yun leaped and kicked the red hair over. Liu Bei quickly got up after falling to the ground. Who are you? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Saying this, Zhao Yun's spear shot out like a dragon, using the technique of 100 birds facing the phoenix. Liu Bei broke out in a sweat, frantically trying to block. Zhao Yun's strength wasn't great, but he excelled in speed, had unlimited stamina, and his moves were continuous. Wounded, Liu Bei quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Liu Bei didn't expect that this mount had such martial skills. Guan Yu circled back, and the charged green dragon slash shouldn't be underestimated. With one slash, the force was tremendous, and Liu Bei almost knelt down. He felt his hands vibrate painfully. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhang Liao arrived with the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry to rescue him. General, Zhang Wenyuan is here. I'm here to save you. Zhang Liao. Guan Yu thought it was not good. He could handle minor soldiers. But if Zhang Liao and the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry got entangled with him, it would be troublesome. Zhao Yun also realized this and quickly said, Yin Chong, I'll carry you to retreat. Guan Yu nodded vigorously. Good brother. Let's retreat. He skillfully climbed onto Zhao Yun's shoulder and retreated from the battlefield. Liu Bei's brain buzzed. He stared blankly at the two retreating figures. What kind of evil skill is this? Which crazy person thought of this? The warlords looked at Guan Yu riding back on Zhao Yun. Wow, you two have really joined together? Aren't you going to get down? But their gaze towards Zhao Yun became even more fervent. Zhao Yun is great. If Zhao Yun is here to protect me, I'm not afraid of not being able to escape. Zhao Yun can carry you from Jiaoji to the northern desert without stopping, even surrounded by 100,000 troops. They can't catch him. Cao Cao was different. He wanted them all. Guan Yu is great. Zhao Yun is also great. So this time he warmed 2 cups of wine and personally handed them to Guan Yu and Zhao Yun. Gentlemen, you've worked hard. Please drink this wine. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were both hungry and thirsty, raised their cups and drank it all. Guan Yu, good wine. Thank you, General Cao. Zhao Yun, feeling a little more energized, gratefully said, Thank you, General Cao. Guan Yu asked, Where's my elder brother? Cao Cao shook his head, somewhat puzzled. What is he doing so deep in enemy territory? Zhao Yun replied, Yin Chong, Brother Ma, and the Night Illuminating Jade Lion are still outside. We need to find them back. They are the greatest contributors. Guan Yu nodded. You're right. Saying this, Guan Yu rode on Zhao Yun and left the military camp. The lords remarked, Look, he's riding again. Liu Bei had discovered a great spot for fishing. You guys take this position and don't let anyone come over. This is our campsite for tonight. The soldiers were seeing someone preemptively occupy a campsite for the first time. Don't we wait for the leader to allocate it? The new Bai Ma Yizong asked in confusion. General, what if they camp 15 miles away? Don't worry. I've already had people occupy positions at both 15 miles and 30 miles. This Liu general is really cunning. You're supposed to clear the battlefield. Yet you send people to occupy positions first? Isn't this inappropriate, General? 1T the lords have objections? Are you kidding? We are great contributors. What's wrong with being a little willful? Besides, we only have a little over 1,000 men. It 1T impact much. Saying this, Liu Bei patted the shoulder of a young soldier. Relax, we're just a small cavalry unit. No need to put so much pressure on ourselves. Our mission is basically complete. Getting a good night's sleep these days is more important than anything else. If they cause trouble, just tell me, and I'll deal with them. The Yizong were taken aback, thinking that Liu general was actually quite nice. Liu Bei was also not idle, learning from children to seize territory. When he was chasing the enemy army earlier, he clearly felt that his control over the army was insufficient. There were even Bai Ma Yizong who disobeyed orders and rushed forward for achievements. But it was understandable. The Bai Ma Yizong had joined not long ago and were still unfamiliar with his troops and their leaders. Moreover, he had only recently gained control over this army and needed to give the soldiers some small favors to increase their sense of recognition towards him. People only develop cohesion when they have common interests. Without any needs, Liu Bei created them. For example, by stirring up conflicts over territory between his army and the allied forces. Then, as a leader, he would step forward to argue with the lords for everyone's benefit and successfully secure the territory. In this way, the simple act of bestowing grace and establishing authority could be considered a success. He deliberately chose a relatively important position that needed to be guarded long-term. This way, He had a reason not to send troops to attack the city. The downside was obvious. If the enemy launched a night raid, he would be the first to suffer. But it was better than dying attacking a city every day. In his view, as long as Dong Zhuo wanted to hold on to Hulao Pass, the allied forces would never be able to break in. Moreover, not long after, Dong Zhuo would naturally move the capital to Chang'an under Li Ru's advice. In simple terms, Hulao Pass and Luoyang were bones that Dong Zhuo intentionally threw to the allied forces, rather than cities the allied forces captured. The deaths of his more than 1,000 soldiers at Hulao Pass would mean nothing, and they would gain nothing. They just needed to wait for some time. And Dong Zhuo would naturally retreat. Furthermore, he had already shown his muscles, and the next step was to find a lord to borrow territory. Well, it was similar to borrowing Jingzhou, the kind that doesn't get returned. Liu Bei's ideal target was Tao Qian. After all, he wouldn't live for many more years. As long as he could govern the place well, once Tao Qian passed away, he could easily take over the entire Shuzhou. With the outstanding performances of Guan, Zhang, and Zhao, he was confident in obtaining Tao Qian's territory. Liu Bei sighed. As the team leader, there were many worries. Speed in military matters is precious. Yuan Shao did not immediately celebrate, but ordered the camp to be moved forward by 20 miles, arriving at a location about 10 miles outside the pass. As soon as they reached the designated spot, they saw Liu Bei's troops had already occupied a good location. Sure enough, someone immediately got into an argument with Liu Bei's troops. Who the hell let you occupy this place? Our lord is Liu Bei. What is the matter? Do you have objections? Which Liu Bei? What is he worth? Say that again. You dare to take action? What will you do if you do? Sure enough, the Bai Ma Yi Tsong and the veterans formed a united front against the outsiders. Seeing that the timing was right, Liu Bei shouted, "Stop." Liu Bei immediately stepped forward. Damn it. Who are you guys serving? What are you making noise for? The person was stunned, looking at Liu Bei, who seemed refined, yet spoke more coarsely than him. Although Liu Bei's subordinates were surprised, they found Liu Bei relatable and his insults pleasant to hear. I am Lin Chu, a school lieutenant under Lord Yuan. Liu Bei's soldiers felt uneasy in their hearts. They had actually occupied the Lord's territory. It seemed hopeless. Liu General wanting to contest territory with Lord Yuan might really be unqualified. Chapter 18. What is up? Do you want to go up the city wall? Liu Bei was not at all flustered. Did the Lord give this territory to your troops? School Lieutenant Lin replied, as if it were obvious. According to the rules, our army is the main force and should choose first. Liu Bei scoffed. We have fewer people. How can our choice affect the overall situation? Let us go find the Lord and discuss this. School Lieutenant Lin was momentarily stunned. Okay. You dare to argue with the Lord over the territory? He knows you well enough. He values face the most. Do you think your Liu Bei army can undermine the Lord's face by taking down 2 generals? I don't believe the Lord will favor you. Let us go then. At this time, Yuan Shao was discussing the distribution of territories with the lords. In the past, Liu Bei had no choice but to listen to arrangements, so he had called Liu Bei for discussions. Lord, Liu Bei and my subordinate Lin Chu, the school lieutenant, request an audience. What are they here for? They got into a dispute over the campsite. Yuan Shao was somewhat surprised. Liu Bei had always been uncontentious. So why was he fighting now? Let them in. Liu Bei stormed in and directly asked, Lord Yuan, I want to ask you, as a great contributor who has defeated formidable enemies twice, do I not have the right to choose the territory first? Seeing Liu Bei also arguing for the territory, the subordinates realized Liu Bei only had a little over 1,000 men. Compared to his tens of thousands of troops, it was just a hair on an ox. Yuan Shao, who valued face, did not hesitate and pretended to be very magnanimous, waving his hand. It's a small matter. Liu General's subordinates have defeated formidable enemies for the alliance twice, so they can naturally choose the territory first. Does anyone have any objections? The lords laughed and said, that is only right. A mere 1,000 or 2,000 troops, compared to the alliance's 500,000 troops, was like a drop in the ocean. They could go wherever they wanted without affecting the overall situation. Furthermore, although the spot Liu Bei chose was comfortable, it needed to be guarded at all times. If they were successfully raided at night, they would suffer heavy losses. Although it was quiet and warm, it was not safe. If Liu Bei was willing to guard it, let him guard it. After all, there were just over 1,000 men. In fact, only Liu Bei knew that Dong Zhuo would soon withdraw his troops and had no intention of raiding at night. Yuan Shao nodded. That has settled then. Chuanda, remember to call Guanchong, Zilong, and Ida tonight. We'll hold a celebration feast. Liu Bei clasped his hands. Understood. Thank you, Lord. He also didn't know where those 2 fools had run off to. Upon hearing this, School Lieutenant Lin showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He hadn't expected the Lord to favor an outsider. Although Liu Bei's army was small, it was able to confront Yuan Shao, a 4-generational 3-minister, for the sake of its soldiers. Yuan Shao's casual behavior made the subordinates feel a chill in their hearts. In fact, Yuan Shao had never regarded the grassroots officers highly. He was a top noble of 4 generations and 3 ministers, and he looked down on the ordinary people below him. Liu Bei received Yuan Shao's agreement and immediately turned to leave. Lin Shaowei could only bid farewell and return to the camp with Liu Bei. In Liu Bei's camp, the soldiers were eagerly waiting. They believed that their lord would most likely be rejected by the alliance leader. After all, their troop numbers were small. How could they possibly seize the territory of the alliance leader? When they saw Liu Bei return, they hurriedly asked, "My lord, what did the alliance leader say?" Liu Bei sighed. The hearts of everyone tightened. Sure enough, their lord was of low rank and could hardly speak on matters. Liu Bei raised his voice. The lords are all silent, waiting for alliance leader Yuan to speak. However, alliance leader Yuan only chuckled, thinking this was a trivial matter. The soldiers exchanged glances. Indeed, General Liu could not say anything substantial. Liu Bei suddenly slapped his thigh. Haha, I will ask right away. We have defeated 2 strong enemies for the alliance. Do we not have the right to choose territory first? The soldiers were moved. General Liu actually dared to confront alliance leader Yuan for their sake. So bold, Liu Bei proudly said. At that moment, alliance leader Yuan was stunned. And in order to not dishearten those who had made contributions, he had to say, General Liu's subordinates have naturally defeated strong enemies for the alliance twice. So they can choose territory first. He even asked the lords if they had any objections. When the soldiers heard this, was he trying to shift the blame to the lords? Alliance leader Yuan was indeed cunning. Liu Bei shouted. I immediately looked at those lords, staring at them intently. The lords looked at each other, and in the end, they had to compromise. The soldiers gasped in amazement. General Liu actually risked defending the 18 lords just so they could sleep well? General Liu was tough. So tough. Immediately, someone from the White Horse Isong expressed loyalty. My lord loves his soldiers like his own children. I am willing to dedicate my life and blood and follow you to the death. Everyone echoed. We are willing to follow you to the death. Liu Bei was moved. You fight and kill for me. Although our family background is not rich, I will never treat you unfairly. I, Liu Xuanda, guarantee that as long as we work together with one heart, I will ensure you can marry, build new houses, and have children. They all came from poor backgrounds, joining the army because they were hungry. Marrying, building new houses, and having children were their ultimate wishes. Although simple, they were tangible and visible to the soldiers. Even if Liu Bei did not help them, they might still have a chance to realize this wish. But if Liu Bei could help them, wouldn't that mean it could be realized 100? The soldiers were extremely excited, tears welling up in their eyes. A dream that could be realized 100. A dream within reach. If Liu Bei could help them achieve it, what was there to hesitate about? Just close their eyes and follow Liu Bei. Immediately, someone shouted, marry, build new houses, have children. One call led to 100 responses. Marry, build new houses, have children. Liu Bei's army's morale soared, catching the attention of other armies. What's up? Are you going to be the first to climb the city wall tomorrow? They all looked like they had been injected with adrenaline. All these were daring warriors. However, Liu Bei's small promise made other soldiers envious. Which lord would care about whether they had children or got married? Although Liu Bei's power was small, he was practical, not making any promises of titles or fiefdoms. Instead, he guaranteed a better life for his subordinates. They even felt a bit inclined to follow such a lord. Lin Shaowei stood by, stunned. How could Liu Bei turn the white into black? Clearly, neither the lord nor the lords had made things difficult for him. Why did it become so petty in his mouth? The key was, damn, his whole narrative process was correct. How could he make it sound like he was confronting the 18 lords alone? Is this the literary technique of scholars? But on the other hand, Liu Bei was much more down-to-earth than Yuan Shao, and Lin Shaowei really liked the atmosphere here. It's a pity that Liu Bei's ship was too small and was destined to be drowned by the giant waves of this era. Although the atmosphere on Yuan Shao's side was not good, fortunately, this ship was large enough to withstand the storms of chaos. The happenings in Liu Bei's camp quickly reached the ears of the lords, and they all praised Liu Bei for being unscrupulous and completely out of touch. Moreover, your troops do not need to attack the city. What morale are you trying to boost? What exactly are you igniting? Only Cao Cao squinted his eyes. Helping his subordinates achieve the seemingly small wishes of marrying, building new houses, and having children concealed Liu Bei's ambitions. He only had over 1,000 men. Did he also want to swallow the world? Chapter 19. Subduing Zhao Yun Gongsun was secretly amazed at how much Liu Bei had understood after listening to the words of the sage. Clearly out of touch. Yet he could say things that inspired morale. Moreover, in the morning he had just talked to him about establishing authority, and in the afternoon, he used the trivial matter of fighting for territory to resolve it. This level of action and means was not like him. He had never been so cunning before. It seems the words of the sage are worth a look. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun finally found their horses. Ma Ge held on, and soon he would see the little mare. Ma Ge felt he really couldn't hold on any longer. Meanwhile, the nearby Yi Zhaoyu lion had run all night, but still looked so spirited. Horses compared to horses, it was infuriating. Zhao Yun asked vaguely, Brother Yin Chong, why aren't you eating hardtack? Guan Yu wiped his saliva. What is good about hardtack? There will definitely be a victory banquet later, with meat to eat. In Liu Bei's camp, Liu Bei had already ordered people to prepare hot water for Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Zhang Fei to bathe and change clothes. The 4 of them comfortably soaked in a temporary bathhouse. Comfortable. Guan Yu lay in the newly made wooden tub, letting out a comfortable sigh. He felt all the fatigue of the day dissipate. Did the sun rise from the west? Was Big Brother so considerate today? Liu Bei closed his eyes to rest. Tonight is the business bureau. You 3 are the shining stars. There will definitely be many people coming to talk to you. Bathing and changing clothes will leave a good impression. Don't embarrass me. Zhang Fei asked in confusion. Then what about you, big brother? Liu Bei said. Tonight I plan to ask Suzhou Mu Tao Qian for a piece of territory to develop. Guan Yu, not avoiding Zhao Yun, exclaimed, what? You can't be thinking of inheriting that old man's inheritance, right? Shu, can you be quieter? Guan Yu silently nodded. Liu Bei sighed. As long as I manage a small place well, I will be qualified to inherit that old man's legacy. Why fight and kill? Guan Yu nodded in agreement. It's best to develop quietly. I don't want to go to the battlefield. Remembering the encounter with Zhang Liao today, he felt a lingering fear. That was the closest he had been to death. Once entangled by the cavalry of Bingzhou, he, with little combat experience, would be finished there. Fighting and such, no thanks. Zhao Yun asked in confusion. Why would Tao Gong pass the inheritance to you? Liu Bei, don't listen to Yun Chang's nonsense. It's not inheritance, it's the power to govern Suzhou. Although the old man is a bit muddled, he is after all a gentleman. For the people of Suzhou, he would definitely be willing to give this position to a virtuous person. And I happen to be that virtuous person. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow, unsure how Liu Bei could be so thick-skinned. Someone who could come up with the idea of riding me like a warhorse. How could he be a virtuous person? Is there any connection with Xianda? Actually, when Liu Bei thinks about it now, Tao Qian might not have been attracted to Liu Bei's character. Instead, the internal situation in Suzhou was complicated at the time. And there was an urgent need for an external force to break the deadlock and reunite the people, which is why he brought in Liu Bei, this outsider, to eliminate the pests. Zhang Fei worriedly said. I remember the situation in Suzhou was very complicated at this time. It was a battleground. Liu Bei said. Although the situation in Suzhou is complicated, it can be resolved. One issue is internal corruption, which is easy to handle. As outsiders, we can just eliminate it. The other is maintaining good relations with Cao Cao, allowing him to restrain Yuan Shao, thus ensuring safety in the north and west. The most important thing is not to let Cao Cao's old father die. The south, with Yuan Shu and Sun Jian fighting among themselves, temporarily doesn't have time to deal with us. As long as we manage to guard against the chaotic troops in Qingzhou to the north, Suzhou can be stable for at least 5 years. 5 years is enough for me to handle everything. Zhao Yun was secretly astonished. Handle everything? Zhao Yun didn't understand why Liu Bei was so confident, but his eyes seemed to see into the future. Liu Bei asked Zhao Yun, Zilong, if someone tries to recruit you tonight, what would you do? Zhao Yun replied, I wouldn't pay any attention to it. Liu Bei said, what if I recruit you? What would you do? Zhao Yun, puzzled, said, am I not already under your command? Liu Bei shook his head. It's different. I understand you. You are ultimately sent by Bo Gui. You are a loyal and righteous person, and as long as Gongsun Bo Gui needs you, you will leave me at any time. Zhao Yun nodded. That's right. Liu Bei continued. I ask you, Zilong, what is your ambition? Zhao Yun said, to restore the Han Dynasty. A standard answer. Liu Bei nodded. As a member of the Han family, I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want everyone in the world to have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. Guan Yu interjected. What? You also have such ambitions? Everyone comes from the same place. Does he not understand Liu Bei? He is just a small person who wants to make enough money and then take it easy. With the biggest wish being financial freedom and traveling the world. Liu Bei said impatiently. I originally wanted to make enough money and take it easy. But I found that it seems impossible to take it easy in this era. As long as you don't have an army, your granary is someone else's. But once you have an army, you become a thorn in others' sides, inviting suppression. Relying on others means watching their expressions. If you are not careful, you may overshadow your lord and lose face. But if you don't show your true abilities, you are always expendable. The only way to take it easy in this era is to sweep the world and suppress the lords with absolute military force. Zhao Yun was somewhat astonished. Such clarity. Such imposing ambition. Is this something a playful person like Liu Bei could say? Liu Bei said, Zilong, I know you are still hesitating. Let me introduce you to our group's future prospects. First, let me ask you, what is the yield of millet per mu? Zhao Yun said, about 1 stone, with a maximum of 3 stones. In modern times, the minimum yield of millet is around 30 stones per mu, and high yield can even reach 50 stones. Liu Bei conservatively said, I can make the average yield 3 stones, with a maximum of 5 stones. In fact, the ancient methods of careful cultivation during the Qing dynasty could achieve this amount. Zhao Yun was shocked. So much? Tripled? Is there a secret method? Liu Bei nodded. Yes, but I won't selflessly share it. Only the territory I govern can enjoy such yields, not only for food, but I am also confident about providing warm clothing. Zilong, you are responsible for helping me expand my territory, wherever you go. I will ensure that people there can wear warm clothes and eat enough. How about it? Zilong, are you willing to help me create a world where everyone has enough to eat? This made Zhao Yun feel less confident. Liu Bei could see the current situation so clearly, could increase grain production, and had such ambitions. Such a person looks like a great lord. It seems all the lords have misjudged him. No, he must be deliberately hiding his talents before the lords. Yet he is so honest with me, revealing his ambitions. Zhao Yun felt Liu Bei's sincerity. He was moved and said, Lord Xuanda is such a great talent. I am just a small dabo. How could I deserve your appreciation? Liu Bei smiled and patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. Hey, don't belittle yourself. I currently only have a little over 1,000 soldiers. No one is better than anyone else. Believe me, If you and I join forces, we can surely create a peaceful and prosperous world. Guan Yu also echoed, Brother Zilong. I have known the elder brother for many years, and his abilities are beyond doubt. Zhang Fei also said, only elder brother can create a true peaceful and prosperous world. Zilong, stay with us. Chapter 20. Deceiving Tao Qian Zhao Yun was stirred by the three, creating a world where everyone has enough to eat and wear with Liu Bei. How many sages have dreamed of this ultimate dream? He hadn't even dared to think about it, let alone how to create it. If he could truly build a peaceful world with Liu Bei, what would it matter to be his steed? Zhao Yun cupped his hands and said, if you do not abandon me, tonight I will explain the situation to General Gongsun and formally join Lord Xuanda's camp. Liu Bei smiled slightly. From now on, let's encourage each other, Zilong. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu excitedly hugged Zhao Yun. Welcome to our team. This is the Zhao Yun who went in and out of Changban Slope 7 times. Finally, he has been recruited. Invincible. Zhao Yun smiled sincerely. He quite liked the atmosphere of Liu Bei's army. After bathing and changing clothes, the four arrived at the banquet venue. Sure enough, Guan, Zhang, and Zhao became the popular figures at this celebration banquet, with the lords revealing their group benefits, trying to win over the three. Liu Bei, on the other hand, was neglected in the corner. Despite Liu Bei showing his ability to win people's hearts, they still thought Liu Bei was out of place. Just lucky to have a wealthy classmate and 3 capable subordinates. He had played no role at either the Sisui Pass or the Hulao Pass. While everyone was busy achieving military merit, he sent someone to seize the sleeping territory first. With such little achievement, how can one talk about ambition? Just seize it. This little matter doesn't even need to be celebrated to boost morale. It was just like children playing. Liu Bei didn't care about their opinions. His goal tonight was Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou. As long as he could fool Tao Qian into giving him a prefectural position, he could conduct systematic lottery draws. So he pulled the old man Tao into a corner to discuss. Old man Tao said irritably, what do you want? Liu Bei said, I want to ask if you can give me a prefectural position to play with. So it's for this matter. Tao Qian refused directly without thinking. You must be dreaming. A prefect is a local father and mother official. How can it be so simple to play with? Liu Bei painted a big picture. I can make millet yield 3 stones per mu. Tao Qian scoffed. Just you? Being able to have a normal harvest would be good enough. Liu Bei continued to paint the picture. I can ensure the people have warm clothes to wear. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Just you? Being able to save a few from freezing to death would be good enough, not to mention warm clothes. Liu Bei didn't expect that old fox Tao Qian wouldn't buy this. Is it really because Zhao Yun is too young and naive? He continued. I can. Tao Qian waved his hand. Stop. You can come to Shuzhou too, bringing Guan, Zhang, and Zhao with you. With your military achievements, I can consider giving you the position of a governor. Liu Bei happily said, really? Guan, Zhang, and Zhao will definitely come with me, you can rest assured. Tao Qian sneered, not necessarily. Do you naively think tonight is just a celebration banquet? Just wait. The lords have vowed to capture Guan, Zhang, and Zhao tonight. In these days, the lords have suffered losses and need talents. The alliance leader is even willing to recommend a position of 2,000 stones for Guan, Zhang, and Zhao. Your position as governor is also 2,000 stones. I don't believe Guan and Zhang would be willing to be under you. Fortunately, I gave Zhao Yun a heads up while bathing. Otherwise, he might really be poached. Since Zhao Yun has promised to join his camp, he will not go back on his word. Liu Bei hummed. Just watch, they won't want to leave me. Tao Qian suspiciously asked, you didn't really drug them, did you? I heard Zhao Yun just came to your camp. How can you be so sure he will stay with you? Liu Bei honestly replied. Because I told him I can make millet yield 3 stones per mu. I can make the people wear warm clothes. Tao Qian's eyes widened. Goodness. Isn't that the line he just used? Thinking it would work on Zhao Yun, so he just reused it on me? What a dog. Not even changing it a bit. No integrity at all. Tao Qian couldn't believe it. He believed that? Liu Bei nodded. Yes, he believed it. Tao Qian lamented. Zhao Zilong is a good kid. To believe in your nonsense, just to ensure the people have food and warm clothes. Such an ambitious child has been delayed by you. Liu Bei waved his hand. Tao Gong, you are mistaken. His joining my camp is equivalent to joining yours, right? When there are battles in Shuzhou, as long as you give a dispatch order, the 3 of them can fight for you. Isn't that wonderful? Tao Qian thought about it. Liu Bei's words weren't wrong. Although Liu Bei wasn't a good person, he had confidence in training Liu Bei well. He asked repeatedly, are you sure about joining my side? Liu Bei's eyes lit up. As long as you give me a position as governor to play with. Good, that's what you said. Tao Qian hurried back to the camp to keep an eye on Guan, Zhang, and Zhao, preventing them from switching sides. What he wanted wasn't Liu Bei, but Guan, Zhang, and Zhao. Seeing that his goal for today was achieved, Liu Bei was in a good mood. He raised his glass, looked at the moon, and loudly said, toasting and singing. How many are there in life? Good poem. Boss Cao appeared from behind Liu Bei. Liu Bei felt a bit embarrassed. He had stolen Cao Cao's poem and was praised by Cao Cao. Boss Cao? Why are you here? Can't handle your 3 subordinates? Liu Bei smiled. They are all loyal and righteous men. How could they betray me? Cao Cao glanced at Liu Bei. I don't know what kind of drug you gave them. But they refused the 2,000 stones position offered by the alliance leader and insisted on working under you. Liu Bei said seriously. This might have something to do with my handsome face. Cao Cao laughed. Stop pretending. I've already seen through you. Your ambitions are not small. How about it? Are you willing to work under my camp? Liu Bei thought to himself, as expected of a cunning hero. If he couldn't handle Guan, Zhang, and Zhao, he would come after me, right? If it weren't for knowing that Boss Cao was naturally suspicious, he might really consider joining Boss Cao's camp and lying flat. Liu Bei said, sorry, I haven't figured out who to rely on yet. I'm quite comfortable staying with Bo Gue. Cao Cao smiled. I knew you wouldn't come with me. With your ambition to swallow the world, how could you settle for being under someone else? I look forward to the day we cross swords. With that, Cao Cao turned and left. Liu Bei was a bit surprised. Although Cao Cao was naturally suspicious, his thoughts were indeed delicate, and not a hint could escape his keen eyes. Gong Sunzan came over again. The lords are preparing to use beauty traps. Aren't you going to stop them? Liu Bei widened his eyes. What? Beauty traps? Where are the beauties in the army? Gong Sunzan said. It seems they want to betroth their clan's sister to Guan, Zhang, and Zhao. Liu Bei gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it. Dare to use beauty traps on my brothers? If you have the ability, come at me. Even if you let me indulge in luxury every day. I'm not afraid. Gong Sunzan had a dark expression. You little brats still want to eat and take, huh? Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong? When will that sage write me a copy? Liu Bei thought for a moment. Since he had nothing to do these days, he might as well write down his future plans. So he said, I'll get it to you in a few days. Liu Bei turned back and said, by the way, Bo Gue, I plan to develop in Shuzhou. Gong Sunzan was silent for a while, his eyes showing a trace of loneliness. As expected, Liu Bei could not be retained in Yuzhou. Have you told Tao Qian? Do you need me to recommend you? Liu Bei said, yes, I've talked to him. And I really need your help in this. Gong Sunzan readily said, all right, I'll co-sign with Tao Qian when the time comes. Liu Bei patted Gong Sunzan's shoulder. Good brother. In terms of loyalty, Gong Sunzan is also among the best. Gong Sunzan smiled. I know you've always had big ambitions. Although your character has changed greatly after being enlightened by the immortal, I'm glad your ambition hasn't changed. Since you want to venture out, I will naturally support you fully. As for me, I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to defend Yuzhou against the incursions of the Hu people and protect my hometown. I won't care about anything else. Liu Bei patted Gong Sunzan's shoulder again, seriously saying, good brother, help me protect my hometown well, and wait for me to pacify this chaotic world. With that, he turned to find Guan, Zhang, and Zhao. Chapter 21. Gong Sunzan's question before long, Guan, Zhang, and Zhao were pulled back to the main camp by Liu Bei. Guan Yu, still reluctant, said, Yuan Shao said his clan sister is very beautiful, proficient in qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Liu Bei's eyes widened. So good? Do you really believe what he said? Online dating requires caution. Guan Yu said, look at how handsome Yuan Shao is. Their whole family is filled with beauties and handsome men, so it's likely that his clan sister really is beautiful. Then Guan Yu put his arm around Liu Bei's shoulder, heartbrokenly saying, Brother Bei, I have sacrificed too much for you. Compensation. It must be compensated. Liu Bei pushed Guan Yu away, annoyed. You're a great general. Are you still afraid of not having beauties? Think bigger. Liu Bei suddenly remembered. Oh, right. You all have families, right? Zhao Yan thought he was asking about him, so he replied, I don't have one yet. Zhang Fei shook his head. Me neither. Zhang Fei was still a bachelor. He wouldn't be able to marry the Xiahou clan until the year 200 AD, and it was only 191 AD now. Liu Bei was also single. Lady Gan was his first concubine. He would have to wait until 194 AD when he garrisoned in Xiaopei to meet her. And in the same year, he married Mi Zhu's sister, Mi Zhan, as his wife. Also known as Lady Mi. Guan Yu was taken aback. What? Guan Yu searched his memory. Goodness. My son Guan Ping is already 12 years old. My wife seems to be Hu Yu. Well, at least she is a beauty. Then Guan Yu became proud. You three bachelors can't compare. My wife is beautiful. Liu, Zhao, and Zhang fell silent. Damn it, we shouldn't have brought this up. Guan Yu hurriedly asked, when are we going back to Pingyuan County to bring my wife and child back? I miss them so much. Liu Bei curled his lips and did not respond. What a face. However, Liu Bei suddenly remembered someone, Jian Yong. Jian Yong was currently managing the affairs in Pingyuan County and taking care of Guan Yu's family. He said, once the appointment of the county governor is confirmed, I will write to Jian Yong and have him bring your family over. Guan Yu raised his eyebrows, surprised that Jian Yong had followed Liu Bei so early. The Lord's banquet had not yet dispersed, and they were gathered together drinking in silence. Why were Guan, Zhang, and Zhao so unyielding? Could it be that Liu Bei had given them some kind of drug? A drug is something Liu Bei could do. Have you heard? Guan Yu riding Zhao Yun was Liu Bei's idea. The lords were stunned. Bang! Someone slammed the table. Indeed, Guan, Zhang, and Zhao are all normal people. Only Liu Bei has a problem with his brain. What a sin, the root cause lies here. I said, how could there be so many lunatics? It turns out Liu Bei is orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Alas, what a pity that such good generals cannot be controlled by normal people like you and me. Tao Qian secretly rejoiced. It's good that Guan, Zhang, and Zhao are normal people. This way, he could indirectly have the three great generals on his side. Liu Bei? What is Liu Bei? Just a subordinate of Guan, Zhang, and Zhao. The next day, Liu Bei received a notice that they did not need to participate in the siege and should focus entirely on preventing Dong Zhuo's army from launching a flank attack. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were overjoyed and returned to sleep in. Zhao Yun, however, was more disciplined and woke up early to practice. Liu Bei took the opportunity to have him assist in training the soldiers and then sent him out for reconnaissance, ensuring vigilance was not relaxed. Since Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had achieved great merit the day before, they could sleep as long as they wished. Taking advantage of the free time in the coming days, Liu Bei decided to write about the words of the sage and paint a picture for Gongsun. But mainly, he needed to analyze the situation in Yuzhou for him to avoid going astray. After all, this guy had treated him well from start to finish. And Liu Bei believed in repaying even a small favor with great kindness. The situation in Yuzhou was complicated. The main conflict was still between Liu Yu and Gongsun. Liu Yu's policy leaned towards appeasing the northern Hu people, while Gongsun advocated for an all-out attack, insisting on fighting those who did not comply. The two were at odds, and Gongsun's killing of Liu Yu was destined to happen. But clearly, Gongsun did not have the ability to govern a province. Since Liu Yu's death, he had started to lose control over Yuzhou. The root cause was his long-term use of force, which led to too many enemies. He was attacked by the Hu people from the northwest, Yuan Shao from the south, and the former subordinates of Liu Yu from the east, causing him to be overwhelmed. He attempted to have Gongsun temporarily abandon the idea of conquering by force and accommodate Liu Yu. Although Liu Yu's policy was not the optimal solution, it was a relatively safe policy that could preserve Yuzhou for 10 years without issue. If he really could not tolerate Liu Yu, he could come to Shuzhou and join him in fighting. In fact, Liu Bei was confident that within 5 years he could march north to reclaim Yuzhou. In Liu Bei's eyes, Liu Yu was merely helping him guard Yuzhou. That evening, Gongsun received Liu Bei's words of the sage. Some of the phrases read closely brought him enlightenment. So this is dialectical thinking. The development of history is a spiral ascent. No wonder it was the guidance of a sage. Gongsun felt as if his mind had become much clearer, and he increasingly felt that Liu Bei was not simple. Besides some philosophical phrases, there were also Liu Bei's analysis of Yuzhou and the consequences of taking action against Liu Yu. Gongsun was astonished. When did Liu Bei become so smart? He had actually seen through the past and future of Yuzhou. At the same time, he fell into deep thought. Did he really have to listen to Liu Yu, the softy? But he could not go to Shuzhou to start a business with Liu Bei. He was from a prominent family in Yuzhou, and his roots were there, so he could not leave. However, Liu Bei later mentioned, if it really doesn't work, listen to Liu Yu internally and decide externally for yourself. Remember, do not cooperate with Yuan Shao, nor make enemies with Yuan Shao. In short, good buddy, wait for me to take Yuzhou. Gongsun sighed. Heh, you want to march from Shuzhou to Yuzhou? How easy is that? The allied forces had been attacking for days, but had not captured Hulao Pass. However, Dong Zhuo had also suffered considerable losses. Dong Zhuo was very dissatisfied and called for Li Ru. Is there a way to defeat the rebel army at the least cost? Li Ru's eyes turned. Yes, Prime Minister. There is. Dong Zhuo thought to himself. No wonder he was his strongest strategist. Oh? Tell me. Li Ru said, we can retreat from Hulao Pass. Dong Zhuo frowned. I asked you to defeat the rebel army, and you want me to retreat? Li Ru said, it's actually very simple. The Yuan Shao allied forces seem strong, but they are actually a loose bunch, each with their own thoughts. Yuan Shao wants to use this battle to weaken the power of the lords, and the lords do not want to exert their full strength. They just want to mix money and territory. The foreign tribes from Yuzhou are invading, and Gongsun just wants to end it quickly. Sun Jian is the most capable. But Yuan Shu is suspicious of him and has cut off his food supply several times. Let's simply retreat to Luoyang and then move the capital to Chang'an. Once the front line is extended, some of the lords will not be able to supply food, and they will naturally withdraw from the alliance. They will not engage in a losing battle. Dong Zhuo questioned, relocating the capital to Chang'an? Does that mean Luoyang is given to them? Li Ru replied lightly, no. We will burn Luoyang. Dong Zhuo gasped. How dare you? Chapter 22. The Great Fire of Luoyang. Li Ru said, only by burning Luoyang can we further intensify their contradictions. Otherwise, if they divide Luoyang's wealth, the contradictions will instead weaken. We need to make them feel that their efforts are in vain. So they will naturally vent their anger on their own people. At the same time, I suggest leaving the Imperial Jade Seal in Luoyang, letting them fight among themselves. At that time, the Imperial Jade Seal will become a target no matter who holds it. We just need to station troops in Chang'an and stockpile food for several years, waiting for them to exhaust each other before we take care of them. This approach has the least cost. By then, we may only need to send out around 100,000 troops to pacify the world. Dong Zhuo's heart raced. He did not know how Li Ru could calmly come up with such a plan. He was simply a devil playing with people's hearts. That was Luoyang, the Imperial Jade Seal. In Li Ru's mind, it could be casually discarded. But this strategy was so perfect. It could dismantle the allied forces at minimal cost while allowing them to recuperate and strengthen themselves. The only difficulty was burning Luoyang and abandoning the Imperial Jade Seal. Unifying the world. How many people's ultimate dream was that? Dong Zhuo himself was a ruthless character. Burning Luoyang was nothing. It's not my home. The Imperial Jade Seal is just a piece of stone. Get it done. Dong Zhuo immediately agreed to Li Ru. Let's do it. Play them to death. As Liu Bei expected, after several days of attacking, they had not breached Hulao Pass. What frustrated Zhu Shou was that Dong Zhuo did not launch a surprise attack. Liu Bei's army had not seen a shadow of the enemy. Could it be that Li Ru was foolish? It couldn't be. Li Ru was one of the top strategists of the day and would not give up on testing a surprise attack. Little did they know. Li Ru was too busy planning the relocation and was directing the move in Luoyang. Tao Qian called Liu Bei into the tent. Gong Sunzan came to talk to me yesterday, hoping I could give you a position as county governor. According to reason, your military achievements are still a bit lacking. But considering the faces of Guan, Zhang, Zhao, and Gong Sunzan, I lowered my pride and had a chat with Kong Rong. The three of us decided to jointly recommend you as the governor of Donghai County in Shuzhou. Liu Bei was somewhat surprised that he was not transferred to Xiaopai as per the script. At this time, Donghai County couldn't be said to be in a state of poverty. It could only be described as having nothing at all. It had basically been looted clean by the million-strong Yellow Turban Army and the bandits from Mount Tai in the north. What was even more despicable was that the governor of Donghai County, Changxi, was colluding with the bandits from Mount Tai, robbing the wealth of his own county's people. He was quite a character. However, the advantage of Donghai County was that there were relatively few enemies. There was only Cao Cao to the west, the Yellow Turban Army to the north, and the bandits from Mount Tai. Over the past few years, Cao Cao had been preoccupied with dealing with Yuan Shao and had no time to pay attention to Shuzhou. If he were to strike, it would be at a military stronghold like Xiaopai. Therefore, Donghai County was relatively safe. The old fox Tao Qian, fearing that Liu Bei would sit on 3 fierce generals and occupy a strategic position without contributing, deliberately arranged for him to be in this war-torn area, forcing him to face the million-strong Yellow Turban Army and the bandits from Mount Tai directly. You want to mobilize Guan, Zhang, and Zhao, right? I'll just let the Yellow Turban Army and the bandits from Mount Tai force you to take action. You want to be able to remain inactive. Tao Qian also had a valid reason. Through my investigation, Changxi, as the governor of Donghai County, had taken on the identity of a bandit from Mount Tai. Truly a shameless person. Therefore, I can justifiably dismiss him and let you take over. After you arrive in Donghai County, your primary task will be to eliminate the bandits within the county while also guarding against the incursion of the Yellow Turban Army from the north. Do you have confidence in that? Liu Bei asked. What if I don't have confidence? Can I change to another place? Tao Qian glared. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Can you bargain? If you lack confidence, then get lost. Liu Bei had no choice but to say, no problem, I'll take care of Donghai County. Tao Qian then nodded in satisfaction. After all, Donghai County had already been devastated. It didn't matter how much Liu Bei messed with it. As long as he could keep Guan, Zhang, and Zhao stationed in the north, he would be grateful. After returning from Tao Qian's camp, Liu Bei knew that since the territory had been decided, he had to start planning Donghai County properly. First was the issue of military discipline. Only with strict discipline could the troops have combat effectiveness. So, Liu Bei gathered the soldiers in batches to emphasize military discipline. For example, without orders, they were not allowed to enter villages or cities on their own. Otherwise, they would face 10 lashes. Once the army entered a village or city, it would cause many unnecessary troubles, increase the burden on the administrators, and spoil the goodwill of the local residents. As for training, Liu Bei did not intend to expose his training methods here. In addition, he buried himself in the military camp every day writing mathematics textbooks. Mathematics could improve the efficiency of handling government affairs, and it was essential for the officials of Donghai County to grasp it thoroughly. For example, how to draw statistical graphs, how to calculate the area, circumference, and volume of circles, and other practical knowledge. He planned to impart this elementary knowledge on the first day of his appointment. Fortunately, paper was already available in this era, making it convenient for him to draw diagrams. After several days of failing to capture Hulao Pass, Yuan Shao was quite frustrated. With Elbu still alive, Yuan Shao did not dare to challenge recklessly and could only attack the city with double the force. He suddenly asked Zhu Shou, what is Liu Bei doing now? Zhu Shou replied, he is talking about military discipline to the soldiers, spending most of his time writing articles in the tent. Yuan Shao chuckled lightly. Is Liu Bei so bored? Zhu Shou replied, after all, there's not much to do. The Dong Zhuo army was also acting unusually. Normally, Li Ru would definitely send someone to raid Liu Bei's camp, but now not even a shadow could be seen. Report. Hulao Pass has been breached. Yuan Shao was overjoyed, standing up. Good, good, good. The whole army advance. Zhu Shou did not expect that Hulao Pass would be breached so easily. One must know that Hulao Pass was personally garrisoned by Dong Zhuo, and the troops and generals there were not few. While Zhu Shou was pondering, Yuan Shao had already ridden out with the army toward the gates of Hulao Pass. As a result, when they arrived at Hulao Pass, they found that Dong Zhuo, Li Ru, and Elbu had long since fled. He hurriedly ordered, forget about Hulao Pass. Everyone pursued Dong Zhuo. We must not let him return to Luoyang. The other lords were also extremely excited, personally leading their troops to the front. Thousands of light cavalry surged out of the pass, rushing towards Luoyang. After about half an hour of pursuit, they had not seen Dong Zhuo's figure. Only the defeated soldiers fleeing from Hulao Pass. Looking up, they saw a huge fire rising in Luoyang city. Every lord's heart sank. Was there a fire in Luoyang? No. No way. It was Dong Zhuo who burned Luoyang. Yuan Shao trembled as he said, how dare he? Chapter 23. Cao Cao. Where are they? Yuan Shao led the allied forces to the front of Luoyang city and hurriedly shouted, "Put out the fire! Quickly put out the fire!" Thousands of light cavalry dismounted and used leather buckets to carry water from the moat into the city. Seeing this, Cao Cao hurriedly said, "Dong Zhuo should not have gone far. I suggest we pursue him with our troops now." Yuan Shao frowned. "But what about the fire in Luoyang? What if the emperor is inside?" Cao Cao analyzed. "Dong Zhuo will definitely take the emperor and the ministers towards Chang'an. Our light cavalry can catch up in just a few hours." Yuan Shu said, "Dong Zhuo is not stupid. He will definitely arrange for El Bu to hold the rear. Who can fight El Bu? Even if we can defeat El Bu, we will suffer heavy losses." Cao Cao angrily said, "Is this a matter of loss? The most important thing is the emperor. Even if all these cavalry are sacrificed, as long as we can retrieve the emperor, it will all be worth it." Cao Zhao said, "As long as the green hills remain, we don't have to worry about a lack of firewood. If we throw all the cavalry in now, how will we deal with Dong Zhuo later?" Yuan Shu said, "I think we should prioritize extinguishing the fire. This is the imperial capital. What if Dong Zhuo has ulterior motives and really lets the emperor burn to death in Luoyang? What crime would you bear for that?" The other lords listened and thought there was some reason to it. If the emperor was in Dong Zhuo's hands, then he was temporarily safe. But if the emperor was still in Luoyang city and he were to be burned to death, that would be a serious matter. In fact, what was more important was that no one wanted to risk their cavalry. How could Dong Zhuo escape without arranging ambushes on the way? All the lords looked to Yuan Shao, waiting for his decision. Yuan Shao hesitated. Everyone had valid points. At this moment, he wanted to ask Zhu Shou's opinion, but unfortunately, Zhu Shou was not there. So he said, "First put out the fire. We will wait for the rear troops to arrive before pursuing." After all, El Bu's ambush cannot be underestimated. Rest assured, Dong Zhuo won't run far. At a crucial moment, he was so indecisive. By the time the main force arrived, Dong Zhuo would have already had dinner in Chang'an. Cao Cao was furious. These people were all calculating their own interests, finding various reasons not to pursue Dong Zhuo. The emperor was less important in their eyes than the few thousand light cavalry they had. So Cao Cao mounted his horse and commanded, "All cavalry under my command. Follow me to pursue Dong Zhuo." Yes. So Cao Cao led over 1,000 light cavalry to give chase. The lords shook their heads. General Cao was still too young. Yuan Shu chuckled. "Just watch. Not listening to my advice, he will surely meet a tragic end." At this moment, Liu Bei hurriedly arrived with his 300 cavalry. Feigning surprise, he said, "Oh no, why is Luoyang on fire?" Yuan Shao said impatiently, "Hurry and take people to put out the fire." Liu Bei replied, "Yes. Brothers, charge. Charge." Liu Bei charged directly into Luoyang with his cavalry. He had been to Luoyang before to seek knowledge and knew where the equipment and horses were. Taking advantage of the chaos, he first grabbed these items. Some praised Liu Bei, saying that although his character was average, he was quite brave in putting out fires. Yuan Shao did not expect Liu Bei to agree so readily. Those who did not know would think Liu Bei was his subordinate. Yuan Shu was the first to react. "No, something is off with Liu Bei. Why aren't they putting out the fire? Why does it look like bandits are raiding the village? Are they planning to loot amidst the chaos? How shameless. Where is their integrity? Everyone else is busy fighting fires, and he directly runs into the palace to steal things? No way. I want to loot too. There are so many treasures in the palace that even he was tempted." Thus, Yuan Shu said, "I will also go put out the fire." Saying this, Yuan Shu led his light cavalry into Luoyang. Sun Jian naturally followed closely behind. Has Yuan Gonglu lost his mind? The lords were not foolish. How could Yuan Shu have such good intentions? He would be more than happy to let others put out fires while he loitered at the city gate. They quickly realized that Yuan Shu was preparing to loot. "I will go put out the fire too." "Me too." Yuan Shao immediately sensed something was wrong. Good heavens, if they are putting out fires, why is everyone rushing toward the palace? Damn it, they are all going to loot the palace. Yuan Shao also did not fall behind and led his men into the fray. When Yuan Shu and Sun Jian reached the palace, they found Liu Bei heading straight for the armory. Yuan Shu sneered, looking at Liu Bei's poor appearance. Why steal those broken copper and iron when there are so many treasures in the palace? He recalled the glazed lamp used by the emperor and became somewhat excited. He had never seen such transparent glaze, the only one in the world. He wondered if he could find it. So, Yuan Shu charged into the palace with Sun Jian. "You, go put out the fire over there." Sun Jian was furious. Isn't that the dormitory for palace maids and eunuchs? What treasures are there to save? You, on the other hand, are going to rescue the emperor's sleeping quarters and study. But Sun Jian had no choice. After all, he was dependent on Yuan Shu. He could only obey and took his men to put out the fire in the dormitory. Someone shouted, "There's a well here. Bring water to put out the fire." Yes. As soon as he pulled up a bucket of water, he discovered something inside. A jade seal? Sun Jian took out the jade seal from the bucket, looked at it closely, and found some words at the bottom. "Receive the mandate of heaven. May it last for eternity. Receive the mandate of heaven. May it last for eternity." Sun Jian's hands trembled, almost unable to hold the jade seal steady. Isn't this the imperial seal? How could it be here? Sun Jian's mind started to spin, and his eyes turned red with excitement. A nearby guard asked curiously, "Governor, Is there something wrong with this item? Sun Jian rubbed his forehead. No, no, I'm a bit dizzy from the smoke. I need to go outside for some fresh air. Sun Jian's breathing quickened, and his mind was racing. Is this fate? Am I the one destined by heaven? If I don't turn it in, will anyone notice? No, no. I am Yuan Shu's subordinate. Perhaps the mandate is on Yuan Shu. No, how could that fool Yuan Shu be the destined one? Based on military merit. Among the 18 lords, my military merit is the greatest. I have been the first to climb the walls multiple times, so I should be the one destined by heaven. Sun Jian decisively hid the jade seal and continued to command the scene as if nothing happened. Soon after, the lords arrived. Sun Wentai, how are you putting out the fire here? Sun Jian feigned displeasure and said, I am responsible for extinguishing the fire in this area by the lord's order. The lords exchanged glances and smiled, knowing that Yuan Gonglu, the miser, couldn't stand Sun Jian gaining glory and intentionally made things difficult for him. Wentai, do well. We'll go put out fires in other areas. By the way, where did that Liu Bei guy go? Sun Jian replied. He went to the armory. The lords laughed. He must be scared of being poor. Ha ha ha. He usually seems clever, but why is he going to steal broken copper and iron? Don't worry about him. Let him go steal those scraps. Liu Bei, with 300 cavalry, arrived at the armory and skillfully hitched the carts to the war horses. He shouted, move. If you can't carry it, wear it. Yes. The 300 cavalry dismounted and charged into the armory to carry out weapons and armor. Dong Zhuo only took the new armor, but there were still a large number of damaged leather armors lying in the flames. Some of them had even been burned through. But then again, what does it matter if they are damaged? If all of his more than 1,000 soldiers were equipped with damaged leather armor, their combat effectiveness would still increase significantly. At this moment, Cao Cao indeed encountered an ambush from Elbu and returned in defeat, nearly losing his life at Elbu's hands. Cao Cao returned to the gates of Luoyang in a sorry state, his eyes red and filled with extreme anger. But he did not see the troops of those lords. He grabbed a soldier and asked, where the hell are they? Chapter 24 Scatter, scatter. Let them fight for it. The soldier trembled in front of the furious Cao Cao. They are all in Luoyang putting out fires. Cao Cao shouted. Where are they putting out fires? The palace. Damn it. Cao Cao cursed and turned, charging into Luoyang with a few hundred subordinates. He arrived at the palace and saw these lords looting the palace's treasures. Box after box of jewels, paintings, and ancient books were being carried to their respective camps, their eyes full of greed. The emperor's figure was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Cao Cao could no longer contain himself and, in extreme anger, laughed. Good. You all keep saying you are here to save the king, talking about restoring the Han Dynasty, saying you fear the emperor might die in the fire. In the end, whether the emperor is lying in the flames is of no concern to you. You are all busy looting treasures. Yuan Shu said, You look like you have encountered an ambush, right? I told you long ago not to chase, but you wouldn't listen. Cao Cao angrily replied. If you all had gone with me to pursue Dong Zhuo, we would have caught him long ago. Yuan Shao stepped in to smooth things over. Mingda, it's too late for words. Let us put out the fire together. Cao Cao cursed. Put out the fire? Your mother is dying in there? Is this broken palace more important than the emperor's safety? Yuan Shao, are you out of your mind? The soldiers beside him threatened. How dare you speak to our lord like that? Cao Cao's brother, Xiahou, also drew his sword at the same time. Both sides were on edge. Yuan Shao's face darkened. Cao Mingda, have you lost your mind? Cao Cao sneered. Bring that person up. Several soldiers brought up a soldier from Dong Zhuo. Cao Cao asked, Tell me, what was your purpose in returning to Luoyang with your troops? The Dong Zhuo soldier trembled. I came to retrieve the imperial seal. The imperial seal. The lords widened their eyes. Yuan Shao's voice trembled. What did you say? You said the imperial seal has not been taken? Yes, yes. Yuan Shao suddenly turned to the surrounding lords. Have you all found it? The lords looked at each other. No? Someone joked. That's the imperial seal. How could Dong Zhuo forget it? He must have sent someone to deceive us. All the lords fell silent, their eyes still burning with desire. What if the imperial seal really is in the palace? Cao Cao looked at their fervent expressions and coldly snorted. A bunch of rats. Not worth plotting with. I announce that from now on, I am withdrawing from the coalition and will take back the emperor myself. The lords don't care whether Cao Cao leaves or not. Someone suddenly asked, who was the first to enter the imperial palace? Liu Bei. Where did Liu Bei go? Right. Where did Liu Bei go? He must have taken the jade seal. Yuan Shu said. No, Liu Bei went straight to the armory. It's impossible for him to be in the palace. Everyone looked at Yuan Shu. So you took the jade seal? Yuan Shu shrugged. How could that be? Kong Rong said. So that means the jade seal is still in the palace? Yuan Shao hurriedly said. Search. Hurry and search. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers ransacked Luoyang for half a day and finally extinguished the great fire. Of course, the lords dug 3 feet into the ground but couldn't find the imperial jade seal. Yuan Shao angrily said. Someone must have secretly hidden the jade seal. Who could it be? The other lords also angrily said, daring to steal the imperial jade seal. Malicious intent. Their hearts can be punished. Shameless scoundrel. Do they still want to become emperor? The lords suspected each other but didn't know where the jade seal was. Only Sun Jian silently stood by, fearing that too many words would lead to loss. Yuan Shao suspiciously said, Sun Wentai? Why are you not speaking? Sun Jian said, after days of fierce fighting. I am extremely exhausted and have no heart for words. The other lords did not doubt him. At Hulao Pass, Sun Jian fought the hardest, almost being the first to scale the city wall several times. Someone tried to ease the situation. Perhaps that soldier of Dong Zhuo is just talking nonsense, disturbing the morale. Yuan Shao had lost patience. This matter is serious. Come, torture them. We must find out the truth before tomorrow. Yes, torture requires time. So the lords planned to eat and drink first before interrogating Dong Zhuo's soldiers. Although there were many unpleasant experiences after capturing Luoyang, it did not prevent the lords from holding a grand celebration banquet at night. Cao Cao was still organizing his troops and had not left the coalition camp. But he did not come to the banquet. Liu Bei returned with a cart full of tattered equipment. The lords suspected each other of hiding the jade seal. But they did not suspect Liu Bei at all, because he was the only one who had not entered the imperial palace. Liu Bei avoided entering the palace to avoid suspicion. He knew that the returning soldier of Dong Zhuo had deliberately leaked the news of the jade seal, causing the lords to turn against each other and dissolve the coalition. Moreover, Yuan Shao would soon realize that the jade seal was with Sun Jian, and by then, the two of them would fall out over the jade seal. Therefore, Liu Bei was also too lazy to reveal the news of the jade seal. When Sun Jian and Yuan Shao quarreled, the southern part of Shuzhou would stabilize. Zhang Fei praised, Brother Bei really has foresight. Let them quarrel while we take our leather armor. With these leather armors, our strength has increased a level. Zhao Yun laughed, and those dozen old horses. Although they are a bit thin now, they are still good for carrying some provisions. The few of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the tent. Gong Sunzan had been waiting for a long time. The Hu people are invading. I must hurry back to Yuzhou. I came to say goodbye to you. Liu Bei was surprised. So soon? Won't you stay for a night? Gong Sunzan shrugged. The coalition is just a bunch of rabble. Spending another day with them is a waste of time. Liu Bei nodded and clasped his hands. In that case, Br Gui, take care. Gong Sunzan mounted his horse and laughed. Wait for you to come collect Yuzhou. Liu Bei said, it's a deal. Drive. Gong Sunzan left without looking back. Farewells between men are that simple. Tao Qian also found Liu Bei. You got quite a bit of equipment, huh? Liu Bei grinned. It's okay. Tao Qian asked. You didn't take the imperial jade seal, did you? Liu Bei shook his head. No. Tao Qian did not suspect him. Changshi has now fled to Taishan and become a bandit. Donghai County is leaderless, and the court's appointment has been issued. You must set off immediately to take office in Donghai County, or there will be chaos. Liu Bei asked, what about you? Tao Qian said, I have a few matters to attend to here for a few days. Huh, no need to say. You must want to find out the whereabouts of the jade seal. Liu Bei had no objections. Staying here was of no use. And it would be better to return early to develop. Spring plowing was imminent, and there were many preparations to be made. Next year, there would be a great melee. Almost all the lords would participate, and it was necessary to stockpile food and recruit troops to secure Donghai County. What frustrated Liu Bei was that since the appointment of the Donghai County governor had been issued, why hadn't the system prompted him to gain prestige? Could it be that he had to obtain the official seal there? The next day, under Tao Qian's instructions, Liu Bei's entire army broke camp. Carrying carts of burnt and tattered leather armor and abandoned rusty standard weapons, they advanced toward Donghai County. What seemed like worthless junk in the eyes of the lords was extremely precious to Liu Bei at this stage. The soldiers didn't complain either and were high-spirited along the way. They thought that they could sew up the leather armor with bamboo strips, and it would still be usable without adding too much weight. This was a life-saving artifact on the battlefield. Guan Yu asked, Brother Bei, this road doesn't seem to lead directly to Donghai County. Liu Bei smiled. That's right, we're going to Yingchuan first. Guan Yu asked in confusion, why go to Yingchuan? Liu Bei said, to find Sun Yu, and Guojia, to have them as my strategists. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's eyes lit up. Good. Let's hurry, I want to see what they look like. These three are Cao Cao's 5 strategists. If we can recruit them all, wouldn't Cao Cao cry to death? Zhao Yun asked curiously, are these 3 very capable? Do you all know them? Chapter 25. Sun Yu doesn't seem like a serious person. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun put their arms around each other's shoulders. The few people our big brother mentioned are all top strategists with extraordinary foresight. They are on par with Li Ru, who is beside Dong Zhuo. Zhang Fei also echoed, especially that Sun Yu. He is praised as a talent for assisting kings. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei spoke one after another, making Zhao Yun also look forward to the strategist Liu Bei was about to visit. Liu Bei clearly remembered that the Sun family was in Yingchuan, Yingyin County, about 300 miles from Luoyang. They walked, stopped, and after 3 days finally arrived at Yingyin County. He ordered the army to wait outside the county, while he took a card of gifts and a visiting card to visit the Sun family. The doorkeeper saw that the visitor brought a card of gifts, looked handsome and well-dressed, and had 3 burly bodyguards beside him. At a glance, he could tell he was not an ordinary person. So the doorkeeper asked, who are you? Liu Bei clasped his hands. I am the governor of Donghai County. A member of the Han royal family, the elder brother of Guan Yu who defeated Hua Xiong and defeated El Bu, a 10-year classmate of Gong Sunzan, and a named disciple of Lu Ji from Pingyuan. The doorkeeper waved his hand. Stop. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just tell me your name and what you want, and I'll help you report it. Liu Bei said, my name is Liu Bei, Lu Xuanda. I came to visit Sun Wenhua to discuss state affairs. Please report it for me. Liu Xuanda, right? You wait here a moment. In the Sun family courtyard, the talented members of the Sun family were gathered around a stove brewing tea, discussing state affairs. Sun Chen said, I just received news that Dong Zhuo burned Luoyang, and the coalition has disbanded. Sun Yu frowned. How dare Dong Zhuo do this? Sun Chen said, I also heard that Dong Zhuo did not take the imperial jade seal when he left, and the lords are still investigating the whereabouts of the jade seal in Luoyang. Sun Yu raised his eyebrows. What's there to investigate? If it hasn't appeared for so long. Either the jade seal is in Dong Zhuo's hands, or it has been hidden by one of the lords. Sun Yu saw through Li Ru's trick at a glance and sighed. This imperial seal of the state is a bone thrown by Li Ru, letting the lords fight among themselves. Li Ru is quite ambitious, using Luoyang and the imperial seal as bait to incite a rift among the lords. Dong Zhuo is also a character. While the lords are all fixated on this imperial seal, he says he can let it go. With this alone, the allied forces cannot compete with Dong Zhuo. Sun Chen said, there is someone who hasn't gone to seize the seal. Sun Yu asked who? Sun Chen replied, Cao Cao, Chaomingda. While everyone else disregards the emperor's fate and rushes into Luoyang to loot treasures, Cao Cao personally led his troops to pursue. Although he returned in defeat due to an ambush, this shows his loyalty to the Han Dynasty far exceeds that of the other lords. Sun Yu remarked, the Han still has loyal subjects. I should take the opportunity to communicate with him. Sun Chen asked, do you think he can be your lord? Sun Yu smiled and said, if he possesses great talent and ambition, he would indeed be my choice for a lord. Sun Shun turned to see his third brother. Sun Yin, lost in thought. He asked, third brother, is something wrong? Sun Yin shook his head. I have a question that I can't find an answer to. Sun Chen curiously asked, oh, is there still a question in this world worth such deep contemplation from you? Sun Yu said, third uncle. Why not bring out the question for everyone to discuss? Sun Yin, with a serious expression, said, what are we having for dinner tonight? Damn it. Getting so serious over this. I thought you were going to ask about state affairs. Sun Chen replied impatiently, I don't know. Sun Yu shook his head. I don't know either. Sun Yin threw up his hands. See, I told you this question is difficult. Even you two smart ones don't know. Sun Yu took a sip of tea and calmly said, roast chicken is good. Eating it wrapped in flatbread is first rate. Sun Yin gave a thumbs up. You truly are something. Even this kind of difficult question doesn't stump you. Sun Yu sighed. Although the third brother was a few years older than him, he was quite unserious. If age were not mentioned, one would think Sun Yin was only in his early 20s, far less mature than Sun Yu. At that moment, a servant came to report, Master, there is someone outside looking for you. His name is Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda, and here is his visiting card. Sun Yin asked, is he that member of the Han royal family, Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda? Precisely. Sun Chen chuckled. I've heard of Liu Bei. He is the magistrate of Pingyuan County, leading over 1,000 men to oppose Dong Zhuo. It is said he was the one who led the charge into Luoyang to loot treasures. Sun Yu took the visiting card. The writing was crooked, reflecting the man himself. It was said he was as unserious as the third brother but accidentally achieved great merit twice during the campaign against Dong Zhuo. His forces numbered only a little over 1,000. He relied on Gongsun Zan's connections to mix in with the allied forces. He also acted childishly, competing with Yuan Shao for camping grounds. A minor character with a big reputation, but all infamy. Sun Yu said lightly, do not meet him. Just say I went to visit a friend. Sun Chen laughed. Oh, it seems Liu Xuanda doesn't leave a good impression on you. Sun Yu said, there is nothing to discuss with such a person. His achievements are due to his subordinates, while he constantly creates chaos, serving no purpose. Unlike Cao Cao, who leads his subordinates to continuous achievements. How many like him are there in the world? Wait. Sun Yin shook his head. You still say you're mature. You can't treat annoying people like this. You're still a bit green. After all, he is a person of status. It's not good to offend him directly. Let me talk to him. Sun Yu casually replied, then I'll trouble my brother. Soon, Sun Yin came out and asked, is it Magistrate Liu? Liu Bei thought it was Sun Yu who came out, feeling delighted that he met him right away, avoiding the need for 3 visits. Oh, seeking talent isn't that hard. Look at Zhuge Liang, so full of himself. Look at Sun Yu, a true talent. Just calling him out to play. How practical. Liu Bei clasped his hands. It is I? You must be Sun Yu, Sun Wenhua. Sun Yin was about to deny it, but suddenly changed his expression and said seriously, yes, that's right. I am Sun Wenhua. Liu Bei was somewhat suspicious and quietly asked Guan Yu, did his expression just change? Guan Yu frowned and said, why do I see him as a jester? His appearance resembles yours, and I remember Sun Yu as a serious person. If Sun Yu were not serious, how could he refuse Cao Cao's kingship even at the end of his life? He is quite stubborn. Liu Bei gritted his teeth. What do you mean by like me? I am a serious person. Guan Yu looked at him disdainfully. What serious person rides Zhao Yun? Liu Bei argued. Isn't that you riding him? Zhao Yun. Zhang Fei quietly said, actually, I think he seems quite serious. Did you guys misjudge him? Liu Bei said, don't rush. I'll test him. Sun Yan damn. Can you all keep your voices down while plotting? We can hear everything. Liu Bei cleared his throat and bowed. Wenhua, you are a great talent. May I invite you to my residence for a discussion? Of course not. Sun Yan pulled at his mouth and forced a smile. I actually neglected this. I know a small tavern that is suitable for chatting. Why don't we go there to talk? Chapter 26. Could it be he is the one destined by heaven? Liu Bei didn't expect Sun Yu to be so enthusiastic. He bowed and said, "Then I will follow your lead." The group went to a small tavern to drink, listening to music with beautiful singing and dancing girls. In Liu Bei's impression, Sun Yu should be a serious person. Unexpectedly, he was also so lively and carefree. Sun Yan spoke, "What national affairs do you wish to know?" Liu Bei waved his hand. "The big matters are already in my grasp. I came to see Wenruo today just to ask him to help share some of the pressure of governance. In other words, I'm looking for you to be my workhorse." Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you mean big matters are under your control?" Liu Bei confidently said, "Exactly." Sun Yan asked, "Then let me ask you. Ask away. What issues does Donghai County face?" To the north, there are the Yellow Turban rebels. To the west, there is the threat of Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, plus years of war and rampant banditry, making life unbearable for the people of Donghai County. So how do you plan to resolve this? Liu Bei stared at the dancer's long legs, distractedly saying, "Reclaim wasteland, eliminate bandits, station troops, stockpile grain, and march north." Sun Yan didn't expect Liu Bei's thought process to be so clear. He was not as incompetent as rumored. As long as he has ambition, he could be considered a qualified lord. He asked, "What are your aspirations?" Liu Bei looked at the dancer's face and said, "To sweep the world." Sun Yan didn't expect Liu Bei to have such grand ambitions. He asked, "On what basis?" "You only have one county." Liu Bei confidently replied, "Just based on my ability to improve production efficiency, the output of one county can rival that of a whole state. Of course, the main thing is killing efficiency. With one explosive, even El Bu would have to avoid his edge." Sun Yan continued to ask, "How to improve?" "Upgrade production tools." Liu Bei took out a blueprint. "This is a water wheel, which can be used to irrigate higher fields. This way, we can reclaim more wasteland and obtain more grain." Sun Yan took the blueprint from Liu Bei, so it turns out to be a flip. Sun Yan recognized it. Originally, Emperor Ling of Han ordered the creation of a device for irrigating farmland, which could lift water by hand, but was very labor-intensive. Liu Bei simply added a few sets of gears to the existing design of the water wheel, enabling it to be operated by animal power. Conversely, it could also harness water power for grinding grain and forging iron. Sun Yan, being highly intelligent, understood the principle after just a brief observation and couldn't help but exclaim, "Brilliant! If we can use animal power for irrigation, production efficiency could indeed increase several times." "Lord Xuanda, are you not afraid I might steal this blueprint to present it to others?" Liu Bei smiled and replied, "What is this? I have thousands of such efficiency-enhancing tools. Even if you learn one, you won't catch up to me." As he said this, Liu Bei presented another design. This was a hand-cranked fan cart invented during the Qing dynasty. It could quickly separate grains from impurities, greatly enhancing efficiency. Sun Yan widened his eyes in admiration and said, "In this case, even without a wind source, grains and impurities can be quickly separated." Liu Bei continued, "This is my path. The path of building a nation through craftsmanship. By utilizing advanced production tools, we can enhance production efficiency and achieve nationwide prosperity. Supporting other warlords only repeats the cycle of dynasties, where people still go hungry and freeze to death by the roadside, and in hundreds of years, there will still be Yellow Turban rebels. The efforts of talented individuals cannot change this predetermined future, so what is the point of such efforts? But if you support me, it will be different. The nation's production will see a tremendous boost, and together we will create a super empire where no one goes hungry or freezes to death. Wenruo, this will be an unprecedented empire with no predecessors or successors. Are you willing to join us?" Sun Yan was inspired by Liu Bei's passionate words. He truly began to see Liu Bei in a new light. Initially thinking he was just a playboy with a carefree nature, he did not expect him to have such visionary ideas. If these tools were widely distributed, how much would production efficiency increase? How much labor could be freed up? The liberated labor could accomplish many tasks, repairing irrigation canals, building roads, and constructing city walls, all without delaying farming. One step fast, every step fast. He has thousands of such items. Not to mention, with Liu Bei's ambition and the fierce generals like Guan, Zhang, and Zhao, he could help elevate Liu Bei. Building a nation through craftsmanship? Indeed, it is a path never taken before. Other members of the Sun family have followed traditional paths. Frankly speaking, if they continue on those traditional roads, they will never create an empire where everyone is well-fed and warmly clothed. Why not follow Liu Bei and explore a new avenue to attempt to create that legendary super empire, even if the hope is slim? Moreover, the family has more than just him as a talent. He does not need to bear the family's rise and fall, and he fully qualifies to take a chance with Liu Bei. And Liu Bei's surname is Liu. Could he be the key to the revival of the Han Dynasty? Is he the one destined by heaven? He immediately stood up and said, "I will pack my things and go with you right away. Please wait here." Saying this, he hurried back home. Liu, Guan, Zhang, and Zhao were momentarily stunned. Did he just agree? Isn't that a bit hasty? Shouldn't he consult the family head? Sun Shuang? Sun Yan returned to the Sun residence. His brothers quickly asked, "Brother, why were you out for so long?" Sun Yan smiled and said, "I'm preparing to pack my things and go with Liu Bei." The Sun brothers were bewildered. Sun Yu asked, "What do you see in Liu Bei?" Sun Shun, it is said that Liu Bei has no great ambitions. he is not a wise ruler. Sun Yu, Liu Bei has a small force and a weak foundation. His actions are also not reliable. What do you see in him? This is equivalent to a prestigious PhD from Qingbei graduating and joining a startup. The key point is that this boss has studied, and he can only offer you a salary of 3,000. This is indeed perplexing. Sun Yan said solemnly. Actually, I hope you can also join Liu Bei, but you still have to bear the family's rise and fall for me, so I must take the risk myself. With that, Sun Yan hastily grabbed a few pieces of clothing and rushed out of the house. The Sun brothers looked at each other, still confused. Did Liu Bei use some sort of drug on him? No. Why are we bearing the family's rise and fall? He is the elder brother. Why isn't he bearing it? Sun Yu sighed. Third brother is like this. He thinks of something and just does it. It's not surprising that he gets along with Liu Bei. Let him go. A sneeze. Liu Bei had no idea who was talking about him. He only knew that people who enjoy fun could indeed attract each other. Actually, my name is Sun Yan, courtesy name Shiruo, the third brother of Sun Yu. Sun Yu has no interest in you, but I do. I have also learned a bit, and if you do not mind, I am willing to offer my services. It turns out he is Sun Yan. Sun Yan was not very active in history. He consistently helped Cao Cao control the rear and did not make many appearances. His most glorious moment was when Cao Cao marched against Wuhan, and the governor of Bingzhou attempted to rebel and seize Yi City. Sun Yan discovered this in time, and then dealt with the governor of Bingzhou, a member of the Sun family, who could be compared with Sun Yu and Sun Yu. Could not be too far off. They all had the same teacher, clearly very capable, yet he had always stayed in the rear, slacking off. His desire for power did not seem very strong. Liu Bei laughed. Could I? I didn't expect Sun Yu and Sun Yu to be inferior to your vision. You are the true talent of the Sun family. Sun Yan was delighted. Are you praising me or yourself? Just because you are pragmatic and personally came to test my attitude, you are better than them. From now on, you will work with me. The position of East Sea County Magistrate is yours. Sun Yan did not expect Liu Bei to value him so highly, offering him the second-in-command position right away. It seems Liu Bei's vision is also quite good. He happily said, Thank you, my lord. Liu Bei patted Sun Yan's shoulder. Working with me guarantees success. You go. Time is tight. Please help me find another horse cart to pick someone up. Guan Yu asked, Who are we picking up? Liu Bei smiled. We're going to the neighboring county to find Guojia. Sun Yan asked, Does Lord Xuanda know Guojia? Of course. I've heard of his virtuous name for a long time and want to bring him over to help me with work. Sun Yan was secretly surprised. He did not expect Liu Bei to have such good judgment. This Guojia is someone even Yuan Shao looked down upon. Currently unemployed at home with no one caring for him, and Liu Bei immediately discovered the gem of Yingchuan. Clearly, Guojia had not showcased his talents to the world. Sun Yan smiled. I can lead the way. Chapter 27. Guojia. Still drinking. We are here to recruit you. The Sun family and Guojia were only 20 kilometers apart in the neighboring county. The group rode horses all the way, and during the ride, Liu Bei learned that Sun Yan also had a unique skill. His unique skill was the perception of killing intent, allowing him to sense the killing intent of large armies and assassins. Once a large army was advancing toward him, he could sense it. This is quite remarkable. It's like having a satellite radar, isn't it? No wonder he was able to detect the governor of Bingzhou's ambush on Yi City in advance. Putting him on the battlefield is like having half a perspective cheat. He never has to worry about being ambushed. Liu Bei felt he had truly found a treasure. Half an hour later, Liu Bei arrived at Guojia's thatched cottage. He lived alone and was quite frugal. While others lived in thatched cottages out of poverty, he lived in one purely out of interest. The interior decoration was even more sophisticated than modern times. Liu Bei bought many gifts and seriously wrote a neatly penned letter of greeting. Sun Yan did not expect Liu Bei to be so humble and respectful towards talented individuals, truly resembling a wise ruler. After knocking on the door for a long time, they still did not see Guojia open it. Guan Yu said, Could he be asleep? Liu Bei sighed. Then let's wait here for a while. Guan Yu frowned. It's almost dark now. We might as well find a place to eat. Liu Bei waved his hand. Let's wait a bit longer. Sun Yan said, I know where he went. Sun Yan led everyone to the flower building and found Guojia. This guy has been drinking heavily ever since he returned from Yuan Shao. Guan Yu asked why. Sun Yan explained, Yuan Shao did not value him, and he feels that his talent is no less than that of Zhu Shou and others. He is unwilling to be a minor official, so he simply came back on his own. Feeling unfulfilled and having nothing to do, he can only spend his days drinking. Liu Bei shook Guojia. Wake up. Stop sleeping. Guojia opened his bleary, drunken eyes. Do you want to drink too? Drink. Feel free to drink. It's on me. Slap. Liu Bei slapped him. Drink. You're in trouble. Hoo. Guojia fell asleep again. Everyone looked at each other. Guan Yu asked, What should we do now? Liu Bei laughed. Isn't that just perfect? With Sun Yan as a witness, we can just take him when we see talent. Lift him onto the cart and take him away. Sun Yan twitched at the corner of his eye. He had just praised Liu Bei for being respectful towards talented individuals, and now they were acting like bandits taking someone. Liu Bei continued to lead the troops on their journey through the night. The consumption of the troops on the road was significant, and they had to return to Donghai County before their supplies ran out. They headed east, and late that night they arrived at Qinlu. As they chatted along the way, Sun Yan increasingly felt that Liu Bei was extraordinary. The things in his mind seemed somewhat advanced. He didn't even need a long-sighted strategist to plan for his future. He only needed a capable advisor to help him with his work, just as he had said when they first met. He had already grasped the general situation of the world. He just needed an assistant to share the administrative duties. It seemed that this accidental encounter had led him to the most suitable lord, a super empire where everyone is well-fed and warmly dressed. Sun Yin was filled with hope for the future. Guojia opened his bleary eyes. The unfamiliar ceiling. Wait, where am I? Why am I on the cart? He jolted up. Liu Bei was personally driving the cart, and upon hearing the noise inside, he quickly asked, "You're awake?" Seeing that Liu Bei's attire did not resemble that of a coachman, Guojia asked, "Who are you?" Liu Bei replied, "I am Liu Bei, Luochuanda, the governor of Donghai County, a member of the Han royal family." Upon hearing he was an official, Guojia relaxed a bit. "How did I end up here? Where's this?" Liu Bei smiled. "This is Chunlu." Guojia was stunned. "Damn it. Chunlu is over 400 miles away from my home. How did I end up so far?" Liu Bei said seriously, "You got drunk and climbed onto my cart to sleep." Sun Yin chimed in at that time. "You insisted on sleeping in the cart, and no one could stop you. Is that so?" Guojia rubbed his head, unable to remember anything. It must have been a blackout from drinking. "Hey, aren't you Sun Xiuruo? Why are you here too?" Sun Yin replied, "Luochuanda is my lord, of course. I am here with him." Guojia was even more surprised and incredulously said, "Xiuruo, you have a lord now? You actually agreed to come out of retirement?" It should be noted that Sun Yin had been idle at home for over a decade, refusing to take an official position. Every day he would say this warlord was no good, that warlord was no good. Even last year when he went to ally with Yuan Shao, Sun Yin also said Yuan Shao was no good, claiming Yuan Shao was indecisive and did not know how to use people, which was a major flaw for a lord. He relied on the Yuan family's wealth to be so powerful. At that time, Guojia was only 20 years old, young and full of vigor, disbelieving in evil. So what if Yuan Shao was indecisive and did not know how to use people? His family was wealthy. No matter how much chaos ensued, he couldn't possibly lose, right? He thought he would only need to lend a hand to help stabilize the world. It would be completely effortless. However, the newly entered society taught Guojia a harsh lesson. Yuan Shao did not lack strategists. Zhu Shou, Su Yu, Tian Feng, Feng Ji, there were countless renowned elites. Want to get close to Yuan Shao? No way. He was sent to the remote border city and couldn't even see Yuan Shao's face. Damn it. How long would it take to showcase my talents? According to his plans, if he waited another 10 years, the Han might be unified again. What chance would he have to showcase his talents? Thus, he decisively resigned and idled at home. He gave up. Since he couldn't achieve success, he might as well enjoy himself every day. After all, the Guo family in Yingchuan had plenty of money. In fact, things turned out to be just as Guojia had anticipated. After more than a decade, if it weren't for Zhuge Liang's sudden emergence, Cao Cao would have really crossed the river into Jiangdong and achieved unification. At this moment, Guojia finally understood why the Sun brothers, almost 30 years old, did not seek employment. Because none of the warlords in the world were worth a damn. They were all fools. Whoever assisted them would be the one to suffer. So Sun Yin's acceptance of Liu Bei as his lord surprised him. Weren't the Sun brothers very picky about their lords? Sun Yin even looked down on Yuan Shao. How could he possibly favor Liu Bei? What charm does Liu Bei possess to make Sun Yin, a recluse, come out? Sun Yin smiled. Lord Xuanda is quite interesting. Why don't you join him? Oh, I remember. Guojia asked. Are you the Liu Xuanda who sits poorly, stands poorly, speaks crudely, and does things inappropriately? Ah, this is the reputation. Everyone knows Liu Xuanda's misdeeds. Liu Bei gritted his teeth. That's me. Guojia, realizing he had spoken too freely, quickly apologized. Sorry, Lord Xuanda. I'm still not sober, and spoke without thinking. Liu Bei forced a smile. No problem. Guojia then asked Sun Yin, why did you choose such a person as your lord? Sun Yin said seriously, he is quite extraordinary. Why not work with me for a while? You'll understand. With Sun Yin's endorsement, Guojia curiously asked, what does Lord Xuanda intend for me to do? Liu Bei said, you shall be my strategist. You will mainly plan for military campaigns, and all military affairs of over 10,000 troops in the county will be entrusted to you. Guojia suddenly felt a sense of redemption. He did not expect Liu Bei, unlike Yuan Shao, to disdain him for being young and directly appoint him as a strategist, entrusting him with all military affairs in the county. Such trust made Guojia gratefully bow and say, I will not disappoint my lord's expectations. Chapter 28. When out and about, one's identity is self-assigned. Liu Bei quickly helped Guojia up. From now on, we will work together with one heart and effort, creating brilliance together. Guojia nodded vigorously. By the way, Feng Shao, do you have any special skills? Guojia raised an eyebrow. You dare to recruit me without knowing my special skills? Sun Yin also felt a headache coming on. Guojia said, my special skill is to boost morale, raising my own army's morale to match that of the enemy. Liu Bei was secretly amazed. This move is quite something, isn't it? If Guojia were at Hulao Pass, it wouldn't be so passive. This is definitely a divine skill for a counterattack. Guojia continued. However, the cooldown time is 1 month. Yuan Binshu felt the cooldown time was too long and thought my ultimate skill was useless, so he assigned me to a minor official position. I see. Yuan Shao never expected that he would fall into a passive position twice due to morale issues at Hulao Pass, right? In the later Battle of Guan Yu, Guo Jia used this ultimate skill to boost Cao Cao's morale, launching a counterattack and turning the tide, causing Yuan Shao to suffer a setback. This is a king-level ultimate skill. Using it at a critical moment can lead to a total defeat for the enemy. It can be said to be a godly move and go. In the end, it was Yuan Shao's arrogance that led him to believe he was invincible and did not need morale-boosting ultimate skills, especially since it could only be used once a month. It's normal for Yuan Shao to ignore Guo Jia. Feng Shao, today I'll introduce you to a fierce general, so you'll be like a fish in water. Guo Jia instinctively asked, who? Dian Wei. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's eyes lit up. Dian Wei? Damn, he is the man known for being invincible in land battles. He's actually in Qianlu. With him around, do Guan Yu and Zhang Fei still need to go to the battlefield themselves? Following Bei really is the right choice. It's all about lying down and winning. Zhao Yun, Sun Yan, and Guo Jia looked confused. Who is Dian Wei? Haven't heard of him? Is he very powerful? Liu Bei nodded. Actually, Dian Wei also participated in the campaign against Dong Zhuo, but he kept a low profile, and his ultimate skill might not have awakened yet. It took me several days to find out that he works under Zhang Miao, the governor of Qianlu County. Their unit has been out on missions, and I haven't had a chance to find them. They should have returned to Qianlu by now, so it's just the right time to ask for people. Guan Yu asked, how do we ask for him? We have nothing to trade with him. Liu Bei smirked. Trade? We are poaching, not trading. Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. As longtime roommates, he had a hunch. Liu Bei was about to pull a fast one. Report. Over 1,000 troops from Liu Bei's army are standing outside the city gate confronting our army. Zhang Miao had just returned from Luoyang and hadn't even settled down before standing up again. What does he want? He says there's someone named Dian Wei here who killed his relative, and he wants revenge. Zhang Miao thought for a moment. Who is Dian Wei? Seems like he's under Zhao Chong. Zhang Miao frowned. Bring Zhao Chong here. Soon, Zhao Chong arrived. My lord, what is your command? Is Dian Wei one of your subordinates? Yes. What is his current position? Currently a Du Bo. He just joined last year. Zhang Miao raised an eyebrow. Promoted so quickly? Equivalent to going from a rookie to a company commander in a year. Zhao Chong himself appreciated Dian Wei and thought it was a good opportunity for him to shine. So he said, this person has immense strength and has achieved military merits repeatedly. He is a rare talent. Zhang Miao asked, does he have an ultimate skill? Zhao Chong shook his head. No. A trace of disappointment flashed in Zhang Miao's eyes. Without an ultimate skill, he could not be considered a great general. So he said, do you know that Liu Bei is standing outside the city gate with his army confronting us? Zhao Chong's eyes flashed with surprise. Huh? Liu Bei only has a little over 1,000 men. How dare he confront us? Zhang Miao snorted coldly. He says Dian Wei killed his relative and wants an explanation from him. Zhao Chong was somewhat surprised. One is in Hunan, and the other is in the northeast. They have no connection. How could Dian Wei have killed his relative? Zhang Miao said, you bring Dian Wei here. I'll say it up front. If Dian Wei really killed someone, no matter how much you appreciate him, I will send him out. Don't think about covering for him. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Zhao Chong couldn't believe it. Why? Liu Bei only has a little over 1,000 men. Zhang Miao said, Liu Bei has allied with Tao Qian, Gong Sun Zan, Kong Rong, and others jointly recommended him as the governor of Donghai County. And it has already been approved. Understand? Liu Bei is now on par with me. Don't look at him having only a little over 1,000 men now. When he returns to Donghai, his army will exceed 10,000. And he has fierce generals like Guan, Zhao, and 3 others. Donghai County is right next door. If he attacks, it will be disastrous for us. Do you think a minor general is worth so many people dying for him? Zhao Chong did not expect that Liu Bei's journey would really benefit him, rising from a county magistrate to a governor. He had no choice but to say, understood. Soon, Dian Wei was brought over by Zhao Chong. Zhang Miao asked, honestly, have you killed anyone? Dian Wei looked terrified, not knowing how Zhang Miao knew about this. He had gone to kill Li Yong and Sui Yang to help an old friend, Liu, take revenge. He killed while masked, so no one recognized him. Afterward, he fled and didn't know where to go. Moreover, escaping to another city required documentation. Otherwise, he could only live like a wild man in the wilderness. Fortunately, at that time, Zhang Miao's campaign against Dong Zhuo was recruiting people. Dian Wei had a sudden idea and simply joined the campaign, escaping legally. He thought that after a year, the matter would gradually calm down and the heat would have passed. He didn't expect that just after returning from Luoyang, he would be discovered. Zhang Miao coldly snorted. Not talking, huh? Your enemy has come to your door. Dian Wei asked. Who? The governor of Donghai County, Liu Bei. Lu Xuanda. Liu Bei. How could it be him? The person I killed had the surname Li. His wife's surname is Wang. How is Liu Bei related to him? One is in the northeast, the other in Hunan. Their accents are different. There's no connection at all. Is Liu Bei out of his mind? Dian Wei firmly denied. I didn't kill anyone. I want to confront him face to face. Zhang Miao was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Dian Wei to be so certain. Could it be that Liu Bei made a mistake? All right, you go outside the city to confront Liu Bei. If Liu Bei recognizes the wrong person, I'll protect you. So Zhang Miao brought Dian Wei outside the city. Zhang Miao cupped his hands. Lord Xuanda, I brought the person to you, but he claims he hasn't killed anyone. Is there a misunderstanding between you? Liu Bei saw that the soldier beside Zhang Miao was tall and strong, even bigger than Zhang Fei, and his eyes lit up. No wonder he is known as the strongest man in land battles. With one punch, his bones would shatter. Liu Bei suppressed his smile and angrily said, Dian Wei, you're hard to find. You killed my relative, and you still won't admit it? Dian Wei maintained a calm expression. I didn't kill anyone. Liu Bei pointed at Dian Wei. All right. Not admitting it, huh? Let me remind you. You're from Zhuwuzhuang, right? Dian Wei squinted. Huh. It doesn't matter if you don't say. To help your friend Liu take revenge, you went to Suiyang and killed Li Yong. Is that true or not? Dian Wei's eyes widened. How did Liu Bei know this? Could it be that he is really a relative of Li Yong? Otherwise, how could he investigate so clearly? Unexpectedly, Li Yong had such a big background that he actually had a relative like Liu Bei. Don't think that the lords look down on Liu Bei. In the eyes of the common people, Liu Bei is already a celestial being. Dian Wei never expected that after a year of fleeing, he would still be discovered, and by someone of such high stature. He had nothing to say and resignedly said, I killed Li Yong, so just do whatever you want. Chapter 29. Subduing Dian Wei. Liu Bei chuckled lightly. Good, you said it. He then cupped his hands and asked, Governor Zhang, can I take him away? Zhang Miao just wanted to quickly send this plague god Liu Bei away. A mere big-headed soldier without any special skills was nothing. So he agreed, of course. Thank you, Governor Zhang. Liu Bei snorted coldly. Someone, find Dian Wei and take him away. Several soldiers quickly tied Dian Wei up like a dumpling and threw him onto the cart. The cart made a loud noise, making Liu Bei think it was about to collapse. Liu Bei waved his hand. Withdraw. Over 1,000 soldiers left in a grand procession. Zhang Miao squinted at the scholar beside Liu Bei. He hadn't noticed earlier, but as they moved away, he finally recalled that this scholar looked familiar. It seemed to be Sun Yu from the Sun family of Yingchuan. Zhang Miao had often played with Cao Cao and Yuan Shao in his early years and had met many famous scholars from prominent families. He recognized Sun Yan, but couldn't believe it was him. Around him, the civil officials exclaimed, Sun Yu? Impossible. They had no doubt about Zhang Miao's eyesight. Who among the prominent scholars didn't know him? It was impossible to mistake him. Sun Yu had gained fame as a youth, but had been idle at home for over a decade without taking office. How could he be serving Liu Bei now? At this time, Sun Yu hadn't achieved remarkable results yet, and Sun Yan's name was not inferior to theirs. Zhang Miao quickly sent someone to inquire. Soon, that person returned with a shocking piece of news. Sun Yu really had come out of retirement, and his lord was Liu Bei. Zhang Miao's eyes widened, and his mind buzzed. Why? Sun Yan had looked down on Yuan Shao. Why would he choose the weak Liu Bei? He recalled how Guan, Zhang, and Zhao remained indifferent to the temptations from the lords. Could it be that Liu Bei was truly not as simple as he seemed? Sun Yan gave Liu Bei a thumbs up. I've never seen someone recruit like this. It's indeed fun with you. Guojia asked, My lord, have you studied military strategy? Liu Bei chuckled. What military strategy? It's just my daily routine. Guojia's mouth twitched. Daily routine? This tactic was theoretically one of the 36 stratagems. Creating something from nothing. Liu Bei often used this tactic online. For instance, when he found some bloggers too abstract, he would leave a comment. Hello, I'm the head of psychiatry. I suggest you come to our hospital to check your brain. Or he would sarcastically respond to some motivational bloggers. I sell pancakes. From setting up a stall to founding a brand, it only took me a year, and now I earn 10 billion a year. Despite this, many still privately messaged him asking to join. So, when out and about, one's online identity is self-assigned. Dian Wei wasn't my enemy. So I couldn't just assign myself an enemy identity and then reasonably demand something, right? Liu Bei lifted the curtain of the cart, looking at the bound giant, and smiled. So are you scared? Dian Wei snorted coldly. Kill or mutilate. Do as you please. Sun Yan interjected. Huh? Kill you? That would be too easy. I want to kill all the villagers in my village. Liu Bei thought. Why are you still acting? Liu Bei said, I will skin all the Dian family members alive, and the women will all be taken to my backyard. Guojia raised an eyebrow and whispered to Zhang Fei beside him. This last sentence doesn't sound like acting. Zhang Fei nodded. He really seems to want to do that. Liu Bei, Dian Wei angrily shouted. Innocent people shouldn't be punished. I'll fight you. Smack, smack, smack. The thick hemp rope was instantly snapped by Dian Wei's muscles, and he lunged at Liu Bei. Thankfully, Zhao Yun was quick and blocked Dian Wei. However, Zhao Yun's physique was clearly no match for Dian Wei, and he was immediately knocked away. A few guards rushed up, trying to subdue him, but they too were easily thrown aside. It wasn't until Zhang Fei and Guan Yu joined forces to pin Dian Wei to the ground, with a dozen spears pointing at him, that he finally stopped. Damn. No wonder he was the strongest in land combat. Once he got going, he was like a fierce beast. And even Zhang Fei and Guan Yu almost couldn't hold him down. Liu Bei hadn't expected to have gone too far. Away. I'm sorry. I was just joking. Dian Wei stared intensely at Liu Bei. It doesn't seem like a joke. Liu Bei continued. I'm actually not your enemy. I'm here specifically to find you. Find me? I heard in the allied forces that you are brave and good at fighting, so I wanted to recruit you. Recruit me? Dian Wei had heard that Liu Bei had 3 great generals under him, all of whom were skilled warriors. Logically, he shouldn't be lacking in martial talent. Why would he suddenly want to recruit a small soldier without any special skills? So Dian Wei said, but I have no special skills. Liu Bei replied, that's okay. I will have Guan, Zhang, and Zhao guide you to awaken your special skills. Even if you don't awaken a powerful skill with your strength, I can make you a school officer. Generally speaking, in this world, lower-class people could only rely on themselves to awaken special skills. Awakening requires spending a lot of money to hire a master for guidance, and lower-class people can't even afford books, let alone pay someone for guidance. Moreover, they might not even awaken powerful special skills. Only those like Zhang Fei, who were wealthy, could afford to find a master for guidance. Zhao Yun, not to mention, had been guided by the Spear King Tong Yuan since childhood, but it took him years to awaken his special skills. Guan Yu was exceptionally gifted. He was a typical lower-class person who managed to awaken skills on his own, which was very rare. However, if it weren't for Dian Wei lacking special skills, he would have probably been taken by the lords long ago. How could he have the chance to pick up the scraps? Dian Wei's eyes widened. School officer? I didn't expect you to think so highly of me, directly offering me the position of school officer, which commands 1,000 men. More importantly, he could legally leave Chenlu now. So Dian Wei sighed in relief and laughed. Ha, my lord. My lord. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. So, which general should I listen to? Dian Wei wouldn't say any pretty words like if the lord doesn't abandon me. Just calling him my lord was enough to signify his agreement to follow Liu Bei. Liu Bei smiled. You just need to listen to this strategist Guijia. Dian Wei looked at the clean and scholarly young man beside him, surprised that the strategist was so young. But he still respectfully said, Dian Wei pays respects to the strategist. Guijia helped Dian Wei up. No need for such formalities. Guijia thought, although Dian Wei lacked special skills, his strength was considerable, and he would definitely be fierce in charge. Liu Bei said, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, I'll leave Dian Wei to your guidance. Make sure he awakens as soon as possible. Guan Yu was the most eager. As long as Dian Wei awakened his special skills, he could replace him as the main force. He patted his chest and said, no problem. Zhang Fei also said, I'm fine with it too. Zhao Yun nodded. No problem. Dian Wei cupped his hands toward Guan, Zhang, and Zhao. Then I'll trouble the three generals. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were in high spirits. They knew how fierce Dian Wei was. With this addition, they felt a great sense of security. It really feels promising to follow Brother Bei. On the way home, he casually recruited 2 strategists and a general, and he couldn't imagine how luxurious the future lineup would be. Excited, he asked, Big brother, are there still talents in Chenlu? Shall we recruit them all? Liu Bei laughed and replied, yes. Chapter 30. Liu Bei picks up a big opportunity, Guan Yu exclaimed. Who is it? Liu Bei said, in Xiao County of Qiao State, present-day Boizhou, on Hue, about 160 miles from here. We can reach there in half a day. This person is named Su Chu. Zhang Fei widened his eyes. Su Chu. Guan Yu was delighted. At that moment, both of Cao Cao's strategists and a general were in Liu Bei's hands. And now Liu Bei planned to poach Cao Cao's favorite tiger general. He was really grabbing from Cao Cao, wasn't he? Liu Bei's army immediately headed south for 160 miles to Qiao County. At this time, Su Chu was practicing martial arts at home. Suddenly, a younger brother rushed in to report, Big brother, over 1,000 people are approaching our village. Su Chu frowned and asked, are they bandits? The younger brother thought for a moment. They look like soldiers. Without saying another word, Su Chu picked up a steel knife and said, I'll go take a look. Soon, Liu Bei met a burly man holding a steel knife. Su Chu asked, esteemed officer, what brings you here? Liu Bei cupped his hands and said, I am Liu Bei, the governor of Donghai County, a member of the Han royal family. I have heard that Su Zhongkong is exceptionally brave, and I have come to recruit you. Su Chu was puzzled. You are such a high-ranking official, and you come with such a grand entourage to recruit me? Liu Bei smiled and said, I intend to appoint you as a captain, leading 1,000 men. How about it? Are you willing to follow me and do great things? Recruiting a military general is not as complicated as recruiting a strategist. It's a matter of a single word. The villagers were overjoyed that the governor personally came to recruit him as a captain. In this chaotic era, military officers are indeed the real lords. However, Su Chu cupped his hands and said, thank you for your kindness, governor. But I have no military achievements and no unique skills. What merit do I have to deserve the position of captain? The elder in the vicinity immediately changed his expression and whispered, why are you being so honest? The governor personally came to recruit you. Just accept it. Why ask so much? You're going to drive me crazy. Yes, that I say, captain. Liu Bei laughed and said, even if you have no unique skills, I can help you awaken them. What I value is your strength and martial arts. The elders were exasperated. What are you hesitating for? He has already said he values your strength. Brother Zhongkong, my uncle fought all his life and never became a captain. You're starting as one. This is an opportunity you cannot miss. Su, my 4th uncle's daughter's cousin is a captain, and he is doing quite well. They even bought a big courtyard in the city. Su, remember not to forget us when you become rich and powerful. Su Chu was also somewhat hesitant. He came from a wealthy family, and most of his relatives held military positions, some with strong or weak unique skills. Although he was the strongest and tallest in the family, he had never awakened a unique skill. Therefore, the elders advised him to focus on awakening a unique skill before looking for a good job. Unexpectedly, This Governor Liu appreciates him so much and came directly to his home to offer him the position of captain. The relatives who had awakened powerful unique skills were not as fortunate as this. Su Chu cupped his hands and said, in that case, I am willing to join Governor Liu's camp. Liu Bei was overjoyed, not expecting it to be so easy to recruit Su Chu. He quickly said, grant him a horse. Grant him armor. A squad of soldiers lined up neatly and presented the prepared steed and armor to Su Chu. The sense of ceremony was at its peak. This made the villagers envious. Governor Liu actually valued Su Chu so much. In their eyes, Su Chu could start as a captain without having awakened a unique skill. He had really picked up a big opportunity. Even Zhao Yun had only become a captain of the White Horseo. Su Chu was very touched and immediately stated, I am willing to dedicate my life and efforts to the Lord, even to the death. Liu Bei helped Su Chu up and painted a bright future. Work hard. I promise you will become a general leading 10,000 men in the future. Su Chu excitedly said, thank you, Governor. The villagers were even more envious. The treatment here from Governor Liu was truly unparalleled. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei secretly gave a thumbs up, saying that Brother Bei's promises were truly remarkable, and importantly, they could actually be realized. After accepting Su Chu, Liu Bei officially led his army straight to Donghai County. Spring plowing was about to begin, and he could not afford to delay any longer. The new season was about to start next year, and it would be another chaotic battle among the lords. He must find a way to stockpile enough food to cope with next year's Great War. Liu Bei's army traveled day and night, and finally reached Tan County in 2 days. This was the administrative center of Donghai County, the political center. Along the way, Donghai County had suffered greatly from war, leaving it in tatters. There were refugees everywhere. They were barely clothed and emaciated. Some people, unable to survive, had become bandits. Even Liu Bei's army had been intercepted by bandits several times, and Liu Bei casually took them away as laborers. Liu Bei dismounted and walked up to a refugee, asking, Old man, may I ask why you have no land to farm? The old man waved his hand and said, I can't farm. I planted 1 crop. And the bandits took 1 crop, the soldiers took 1 crop, and the landlords took 1 crop. I have no grain at all. Liu Bei then asked a young man next to him, what about you? The young man replied, the landlords take too much grain. We don't have enough to eat. So I came out to the mountains to find food. What about you? My home was burned by bandits, my family was killed by bandits, and I fled here. Liu Bei nodded and turned to leave. Guan Yu asked, why not give them some food? Liu Bei replied irritably, if they come to rob us later, would you still give it or not? How many can you save? Can you save so many people? Our soldiers are brothers who risk their lives. Should they starve because of your kindness? Should our troops go hungry? We need to take care of our own first, understand? Guan Yu sighed and said, I understand. Liu Bei looked at Sun Yan. Did you hear that? I want everyone to have land to farm. What do you plan to do? Sun Yan did not expect Liu Bei to truly care about these refugees. Throughout the journey, Sun Yan increasingly recognized Liu Bei. Not only did he cherish talent, but he also cared about the suffering of the people and treated his soldiers like his own children. Such a person, even without much strategy, is a competent lord. Sun Yan said, currently, what Donghai County lacks the most is food. Organizing the people to farm in an orderly manner is the primary issue. The old man just mentioned the 3 harms: landlords, soldiers, and bandits. The powerful families cannot be touched. Otherwise, those refugees alone cannot manage and organize farming. The urgent matter is not for the people to be wealthy, but for our army to be wealthy. As for the soldiers, with you here, they can naturally be restrained. Therefore, it is evident that your target should be the bandit problem. No matter how harsh the landlords are, or how tight the military rations are. As long as the bandits do not rob, the farmers will not starve. They can still manage to fill their stomachs. As for the bandits, my suggestion is to recruit them as laborers, allowing them to cultivate new fields and improve irrigation. But the current problem is that we cannot afford to support so many people. After all, bandits need to eat to work, and recruiting them will incur costs. The problem is they don't have that much capital. Liu Bei asked, so your suggestion is? Sun Yan replied, first borrow grain, then deal with the bandits, cultivate wasteland, and dig irrigation. In this way, we will see results in half a year. Liu Bei asked, how much grain will 10,000 people consume in 3 months? Sun Yan said, at least 15,000 shur of grain, and if we want to be well fed, we need more than 20,000 shur. Liu Bei smiled and said, as you say, I will leave the task of reclaiming farmland entirely to you. Sun Yan confidently replied, I accept the order. Liu Bei added, Feng Shao, the task of dealing with bandits is entrusted to you, and our goal this year is to eliminate all the bandits in the territory. Once next year comes, with sufficient troops and grain, we will set our sights on Qingzhou and defeat the Yellow Turban Army. Next year will be 192 AD, when 1 million Yellow Turbans from Qingzhou will march south to attack Yanzhou and Shuzhou, and Cao Cao will take advantage of the situation to defeat Qingzhou. He will incorporate these Yellow Turbans into the famous Qingzhou army, allowing Cao Cao to make a fortune. Since it is a windfall, Liu Bei must also take advantage of it. Guo Jia felt excited at the prospect of personally commanding such a large battle. I will not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Liu Bei looked at the distant gate of Tan County, feeling exhilarated. The chaotic times will begin to end from here. He waved his hand and said, let's go. We will take office in Donghai. Chapter 31. Taking office in Donghai County, Jianyong had already brought people to greet them at the city gate. My lord. Liu Bei hurried forward, filled with joy as he looked at the new oxen and horses. Shina, how have you been lately? Jianyong felt that Liu Bei's gaze was a bit strange. Very well, my lord. You have had a tiring journey. Here is the official seal of the county magistrate. Along with the official attire, Liu Bei took the official seal. Ding. Detected that the host has occupied Donghai County, gaining 1,000 reputation points. Liu Bei joyfully whispered to Zhang Fei and Guan Yu beside him. I received a system reward. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu's eyes brightened. Did they finally get their first reputation points? It was not easy at all. Brother Bei, are you going to draw? Or save up for a bit? To draw a tank? Liu Bei shook his head. It's better to draw seeds. It will be practical, and it will take 3 years to take over Shuzhou. Next year will be the time of chaos among the heroes. We must find ways to plant more grain to deal with next year's crisis. Guan Yu nodded. Let's draw from the seed prize pool. Liu Bei clicked to draw. Ding. Congratulations on drawing 1 corn seed. Damn, is it really that stingy? Just 1 seed? I won't be able to grow anything this year. Guan Yu quickly asked, what happened? Good news, it's a corn seed. Our grain yield may increase several times. Guan Yu was delighted. This is a good thing, extremely drought resistant, high yield, and can even be planted on mountains. Zhang Fei asked, what's the bad news? Liu Bei showed the seed in his hand, just 1 seed. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei felt disheartened. They thought this year's grain yield would explode, but it turned out to be just 1 corn seed. If it doesn't grow successfully, won't that be the end? Jianyong, what are the 3 brothers whispering about? He cupped his hands and said, I have prepared a banquet to welcome you all. Liu Bei patted Jianyong's shoulder. Let's go? I'm just hungry. Guan Yu hurriedly asked, did you bring my wife over? Jianyong smiled. Of course, what Yin Chong instructed. I have certainly taken care of. Guan Yu laughed heartily. Hurry and take me to meet my wife and child. The next day, after the tiring journey, Liu Bei did not rest, but summoned all the senior officials for a meeting. It was only March, and the temperature in Shuzhou was still very low. Corn, like other grains, could not be sown until late April. However, there was much preparation to do in advance, including plowing, repairing irrigation ditches, and weeding. Guan Yu, suffering from a hangover, had a splitting headache and sat in the corner listlessly. Zhang Fei was already accustomed to Liu Bei's fast pace. When he used to live stream with Liu Bei, even on New Year's Eve with hot topics, he had to cooperate with him. In Liu Bei's dictionary, it seemed there were no words for taking a break. Sun Yan felt a bit out of place. He was naturally a more laid-back person and found it hard to adapt to Liu Bei's work intensity, which warlord doesn't rest for 2 days after a battle. However, he admired Liu Bei's diligent governance. Liu Bei said, the situation in Donghai is severe, and spring plowing is imminent. We must race against time. So everyone should not think about resting. First, we need to standardize the statistics. Liu Bei looked at Sun Yan. Xiuruo, have I mentioned to you that I will create a large number of tools to improve production efficiency? Sun Yan nodded. Yes, that is also why I follow the Lord. I want to walk a different path with you. Liu Bei, therefore, today I want to provide you with a tool that can enhance your efficiency in handling affairs. Sun Yan was a bit confused. A tool that can enhance the efficiency of handling affairs? What tool can do that? Liu Bei smiled. It is a mathematical tool. Liu Bei took out a stack of paper, which he had asked a clerk to copy as teaching materials the day before. Next, I will teach you how to draw statistical charts. In the future, whenever statistics are involved, you must draw a statistical chart. Jianyong, Sun Yan, and Guo Jia were the key targets of this lesson. Their main work was to gather statistics and make decisions. At first, they were a bit confused. But as they listened, they became more engaged. This is a good thing. Any statistics can be made clear at a glance by drawing such a chart. Sun Yan's breathing quickened even more. He didn't expect that production tools could also be mathematical tools. With this mathematical tool, his speed in handling affairs would increase exponentially. The Lord is truly talented. How did he come up with such a brilliant statistical method? His wisdom is not inferior to the top strategists of the time. He looked forward even more to the thousands of other tools that Liu Bei mentioned. What kind of prosperous world would that create? Su Chu and Dian Wei felt a bit dizzy listening. Zhao Yan struggled to keep up, sitting upright, not thinking too much. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were completely lost, not paying attention at all. Su Chu and Dian Wei found it amusing. Look, those two are worse than us. At least we can still draw a line. They didn't even listen. Liu Bei said, all right, now let's do a few questions to test your understanding. Sun Yan was surprised. Liu Bei didn't rest last night. He even took the time to give them questions. That's too much effort. Swish, swish, swish. Each person received a test paper and began to draw statistical charts based on the data provided by Liu Bei. Dian Wei only remembered the line chart, while Su Chu only remembered the bar chart. They belonged to the type of students who remembered a bit and forgot a bit. Hiss. How do you set the unit length for this set of data? Hiss. Should this origin be 1 or 0? The two of them scratched their heads and turned to see that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had already given up and submitted blank papers, then returned to their seats to continue daydreaming. Meanwhile, Sun Yan, Guo Jia, and Jianyong were still working on the questions. Without saying, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei must have submitted blank papers. Sun Yan frowned at this. Did Guan Yu and Zhang Fei think they could submit blank papers just because of their relationship with the Lord? This is not a good start. Liu Bei called out, Time's up. Submit your papers. Dian Wei and Su Chu breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the torment of the test questions. Sigh. We really didn't understand much. Will we get scolded later? What are we afraid of? Zhang Fei and Guan Yu didn't hear either. The Lord didn't care about them. They submitted blank papers, and the Lord would naturally punish them. Haha, at least we are not at the bottom. There weren't many papers. And Liu Bei quickly finished grading them. He then announced the results. Sun Yan, full marks. Guijia, full marks. Jian Yong, full marks. Liu Bei thought to himself. As expected of civil officials, they learn quickly. This bit of knowledge is nothing to them. Zhao Yun, 95 points, 1 data error. Su Chu, 30 points. Dian Wei, 10 points. Dian Wei stared wide-eyed at Su Chu. How come you scored 20 points more than me? Su Chu replied, it should be because I got the math question right. Dian Wei was a bit frustrated. He could do addition, but he really couldn't figure out the average value, getting different answers after several attempts. Liu Bei said, Dian Wei and Su Chu need to strengthen their arithmetic skills, otherwise, it would be troublesome if they can't even calculate military rations. Dian Wei and Su Chu could only nod in agreement. Although they felt a bit sad about being criticized by the Lord, at least they weren't at the bottom. They realized that the Lord was reading the results in order from highest to lowest. This meant that Zhang Fei and Guan Yu scored 0. However, Dian Wei and Su Chu were mistaken. Liu Bei was actually reading them in the order they were submitted, and Zhang Fei and Guan Yu submitted their papers first. So they were placed at the bottom. Zhang Fei, full marks. Guan Yu, full marks. Liu Bei felt no surprise. These two guys, who were admitted as medical students with great difficulty, got this wrong, which was truly embarrassing. Dian Wei and Su Chu stared wide-eyed at each other. How is that possible? Did I hear wrong? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who didn't attend class, scored full marks? Su Chu, how could Guan Yu and Zhang Fei score full marks? Dian Wei right. They didn't attend class at all. Chapter 32. Let's get the salt production started, Liu Bei explained. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei have learned this long ago. They were rough back then and learned slowly. So Dian Wei and Su Chu, don't be discouraged. Work hard to learn arithmetic, or how can you lead troops in a battle? Dian Wei and Su Chu felt ashamed and promised, yes, my lord. Zhang Fei thought to himself, as expected of Brother Bei, always painting a bright future for his subordinates. But the key is that his promises can be realized. Guan Yu rubbed his head, not understanding what they were saying and feeling a headache. He only saw a paper being handed to him, and out of instinct as a college student, he filled it out. Liu Bei then took out a stack of textbooks and distributed them to everyone. The previous statistical charts were all basic. From now on, all non-official documents in our county will use Arabic numerals for calculations. The so-called Arabic numerals are numbers introduced from the West. Their advantage lies in their ease of writing and convenience of calculation. This is the double-entry bookkeeping method, following the principle that for every debit, there must be a credit. And the debits and credits must equal. Sun Yan gasped. Where did Liu Bei get so many mathematical tools? Moreover, each one was incredibly practical and could quickly solve administrative problems. For example, the vertical calculation method. There was no need to use counting rods. Give him a twig, and he could accurately calculate it on the ground. Guijia and Jian Yong were directly immersed in it, feeling immensely satisfied with learning new knowledge. Su Chu and Dian Wei scratched their heads, struggling to keep up despite not understanding much. Liu Bei appreciated this. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stopped pretending. One said he needed to find a doctor for his headache, and the other said there was a gas leak at home and needed to go back to turn off the gas. Liu Bei let them go. As the sun set behind the mountains, the civil officials were full of harvest and felt no fatigue, eager to apply what they had learned in practice. Liu Bei took a sip of water to soothe his hoarse throat. Today's class ends here. You all go back and consolidate your knowledge. Starting tomorrow, we need to prepare for spring plowing. Liu Bei looked at Sun Yan. Xiu, you are fully responsible for the spring plowing matters, and the grain borrowing must be implemented as soon as possible. Yes. Then he looked at Jian Yong. Xianhe, you assist Xiu. Yes. He looked at Guojia. Feng Shao, you are in charge of Su Chu and Dian Wei's anti-bandit operations. The military forces of the entire county are under your command. Upon hearing that he could command the military forces of the entire county, Guojia instantly became enthusiastic. Yes, my lord. But are the three generals Guan, Zhang, and Zhao not coming with me? Liu Bei said. The three of them need to stay behind to help handle administrative affairs. We currently lack manpower, and many tasks cannot be managed by the clerks. Guojia nodded. Understood. Zilong, you will be Xiu Rua's assistant. Yes. At this moment, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei happened to return to the classroom after wandering outside. Liu Bei said, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stay. The others can leave for the day. Yes. After everyone else left, Liu Bei said unhappily, Brother Fei, did you turn off your gas? Zhang Fei scratched his head. I just said that casually. Guan Yu asked in confusion, why did you call us to stay? What are you planning? Liu Bei took out a blueprint. This is the process for purifying fine salt. Guan Yu took a look. Goodness, you used all chemical formulas. Afraid others would understand? Liu Bei shrugged. This is a big money-making business, so of course, it needs to be kept confidential. Then what do you want me to do? Help me run an errand to Chu County, pronounced Chu County, near Lianyungang, to study how to produce salt. Once you figure it out, let me know, and I will have my brother-in-law cooperate with me to sell salt. Guan Yu asked, brother-in-law? Aren't you unmarried? My brother-in-law, Mi Zhu, lives in the neighboring Pingqing, although we haven't met yet. Then you are still unmarried, right? Liu Bei smiled proudly. With my looks, can't I pursue his sister? Guan Yu waved his hand. No way, I just came back. I don't want to be apart from my wife again. I'd rather help Sun Yin with the population statistics. Liu Bei frowned. You've only been back a few days. How did you become so controlled by your wife? Guan Yu pouted. Who are you to control me? Liu Bei could only say, then Brother Fei, it's up to you. You have no family, so it's hard work running an errand. Zhang Fei's eyes widened. Heartbroken. What about my sister-in-law from the Xiahou family? When can I marry her? Liu Bei patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. Maybe in 10 years. Zhang Fei was on the verge of tears. He just came back for a day, and now he has to go on a business trip again. Guan Yu asked, spring plowing is starting. When will the curved plow be made? Liu Bei smiled. You really understand me. Saying this, Liu Bei took out another blueprint. I have already prepared the blueprint for the curved plow, and I have asked the craftsman to make it. Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. Honestly, how many blueprints did you draw at Hulao Pass? Liu Bei proudly replied. Not many, just a few hundred. Guan Yu gasped and gave a thumbs up. You are still the best. Zhang Fei said happily. I knew Brother Bei knows a lot. By the way, when will cement, glass, and soap catch up? Liu Bei sighed. These are big businesses. I can't handle them alone, and there are no prominent families willing to deeply bind with me. So I can only look for my brother-in-law. Mi Zhun is good. Mi Zhun must marry. The next day, Liu Bei showed the curved plow made by the craftsman to Sun Yan. Assistant Zhao Yun curiously squatted beside the curved plow, examining it. Liu Bei said proudly, Xiuruo, this thing is amazing. It can improve the efficiency of plowing by several times. With it, we can open up much more farmland. Sun Yan did not expect to see the upgraded farming tools mentioned by Liu Bei so soon. He couldn't figure out how this curved plow was better than the ordinary straight plow. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. It looks quite unusual. But you say this thing will make plowing easier? Liu Bei nodded affirmatively. We can try it in the fields. Sun Yan exclaimed excitedly. Let's go see. This was of great significance to Sun Yan. If Liu Bei's tool could indeed increase efficiency several times, then Liu Bei's path of crafting a nation would be feasible. This was also the original reason he followed Liu Bei. Liu Bei was right. What does it matter to support the Han Dynasty? What does it matter to unify the world? A dynasty may experience brief prosperity, but how strong can it be compared to previous dynasties? In the end, it is just another cycle of dynasties, with no real change. Sun Yan did not expect Liu Bei to create an everlasting dynasty. He only wanted to follow Liu Bei to create an unprecedented super dynasty. Chapter 33. The efficiency of the curved plow. Liu Bei, Zhao Yun, and Sun Yan arrived at the field. The landlord, hearing that the governor was coming to inspect, quickly brought people out to greet him. I see the governor. Liu Bei explained his purpose. We are here mainly to test this plowing tool. The landlord asked in confusion, the ox plow? He thought to himself, what kind of hobby does this new governor have? Does he actually like farming? Liu Bei replied, this is called a curved plow. It's faster and requires less effort than the ox plow. With this plow, we can plow several acres in the time it usually takes to plow one. The landlord suddenly became interested. Is it really that useful? He then called over the tenants. Come here. Help me harness this plow to the yellow cow and see how it works. The tenants were unsure how to harness it, so Liu Bei personally stepped in to help. One of the tenants asked, does this curved plow only need one cow to pull it? The straight plow of the Eastern Han usually required 2 cows, with one person leading the 2 cows and another supporting the plow from behind. The curved plow, however, only needed 1 cow, with one person supporting the plow. Just this configuration alone had already doubled the production efficiency. The landlord's eyes lit up. If 1 person and 1 cow could pull it, then he could cultivate more wasteland. And his grain yield next year would at least double. As the tenants urged the cow forward, they could clearly feel the difference with the curved plow. It was indeed easier to use, and the direction control was more flexible, allowing them to easily finish a row of land. The tenants exclaimed, what a great tool, landlord. Sun Yan excitedly clenched his fist. Just the personnel configuration had doubled efficiency, and combined with the plowing speed that was significantly faster than the straight plow, the overall efficiency had increased at least several times. The livestock and manpower saved could be used to cultivate more acres of land. This was simply a divine tool. Coupled with water wheels and fan carts to further save labor, the cultivated area in Donghai County could definitely multiply several times. Just thinking about how they would harvest several times the grain in a few months made Sun Yan ecstatic. Liu Bei was not exaggerating. He might really be able to match the production of a whole state with just 1 county. What is fighting about? It is about the economy. It is about grain. With such production, Sun Yan even had the confidence to resist the northern million-strong Yellow Turban army with just 1 county strength. The landlord could also clearly feel that the tenants were plowing much faster than before. He happily said, Governor, can we make a few more of these tools? I'll buy them. Liu Bei smiled. No problem. You can exchange them for equivalent grain. The landlord naturally did not mind the grain, as he could easily earn it back by cultivating a few more acres. Liu Bei also instructed Sun Yan, get more of these curved plows in exchange for grain. This way, we can borrow less grain. Sun Yan nodded, understood. Liu Bei then asked, how is the water management coming along? Sun Yan replied, it is still in preparation. We need to organize a lot of manpower. Liu Bei thought for a moment. Is there anything particularly urgent that needs to start today? Sun Yan said. With spring plowing approaching, many projects are very urgent. Liu Bei thought of an idea. This guy has unlimited stamina. One person can do the work of 10. Make good use of him. What is Zhao Yun? A human robot. Machinery has metal fatigue, but this guy has no fatigue. Pick up a shovel, and he's an excavator. Pick up a plow, and he's a plowing machine. Pick up a hammer, and he's a shield tunneling machine. As long as you feed him, he can work from morning till night without stopping. Why not use him? Zhao Yun twitched his mouth. He had lived this long, and had never thought his special skills would be used to dig ditches. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. Zilong, are you willing to dig ditches? Zhao Yun took a deep breath and clasped his hands seriously. For the people, I naturally have no choice but to take on the responsibility. Liu Bei was a bit moved. As expected of Zilong. Truly a model student. Sun Yan laughed. Good. Landlord, come here. What does the governor want? This is General Zhao. His special skill is unlimited stamina. He can help you dig ditches and cultivate wasteland. How about charging 1 stone of grain for every mile? Isn't that inappropriate? A general is helping me dig ditches. This is the governor's dedication to the people. Sun Yan interrupted. Liu Bei nodded in appreciation. Exactly. The landlord thought to himself that it turned out to be a show, so he said, all right then, General Zhao, please. With spring plowing approaching. If they could dig the ditch early, combined with the curved plow, he could cultivate dozens of acres more this year and harvest several tens of stones of grain. Overall, he would still not be at a loss. Thus, under the landlord's guidance, Zhao Yun took a shovel and hoe and crazily began to dig in one direction. He seemed to have endless strength, and every shovel was powerful and decisive. In no time, he had dug a waterway of about 2 miles. The landlord's jaw nearly dropped. Wow, a normal person would take several hours to dig 2 miles. This general finished it in just 15 minutes. After watching Zhao Yun's ditch-digging performance, Liu Bei patted the landlord on the shoulder. If you have any needs, just tell General Zhao. He is responsible for your village's water management today, and he will leave tomorrow. After saying this, Liu Bei turned to leave with Sun Yan. Sun Yan increasingly admired Liu Bei's ingenious ideas and gave Liu Bei a thumbs up. With Zilong's help, we should be able to complete the spring plowing task soon. Liu Bei smiled. I find that Zilong has a remarkable talent in civil engineering. By the way, has there been any progress on borrowing grain? Sun Yan smiled. I have already sent requests for grain loans to Gongsun Zan, Tao Qian, and the Sun family. I believe there will be a response soon. Tao Qian was still in Luoyang investigating the whereabouts of the imperial seal, while Yuan Shao already knew that the imperial seal was in Sun Jian's hands and had secretly returned to Runan with Sun Jian. Report. Governor of Donghai County, Liu Bei, has sent a letter. He opened the envelope, looking surprised. When did Liu Bei's handwriting become so beautiful? He then found out it was written by someone named Sun Yan. Haha, I thought Liu Bei's handwriting could not be that good. Something's off. His surname is Sun? Sun Yan. What? Could this be the third son of the Sun family? Sun Yan, Sun Xiaorua? Looking at the handwriting, one cannot write like this without a deep family background. It must be him. How could this be? Why would Sun Yan be interested in Liu Bei? He had not held an official position for over a decade and had been idling at home. How could he rely on the unreliable and weak-rooted Liu Bei as soon as he came out of seclusion? Did he enjoy challenging difficult beginnings? Tao Qian's head buzzed. He couldn't believe such a talent would pay attention to Liu Bei. Could it be that Liu Bei truly had some remarkable qualities? Tao Qian's son, Tao Shang, said, Father, Liu Bei is borrowing grain under the pretext of suppressing bandits. Should we lend it to him or not? Chapter 30. For the lords were shocked. Sun Yan had allied with Liu Bei. Tao Qian furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. Lend him 10,000 share of grain. That should be enough to sustain the troops of Donghai County for 3 months. Tao Shang asked, Isn't that too much? Tao Qian shook his head. Donghai County is plagued by numerous bandits, and I have long wanted to eliminate them. Liu Bei's actions resonate with my intentions. He did not expect Liu Bei, this good for nothing, to act so quickly, wanting to take Guan, Zhang, and Zhao to clear out the bandits as soon as he took office. Of course, it might also be Sun Xiao's suggestion. Tao Shang happily said, with Sun Xiao and Guan, Zhang, and Zhao stationed in Donghai County, we can rest easy. Tao Qian sighed. I still don't know what merits Liu Bei possesses to gain Sun Xiao's support. They say Sun Yu is a talent for assisting kings. And his third brother isn't far off either. Most importantly, why would the Sun family bet on Liu Bei? It's truly perplexing. Tao Shang laughed, Father. No matter who supports Liu Bei, aren't they still your subordinates? Tao Qian chuckled. If it were Guan, Zhang, and Zhao assisting, then they might indeed be my subordinates. But if it's Sun Yan supporting him, then Liu Bei can only be treated as an ally. Tao Shang did not understand why. Tao Qian explained. This means he has the support of the Sun family. Never underestimate the support of the Sun family. Tao Shang nodded. I understand, Father. The news of Sun Yan siding with Liu Bei quickly spread among the lords. Yuan Shao was astonished. What? The Sun family has placed a bet? Which side? Zhu Shou replied, Liu Bei. Liu Bei? Yuan Shao's think tank was dumbfounded. In an instant, they thought of many figures, but none thought of Liu Bei. What kind of charm does Liu Bei possess to make the Sun family support him? Yuan Shao found it hard to believe. Why would they ally with Liu Bei? Zhu Shou shook his head. Not sure, but it seems only Sun Yan has followed Liu Bei, The other members of the Sun family have not participated. Yuan Shao felt a bit angry. He had initially sought Sun Yan, but Sun Yan looked down on him and had been idling at home. This gave Yuan Shao the illusion that Sun Yan looked down on everyone. Or perhaps Sun Yan, being young and impetuous, thought he could find a better lord than him. In the end, he couldn't find one after more than a decade and was too embarrassed to reconcile. How could this proud talent join Liu Bei's army? It made him feel like a first love choosing to marry a short, poor man rather than him, the tall, rich, and handsome one. It was incomprehensible. At this moment, Cao Cao, who was trying to recruit Sun Yu, learned that Liu Bei had visited the Sun residence. He was quite surprised. Sun Yan has sided with Liu Bei? Sun Yu nodded. Cao Cao found it hard to believe. What conditions does Liu Bei have that Sun Yan would find appealing? Sun Yu shook his head. I don't know. My third brother is also someone who enjoys leisure. Perhaps he got along with Liu Bei and joined him? Cao Cao twitched his lips. Was it possible that Sun Yan didn't join Yuan Shao because he couldn't get along with him? Cao Cao asked, have you met Liu Bei? Sun Yu poured tea for Cao Cao. Liu Bei is unreliable. So my brothers, and I didn't waste time meeting him. Cao Cao laughed heartily. Then why are you willing to meet me? Sun Yu smiled slightly. I believe you are the one truly willing to support the Han Dynasty. We share the same aspirations. Good. With Wen Ruo's assistance, the Han Dynasty can thrive. Sun Yu entered from outside and said, General Cao, how do you see me? Cao Cao's eyes lit up. You came just in time. Thus, Cao Cao visited the Sun residence and gained 2 top strategists. Cao Cao was on a winning streak. Gong Sunzan received Liu Bei's grain borrowing request. He was surprised that the Sun family's third son would assist Liu Bei. Guan Jing said, it seems Liu Bei is about to rise. Gong Sunzan smiled. It looks like my brother is doing well. Let's lend him 10,000 share of grain. Guan Jing replied. But our grain is also running low. Gong Sunzan frowned. Just say whether we can lend it or not. Guan Jing responded. I just worry that Lu Xuando won't return it. Gong Sunzan snorted. I never thought of having him return it. No need to say more. Go open the granary and send it immediately. Guan Jing opened his mouth, but did not continue to persuade. Gong Sunzan's autocratic decision-making left him helpless. After the Battle of Hulao Pass, the various lords were busy developing and preparing for the next season. Gong Sunzan, however, not only failed to develop, but also indulged in fighting everywhere. It was uncertain whether he could still compete with Yuan Shao to the south in the next season. Days passed quickly. Zhao Yun single-handedly completed the water conservancy projects in several villages. With the large investment in the Tiyuan plow, the farmers reclaimed over 1,000 acres of land. In a few months, they could harvest more than 2,000 share of grain. Subsequently, Guojia launched the first wave against the bandits, capturing over 300 strong men. All 300 strong men joined labor reform, centered around Tanqing, frantically digging ditches and reclaiming wasteland. Everything was progressing vigorously and enthusiastically. The common people could clearly feel that Tanqing was bursting with vitality. Guan Yu was in charge of population registration, busy every day, hardly ever resting. Finally, he couldn't help but complain. When will Zhuge Liang be invited over? I don't want to work overtime anymore. Liu Bei frowned. Isn't that child labor? Guan Yu replied. They aren't paid, aren't forced to work, just come to learn and practice. Can leave whenever they want, and don't have to clock in and out. How is that child labor? That's called students. Liu Bei thought for a moment and agreed. However, he was also extremely busy and had no time to invite Zhuge Liang. So he wrote a letter inviting Zhuge Liang, Zhou Yu, Pang Tong, Sima Yi, Lu Sun, and others to come for observation and learning. There was no real sincerity, just casting a wide net and hoping someone would bite. At such a young age, they could be exposed to governance. Isn't this a great opportunity for them to come learn? He didn't expect them to help every day. Even copying a few official documents would help alleviate the pressure. At the same time, it was also to get to know them earlier so that they could help him when they grew up. Zhuge Liang's hometown was right next door in Langya. He could reach Tanqing in half a day, so the chance of him coming to learn was the highest. As for what Liu Bei was busy with, he was supervising the craftsmen in building water wheels. One type was a water-powered water wheel, and the other was a foot-pedaled dragonbone water wheel. The dragonbone water wheel was more compact and portable, making it very convenient to use in areas with low water flow. With the water wheel, irrigation efficiency could be significantly improved, allowing for the cultivation of more farmland. Given the current technology, hybrid seedling breeding was obviously unrealistic. The war was to start next year, and there was no time to introduce new varieties. If he wanted more grain, the fastest and most effective method was to win by quantity and open more farmland. After tinkering for a few days, the 2 types of water wheels were finally completed. He immediately took Sun Yan to see the results. Sun Yan, with dark circles under his eyes, listlessly followed Liu Bei to the river to observe the water wheel. He hadn't slept well for several days. Donghai County was in dire need of development, and there were too many trivial matters to deal with. Liu Bei doesn't handle government affairs, yet every day he wakes up to a pile of unfinished tasks. If it weren't for the fact that he knows Liu Bei has been overseeing the construction of water wheels, he would have thrown in the towel and left. After not working for over a decade, jumping straight into a 007 situation, who can bear that? However, as soon as he thought about the water wheel design that Liu Bei had shown him 2 weeks ago being realized, no matter how tired he was, he had to take a look. Chapter 35, water wheel, and purification of sea salt. Sun Yan got off the cart and finally saw the water wheel he had been thinking about. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined, the wheel turning automatically under the immense impact of the water. 2 workshops had been built here. One was a water-powered mill, and the other was a water-powered iron smelting workshop. Don't rush. Liu Bei stopped Sun Yan, who was about to rush into the workshop. Let's take a look at this little gadget first. What little gadget? Liu Bei pointed to the machine beside him and said, this is called a dragon bone water wheel. Unlike large water wheels, it can draw water from small streams. As he spoke, Liu Bei used his foot to turn the wheel. Indeed, the water flowed up in the direction of the wheel. This small water wheel is portable, weighing only 40 pounds, and is suitable for irrigating smaller fields. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. This compact water-drawing device is indeed convenient and much more efficient than carrying buckets to water the crops. This is a great invention, my lord. How did you come up with it? Hey, it's no big deal. This is just the beginning. Liu Bei finally brought Sun Yan into the interior of the water mill. Sun Yan saw that, driven by the water power, the gears were making the stone mill inside the house rotate rapidly. Sun Yan asked, can grain really be ground into flour just by water power? That's right. Saying this, Liu Bei poured a bag of wheat into the feed opening of the stone mill. The stone mill kept turning and soon ground the wheat into flour. Sun Yan's eyes widened. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that the contraption made by Emperor Ling of Han could be used like this. The fatigue on Sun Yan's face vanished. In this case, wouldn't it mean that all that is needed is someone to watch over it to complete the flour processing for the entire village? Liu Bei nodded. That's right. And there is a switch for irrigation here. As long as we turn on this switch, we can channel water into the farmland. Liu Bei turned the mechanism, and indeed, water flowed through a long bamboo tube into the farmland outside. He then closed the mechanism, and the water flow stopped. This way, the amount of irrigation could be controlled without the need for manpower to fetch water, saving a lot of labor. Sun Yan, being very clever, quickly thought that if a row of water wheels were built along the riverbank, how much new farmland could be cultivated. At that time, with abundant food, there would be no thieves or exploitation by the officials, and no one in Donghai County would starve to death anymore. Sun Yan's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling that the dark circles under his eyes from the past half-month were worth it. He almost thought he had been tricked by Liu Bei into becoming a slave in the park. He grasped Liu Bei's hand and said excitedly, my lord, you truly did not deceive me. The upgrade tools can really help more people get enough to eat. Liu Bei laughed and said, this is just the beginning. There is also an iron smelting workshop nearby. Sun Yan was taken aback for a moment. Iron smelting? Can a water wheel smelt iron? He could imagine a water wheel grinding grain. But how could it smelt iron? Sun Yan followed Liu Bei to the nearby iron smelting workshop, his mind blank. Similarly, this iron workshop also had the function of irrigating farmland. However, it was different in that the workshop had changed the combination of gears and created several water hammers of varying sizes. The large water hammer, powered by hydraulic energy, lifted a pumpkin-sized iron hammer high and then released it suddenly, causing it to crash down heavily. This heavy hammer had great power and a long charging time, typically used for removing impurities. Another type of water hammer was the size of a brick, had a short charging time, and operated at a high frequency, used for shaping. There was also a hydraulic automatic bellows nearby, which could blow oxygen into the furnace to achieve higher temperatures. Liu Bei found a skilled craftsman to try forging. The craftsman was also shocked, having never imagined such a magical scene of automatic forging could be realized. This indeed saved him a lot of effort. He was already exhausted after forging a single piece of metal, but with hydraulic forging, it was effortless. He even felt he could forge all day long. Sun Yan was completely stunned. He had never thought that a small water wheel could be used by Liu Bei to create so many variations, including automatic iron smelting. Wouldn't this allow for the fewest craftsmen to produce the most weapons? I don't know how much labor cost needs to be saved. Others sell an iron sword for 200, but I can make it for 100. How can you compete with me? If such a water wheel is built along the coast, the productivity of the entire Donghai County will soar. Su Yan excitedly said, my lord, we should build several more iron smelting workshops. That's a must. Sun Yan suddenly hesitated and said, but the prefecture has no money right now and can't build that many. Liu Bei patted Sun Yan on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I'll take care of the money issue. It's a small matter. Sun Yan felt numb. For a moment, he didn't know who the real strategist was. Why does the Lord always manage to help me solve the pain points? He was like a tool for handling government affairs. Sun Yan recalled what Liu Bei had said when they first met. I just need someone to help me share the pressure of governance. So this was Liu Bei's intention. Sun Yan sighed. People have misunderstood the Lord. With the curved plow, water wheel, and Zhao Yun, what is there to worry about in the world? Liu Bei replied, no, Zhao Yun isn't here, and you're not even going to act? Do you really think of Zhao Yun as a farming tool? What is Zhao Yun doing? The irrigation canal has been extended to the neighboring county. Liu Bei is heartbroken. That was my beloved general, but he seems quite happy about it, saying it gives him a sense of accomplishment. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Report. An urgent letter from General Zhang. A messenger galloped over in haste. Liu Bei smiled at Sun Yan and said, aren't you short on money? Here comes the money, doesn't it? Money? Sun Yan then remembered. I heard that Zhang Fei was sent by you to make salt. Are you planning to profit from salt trading? But sea salt is not valuable. Sea salt in this era is relatively bitter and is nowhere near as tasty as well salt. Therefore, those who can afford it will buy well salt. Liu Bei smiled and said, it will be valuable soon. He opened a bag wrapped in paper, which contained the refined salt extracted by Zhang Fei. Xiao, why don't you taste this salt and see how it is? Sun Yan looked puzzled, wondering how good sea salt could be. He pinched a small amount and put it in his mouth. Sun Yan's eyes widened. This salt, is this sea salt? Why is this salt not bitter? It's surprisingly delicious. No off flavors. It's even tastier than well salt. This is Zhang Fei's ability. I didn't expect General Zhang, who looks so rough and sturdy, to be a knowledgeable person as well. Liu Bei laughed and said, with such sea salt, do you still think it's worthless? Sun Yan took a breath of cold air. The production of sea salt was already high, and its taste even overshadowed that of well salt. Then they would completely monopolize the market. Sun Yan asked, it's a pity that the Sun family is unwilling to bind too closely with you, so I cannot mobilize the resources of the Sun family for sales. Liu Bei replied with a smile. The Sun family probably doesn't think much of this small business, right? Sun Yan could only smile helplessly. This was indeed a considerable business for the Sun family, but they truly looked down upon it. The Sun family only cares about power. Without power, no amount of wealth is in vain. Does the Lord have any sales channels? I can ask my friends for help. Liu Bei smiled and said, yes, I can ask my brother-in-law. Sun Yan. Chapter 36 Zhuge Xian brought Zhuge Liang along. Liu Bei smiled and said, but I need to borrow Guan Yu to go to Pengcheng with me. Sun Yan replied, but Guan Yu needs to help me with the population statistics. He's too busy. Then I guess it can only be Zilong accompanying me? Sun Yan waved his hand and said helplessly, then let it be Guan Yu. Zilong still needs to help me dig the irrigation ditches, which are more important. Liu Bei said, well, so farming tools are more important, huh? A report came in. Lord County Magistrate, there is someone named Zhuge Xian requesting an audience. Zhuge Xian, isn't that Zhuge Liang's uncle? Oh, I remember now. Zhuge Xian initially worked under Liu Biao. Later, after Zhuge Liang's father passed away, Zhuge Xian returned to Su province, Langya to take care of the Zhuge brothers. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. He had also heard of Zhuge Xian's name. Although he didn't know his abilities, as long as he could read, he could help him with some administrative tasks. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. But spring plowing only lasts so long. If he didn't hurry to organize manpower, once missed, the harvest in June would be much less. Liu Bei happily said, let's go meet them. Sun Yan gladly accompanied him back to the magistrate's office. Is the visitor Zhuge Ini? Who are you? I am the newly appointed county magistrate of Donghai, Liu Bei. Lu Xuanda. I've met Liu County Magistrate. Liu Bei turned out to be so handsome? Not at all like the rumors that he was lewd. This is the county deputy. Sun Yan, Sun Shiruo. Zhuge Xian exclaimed, so it's Sun Shiruo. I've long admired your name. This was a genuine admiration, not just flattery. Sun Shiruo was a genius of their time. His reputation spread across the 9 provinces. But later, he was overshadowed by the fame of Sun Yu and Sun Yu. Who would have thought that after being idle at home for over a decade, he would come to assist Liu Bei? Liu Bei patted Zhuge Xian's shoulder. Come in. I'll personally brew tea for you. Thank you, County Magistrate. This must be Zhuge Liang, right? Zhuge Liang bowed and said, I am Zhuge Liang. Liu Bei liked the polite demeanor of young Zhuge Liang very much. Come, let's go inside and talk. Liu Bei indeed brewed tea for Zhuge Xian himself, making Zhuge Xian feel that Liu Bei was a person who respected and valued talent, not as disreputable as the rumors suggested. Zhuge Xian said, I received your letter, County Magistrate, and set off immediately. I believe this is a rare opportunity for learning. However, I have a question. Why did you invite my nephew to learn? Liu Bei candidly replied, in fact, I not only invited Zhuge Liang, but also other talented young people. My goal is simple. I hope these young people can learn from me and work for me in the future. Of course, I do not force them to stay and work for me if they feel their aspirations do not align with mine after they finish their studies. Liu Bei then pointed to Sun Yan beside him. Zhuge Liang can study administration by his side, and after he completes his studies, he can directly work with the county deputy. Zhuge Xian was quite tempted. Great. If Zhuge Liang can study beside Sun Yan, then his future will be very bright. However, he was a bit worried about Zhuge Liang's safety here. After all, Zhuge Liang was only 11 years old. Liu Bei said, if Mr. Zhuge is not at ease, you can also come to work in my county office. I would be very welcome. Not only can you take care of Zhuge Liang, but you can also help me with work. If there are other male members in the Zhuge family, they can come along too. With such generous conditions, Zhuge Xian had no reason to refuse. Zhuge Xian immediately stood up and bowed, saying, County Magistrate's kindness, Xian is deeply grateful. This could be considered an agreement. Liu Bei was in a good mood. Now he had truly brought the whole Zhuge family over. Although the Zhuge family was wealthy and could support several children even without Zhuge Xian working in these chaotic times, having an official position was much safer than idling at home. Moreover, Langya had been occupied by the Yellow Turban Army for the most part, and Zhuge Xian had long planned to escape with the children to Liu Biao's side. Since Liu Bei was so close, it was better to directly join Liu Bei's camp. Even Sun Yan was assisting Liu Bei, which indicated that Liu Bei was not too bad. Since the matter was settled, Zhuge Xian no longer delayed Liu Bei and Sun Yan's time, agreeing to move the family to Tanxing once he sorted out the household items. Back at the carriage, Zhuge Xian asked Zhuge Liang, what do you think of County Magistrate Liu? Zhuge Liang replied, I heard about him when he was in Pingyuan County. He was said to be a gentle and humble gentleman. Seeing him today, I find him to be a generous person. From the fact that he personally came with the county deputy to welcome my uncle, it is clear that he respects and values talent and is eager for it. Zhuge Liang looked out at the busy people working. Moreover, he implements benevolent governance, promotes water conservancy, and cultivates wasteland. There are people working all along the way. And everything is thriving. Compared to the proactive atmosphere of Donghai County, Langia seems much quieter. I really like the atmosphere of Donghai County. I believe Liu Bei will accomplish great things. Zhuge Xian laughed heartily. Well said, Liu Bei is indeed special. Most other county magistrates are lazy and corrupt. Or they used to be passionate and worked hard to achieve results. But after their achievements were destroyed by the Yellow Turban Army, they became dispirited and self-destructive. The former county magistrate of Donghai, Chang Shi, even became a bandit himself and colluded with the Taishan bandits, causing the people to suffer. But Liu Bei dares to think and act. He has ambition and strength, and he has 3 fierce generals with extraordinary skills under him, along with top-notch strategists to assist him. I heard he has a military advisor named Guijia. Although he is young, he is exceptionally wise, leading 2 fierce generals to eliminate bandits everywhere. They are victorious in every battle, greatly improving the security of Donghai County. Only then can the people work peacefully without worrying about their hard-earned grain being taken by bandits. Liu Bei does have some capability, and that is why I sent you here to learn. Zhuge Liang said seriously, I will study hard. After sending Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Xian off, Liu Bei said, this Zhuge Liang is an extremely intelligent person. Don't be fooled by his age of 11. He is much sharper than Guan Yu. With his assistance, your efficiency in handling administrative matters will increase significantly. Can this Zhuge Liang be better than Guan Yu? Guan Yu scored full marks in the classroom tests. In the past few days working with Guan Yu, he found that Guan Yu was no simple character either. He could solve many complex problems on his own. Other than lacking experience, there were no faults to pick. The key was that he was still a martial minister. But there was one issue. He always went home on time to be with his wife and children, never working overtime. He had no fighting spirit at all. If he had even a little fighting spirit, the population statistics for Tansheng would have been completed by now. Soon, Guan Yu was called to the administration hall by Liu Bei. Tomorrow, accompany me to Pengcheng. Guan Yu's face fell. Another business trip? Chapter 37 Departure. To find the future brother-in-law. Liu Bei pouted. There are bandits on the way. I need someone to protect my safety. Guan Yu said, what about Zilong? He has to stay to be the agricultural excavator. Guan Yu twitched the corners of his mouth. Am I not even as good as a farming excavator? The census is very important. Liu Bei wanted to say, you're really not as good as an excavator. Excavators are quite rare in this era. Not to mention an artificial intelligence excavator. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that they didn't treat Zhao Yun like a person either. And now they came up with some new term, farming excavator? A bunch of geniuses. Liu Bei waved his hand. All right, with your little workload. You could have completed it if you just put in a bit of effort. Zhuge Liang is coming today, and he can take over your work in a couple of days. Guan Yu's eyes lit up. Zhuge Liang is coming? Isn't he only in his teens? How would his parents let him come? Liu Bei said. His uncle, Zhuge Xian, will come to help and bring Zhuge Liang along to learn about governance. What about Zhang Fei? Is he not back yet? He's been on a business trip for almost half a month, and you're the one still holed up at home. That's different. He's a single dog. Liu Bei said quietly. Don't you understand? Pengcheng, Mi Zhu, his sister Mi Zhun. Don't you have dating experience? Big brother is asking you to be my strategist. To woo girls. Guan Yu suddenly understood. Oh, to woo girls. To be a strategist. Guan Yu was no longer sleepy. He may not be able to be a strategist on the battlefield, but he was adept at romance. After all, he had a wife. And he had experience in that area. He patted his chest and said, I guarantee to complete the task. Liu Bei nodded in satisfaction. Go on. Bring a team of soldiers to the county office tomorrow. Guan Yu nodded and left quickly, humming a tune. Sun Yan glanced at Guan Yu, not knowing what he was getting so excited about, being so pumped up for a business trip. The next day, Liu Bei disguised himself as a merchant and secretly infiltrated Pengcheng. The advantage of disguising as a merchant was that he didn't have to visit Tao Qian's dock, nor would Tao Qian know what he was up to. Moreover, it was easier to approach Mi Zhu. Master, there's a merchant named Lu Tian at the outer gate who wants to see you, saying he wants to discuss $1 million business. If it weren't for someone dressed so splendidly, the doorkeeper wouldn't have come in to report. $1 million, not much, not little either. But someone who could do business at this level was no small figure. It's not bad to make some more friends. So Mi Zhu said, please let him in. What Mi Zhu didn't expect was that the one who entered was a handsome young man, dressed splendidly, with an extraordinary demeanor. Beside him was a burly man with a red face acting as his bodyguard. It seemed Lu Tian was quite wealthy. Liu Bei's first impression upon entering was that the Mi residence was truly huge. It took several minutes just to walk from the side door to the main hall. Liu Bei bowed and said, I am Lu Tian, 30 years old, and still unmarried. Mi Zhu had a black line on his face. Thinking who cares if you are married or not. Liu Bei continued, I am in the salt trading business, and I have a good deal I want to discuss with manager Mi. Oh, salt trading? Sea salt or well salt? Sea salt. Mi Zhu immediately lost interest. Mi Zhu was the richest man in Shuzhou, and 80% of the salt production in Shuzhou was related to him. The remaining 20% was official salt. What could this Liu Tian talk to me about? Liu Bei took out a packet of salt. Try the taste of this salt. Mi Zhu asked suspiciously. You say this is salt? Why is your salt so pure? Liu Bei smiled. Because I used a secret method to remove impurities, and it tastes even better. Oh, Mi Zhu licked some, his eyes shining. It doesn't have a bitter taste? Liu Bei smiled. Exactly. Mi Zhu, who had been in business for years, quickly realized that this salt was extraordinary. No bitter taste, delicious flavor, unique in the market. This is a huge business opportunity. If he could distribute it widely, all the salt money of the Han Dynasty would flow into his pockets. Of course, this would be somewhat difficult. But Mi Zhu had been in business for so long, he had the means. So he asked, is it possible to produce it in large quantities? Liu Bei replied, absolutely. Manager, me can have as much as you want. May I ask who is backing you? This was a question about Liu Bei's background. Liu Bei smiled. Actually, I am the governor of Donghai County, a member of the Liu family of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda. This is Guan Yu, Guan Yu. The implication was that my troops are my backing. Mi Zhu was taken aback. Being in business, he was quite well informed and had already heard that the new governor of Donghai was named Liu Bei. His abilities were exceptional, and he had just taken office, implementing benevolent policies and caring for the people. Moreover, it was said that Liu Bei was a handsome man, though he had one flaw. His speech was somewhat crude. But upon meeting him today, he found Liu Bei to be a refined, gentle, and humble gentleman. Indeed, rumors cannot be trusted. However, since he was the governor doing business with him, the salt trading issue would be guaranteed. He was just afraid that his salt field would be shut down by local officials halfway through and then sold to others. Then he would have to pay a hefty price to deal with local officials. Mi Zhu stood up and said, Guan Yu, I didn't know your identity just now and didn't offer you a seat. I apologize. Guan Yu returned the bow. No problem. He then sat down. Mi Zhu flattered. It is said that Governor Liu is dignified and cultured, and having seen you today, it is indeed so. Liu Bei secretly rejoiced in his heart. So this is how they talk about him outside. That's great. It seems the first impression on his brother-in-law today is not bad. Mi Zhu said, Governor Liu, Guan. If you don't mind, could you stay for a meal? We can talk while eating. Liu Bei immediately agreed. Sure. They set up a feast. Everyone chatted while eating about the details of the cooperation. Actually, there weren't many details. It was just that Liu Bei would open a salt field, be responsible for sun-drying the salt, and let Mi Zhu have exclusive distribution rights. The price and operational strategy would be set by Mi Zhu. Liu Bei would only be in charge of production. Liu Bei mainly chatted with Mi Zhu about ambitions, talked about dreams, and then discussed the reasons for being single for 30 years. Mi Zhu's eyes rolled around, and suddenly he said, Oh, I see I'm drinking so much that I can barely hold my cup. Governor Liu, please wait a moment. I'll have my sister come out to pour the wine. Saying that, Mi Zhu ran to the backyard and found his sister Mi Zhun. Mi Zhu excitedly said, Sister, I found you a good husband. He's out there drinking. Do you want to meet him? Mi Zhun frowned. Another old man? Mi Zhu frowned. What are you talking about? He's only 30. In his prime. Mi Zhun rolled her eyes. That means he's an old man. I'm not going. Chapter 38. Liu Bei's little sister Mi Zhu was anxious about this girl. Still being picky at 20. He only had himself to blame for spoiling this sister so much that he even had to get her approval for a marriage partner. But unfortunately, his sister was also a homebody. What could he do? He could only recommend those who came to visit his home. And these people, if they were single, were either too old, too ugly, or had bad character. After all, those who could enter the mansion to discuss business were all people of status. And those handsome young men who hadn't even grown up wouldn't typically come. It was really too difficult to find a partner for his sister. Mi Zhu helplessly said, Old rules, you sneak a peek first. If you don't like him, you can just turn around and leave, and Big Brother will have no complaints. Mi Zhun wrinkled her delicate nose. Okay, old rules. So, Mi Zhun tiptoed to the corner of the dining room and secretly peeked through the door crack. Is that Liu Bei with the red face? He really looks old. Seems like he's already a father figure. But that young man with the white face is really handsome. He looks so young. He should be Liu Bei's attendant, right? He has the demeanor of a refined gentleman, looking warm and cultured. He has simply my ideal type. Mi Zhu asked, What do you think? Mi Zhun blushed and said, Brother, I want to marry Liu Bei, but that attendant. Mi Zhu felt like he had been struck by lightning. That red-faced Guan Yu? What is so good about a big red-faced, bearded, muscular guy? My sister can't be blind. Right? Anyone can see that Liu Bei is more handsome. Does my sister really have a thing for that type? Don't joke with me. Just thinking about that red-faced bodyguard as my brother-in-law makes Mi Zhu want to find someone to take him out. Mi Zhu said pleadingly, Sister, my dear sister. Don't tease me. That man is already married. Mi Zhun felt like she had been struck by lightning. Married? As expected. A handsome guy like that couldn't he possibly be single? As expected. I have fate with handsome men, but no luck. Am I destined to be alone? Boo-hoo. Mi Zhun's eyes filled with tears as she turned and ran back to her room. Mi Zhu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that after searching for a long time for a match for his sister, it turned out she liked that type. What is so good about that red-faced, green-robed thief? He began to doubt his own aesthetic judgment. But there was no way. Guan Yu was already married. My sister. The richest girl in Shuzhou can't be a mistress, right? That would really be letting down their deceased parents. Mijou could only return to the dining table and explain, my sister is unwell and can't come out to serve wine. I apologize. I'll drink 3 cups myself. Liu Bei quickly stopped him. No worries, it's not a big deal. Liu Bei felt a bit regretful that he hadn't seen little Mi's sister on this trip. Then there was another round of toasting. But Mijou didn't show Guan Yu any good face. This made Guan Yu a bit depressed. But as a newly graduated college student, he wasn't sure if he had broken some social taboo at the table and didn't dare to ask too much. He could only smile awkwardly. After a hearty meal and drinks, it was time for Liu Bei to rest at the inn, as he had to return to Tan County early the next morning. Suddenly, he bumped into a maid at the gate of the Mi residence, and the maid hurriedly stuffed a note into Liu Bei's arms. Liu Bei calmly tucked the note away. Mijou was just about to scold the maid for being reckless when he suddenly remembered, hey, isn't this my sister's maid? I can't scold her, otherwise my sister will scold me later. Ahem, be more careful next time. Yes, sir. This is what they call you must look at the owner when beating the dog, right? After Liu Bei said goodbye to Mijou, he took out the note from his pocket. Guan Yu curiously leaned over to look. This wouldn't be a love letter from the maid, would it? Liu Bei sighed. It seems being handsome is also a kind of sin. Come on, hurry up and see what it says. It read, meet at the back door of the Mi residence at midnight. Now Liu Bei was troubled. Should I go, military advisor? Guan Yu's earlier gloomy mood lifted completely, feeling excited. So it's about the military advisor. I'm good at this. Guan Yu grabbed Liu Bei's collar. Lamenting, a girl invites you at midnight, and you're not going? Are you even human? Liu Bei worried. This is so sudden. Could it be a trap? Guan Yu was frustrated. Trap? What did you bring me here for? With me, a military advisor who excels in both literature and martial arts. What are you afraid of regarding your safety? With my green dragon crescent blade, are you still afraid of being tricked? Liu Bei thought to himself that he had live-streamed worshipping Guan Yu's statue so many times, and now he finally experienced the feeling of being blessed by Guan Yu. What a sense of security. However, the blessing seemed a bit off. It was about dating, and it was to ensure he wouldn't be tricked while chasing girls. Guan Yu declared, today, I, Guan Yu, will say it straight. With me around, even a trap will turn into a done deal. Liu Bei pressed his fist against Guan Yu's chest. Good buddy. We're on the same page. Guan Yu grinned and also pressed his fist against Liu Bei's chest. On the same page. Thus, at midnight, Liu Bei came to the back door of the Mi residence alone. Guan Yu hid nearby to protect Liu Bei. Suddenly, a pretty girl with a playful expression peeked over the courtyard wall. She whispered, hey, I'm here. Liu Bei looked up and saw it was not the maid. Who are you? My name is Mijun. Mijun? It's actually her? What does she want me here for? Why didn't she come out to serve wine just now? Liu Bei chuckled. Hello there. The girl climbed up the courtyard wall and sat on the edge. Hey, be careful. It's dangerous. It's fine. I climb often. You still haven't told me your name. My name is Liu Bei. Mijun exclaimed. You're Liu Bei? Suddenly, Mijun slipped and fell from the courtyard wall. Liu Bei reacted quickly and caught Mijun, holding her in his arms. The two locked eyes. So handsome. Liu Bei asked, are you okay? Mijun's cheeks flushed. You're Liu Bei? That's me. My brother said you're 30 years old. Don't you look it? Mijun gently shook her head and whispered, no, I didn't expect a 30-year-old man to be so young and so handsome. Mijun couldn't hide her excitement. Liu Bei smiled. It's probably because I'm still single. Guan Yu, hidden nearby, widened his eyes. Liu Bei actually revealed he was single so smoothly. What a master. You, with your thick brows and big eyes, pretending to be innocent. Isn't this quite clever? Chapter 39. The marriage of little Mi's sister Mijun was still lying in Liu Bei's arms, reluctant to leave, her eyes a bit dazed. You're not married? Liu Bei softly said. Yes, for the past 10 years, I have devoted myself to restoring the Han Dynasty and have had no time for personal matters. That's great. Liu Bei is not married. Mijun's heart raced. She suppressed a smile and quietly said, a good man should be like this. Liu Bei said, no. Later I realized that a good man should cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. Guan Yu, hiding in the shadows, felt a jolt in his heart. See, getting anxious again. They've only talked for a bit, and he's going straight to the point? Shouldn't he develop some feelings first? Does Liu Bei even understand? Women in ancient times are very conservative. Being so straightforward will scare them away. Just when the rhythm was so good, Liu Bei ruined it. Sigh. I can only blame this era for not having tactical headsets. The military advisor can't direct the battle from the side. Mijun's eyes lit up. Is that a quote from the Book of Rights? Liu Bei smiled and asked, you've read the Book of Rights too? Mijun gently shook her head. I've only heard this line. But I haven't read it. My lord is truly learned. Liu Bei said, it's nothing. I often think, after so many years of struggle, why haven't I brought peace to the world? Later, I found the answer. Mijun asked, did you find it in the Book of Rights? Liu Bei shook his head. No, it was found here with you. Mijun asked in confusion, me? I can't pacify the world. Liu Bei said, the sage has already told me the method to pacify the world, but I have not yet understood it. It turns out that before pacifying the world, one must not only cultivate oneself, but also manage the family well. Mijin suddenly realized what Liu Bei meant. Her face flushed. Who do you want to manage the family with? Liu Bei looked at Mijin with deep feelings. You. Mijin's face turned red, and she hurriedly broke free from Liu Bei's embrace, pushed open the back door, and closed it. Liu Bei exclaimed, damn, this back door can be opened? Then why did she climb the wall? Is Mijin also so carefree? My own county magistrate is a fun-loving person. The brother who traveled through time with me is a fun-loving person. Even my future wife is a fun-loving person. Is it true that fun-loving people are attracted to each other? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Liu Bei quickly shouted, hey, I will come to propose. Mijin turned her back to Liu Bei, covering her pounding heart, filled with joy. That handsome man turned out to be Liu Bei, and he said he wants to marry me. She hurried to the master bedroom. Brother, I'm getting married. Guan Yu was dumbfounded and hurriedly stepped out from the shadows. He immediately made a move to choke Liu Bei. Liu Bei shouted softly, help! Someone is trying to kill the Lord. Guan Yu gritted his teeth. Shut up. You're so good at flirting that it's embarrassing for me as a strategist. Who taught you to be so straightforward? Liu Bei said proudly. She didn't even want to leave my embrace, so why shouldn't I be straightforward? Guan Yu was speechless. So despicable. He actually used that tactic. This kind of tactic really touched his blind spot. Skills? Non-existent. It's all about numbers. Guan Yu then asked, how do we propose next? Liu Bei said, tomorrow you go to Mi's residence and communicate with Mijin first. Just mention the marriage between our families. I'll wait for you to come back, and then we'll go back to Tan County together. Guan Yu's eyes widened. I need to be the matchmaker? Liu Bei said irritably. Of course, before proposing, we need to communicate in private, otherwise it would seem too presumptuous. Right? Once we return to Tan County, we can invite a reliable matchmaker to propose. The Mi family is a big family, and our status is not low either. The 3 letters and 6 rights are indispensable. The whole process will take at least 3 months, or even a year. Guan Yu scratched his head. So long? I only took a month to get married. Liu Bei said. At that time, we were still from a small family, so of course, there weren't so many formalities. Liu Bei couldn't help but marvel at his previous accomplishments. Don't look at Lu Huangshu being chased around, and the lords looking down on him. But he was only 30 years old at this time. At 30, he went from selling straw sandals to a mayor's level, and by 34, he married a wealthy and beautiful woman, reaching the level of provincial governor. He wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. So the next morning, Guan Yu went alone to Mi's residence to discuss Liu Bei's marriage with Mijin. Mijin had been awakened in the middle of the night by his sister, who said she had met Liu Bei and wanted to marry him. He was overjoyed and was just about to send someone to find Liu Bei to discuss the marriage when Liu Bei sent someone early in the morning. They agreed that a matchmaker would come soon to propose. It was expected that they would marry 3 months later after the harvest. By then, Liu Bei would have money and grain, enough to hold a decent wedding. When Guan Yu happily returned, he was holding a small box, saying it was a red envelope for him. Opening it, he saw it was full of silver ingots. Damn, Mijin is really rich. Brother Bei. Mijin also added a contract for 5 million coins, plus the previous contract, totaling 10 million coins. Liu Bei gasped. The monthly salary of ordinary craftsmen is only 200 to 500 coins. A household with 10,000 coins is already considered well off. No wonder he is the richest in Shuzhou. He's indeed extravagant. That day, the two returned to Tan County with an order contract worth 1 million coins, slapping it down on Sun Yan's desk. Bang. The inkstone was knocked over, and ink spilled all over the desk. Bang. Sun Yan's tense nerves snapped. He stared blankly at the documents soaked in ink, his pupils dilating, with a hint of tears at the corners of his eyes. Damn it. Just destroy everything. What the hell am I doing? Oh. I quit. I must quit. An adult's breakdown often only takes a moment. Guan Yu whispered. Oh no, you're done for. Shouldn't you hurry up and apologize? His pupils dilated. Was he going crazy? Liu Bei was indifferent. Does the sales champion need to care about the feelings of others in the company? Look, with this 10 million coin order, our Donghai County is rich. Sun Yan's eyes instantly regained their sparkle. Money? What money? 10 million coins? Sun Yan quickly picked up the contract order. What the hell? So much. Someone really offered 10 million coins to buy our sea salt? And at 10,000 coins per pound? Only buying 1,000 pounds. The production from Zhang Fei's side is temporarily not large, but producing 1,000 pounds a month is still feasible. If we expand production in the future, Donghai County won't have to worry about money anymore. Sun Yan was overjoyed. Carefully holding the contract, he found a delicate box to store it. With this money, he could recruit a large number of craftsmen and get more water wheels. No, he was now preparing to find someone to loan money and build water wheels immediately. There was only a month left before sowing, and the irrigation must be done well. Even if the large water wheel exceeds the budget, small water wheels like Dragon Bone water wheels must be arranged. Good. This time the Lord has really helped him solve a big problem. How many lords in the world are this worry-free? I won't quit. Sun Yan was in a great mood, personally taking a cloth to wipe the ink off the desk. Liu Bei pointed at Sun Yan and looked at Guan Yu. See, I told you the sales champion can walk sideways, right? It's not a big deal. Guan Yu. Sun Yan smiled and said, it's not the Lord's fault. It's just that I've been too tense these past few days. Now that I think about it, it's really not a big deal. Just a few documents. I can ask Yuan Shao to help me make up for it. Guan Yu. Liu Bei smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, I'm getting married." Sun Yan suddenly looked up. What? Chapter 40. Gunpowder is also medicine. Those who study medicine can make it. Sun Yan advised. Lord, given your status, marriage matters should be taken seriously. Liu Bei said, I know, but the aristocratic families look down on me, and I need support to push me forward. So I can only look for merchants. For Liu Bei, in the early stages of starting a business, the hardest part was the lack of money and grain. But now it's only difficult. Once the gears of technology start to turn, he will have no rivals. Sun Yan pondered for a moment. Merchants are indeed feasible. Although they don't have much military strength, they have plenty of money and grain. May I ask which merchant the Lord intends to marry? Liu Bei said, the richest man in Shuzhou, Mizhu. Sun Yan nodded. Their aristocratic families actually look down on rich merchants. No matter how rich a merchant is. Like Sun Shuang far away in Chang'an, a single decree could make him lose everything. However, Mizhu also had his way of survival. He would obediently hand over a portion of the profits he obtained. To put it bluntly, he was the money tree for several powerful families. And any disturbance to him would affect everyone. No one dared to touch him. Mizhu was quite capable. He had mastered a large number of sales channels and could help us sell salt. No wonder he offered you a contract worth 10 million coins. It turns out you two had made a marriage pact. Liu Bei said proudly, but you can't deny that with Mizhu's support. We now have a source for our initial funds and can make a significant push. Sun Yan nodded. That's right. As long as we have enough funds, we can deal with the bandits under Feng Shao. With those bandits, along with our production tools in Zhaoyun, we could cultivate more farmland and dig more water channels. In 4 months, our output would astonish the entire Han Dynasty. Liu Bei smiled. No matter how many granaries we have, we still need enough guns to protect them. Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to make guns, brother? Liu Bei shook his head. Rather than making airplanes, we should first make missiles. Let's produce explosives first, then slowly work on firearms. Huh, what use is morale without power? Even an elephant has to kneel before explosives. Guan Yu's eyes lit up. I know how to make that. 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a bit of sugar for that big Ivan. Liu Bei patted Guan Yu's shoulder. Exactly. You will handle the explosives. I'll work on the sugar. Guan Yu patted his chest. We are still medical students. Making explosives is not difficult. Leave it to me. Sun Yan listened in confusion. What explosives? What big Ivan? What firearms? What sugar? He couldn't understand it all. He weakly asked, is this explosive some kind of poison? Even an elephant has to kneel? Liu Bei laughed. Even if it's Liu Bu in his iron form, he wouldn't withstand it. Sun Yan finally understood. This explosive was indeed a kind of poison. Since Guan Yu had studied medicine, he could make it. And it could be used to kill Liu Bu. At that moment, Zhuge Xian arrived with his family. A whole family of cattle and horses. Liu Bei, Sun Yan, and Guan Yu were overjoyed and went out together to greet them. Zhuge Xian was quite moved to see Liu Bei bring so many people to welcome him. He didn't have this treatment when he worked for Liu Biao. Indeed, small companies have their advantages. They pay more attention to mid-level talents than large companies. After some polite exchanges, Liu Bei arranged for the Zhuge family to stay in the residence next to him. Thus, the eastern neighbor of the Zhuge family was Guan Yu, and the western neighbor was Liu Bei. The Zhuge family was sandwiched in between. At first, Guan Yu didn't want to live too close to Liu Bei and Zhang Fei for fear they would spy on his wonderful life. So he kept the distance of 1 residence between them. Zhang Fei, on the other hand, didn't care and lived on Liu Bei's west side. Thus, Liu Guanzhong and the Zhuge family lived in the same row of residential areas. Zhuge Xian was very satisfied with his new residence. His family, along with their servants, had more than 10 people, and this residence was just right for them. Liu Bei said, Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, Zhuge Jun, you 3 brothers can come to the county government to study at any time. You can participate in any political affairs, and even military matters are not a problem. However, I hope you accept the task and complete it from beginning to end. Of course, even if you give up halfway, I won't blame you after all. You are still young. The 3 brothers respectfully replied, we will obey the county governor's teachings. Liu Bei nodded in satisfaction. They are all good kids. Now their learning environment is much better than in history. On the east side lives the talented Guan Yu, and on the west side lives the most learned one. I believe they will surely become even more outstanding talents than in history. The 3 brothers did not disappoint Liu Bei. The next morning, they took over Guan Yu's work together with their uncle Zhuge Xian. The whole family was busy running around counting the population. Zhuge Xian had no sons and treated the 3 Zhuge brothers as his own children. He was very satisfied with this job, as he could teach his nephews while realizing his self-worth. Where would he get such preferential treatment working for Liu Biao? Besides the boss, who brings their children to work and teaches them professional skills at the same time? Only here with Liu Bei could this happen. The Zhuge family went to the countryside to collect data and suddenly saw a young man with dark skin who was frantically digging a water channel. His efficiency was extremely high, as if he would never tire. Interestingly, as he dug, the villagers followed behind him to feed him cakes and water. Zhuge Xian asked the villagers, what a strong man. Who is he? The villagers looked at Zhuge Xian with curiosity. You must be new here, right? From your accent. You must be from Langia? That's right. No wonder this person is Zhao Yun, the Captain Zhao, nicknamed Excavator. He is immensely strong and has unlimited stamina. So he came to help us repair the water channel. Zhuge Xian was surprised. A dignified captain is even here to repair the water channel? The villagers proudly replied, of course. Isn't it said that County Governor Liu loves the people like his own children? Captain Zhao is the favorite general of County Governor Liu. And every time the county governor sees Captain Zhao so tanned, he can't help but shed tears. But even so, Captain Zhao and County Governor Liu still insist on helping us repair the water channel. Zhuge Xian couldn't help but sigh. Liu Bei really was different from others. No wonder Donghai County could rejuvenate and thrive so well. He looked along the end of the water channel and saw a row of neatly built wooden houses along the riverbank, next to a huge wheel. He pointed at the wooden houses and asked the villagers, what is that? The villagers proudly said, that is the irrigation device invented by County Governor Liu, called a water wheel. Zhuge Xian asked in confusion, water wheel? Can you take me to see it? The villagers chuckled, look at you. You must not have seen the world. All right, I'll take you to see it. Chapter 41, Black Powder Under the Villagers' Guidance. Zhuge Xian arrived at the water wheel mill. The villagers skillfully opened the switch. The millstone actually started moving by itself. But the clever Zhuge Xian quickly understood the principle. It turned out to utilize the power of the water flow to drive the grinding plate to rotate through several gear sets. He knew about the water lifting device, which was heavily promoted by Emperor Ling of Han. But using the water lifting device to drive the grinding plate was such a clever idea that it astonished Zhuge Xian. Truly ingenious. It could not only irrigate but also process grain. Was this thought up by County Governor Liu? The villagers looked up, of course. The three Zhuge brothers squatted next to the gear set and studied it carefully. They were fully focused, with their eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhuge Liang exclaimed, County Governor Liu is indeed extraordinary, having such brilliant ideas. The villagers chuckled, what is this? This thing can also smelt iron. Zhuge Xian was astonished. Smelt iron? How do you do that? The villagers enjoyed Zhuge Xian's naive curiosity. Still a scholar. Yet not as knowledgeable as I who digs in the fields. Come, let me show you the world. Zhuge Xian curiously followed the villagers to the next room. Inside there was a furnace, a bellows, and various water hammers. Under the villagers' operation, the bellows would perform a piston motion, automatically blowing air. The water hammers could achieve automatic forging under the energy storage of the water flow, saving the physical effort of the craftsman. Zhuge Xian was amazed. Is this even possible? What kind of brain does County Governor Liu have? This water wheel can save an unknown amount of manpower and animal power. The manpower saved can be used for many other tasks. The three Zhuge brothers were watching the water hammer strike with rapt attention, their little hearts greatly shaken. They used to think that to increase food production, meticulous farming was necessary to improve quality. But now, quality has reached its limit. It would be better to improve production efficiency and increase quantity. If each person cultivates an extra acre of land, food production can double. Currently, it's only about each person cultivating one more acre. According to Zhuge Xian's observations, with the current number of new fields in Donghai County, this year's food production could at least quintuple. If the water wheel is fully promoted, it wouldn't be impossible for next year's production to increase tenfold. The problem is that the water wheel requires quite a bit of money, and Donghai County is so poor that it can't be promoted overnight. However, this is a good start, and perhaps following Liu Bei can really lead to a successful venture. After a day of research, Guan Yu finally succeeded in purifying saltpeter and sulfur, which was not difficult for a medical student like him. The saltpeter was scraped directly from the wall of a dry toilet. The sulfur was obtained from a pharmacy, and the charcoal was made by burning wood. It was effortless. He mixed them in a ratio of 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal, then packed it into a bamboo tube to make simple firecrackers. The fuse was even simpler. He soaked hemp rope in a saltpeter solution for several hours and then let it dry. Finally, he inserted it into the firecracker and lit the fuse. Boom! A loud explosion at night startled the neighbors. Liu Bei, who was studying white sugar, was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Guan Yu had finally created black powder. He hurried to Guan Yu's residence. The Zhuge family, just returning home from work, saw Liu Bei rushing towards Guan Yu's house and asked, County Magistrate, what happened? Liu Bei excitedly replied, perfect timing, let me show you something remarkable. Zhuge Xian's eyelid twitched. He thought he had already seen enough for today. Were there more experts? Liu Bei led the Zhuge family into Guan Yu's house. Guan Yu's wife, Yu, was confused. She didn't know what Guan Yu was doing that attracted so many visitors. Guan Yu proudly glanced at Liu Bei and said, how's that? My buddy's efficiency is quite high, isn't it? He made black powder in just one day. Liu Bei retorted, less talk. Let me see another explosion. I want to see its power. All right. Guan Yu decided to show off in front of the Zhuge family and chose a large barrel. He then covered it with an iron pot, lit the fuse, and boom. Zhuge Xian stared at the iron pot in the air, wide-eyed. Why? On his first day in office, he felt like a complete novice, knowing nothing. What was this? Liu Bei smiled. This is called gunpowder. When ignited, it explodes and blows the iron pot into the air. Zhuge Liang was the first to react. County Magistrate. Can this gunpowder kill people? Liu Bei thought to himself. No wonder Zhuge Liang was so smart at such a young age. He replied, if this gunpowder is used on the battlefield, it can easily kill a lot of people. Even if the enemy's morale is higher than ours, we can easily handle it. Zhuge Xian's eyes lit up. This is a powerful weapon for defending the city. Liu Bei continued. It's also a weapon for attacking the city. Theoretically, as long as there is enough gunpowder, city gates can be easily blown open. Zhuge Xian asked, can it be mass-produced? Guan Yu shook his head, not yet. We can't mass-produce it at this time. Liu Bei said, if we want to mass-produce it, there are many preliminary issues to solve, including storage, transportation, and confidentiality of the gunpowder. We should start with a small workshop to test the waters. Once we figure out the mass production process, we can consider a production line. We aim to have it ready by next year when the war starts. Brother Yu, this task is up to you. This matter is extremely important, as it relates to whether we can successfully recruit the Qingzhou soldiers next year. Guan Yu confidently replied, leave it to me. This is much more interesting than going to battle or doing population registration. Art is about explosions. The next day, a passionate Guan Yu found Sun Yin to ask for funding to build the factory. However, Sun Yin poured cold water on him. Yin Shang, your gunpowder is indeed impressive, but its current power is still not enough to change the situation. Even if you can blow open city gates as you say, we don't have the money to produce that much. Right now, Donghai is focused on water conservancy projects, reclaiming farmland, hunting down bandits, and forging weapons. Each of these requires a lot of money and grain. Moreover, most of the money and grain in Donghai County is borrowed. We can only repay it once that batch of refined salt is sold, and we truly have no extra funds. Guan Yu had no choice but to bring Liu Bei into the conversation. This is my elder brother's idea. Sun Yin snorted coldly. The Lord doesn't manage the household, so he doesn't know how expensive firewood, rice, and oil are. Liu Bei happened to walk in and laughed. Oh, out of money again. Isn't the profit from the refined salt enough? Sun Yin nodded, just enough to use up. Liu Bei shook his head. Oh, Sun Yin, you really don't know how to manage money. How can you spend so quickly? Sun Yin. Liu Bei patted Sun Yin on the shoulder and said with a smile, how much do you want? Sun Yin frowned, thinking, can you really produce money? He estimated, at least 1 million coins. Guan Yu's eyes widened. Why would it take 100,000 coins to build a gunpowder workshop? Just give me 100,000 coins. Sun Yin glared at Guan Yu. Who asked for funding to be so conservative? If the Lord cuts funding later, won't you be in trouble? Liu Bei was surprised so little. Sun Yin was dumbfounded. Isn't this considered little? This is enough for Guan Yu to hire 200 experienced craftsmen for a year. In fact, Guan Yu only needed 20 craftsmen, and the site was already available. If they had 1 million coins, the leftover money could be used to purchase materials. Liu Bei thought, it's just money. Get some glass, blue and white porcelain, and wouldn't the money flow in easily? So he patted Sun Yin on the shoulder and said, remember, being my county lieutenant doesn't require you to worry about money. If there's no money, just say so. You don't need to live frugally. Sun Yin replied with annoyance. Then you should bring the money. No rush. I'll go to my brother-in-law to get some big orders, Liu Bei said. Sun Yin twitched his lips. Really? Before even getting married, he's already trying to squeeze money from his brother-in-law? Forget it, it's Liu Bei's face at stake. As long as he gets the money to get the job done, that's good enough. Chapter 42, Starry Sky Glass Ball, Let the World Go Crazy. Sun Yin finally agreed to help Guan Yu prepare for the gunpowder workshop, but it could only be about writing plans and scouting for sulfur and saltpeter locations. Whenever the money arrives, they would then establish the gunpowder workshop. Currently, all funding must revolve around spring plowing and bandit suppression. Liu Bei had no objections. Food is the foundation of everything and must be prioritized. However, with Mijou as a super sales channel, money is truly not a problem for Liu Bei. As long as there are good products, this little brother-in-law can help him cash in any time. Originally, producing white sugar was his next goal, aimed at increasing the power of explosives while also tricking the honey water prince Yuan Shao. Wouldn't it be reasonable to extract 1 million coins from Yuan Shao using white sugar and honey water? But yesterday, he found out that there wasn't even brown sugar available in the market. He just realized that the Han Dynasty did not yet have the technology to make brown sugar. To produce brown sugar, one would need to go to the south to find sugarcane. But that wasn't a big problem. With Mijou's connections, what couldn't he find? Just sugarcane. He could just tell his brother-in-law, and he would have a ship brought over in no time. However, Mijou wasn't really his brother-in-law yet. Liu Bei needed to finalize this matter quickly. Since white sugar couldn't temporarily squeeze money from the lords, he could only focus on glass and porcelain. Glass was also easy to handle. The materials were fine sand, coke, borax, sodium carbonate, and lime. Among them, borax, sodium carbonate, and lime were fluxes. Since the melting point of sand was 1,700 degrees Celsius, it was difficult to achieve with current conditions, so fluxes were necessary to lower the melting point of the sand. Borax was easy to obtain. Liu Bei directly bought a bag from a Taoist, as they liked to use it for alchemy. Lime was also easy to obtain. He just needed to burn some apple snail shells into ash. Sodium carbonate could be found at the seaside by burning saltwort, which would produce a large amount of sodium carbonate after being burned into ash. So Liu Bei immediately sent people to the beach to dig for saltwort, sand, and shells. In just one day, they brought back 3 large carts of raw materials. Power is indeed alluring. Even in ancient times, one could enjoy same-day service. At this time, the earth kiln that Liu Bei ordered the craftsmen to build was also completed. Then, using a water-powered blower and a lot of coke, they raised the temperature of the earth kiln to over 1,500 degrees Celsius. The rest depended on how effective the fluxes would be. With such harsh conditions, it was understandable that ancient people couldn't produce glass. Finally, the sand melted. Liu Bei used the tools he had long prepared to make several sets of jewelry. This was for the marriage proposal, after all. In wealthy families, proposing marriage required sending high-end gifts, such as gold and jade. The cost of these glass flowers was already over 100,000 coins, not cheap at all. Just right for a marriage proposal and to do some advertising at the same time. He didn't plan to sell glass as a daily commodity for the time being. So for a considerable period, glass would become a luxury among the nobility. With the technology in his hands, whether it retained its value was not for him to decide. Just like diamonds are not inherently rare. But if the diamond mines are in someone else's hands, whether diamonds are expensive or not is still up to them, right? That's monopoly. The glass from several furnaces wasn't very pure, with various colors. Moreover, due to the flux issue, there were some bubbles inside. And the light transmittance was not high, indicating many impurities. But it was not a big deal. As long as it was transparent, they had already won half the battle. Moreover, Liu Bei had a unique skill. He had learned how to make starry glass orbs online. Thus, he cleverly disguised the bubbles as stars in the sky. It was incredibly beautiful. He believed that this starry glass orb would drive the lords crazy. Who wouldn't want to experience the feeling of holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars? Looking at the dazzling array of glass products, Liu Bei nodded in satisfaction. This glass pendant could be used as a meeting gift for the proposal. This ring could serve as an engagement gift. This glass bracelet could be the betrothal gift. As for the starry glass or being too beautiful, Liu Bei didn't want it to be around his people. Otherwise, it might attract trouble. It's better to keep a low profile. Sun Yan was baffled. Liu Bei had gone mad these past few days, spending over 100,000 coins in one go. It was adding insult to injury for the already not wealthy Donghai County. The payment for the fine salt hadn't arrived yet. How could they withstand such turmoil? If Liu Bei hadn't said that this cost could be returned 100-fold, he would have wanted to fight him. Now seeing Liu Bei walk into the county office with a joyful expression, he was even more furious. With a sarcastic tone, he said, "How can the county magistrate have the leisure to come to the county office for duty?" Liu Bei lamented, "Xiao, I trust you so much. Yet you don't trust me." Sun Yan scoffed, "Right now, only money can give me a sense of security." Liu Bei clutched his heart. "Can't you give me a chance to prove myself?" Next to them, Jian Yong had a face full of black lines. What act were these two putting on again? Sun Yan said impatiently, "Come on, tell me, what are you up to lately? They all say you are preparing to make pottery for profit. To be frank, a furnace of pottery wouldn't cost me over 100,000 coins. If the payment for the fine salt doesn't arrive next month, the clerk's salaries won't be able to be paid." Liu Bei waved his hand. "Don't be anxious, you still don't trust my brother-in-law? At worst, I'll go propose marriage later to urge the payment. You just take a look at this." Liu Bei pulled out a starry glass orb from his hand. Sun Yan and Jian Yong were instantly stunned, as if time had frozen. Their eyes nearly popped out. What is this? It's so incredibly beautiful. Can such a thing really exist in this world?" Sun Yan stammered, "Can I take a look?" Of course, Liu Bei casually handed it over. And Sun Yan cradled it with both hands, afraid of breaking it. At this moment, Sun Yan's breathing quickened. He had a fleeting desire to claim it as his own. But he quickly calmed down. "My lord, you've been working on this these days?" Liu Bei said proudly, "Of course, this is called a starry glass orb. How is it? Beautiful, right?" Sun Yan asked in confusion. "Can such a divine object be made artificially?" Liu Bei laughed. "It is made artificially, but it's quite troublesome and costly. I'm planning to use this to scam the aristocrats a bit. What do you think about selling it for 1,000,000 coins each?" Sun Yan's eyes lit up. "If it's 1,000,000 coins, can you sell it to me?" Liu Bei shot Sun Yan a glare. "You rich dog. Buying this thing for 1,000,000 coins while crying poor to me every day." Sun Yan said seriously, "What is mine is mine, and what is public is public." Liu Bei took the starry glass orb back. "Don't think about it. This glass orb is too valuable to be used internally. I'm planning to use it to scam the lords." Saying this, Liu Bei turned and left. Sun Yan hadn't even processed it yet. How could there be such a miraculous person like Liu Bei in this world? Was he a god descended to earth? He could create such treasures. It was terrifying. The beauty of that starry glass orb almost made him want to claim it for himself. Those wealthier aristocrats should go crazy over it, right? However, just thinking that this orb would be sold for 1,000,000 coins made his heart ache. He hurriedly shouted at Liu Bei's back, "You better not come back if you don't sell that orb for 10,000,000 coins." Liu Bei waved his hand without looking back. "Don't worry." After securing the glass jewelry, Liu Bei went to find a matchmaker to propose marriage in Pengcheng. "Oh, Liu County Magistrate, why are you following along? You don't need to go." Liu Bei smiled. "I'm just going to discuss official business. Don't worry, I won't enter the Mi residence." The matchmaker looked at him suspiciously. It was highly taboo for both parties to meet before the formal engagement. If they met privately, her job as a matchmaker would be at risk. In Pengcheng, Mi Zhan was leaning on the windowsill, bored, watching the magpies chirping on the branches. Why hasn't Brother Bei come to propose yet? Mi Zhu, who was flipping through account books nearby, shivered. They had only met once, and she was already calling him Brother Bei? Did Liu Bei drug his sister? Chapter 43, Colorful Pendant. Priceless gift. Since he had to go on a business trip, Liu Bei naturally wanted to bring Guan Yu along as his bodyguard. "Brother Bei, I'm very busy. I have to mark the locations of the niter and sulfur every day." "Bah, you only need to mark one spot. You've marked over a dozen in the past few days. I think you're just idle." Guan Yu mumbled, "What can I do? The fund's Haven T been released. Where am I supposed to start working?" Liu Bei replied, "What's the rush? Wait until my sugarcane arrives and I produce white sugar, then you can start your research." Guan Yu asked, "Have you produced that glass yet?" Liu Bei smirked, "Here, a starlight glass ball." Guan Yu's eyes widened. "Wow. Is this for real? You have this skill?" Liu Bei proudly said, "Of course. Didn't I collaborate with a streamer who makes starlight glass balls before?" "Oh, I remember now. You collaborated with that streamer. But back then your glass balls were ridiculed as looking like dung balls. When can you make a starlight ball again?" Liu Bei retorted, "What do you know? That's called show effect. If it wasn't made to look like a dung ball, how would it trend online?" Guan Yu gave a thumbs up. "You understand show effect." After a day's journey, Liu Bei and his party arrived in Pingqing and checked into an inn. The next day, a matchmaker went to the Mi residence to propose, while Liu Bei waited in the inn. The meeting gift for a proposal is quite elaborate. It must include a wild goose, as well as meat poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese. Wealthy families also exchange jewelry and other gifts. Seeing someone proposing at the Mi residence, the townsfolk hurried to spread the news. Generally, when wealthy families propose, it's already been discussed in advance. If someone were to rudely show up uninvited and get rejected, it would create unnecessary enmity between the two families. Thus, the fact that someone was proposing meant that the eldest daughter of the Mi family, who was already 20 and still unmarried, was about to get married. This made the local elites restless. Although Mi Zhu was just a merchant, his business had grown to a point where he was beyond the control of the lower counties. As a result, many wanted to form alliances through marriage with the Mi family. However, now that someone had come to propose, it felt like they were being undermined, and they were not pleased. "Who is proposing? Hurry up and find out." "Master, I found out it's the new governor of Donghai County, Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda. It said he is also a relative of the Han Dynasty. Why would Mi Zizhong choose a county governor? It said it's not Mi Biejia who is interested, but his sister. Mi Biejia has always doted on his sister, and Liu governor's status is also suitable." So the two families hit it off. But I heard that Liu Bei was cowardly at Hulao Pass, and his words and actions were inappropriate. How could Mi Zhen possibly like Liu Bei? "Master, it said that Liu Bei is exceptionally handsome." The elites understood. Liu Bei had relied on his looks to make a name for himself. Damn it, I hate this kind of talent freak. While others were composing poetry and dressing carefully, Liu Bei's handsome face attracted Mi Zhen more than anything else. Mi Zhen heard that Liu Bei had finally come to propose. She immediately ran out. But Mi Zhu hurriedly grabbed her collar and said impatiently, "What kind of girl shows her face when someone else proposes? Sit here obediently, I'll go greet him." Though he said so, Mi Zhu was actually very pleased. His sister was finally going to get married, and it was a mutual affection. Liu Bei's status was not bad either. He had purchased a batch of fine salt for 10 million coins and sold it to the wealthy and eunuchs for over 20 million coins. And it was still in short supply. Looking at it this way, Liu Bei wasn't a losing investment. Moreover, Liu Bei also had military power and fierce generals like Guan, Zhang, and Zhao, with support from the young master of the Sun family. If he added his wealth, Liu Bei would surely accomplish great things. The matchmaker presented a letter of gifts, which included a list of items. Mi Zhu took a symbolic glance. Jade pendant, gold artifacts, glass pendant. Mi Zhu thought Liu Bei was quite wealthy, even buying glass jewelry, which showed genuine sincerity. It also happened to meet the requirements of wealthy families. Mi Biejia, our governor also has a letter to deliver to you. Oh, Mi Zhu took the envelope and opened it. Big brother-in-law, Fenghua restaurant. Come to discuss a deal worth over 100 million. Mi Zhu twitched at the corner of his mouth. They weren't even married yet. And he was already being called big brother-in-law? A deal worth over 100 million? Was Liu Bei dreaming? What industry in Donghai County could possibly reach over 100 million? Mi Zhu was originally from Donghai County, and half of the business there was related to him. So how could he not know? Forget it, since they were family, he might as well go take a look. After sending off the matchmaker, he also gave her a red envelope of 10,000 coins. The matchmaker was beaming with joy. She loved being a matchmaker for wealthy families. Her offers were generous. With the 3 letters and 6 rights, she still had to make a few trips to the Mi family, and once she finished this project, she could retire. Mi Zhen anxiously ran out from behind. What gift did Brother Bei send? Mi Zhu lazily replied, just glass, jade, and gold. You've seen it all before. Mi Zhen snorted lightly. Brother Bei's gifts must be good stuff. Then Mi Zhen opened a delicate gift box. Ah, Mi Zhen exclaimed in surprise. Mi Zhu frowned. What's wrong? Can't you be a bit more composed? You're about to get married. Brother, this glass pendant is so beautiful. Mi Zhu curled his lips. How beautiful could it be? He had been in business for many years. What treasures hadn't he seen? Even the emperor's glass cups he had touched. Of course, Liu Bei's glass pendant was definitely not as transparent as the emperor's glass cup, nor was it made from such a large piece of glass. Let me see how beautiful it is. Brother, look. Mi Zhen displayed the glass pendant in front of her chest, admiring it. Mi Zhu's eyes widened. Wow, this pendant. How can a glass the size of a pigeon's egg have 7 colors at the same time? It's like a rainbow has been encased in the glass pendant, adorned with golden threads. It sparkles brilliantly in the sunlight. Even the top nobles in the palace don't own such a beautiful pendant. Mi Zhu took a deep breath. This must be worth at least 10 million. Liu Bei has put in a lot of thought. Mi Zhen didn't care how expensive the pendant was. She only knew that Liu Bei valued her greatly, and that was enough. Seeing Mi Zhu about to leave, Mi Zhen casually asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "To talk business with your brother Bei." Mi Zhen's eyes lit up. "Brother Bei is here? I want to go too." Mi Zhu said impatiently, "What are you meddling for? Stay home. You're not allowed to meet before the engagement letter is issued." "Oh." Mi Zhen looked disappointed. According to their agreement, Mi Zhu arrived at Fenghua restaurant. Liu Bei had already prepared a table full of wine and dishes. "Big brother-in-law, long time no see. Did you like the gift?" Mi Zhu shot Liu Bei a glance. "That girl is quite attached to it." Liu Bei smiled. "That is good to hear. I invited Zizhong here to discuss a big business deal." Mi Zhu raised an eyebrow. "What big deal?" "This Donghai County is my hometown. What big deal could I possibly not know about?" Liu Bei pulled out a glass bead the size of an orange. "What do you think of this bead?" Chapter 44. Is Yuan Shao rich? Selling health products to Yuan Shao in the future. Mi Zhu stared at the bead in Liu Bei's hand, lost in thought. He was transfixed, unable to take his eyes off it. How could there be such a beautiful pearl in the world? It was as if the Milky Way of the night sky was condensed into a glass bead. Holding it in hand felt like grasping the sun, moon, and stars. Liu Bei had even lit an oil lamp beside him. The metallic powder inside the glass ball sparkled under the light, resembling a swirling nebula. Mi Zhu's breath quickened. Even though he had seen colorful pendants before, none had made him this fervent. He incredulously asked, "Is this pearl worth billions in business?" Liu Bei nodded. "This is called a nebula glass pearl. I bought it." Mi Zhu decisively replied. Liu Bei gasped. His brother-in-law was indeed wealthy. When he encountered a toy he liked, he was willing to spend $1 billion. Liu Bei quickly added, "This thing was made by me. It's not worth that much." Mi Zhu paused for a moment, incredulous. "You mean this can be made by oneself? Could it be that the gift you gave to my sister was also made by you? I can't wrap my head around it. What kind of divine skill is required to create such a beautiful pearl? Could it be that Liu Bei is truly a celestial being?" Liu Bei smiled. "Although I made it myself, it still cost nearly $1 million. Liu Bei deliberately inflated the cost a bit to make his gift seem precious. At the same time, he emphasized the luxury aspect of the glass. Guan Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this cost was far from just a bit high. Even at this cost price, he could make 100-fold profit selling it. Mi Zhu opened his mouth in surprise. Indeed, even if such treasures could be artificially made, the production cost was not cheap. Mi Zhu came back to his senses. "Are you saying you want to make $1 billion by refining these pearls?" Liu Bei nodded. "Each pearl costs only about $1 million, but you are willing to spend $1 billion to buy it. This is a highly profitable business. Just think. I am the only one in the world who can make such pearls. How high I want to sell them is up to me. Fortunately, I have the technology. And you have the channels. If we cooperate, we can surely gather all the wealth of the world. What do you think, brother-in-law? Are we in or not?" Mi Zhu was stirred up by Liu Bei's words, excitedly saying, "I'm in. Whatever number of these pearls you have, I'll take them all. But I have one request." Liu Bei raised an eyebrow, patted Mi Zhu's shoulder, and heartily said, "What is there to talk about? We are family." Mi Zhu happily replied, "Are you going to give me a nebula glass pearl? What I mean is, since we are family now, you don't need to make requests." Mi Zhu. Liu Bei didn't want to dampen his brother-in-law's enthusiasm, and with a pang of conscience said, "All right, since you are my brother-in-law, I'll sell you one for $2 million. After all, it's the county's money. If I just give it to you, I'll be scolded by my wife." Guan Yu's mouth twitched. Selling something worth over 100,000 for $2 million? Mi Zhu laughed heartily. "Good brother-in-law. I'll get you the money right away. Wait. About that refined salt payment." Mi Zhu smiled. "Sorry for the delay. I originally planned to drag it out for 1.5 years if you didn't come to propose. Since you brought a heavy gift today, my sister is very happy, so let us settle the payment today." Liu Bei gasped. Although Mi Zhu seemed indifferent to his sister, he was actually quite protective. If he hadn't come to propose, he might have collapsed the funding chain of Donghai County. Mi Zhu was also a tough character, hiding a knife behind a smile. But Liu Bei didn't take it to heart. After all, he sincerely wanted to marry Mi Zhen, who was truly a wealthy beauty. Liu Bei said, "But I can't sell you this nebula glass pearl. You need to help me figure out a way to sell it to someone." Liu Bei's targeting of one person made Mi Zhu a bit puzzled. "Who?" "Yuan Shao." Mi Zhu asked why. Liu Bei explained. "This person has always been suppressed by Yuan Shao, leading to feelings of inferiority. He likes to show off to prove that he is different. I believe that once he gets the nebula glass pearl, he will certainly spread the word, elevating the pearl to a luxury item, firmly branding it as such. Isn't that a perfect free spokesperson? Just like some stones and luxury items that aren't worth much, once they're hyped up, even a plastic bag can become valuable. More importantly, he has money and is willing to spend it." Mi Zhu found this reasonable and was surprised that Liu Bei understood the business aspect. So he said, "I'll give it a try." Liu Bei thought that if the advertising effect was good this time, he could sell health products to Yuan Shao in the future. Yuan Shao was currently sprinkling refined salt on mutton, saying to his advisors and generals, "Recently, you have all worked hard on spring plowing. This salt is called refined salt, priced at 20,000 a pound, and is exceptionally delicious. I happen to get a pound, so I invite you all to taste it as a reward." The advisors showed expressions of surprise. "My lord, how can this salt be worth 20,000 a pound?" Yuan Shao laughed heartily. "Good question. You'll know once you try?" Each subordinate received a small pinch. Just like that, the 20,000 a pound salt was distributed. The civil servants had no objections to Yuan Shau's extravagance. This guy wore disposable clothes and never washed them. He wore new clothes every day and drank honey water. Saving one outfit meant he could afford a pound of salt. Although Yuan Shau had the temperament of a second-generation wealthy kid, his advantage was that he was willing to share good things with others, as long as you flattered him a bit. Thus, he was not very fond of the straight-talking Sun Jian, who either didn't speak or opposed his opinions. The subordinates picked up a small pinch, imitating Yuan Shau, and sprinkled it on the mutton. Just like that, a month's wages for the craftsman disappeared. Someone took a bite of the mutton sprinkled with refined salt. Instantly, their eyes widened. This salt has not a hint of bitterness. It's so delicious. No wonder it's 20,000 a pound. This is the most delicious mutton I've ever had. A flatterer immediately burst into tears, choked up. My lord treats us so generously, allowing us to eat such delicious mutton. I am grateful and willing to serve you for life. Other flatterers also bowed down, willing to serve you for life. Sun Jian was dumbfounded. He was really fed up with these flatterers. Could they not eat in peace? One bite, and they cry. Did this refined salt have something in it? Just a bit made them cry like this? But he wasn't foolish, since others were bowing down. He could only follow suit. He just didn't feel like talking. Yuan Shau was in a great mood. Spending just 20,000 to gain such emotional value was a bargain. He would have to buy a few more pounds next time. So he waved his hand grandly and said, "Everyone, please rise, continue the music and dance." Suddenly, a soldier came in to report. A merchant has come to present treasures. Yuan Shau was delighted. He was worried about what kind of banquet program to organize, as it couldn't always be singing and dancing, right? It turned out that a sleepiness had delivered a pillow, bringing him a treasure appraisal program. He hurriedly asked, "What treasure?" The merchant said he had a pearl, crystal clear, as if it contained the Milky Way from the sky, called the Nebula Glass Pearl. Yuan Shau curiously asked, "Oh, there is such a marvel? Let him come and present it for everyone to appreciate." Chapter 45, The Luxury Goods Assassin. Yuan Shau, who doesn't bargain. Soon, a young man walked into the hall. "I am Su Zhou, the deputy of Mi Zhu, and the younger brother of Mi Fong, here to present a treasure." Although Mi Fong is politically inept and a burden to Guan Yu, he is a talented person obsessed with business. Many of the Mi family's major deals were negotiated by Mi Fong. Many people have business dealings with Mi Zhu, and the gentry's expressions softened as they put away their disdain for merchants. Yuan Shau laughed heartily. "So it's Mi Fong. Quickly tell me what treasure you have." Mi Fong recalled the words of his future brother-in-law Liu Bei and said, "This treasure of mine is called the Nebula Glass Pearl, and it is only sold to those with fate. Only those with great fortune can possess it." Yuan Shau proudly exclaimed, "It seems I am that great fortune bearer." Mi Fong nodded. Indeed. Yuan Shau became even more curious about how the Milky Way was contained within the pearl and urged, "Quickly take out the treasure for us to see." Mi Zhu took out the Nebula Glass Pearl and held it in his hands. Everyone's eyes widened. It really looked like a piece of the Milky Way was contained within a glass ball. Yuan Shau quickly stepped down from the stage, fixated on the Nebula Glass Pearl. He suddenly felt that the glass lamp he had seized from Luoyang was no longer appealing. Compared to the Nebula Glass Pearl, the glass lamp seemed dull. What a wondrous craftsmanship this was. His hands trembled slightly as he touched the glass pearl, afraid of breaking it. Yuan Shau asked, "Is this natural?" Mi Fong replied, "No, this is a treasure from the western regions. Various colored glasses were melted together in a furnace and then randomly fused. Originally, Mi Zhu suggested claiming the pearl was natural, but Liu Bei vetoed it. After all, he still wanted to sell more glass jewelry to other lords, and it would be troublesome if the truth came out. Besides, who said that man-made items couldn't fetch a good price? That's not necessarily true. For example, a certain luxury brand can sell plastic bags for exorbitant prices." Yuan Shau nodded, agreeing with Mi Fong's explanation. As the emperor's glass lamp also came from the western regions and was handmade, he even felt that the Mi family was honest and reliable in business. Mi Fong continued to embellish. "It is said that 1 in 10,000 glass items can produce such a piece." Mi Fong then took out a regular dyed glass bead that displayed a rainbow of colors under sunlight. It was also very beautiful, which made Yuan Shau quite tempted. However, its internal colors were chaotic, far inferior to the Nebula Glass Pearl. "You see, this is ordinary glass. The random fusion of various glasses in the furnace can create such a starry effect, resembling the Milky Way. It is truly rare. Rather than being man-made, it is more like the handiwork of nature, a revelation from heaven. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference." After seeing the ordinary glass bead, Yuan Shau realized how rare the Nebula Glass Pearl was. If it was truly a random fusion, then the Nebula Glass Pearl was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure. At least, Yuan Shau had never seen such beautiful glass. Wasn't that a revelation from heaven? Who could possess such a treasure without great fortune? He excitedly said, "How much is it? Name your price." Seeing that Yuan Shau was almost convinced, Mi Fong added another layer of product storytelling following Liu Bei's advice. Mi Fong said, "Holding the Nebula Glass Pearl is like holding the stars in your hand. To hold the sun and moon and pluck the stars. There is no one like me in the world. I want to ask you, Yuan Gong, how much do you think is worth to grasp this unique star?" With the product value and story articulated to this extent, Yuan Shau became even more intrigued. holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Unique. Such a treasure. If it doesn't belong to him, who else could it belong to? 1 billion coins? No. That's too much. 1 billion coins is his living expenses for a year. If he spends that, he won't be able to enjoy himself this year. 10 million coins? Too petty. Not enough even for his honey water expenses. He wouldn't allow such a treasure to be cheaper than honey water. So, Yuan Shao tentatively said, how about 100 million coins? Mi Fang was slightly taken aback. The wealth of the Mi family was indeed astonishing. As expected, as his brother-in-law predicted, Yuan Shao's psychological price was 100 million coins. It seemed like Yuan Shao had the freedom to choose the price, but in reality, he was tightly controlled by his brother-in-law. Mi Fang felt embarrassed. He had been in business for many years and had deceived countless people. Yet he had never been outwitted like this by his brother-in-law. One line about product value and product story enlightened Mi Fang. It turned out that storytelling could earn more money. This was similar to how he used to boast about the efficacy of elixirs. His brother-in-law was truly a genius. Mi Fang clasped his hands and said, then I will sell this nebula glass pearl to Yuan Gong for 100 million coins. Really? You actually agreed? Did I offer too much? Yuan Shao felt something was off, but out of pride, he didn't dare to ask about the cost price. This was akin to buying from an ice cream assassin while pretending to be nonchalant about pulling out his wallet. Yuan Shao was essentially buying a luxury item assassin. However, Yuan Shao cared about his image. Who is Yuan Gong? He supports over 100,000 troops and spends billions of coins a year without batting an eye. Why would he haggle over 100 million coins for a top-tier treasure? Who does he look down upon? Just 100 million coins. After all, he occupies the wealthy land of Jiangnan. Once he conquers Yangzhou next year and increases the tax revenue, he will get it back. Thus, ship after ship of coins was transported via river and sea to Donghai County. Since receiving a payment of 10 million in fine salt, Sun Yin has been energetic every day, vigorously promoting infrastructure. He now felt like a robot stamping approvals. Gunpowder workshop? Approved. Building water wheels? Approved. Repairing roads? Approved. Previously, he had to calculate the budget on draft paper before approving it, doing it countless times a day. Now, as long as he has a rough estimate in mind, he directly approves it with his eyes closed, only checking the accounts before leaving work. What? There are debts to friends that need to be repaid? I can delay for a year and a half. You won't rise up against me for just a few million coins, will you? First, get the infrastructure done and rapidly expand the industry. That's the most important thing. Moreover, the Lord has also said that, barring accidents, a huge sum of money is on the way, so there's no worry about money. Having someone like Liu Bei as a lord is truly good. He doesn't have to think about anything. Zhuge Xian has been overwhelmed. When he first arrived, he thought Donghai County was so poor that there wouldn't be enough money to build so many water wheels. But in the blink of an eye, water wheels have been built in every place with rivers. Before sowing seeds, the number of new fields in Donghai County has doubled. Although Liu Bei hardly comes to the county office to handle affairs, Donghai has become increasingly prosperous. He has been busy registering and cataloging new fields every day since he joined. They hardly have time to breathe. The few of them, along with the 3 Zhuge brothers, have been working day and night to count, plan, and handle government affairs. Everyone has dark circles under their eyes, but they are all full of energy, because they see a glimpse of a prosperous age in Donghai County and take pride in it. A small clerk hurriedly burst into the hall. Report. Lord County Magistrate. Zhang Fei, the Captain Zhang from Tsuxian has brought a batch of money. Please go and receive it. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. The Lord truly keeps his word. There's money to spend again. He hurriedly asked. How much? The small official gasped. 100 million coins. Chapter 46. Yuan Shao's Treasure Appreciation Conference. The lords were stunned. All the civil officials in the hall froze. Their eyes bulged out. 100 million coins. What does this even mean? This is the annual consumption of 1,000 elite warriors. It could build 5,000 water wheels, covering all the plains of Donghai County. Liu Bei managed to gather 100 million and 10 million coins in just a month. Is it really that easy to earn this money? Sun Yan excitedly rushed out. Let us go. Prepare the horses. Jin Yong put down his brush. I'll go help coordinate. Zhao Yan picked up a straw hat. I'll help unload the goods. Zhuge Xian looked at his 3 nephews. You stay here and help me register the new fields. Don't run around. Zhuge Liang raised his head and asked, Uncle, what are you going to do? Zhuge Xian replied without turning his head. I'm going to see the excitement. Zhuge Liang, are we really not going to talk about family matters? No pretense at all. Since Yuan Shao bought the nebula glass beads, he naturally wouldn't keep it a secret. He immediately invited the noble families from several states to Shochuan to hold a treasure appreciation conference. It was a competition to see who had the better collection of treasures. The nobles and prominent families of the 9 provinces basically all received invitations. The lords of the 9 provinces were all serious, not knowing what big move Yuan Shao was planning. After holding several meetings, they believed that Yuan Shao's actions were meant to win people's hearts and gather talented individuals from across the land. Yuan Shao received the invitation and wondered what his cousin was up to. Did he awaken after the Battle of Luoyang? Was he unwilling to be inferior to others? Had he started to work hard and recruit talented individuals from all over? It couldn't be that he went to such lengths just to appreciate treasures, could it? Yuan Shu shouldn't be that boring. Just so suggested. Why not send someone clever to investigate? If Yuan Shu has any moves, we can respond accordingly and spoil his plans on the spot. Yuan Shao nodded. Then let Su Yu go, he is full of schemes. And if Yuan Shu has any actions, he can surely stir up trouble. Just Ho nodded. That works. Cao Cao and Sun Yu also received invitations. Wen Ruo, what do you think? Sun Yu pondered for a moment. Yuan Shu's actions are definitely not as simple as appreciating treasures. Cao Cao asked, what do you think his intentions are? Sun Yu looked up at the horizon. His expression serious. It's nothing more than using the pretext of treasure appreciation to invite the noble families to attend, wanting to promote his ideals and ambitions. Inviting like-minded talents to join him. The Lord should be cautious. Yuan Shu has deep foundations, and if he has such an inclusive mindset, he will definitely become a strong rival to the Lord. Cao Cao sighed. The Yuan family, with 4 generations of 3 dukes, can actually have 2 prodigies at the same time. Now, we have Yuan Shao in the north and Yuan Shu in the south. Where should we go from here? Sun Yu smiled. Rest assured, the lords of the world will not let Yuan Shu succeed, and Liu Bei's strength should not be underestimated. I suggest sending someone to find a way to disrupt Yuan Shu's treasure appreciation conference. Cao Cao nodded. Then let us do as you say. All the noble merchants across the land sent representatives to investigate what Yuan Shu was really up to. The Sima family from Yingchuan was among them. 12-year-old Sima asked, Father, is this Lord Yuan foolish? Why go to such great lengths to invite everyone to see a glass bead? Sima Fong laughed. My son, you don't understand. Lord Yuan is still a local lord, strong in power, surrounded by stars of generals and a wealth of talent. Every move he makes has deep meaning. He won't act aimlessly. Sima nodded seriously. Liu Bei received the news and was overjoyed. What is the celebrity effect? This is the celebrity effect. Just selling to Yuan Shu will let the entire noble circle know about the existence of the nebula glass beads. If he and Mi Zhu were to promote it, they would have to send people to visit each family one by one. Moreover, they would need to show the actual product for clients to see. After all, in this era, there are no cameras, no matter how well you describe it. Clients can't imagine it, and naturally won't be convinced. This way, it would take a year to promote it properly. If he wants to make glass products popular in the noble circle, that would require an operating cost. The travel expenses and promotional material costs are like a bottomless pit, and the efficiency is slow. But with Yuan Shu promoting it, it's different. Travel expenses? Material costs? The noble merchants will cover it themselves. Of course, to make glass popular among nobles, there is still one small step missing. Liu Bei immediately found Mi Fong, who was still lingering in Tanqing. He asked him to find several young nobles to act as hype men, to praise Yuan Shu's nebula glass beads. Sell them a few ordinary glass beads, and let them compete with Yuan Shu in showcasing treasures. As the saying goes, fresh flowers need green leaves to complement them. To highlight the uniqueness of Yuan Shu's nebula glass beads, other grades of glass beads need to be compared with them. In the end, they would elevate the nebula glass beads to a top-tier level. Other nobles want to buy, they can only buy second-tier products at most. The nebula glass beads would be positioned as the ceiling, the industry benchmark. Before Yuan Shu dies, they will be unique. This way, Yuan Shu will indefinitely advertise the glass beads to showcase his status. In the end, he can also promote. Second-tier and third-tier glass beads are sold at the Mi family. Come buy them. Harvest a wave of glass orders. Mi Fong trembled with excitement upon hearing this. When it comes to tricking people, it's still the brother-in-law. Following the brother-in-law, one can learn things. Is this what the brother-in-law meant by capital scheming? Who would have thought that a 20-something small businessman could also scheme for a top noble like Yuan Shu? It seems that the art of commerce is vast and endless. Mi Fong brought in several hype men, all top wealthy friends, and the representative from the Chun family of Shuzhou, Chening. Chening has a powerful brother named Chen Deng. Chen Deng is busy with affairs, so he let Chening be the representative. Mi Fong sold different grades of glass beads to them at an 80% discount according to market price, allowing them to take them to showcase and flaunt. But with one requirement, they must praise Yuan Shu and not anger him. Chening and several wealthy merchants immediately agreed. After all, Yuan Shu is the host. They can show off, but they cannot overshadow the hostess' glory. They all understand this principle. Mi Fong nodded in satisfaction. Oh, selling a few glass beads earned another 10 million coins. Mei and Shouchuan is bustling. Wealthy merchants and nobles from all over are dressed in fine silks, gathering at Yuan Shu's residence for a party. The representatives of the noble families from across the land gathered together, which shows how terrifying the Yuan family's influence is. It is second only to the emperor. When it comes to throwing parties, Yuan Shu is a professional. One performance after another, warm greetings and enthusiastic hugs quickly heated up the atmosphere of the banquet. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Yuan Shu said, "Today is the Treasure Appreciation Conference. Everyone might as well take out your treasures for everyone to admire together." The first to go is naturally the representative of the smaller families. With the smaller families going first, others want to feel awkward when showcasing their treasures. But they can't really be at the bottom. It should highlight elegance. This way, even if the smaller family is at the bottom, they still have face. This is a transcription of the Book of Songs, copied down from the time of Emperor Gaozu. It contains many contents that are not found in the Dongguan Royal Library. Many scholars on site were astonished. Could there be such a remarkable book? In the future, can I borrow it to read? Naturally. With such an elegant beginning, the small merchants and aristocratic families also began to showcase their collections of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The atmosphere of the banquet gradually reached a climax. At this moment, the banquet resembled a large museum, allowing the guests to gain insight and feel that their visit was worthwhile. Even though this was just an ordinary treasure appreciation event, it was enough to be memorable. Gradually, it finally arrived at the long-awaited treasure contest segment for Yuan Shao. The corners of Yuan Shao's mouth couldn't help but rise. Just thinking about having the nebula glass bead in hand made him want to laugh. A treasure contest? You can't possibly lose. Chapter 47. What? Is it currently popular to buy glassware from Mijia? Sima Fong took out the luminous pearl treasured by the Sima family and placed it on the table. This pearl was a gift from the late emperor and has been cherished by our Sima family until now. If the luminous pearl is placed in a dark area, it emits a faint glow. Sima Fong used a cloth to slightly cover the sunlight. Sure enough, the apple-sized luminous pearl emitted a faint green light. Many people were seeing the luminous pearl for the first time and couldn't help but admire its magic. It truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure from a prestigious family, and just presenting this item was enough to amaze the entire audience. The Guo family from Yingchuan then revealed a palm-sized red coral. This coral had been jadeized over millions of years, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Moreover, it grew at depths of 50 to 100 meters in the deep sea, making it extremely rare for this era. This palm-sized red coral was worth $1 million. The crowd wished they could stretch their eyes closer to observe the coral, opening their eyes to new wonders. Yuan Shao, however, was unimpressed. His family had an even larger piece that cost $20 million to acquire. This palm-sized red coral was like a big axe in front of Liu Bei. Other prestigious families also presented their treasures for everyone to admire, including bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, as well as rare calligraphy and paintings co-signed by masters. Guests applauded in admiration, truly experiencing the grandeur of the occasion. You can see all kinds of rare treasures. Finally, it's the turn of the wealthy merchant Guo arranged by Mi Zhu to showcase. He took out a large yellow glass dapeng, which was vividly lifelike, with a wooden base underneath. The template was engraved with 4 characters. Dezhan Hong 2, great ambition. It was Liu Bei who had the craftsman carve and polish it. And it didn't come cheap, selling to this wealthy merchant for over $1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly present this, my favorite recent collection. A glass dapeng bought from the Mi family in Shuzhou, not expensive, just over $1 million. The wealthy merchants were all quite astute, knowing that the big families had collections worth tens of millions. So he specifically chose a treasure worth $1 million to keep them at a lower level. And it's quite rare, so he wouldn't lose face. Although the glass dapeng was artificially made, it looked much better than natural coral and those rusted bronze artifacts. Naturally, it drew quite a bit of attention. If this thing were placed in a home, it would look good. Where did Mi Zhu get it? It is said that he sent someone to the western regions and brought something back from there. Is there still any left? I'm not sure. There shouldn't be much in stock. If you want to buy it, you need to ask quickly. Yuan Shao raised his eyebrows, surprised that the Mi family still sells this kind of thing. It's quite beautiful, making him want to buy one to put on his desk. The meaning is also good, symbolizing great ambitions. Next, a wealthy merchant presented a pink glass peony. What a coincidence. I also bought a pink glass piece at the Mi family. It's a peony called Blossoming Wealth. I think it's quite auspicious, so I bought it. Someone questioned, are there peonies in the western regions? This was done by the Mi family with the drawings for the people of the western regions. So that's how it is. Several wealthy merchants took turns showcasing their glassware collections. There were various themes, and they were all purchased from the Mi family. Yuan Shao didn't expect the Mi family to bring so many glass items. Too bad they are all single-colored, not as good as my nebula glass beads. All the guests are left with only Chun Ying from the Chun family of Shuzhou. After seeing so many glass items, Chun Ying's eyes were filled with confidence. Without a doubt, his colorful gemstone is the best. That's why he dares to take the stage last. The old antiques are already out of date. Now it's all about trendy fashion items. He smiled and said, I also bought a glassware from the Mi family, called the 7-color glass stone, which cost more than 10 million. Please enjoy it. More than 10 million? The guests laughed and said, earlier, the several big shopkeepers only spent $1 million. How come you spent over 10 million? Brother Chun, could it be that you were tricked by the Mi family? The Mi family has always valued credibility. So Chun shouldn't have been deceived. It must be that the craftsmanship of this glassware is more exquisite. That makes sense. Brother Chun, quickly take it out and let us broaden our horizons. Yuan Shao was also very curious about the difference between the 10 million price and his nebula glass bead. He slowly opened the exquisite box, revealing the colorful glass stone inside. Under the sunlight, it emitted a rainbow of colors, dazzling everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. It was actually colorful. How was this achieved? The other wealthy merchants who bought the glassware exchanged glances, astonished. It was the first time they realized that glass could be multicolored. How can there be such a divine object in the world? How did the people of the western regions manage to fuse 7 different colors of glass together? The question is, where do all these colors come from? You won't be able to find all 7 colors no matter where you search, right? Especially that purple. I haven't even seen it. Yes, just for that purple. I'm willing to offer 2 million. Liu Li is resistant to fire. It cannot be melted in a kiln. Is this natural? Then this more than 10 million money is really worth it. Chen Ying was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and it was worth his spending more than 10 million to buy it. In his view, this object should only exist in the heavens. Mi Fanghua, who was hired to shout, took the opportunity to say, Brother Chen, I am willing to offer 20 million to buy it. What do you think? Others reacted quickly and shouted, I offer 21 million. Then I offer 25 million. Chen Ying didn't expect that his colorful glass stone could sell for more than 20 million after being resold. It seems he really didn't misjudge it. This is truly a treasure. The bidding went all the way up to 30 million, but Chen Ying was unwilling to let go. He didn't lack this little bit of money. He truly liked this colorful glazed stone. The Zhang family, a wealthy household, even shouted up to 50 million. However, Chen Ying still clasped his hands and said, Gentlemen, I apologize, but I will not sell this colorful glazed stone. If you like it, perhaps you can ask Suzhou's Mi Zizhong if he has any stock. The wealthy bidders felt regret. Without a doubt, this was a top-grade treasure. It was the only item in the entire venue that had been bid up. It seemed that Mi Zizhong's best glazed items were in Chen's hands. After all, the Chen family and the Mi family were very close, and it was only natural to benefit from such proximity. Chen Ying smiled and said, It's just luck. Yuan Shao scoffed, Is this really worth fighting over? Is Zhang Miao's family still willing to offer 50 million? Wait until I take out the nebula glass bead, and you will all be blown away. Yuan Shao laughed and said, Just in time, I also bought a glass artifact from Mi Zhu for everyone to appreciate. The guests were stunned. What happened? Is everyone buying glass artifacts from the Mi family? Is this a new trend? Am I out of touch? However, to be fair, the glass artifacts from the Mi family were indeed exquisite and could appreciate in value. They secretly planned to get a set when passing through Shuzhou. Suddenly, a sycophant asked, Yuan Gong, how much did you spend on this glass artifact? This question struck a chord with Yuan Shao. Comfortable. I was afraid you wouldn't ask. Who is so perceptive? Must give a reward. Yuan Shao raised his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and said casually, Not much, just 100 million. Gasp. The entire audience inhaled sharply. 100 million? For a glass artifact? Can this glass artifact be more beautiful than the 7-color glass stone? Yuan Gong, quickly show it to us. Let us have a look. Right. What kind of glass artifact can sell for 100 million? Yuan Shao smirked and slowly opened a delicate box. The guests were immediately dumbfounded. The room fell silent. Their eyes were glued to the nebula glass bead inside the box. Yuan Shao was very pleased with the guest reaction and proudly introduced, This is the nebula glass bead, which was accidentally obtained by a glass master from the western regions. Because its internal colors resemble the Milky Way in the sky, it is named nebula. The guests all leaned in to observe, pushing and shoving, eager to get as close as possible. Fortunately, Yuan Shao's guards were not to be underestimated, keeping the guests at a distance of 1 meter. Yuan Shao was pleased with himself. This item is only found in the heavens. It can only be admired from afar. Please do not touch it. The guests had no choice but to stretch their necks. Yuan Shao even intentionally let the sunlight shine through the nebula glass bead. At that moment, the nebula glass bead became even more dazzling. The silver flakes and tiny bubbles inside twinkled like stars in the sky. The nebula behind the stars displayed a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. It seemed to come alive, as if the universe had been captured inside the glass ball. In contrast, Chen Ying's 7-color glass stone, although also colorful, blended without any pattern, like 7 colors of ink mixing together. It was just that pretty, but far from being as stunning as Yuan Shao's bead. Yuan Shao's bead was definitely in a league of its own. No wonder the Yuan family could acquire the best glass artifacts. How did this nebula integrate into the glass ball? And it can be wrapped in a layer of transparent glass. Is this a natural fusion? Yuan Shao nodded and smiled. Exactly, it is a natural fusion, which is why it is so rare. Several wealthy merchants recalled Mi Fang's instructions. Praise Yuan Shao. Help promote his product. They had initially planned to casually flatter him to complete the task. They had traveled far and wide, seen many treasures. What hadn't they seen? But this nebula glass bead truly amazed them. They sincerely exclaimed, It's a masterpiece. Yuan Gong, you say it's just 100 million? Yuan Shao laughed. What's wrong? I think it's worth 200 million. Yuan Shao proudly declared, Even if you really offered 200 million, I wouldn't sell it. Exactly. Would Yuan Gong care about your little money? Such a treasure in anyone's hands would never be exchanged. Yes, holding this glass bead feels like holding the entire stars. This feeling is too wonderful. Only Yuan Gong can experience this. Yuan Shao felt secretly pleased and waved his hand generously, since that's the case. I'll let you all experience the feeling of holding the stars. The guests were thrilled, lining up according to instructions, each getting to hold it for a few seconds. Chen Ying couldn't sit still. He genuinely liked glass artifacts. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford the nebula glass bead. So when it was his turn to hold the nebula glass ball, he couldn't put it down, wishing he could touch it for a few more seconds. Yuan Shao curiously asked, Chen Ying, don't you have the 7-color glass stone? Why are you being fickle? Chen Ying replied sincerely, My 7-color glass stone is nothing compared to Yuan Gong's nebula glass bead. Well said. Yuan Shao was even more pleased. The feeling of possessing such a unique treasure intoxicated him. In his eyes, even Dong Zhuo, far away in Chang'an, wasn't he living as well as he was? A sycophant remarked, "Brother Chun, your 7-color glass stone is already top-notch. Ordinary people can't even buy it. Only someone with such great fortune as Yuan Gong can obtain a treasure like the nebula glass bead." Yuan Shu laughed. "Just luck." He said that. But inside he was exhilarated. What is the purpose of buying luxury goods? Isn't it to stand out? This nebula glass bead was worth every penny. Sitting aside, Suyu was stunned. He had originally prepared 2 treasures. One was a Shang Dynasty bronze artifact worth just over 10 million. And the other was a glass elephant valued at over 100 million, meant to overshadow Yuan Shu. Even if Yuan Shu presented treasures worth 10 billion, he could still overshadow him because this glass elephant was unique, even better than the Emperor's glass cup. This was sure to showcase Yuan Shao's strength. But when those wealthy merchants showed their treasures, he was dumbfounded. All exquisite glass animals, just as refined, in every color imaginable. My glass elephant dropped to 1 million. Then Shen Ying's 7-color glass stone directly made Suyu's eyes pop out. My glass elephant has become a second-rate treasure? After that, he saw the nebula glass bead, which left him utterly speechless. What a disaster. When the Lord finds out, he will surely vomit blood. How can I overshadow Yuan Shu now? Moreover, throughout the event, Yuan Shu simply showcased treasures, without discussing ideals, recruiting talents, or suppressing others. There was simply nothing to criticize. It would be unreasonable to jump out and accuse him of anything, right? When did Yuan Shu become so meticulous? Yuan Shu's chief scribe, Yin Xiang, smiled slightly. He had previously instructed Yuan Shu not to discuss ideals at the banquet, leaving the task of recruiting talents to them, the strategists. Yuan Shu had originally intended to showcase treasures, so he happily agreed. Yin Xiang supported Yuan Shu holding a treasure appreciation event to flex their muscles and attract talents. Otherwise, if both civil and military officials opposed him, Yuan Shu wouldn't be able to make such a big splash. What the Lord thought didn't matter. Even if he lacked strategy, it was fine. They strategists would naturally help the Lord recruit talents. In just a few days, they had recruited several excellent talented families and generals, enriching their talent pool. Moreover, they had already spread the slogan of holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. They even composed a nursery rhyme. The Big Dipper falls, the Huai River boils, Yuan Gong's mansion, auspicious clouds gather, subtly hinting at the mandate of heaven. At that time, Yuan Shu's political prestige would experience a surge, and they could take the opportunity to gain support from some wavering families. Talents and resources would also see a significant increase. It can be said that Yuan Shu's 1 billion was spent exceptionally well under the covert operations of his advisors. Yuan Shu lay back and won easily. His advisors benefited. After the treasure awarding event, Mizhu received a large number of orders. The total amount reached 2 billion coins. It's no wonder that these aristocratic families are wealthier than each other. Buying luxury goods is as casual as buying toys. The Zhang family even purchased several hundred million worth of glassware all at once. They are indeed the biggest of the big families. Yuan Shao's hundreds of thousands of troops are all supported by the Zhang family, and they still have spare money to buy hundreds of millions in luxury goods. However, Mizhu didn't have many pieces of glassware on hand. He could only deliver some and receive 200 million in payment. He then promised to deliver another batch in 6 months, as the colorful glass stones are quite rare and may take a year and a half to obtain. This really depends on whether Liu Bei has the spare time to produce them. Those who didn't manage to get the glassware could only leave Shuzhou with regret. So Mizhu took away 20 million as commission and sent the remaining 180 million coins to Tan County. Sigh. Making money with the future brother-in-law is simply too easy, and Mizhu really likes this future brother-in-law. Mizhen supported her face, fiddling with the glass pendant around her neck, and sighed. Bro, getting married is really troublesome. We have to match the birth dates, sign a marriage contract. And when will the betrothal gifts be given? Mizhu shook his head and sighed. Really, a girl should not be kept. Didn't I tell you yesterday that the betrothal gifts would be given today? You've asked 8 times. Mizhen blushed, did I? Suddenly, a servant rushed in joyfully, saying, the matchmaker has come to deliver the betrothal gifts. Chapter 49, Liu Bei's sky-high betrothal gifts. Liu Bei's betrothal gift was quite grand. In addition to essential gifts like grain, pigs, and sheep, there were also 12 fine horses, hundreds of bolts of satin, jade discs, gold and silver jewelry, and a whole box full of glassware. Historically, Xiao Pai's betrothal gifts to the Zhang family were not much different. The total value was estimated to have already exceeded 10 million coins. The Mi residence was full of joy as they moved the betrothal gifts in and out. Mizhu said happily, it seems Lu Juanshou is very attentive to you. Mizhen cheerfully exclaimed, bro, I'm getting married. Mizhu jokingly scolded, stinky girl. Are you that eager to get married? It's still early. You have to wait for Lu Xuanda to choose an auspicious day and set the date before you can marry him. Mizhen pouted. How much longer is that going to take? Mizhu thought for a moment. At least until October, right? The wheat has just been harvested in summer, and we need to seize the farming time for summer sowing. The sowing temperature for millet is above 10 degrees Celsius, and it requires more moisture. Therefore, wheat can be sown in autumn, while millet can only be sown in spring or summer. In Donghai County, After harvesting the wheat, we must rush to plant millet during the plentiful summer rains. All the newly cultivated fields are also planted with millet. The work pace is very tight, and there is simply no time for a wedding. By the time of the autumn harvest in September, the grain in Donghai County will be enough to match the entire Shuzhou, coupled with the money earned from the glassware. Next year's Donghai County will definitely have the capability to swallow the entire Qingzhou with its strength. Mi Zhan's little face collapsed. It would take another 6 months. Due to Liu Bei's ostentatious betrothal gifts, it spread throughout Pengcheng. The gentry of Pengcheng were discussing it endlessly. Tao Qian was particularly furious. I knew Liu Bei was no good. He has only been in Donghai for a few months and has already learned to siphon off the people's wealth. To curry favor with the Mi family, he actually spent so much on betrothal gifts. How ridiculous. Damn it. I've wanted to curse him for a long time. Originally, I wanted my clan to marry into the Mi family. That way, we could gain the Mi family's strong support. But unfortunately, none of my clansmen are worthy. Mi Zhu doesn't fancy any of them. Now, Liu Bei has even poached my corner. Although the Tao family still has the support of the Mi family. After the marriage with Liu Bei, the focus will definitely be on Liu Bei. But who is Liu Bei? If you say he loves the people like his own children and is a virtuous person, that is fine. Just 2 months ago, he borrowed grain from me to deal with bandits. I don't expect him to pay it back within a year. But what is hateful is, last time, he sent a glass pendant ahead. It was small after all. It's not surprising that he had a few 100,000 private coins to buy a pendant. But clearly he is so poor that he is borrowing grain everywhere. Yet he still spends 10 million coins on sky-high betrothal gifts. Isn't this openly cheating on funds? Using public funds as betrothal gifts? Shameless. Absurd. Tao Qian's face darkened as he asked Chen Deng, has the wheat from Donghai County been harvested? How much? Chen Deng opened the account book and was stunned. A total of 2 million stones. Tao Qian was momentarily speechless. What? Impossible. You must be mistaken, right? Xiaopai County only has 800,000 stones. Chen Deng gasped. Sorry, I misread. That is the total. Donghai County has 2 million stones, which is 400,000 more than Xiaopai County. Tao Qian couldn't believe it. How could there be such high yield under Liu Bei's governance? He hurriedly went off the platform and took Chen Deng's account book to check. It indeed stated 2 million stones. Tao Qian asked, you didn't team his record, did you? Could it be 500,000 stones? Originally, Donghai County was a major grain-producing area of Shuzhou, with an annual yield of 1 million stones of wheat. But now Donghai County has been plagued by mountain bandits and the yellow turbans for years, and last year's yield had already dropped to 500,000 stones. How could Liu Bei possibly be 700,000 stones more than last year? He concluded, Liu Bei must be reporting false figures. Chen Deng, however, disagreed. The wheat was planted last year. If Liu Bei has been properly dealing with bandits, maintaining 1 million stones, or even a bit more, is reasonable. Tao Qian found it reasonable. It seems Liu Bei has been properly dealing with bandits. No, it should be credited to Guan, Zhang, and Zhao's contributions. With them, dealing with bandits wouldn't require much effort. It seems my decision to have Liu Bei, Guan, Zhang, and Zhao guard Donghai County was correct. Tao Qian felt pleased with his wisdom and thus felt very good. Forget it. I won't fuss over his sky-high betrothal gifts. I'll quickly write a letter asking him to return 10,000 stones of grain with interest. In these times, grain is more important than money. Who knows when the price of grain will soar due to war? There may even be a day when one can't buy grain even with money. Chen Deng immediately agreed. Now, Donghai County can be considered financially sound. The grain on hand is enough to keep the people fed for the next 3 months. Liu Bei waved his hand and allocated another 1 million coins to Guan Yu for the development of the black powder industry chain. He purchased mines in the sulfur and nitrate production areas. The processes of smelting nitrate, purifying, and storing are also being gradually improved. Preparing it independently is one thing. But developing an industrial chain and expanding production capacity is another matter, involving many aspects. It's uncertain whether large quantities of black powder can be used next year. Zhuge Jin volunteered to follow Guan Yu to work on gunpowder. Seeing that Zhuge Jin had just celebrated his 18th birthday, Liu Bei simply appointed him directly as Guan Yu's assistant, a deputy commander. The elder brother just turned 18 and can already handle affairs independently. This made Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jun very envious, while they could only continue being clerks, manual copy machines. This time, there was no official exploitation, no landlord deductions, and no bandit robberies. Liu Bei didn't implement any reforms. His primary task was to ensure adequate military provisions, and everything else was secondary. The army can't even get enough to eat. How can they protect their hard-earned results? Therefore, everything in Donghai County is strictly executed according to the established rules from previous years. They collect exactly what they are supposed to. The landlords have no objections since these rules have been passed down through generations, and they don't have strong resistance in their hearts. For the first time in 10 years, the people of Donghai County received adequate food. Although they still cannot have 2 full meals a day, at least they won't starve this year. As a result, the people are very grateful to Liu Bei. Liu Bei announced, these wheat grains come from old fields, not much, but in the past few months, we have opened up countless new fields, and all have been successfully sown. We have also dug countless water channels, built numerous water wheels, and distributed many curved plows, making farming easier for everyone in the future. As long as we work together, by the autumn harvest, the food in everyone's hands will multiply several times. My greatest wish is for everyone to have enough to eat this year. Liu Bei's speech won the cheers of the people. In this era, being able to eat enough is a good day. Some elderly people even knelt down on the spot, tears streaming down their faces. They never thought they would have a day when they could eat to their fill again. Sun Yan was also very emotional. He was the main planner of this farmland reclamation project, and he knew how difficult it was for Donghai County to achieve this in just a few months. Without the agricultural tools and money invented by Liu Bei, without Zilong's sweat, and without Guijia and their undefeated anti-bandit army, there would be no such good situation today. Although his dark circles had not faded, he believed it was all worth it. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a large convoy drove towards the gate of Tanqing. Liu Bei looked from afar and suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Great! It must be the Mi family's delivery. The sugarcane I asked my brother-in-law to buy has arrived." Sun Yan asked in confusion, "What is sugarcane?" Liu Bei explained, "Sugarcane is produced in the Jiaoji region, and its juice is very sweet and can be made into sugar." Sun Yan curiously asked, "Is it sweeter than honey?" The sweetness of wild sugarcane is about the same, but sugarcane has a higher sugar yield. Once I conquer Jiaoji, I will make it full of sugarcane." Liu Bei said, "Let's go. Everyone has worked hard recently. Let's have some sugarcane." Liu Bei personally peeled a piece of sugarcane for Sun Yan. "How is it?" Sun Yan gave a thumbs up. "Sweet. So sweet. I didn't expect such a good thing in the world." Liu Bei kicked Guan Yu. "Damn it. I told you to take one piece, not a whole cart." Guan Yu covered his backside and muttered, "I was thinking of taking a little for my wife and kids to taste." Liu Bei, the juice from sugarcane can be boiled down to make brown sugar. The difficulty in making white sugar lies in how to remove the pigments and impurities from the brown sugar. According to Tiangong Kaiwu, it can be done using the yellow earth leaching method. However, in practice, this method is very inefficient, as the impurities in the yellow earth are abundant and difficult to effectively absorb the impurities in the brown sugar. The best method is to make activated carbon from bamboo. The process is simple. First, heat the bamboo to a high temperature to carbonize it, then crush it into charcoal powder. After that, the charcoal must be activated. There are many ways to activate it. Liu Bei chose to use lime water to corrode the charcoal powder, allowing the carbon powder to form a micropore structure. And then let it dry. Afterward, dissolve the roasted brown sugar in water and add the activated carbon. The next day, the activated carbon will naturally absorb the pigments. Filter out the colorless and transparent sugar water, and then dry it to obtain white sugar. After obtaining the white sugar, Liu Bei sent it directly to Guan Yu for experiments. To avoid injury, the gunpowder workshop was set up in the suburbs outside the city. Guan Yu excitedly rubbed his hands together. The ultimate form of black powder, sugar gunpowder, has finally arrived. The black powder of the Ming Dynasty could not change the battlefield situation, but modern sugar gunpowder definitely can. Just thinking about using gunpowder to push through Qingzhou next year filled him with enthusiasm. For now, all that was needed was to test the best sugar ratio for the sugar gunpowder. He immediately mixed different proportions of white sugar into the gunpowder and detonated them one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Bei glanced at Guan Yu's experimental records. 10, estimated 20 meters. 15, estimated 26 meters. 35, estimated 60 meters. 36, estimated 599 meters. Liu Bei's mouth twitched. "No, buddy. You're a university student. Can you be a bit more rigorous in your experiments? Who told you to use a dog bowl to test the power? And what's with the decimal point?" Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. "I feel like the power over 35 seems a bit less. Not too sure." Liu Bei immediately ordered Guan Yu to rectify. "This is unacceptable. How will future short videos introduce them? Blowing up a dog bowl to test power is the wisdom of our ancestors?" Just thinking about future descendants proudly introducing the principle of blowing up a dog bowl made his scalp tingle. He couldn't afford to lose this face. Cao Cao learned about the situation on Yuan Shu's side and looked grave. Yuan Gonglu has become so cautious in his actions. It seems Yuan Gonglu is going to become our formidable rival. However, did the money from the glazed tiles all go to the Mi family? The envoy replied, "Yes. My lord, I heard that Mi Zhu has an unmarried sister. My lord, I have inquired, and Mi Zhu's sister is preparing to marry Liu Bei." Cao Cao thought he had misheard. What? The Mi family is marrying Liu Bei? What does Liu Bei have to offer? It should be noted that although the Mi family has always supported Tao Qian, they never intended to form a marriage alliance with the Tao family. The world thinks that the Mi family has better options, and better options than Tao Qian are nothing more than powerful forces like Yuan Shu, Yuan Shao, and Liu Biao. Yet the Mi family chose Liu Bei? Sun Yu frowned. Guan, Zhang, and Zhao are also like this. My third brother is the same. And now the Mi family is too. What charm does Liu Bei have to attract them? The envoy said, "It is said that Mi family's sister was attracted by Liu Bei's handsome looks." Cao Cao laughed heartily. No wonder. Mi Zizhong has always doted on his sister. If she insists on marrying Liu Bei, Mi Zizhong can't do anything about it. Sun Yu said, "My third brother can't be attracted by Liu Bei's looks, right?" Cao Cao squinted. "What do you think?" Sun Yu said, "I think Liu Bei is the biggest enemy. As a mere county magistrate, his talent quality has already surpassed that of Tao Gong. Moreover, with my third brother's assistance, Tao Gong cannot suppress Liu Bei. Shuzhou and Qingzhou will eventually belong to Liu Bei. Cao Cao nodded and analyzed. Kong Rong has no great ambition, and now he has lost the fierce General Wuanghua, unable to support Qingzhou's situation. Meanwhile, Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan in the north are busy dealing with the Hu people. With Sun Yan's insight, he will certainly take the opportunity to seize Qingzhou. Sun Yu also analyzed. That's right. Even if Liu Bei is unwilling, my third brother will find a way to take Qingzhou next year. Otherwise, it will be too late once Yuan Shao resolves the Hu people and comes to seize Qingzhou. What is being grabbed is not only the territory, but also the vast labor force of Qingzhou. Cao Cao raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that we should also share Qingzhou? Sun Yu narrowed his eyes. No. I mean we should take the opportunity to eliminate Liu Bei. This person cannot be left alive. With his third brother around, as long as Liu Bei listens to advice. Liu Bei is a major threat. If he doesn't deal with him while Liu Bei is still weak, it will be very troublesome later. Even he doesn't have the confidence to win against his third brother 100. Yuan Shao was also surprised by the marriage alliance between the Mi family and Liu Bei. However, no one took Liu Bei seriously. Next year, they will definitely fight over Qingzhou, and the Lord only needs to deal with the Hu people and Gong Sunzan first. Once the north is stabilized, he can make a surprise attack and reap the benefits. Although Liu Bei has Sun Yan and Guan Zhao to assist him, Cao Cao has Sun Yu, and the Xiahou brothers, with a larger army and more resources than Liu Bei. Therefore, Liu Bei is bound to fail. Yuan Shao nodded, agreeing with this statement, and changed the topic. Yuan Shu is now recruiting talented people widely. I heard there's something called the Falling Big Dipper and the Boiling Huai River. What does that starry, glazed pearl look like? Su Yu said, that pearl looks almost like the Milky Way in the sky, like a divine object. Yuan Shao squinted and said, is Yuan Shu truly destined by heaven? Su Yu fell silent. He didn't know. Otherwise, how could he explain that starry, glazed pearl? Yuan Shao kicked over the table. Speak. Su Yu clasped his hands and said, as long as we find another starry, glazed pearl, we can deny Yuan Shu's destiny. But what if there isn't one? Su Yu said, we still need to send someone to the western regions to find out. Yuan Shao said irritably, you go arrange it. Yes. In July, the rain poured down. The 19-year-old Lu Su became drenched and arrived at the border of Donghai County. His home was in the southwestern corner of Xiapi County, far from Donghai County, but relatively close to Yuan Shu. Recently, Yuan Shu's fame had soared, and he originally intended to ally with Yuan Shu. However, Liu Bei kept sending him annoying messages every few days, inviting him to visit Donghai County. Haha, look at the water wheel I've invented. Want to come and see? Attached a simple drawing of the water wheel. Zhuge Liang is here too. Do you know Zhuge Liang? Drawing of Zhuge Liang as a stick figure. Do you know Sun Yan from the Sun family? He's my county magistrate. Why not come and join me? Drawing of Sun Yan as a stick figure. My cat can do backflips. Want to come and see? Donghai County has many beautiful women. Come quickly. Attached a refined version of an erotic painting. Such garbage messages. The handwriting was crooked, and the drawings looked like they were done by a child. Who is Zhuge Liang? Who is Sun Yan? I don't know them. What does your cat doing backflips have to do with me? The most outrageous was that erotic painting. Damn it. Clearly, both Zhuge Liang and Sun Yan were drawn as stick figures, yet the erotic painting was so exquisitely done. It caused his grandmother to faint on the spot. Thinking he had gone bad and made poor friends, Lu Su looked at his large biceps. Huh. He traveled a long distance this time to beat up Liu Bei. After that, he would go and ally with Yuan Shu. Chapter 51. Lu Su. Something is wrong with Donghai County after entering Donghai County. Lu Su saw a different scene from other places. Everywhere there were water wheels, connected to small houses by gears. These small houses didn't look like places where people lived. So Lu Su ran straight into one of the small houses to escape the rain. Unexpectedly, there were a few village aunties sitting inside on a pile of sacks of flour, chatting. Seeing the drenched Lu Su run in, they hurriedly said, stop. Just stand at the door. Don't come in. Lu Su was a bit confused. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb. I'll leave when the rain stops. The auntie said, what I mean is, don't get my flour wet. Only then did Lu Su realize that these aunties were grinding flour. However, usually, young men grind flour. This was really strange. It was actually the aunties grinding flour. Could it be that all the young men were taken by Liu Bei to serve as soldiers? Sigh. I don't know what Tao Gong was thinking, just got rid of a thief like Chang Shi, and now he invited a cynical Liu Bei. Originally, Donghai County was the essence of Shuzhou, but now it has been messed up like this, that even the aunties have to come out to grind flour. The people of Donghai are really suffering. Just for Liu Bei's actions, he wouldn't be wrong to beat Liu Bei up. Lu Su had a bold personality and was known for standing up for the oppressed. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and was tall and strong. When he saw someone being bullied, he would immediately throw a punch. When he saw someone unable to afford food, he would throw money on the spot. He was well liked in the village. Since Lu Su saw Liu Bei's actions, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. He planned to strike first and then ask questions. Wait a minute. Something's not right. While thinking about beating Liu Bei, he suddenly noticed that the grinding stone was moving by itself. He suddenly remembered the Shanhai Jing he had seen a few days ago. He recalled the various monsters in it. His pupils suddenly constricted. There are ghosts. The auntie saw Lu Su standing there in a daze for half a day, not knowing what he was thinking. One moment he was smiling foolishly. The next moment he looked terrified. So they pointed at Lu Su. Is he a fool? Fool, what are you looking at? This silly look is quite compatible with the village's Ernyo. But this body is as strong as an ox, comparable to Su Duwei. I think he might even be able to match up to Dian Duwei. Are you blind? Dian Duwei is much older than him. When I was kidnapped by mountain bandits, it was Dian Duwei who rescued me. The aunties eagerly asked, oh, how's it going? How's the feel? How's the feel? The auntie shyly said, strong. Ha. The aunties were chatting happily, leaving Lu Su aside. Lu Su came back to his senses, placed his left hand on the sword at his waist, and pointed at the grinding stone with his right hand. What is this? The auntie proudly said, look at how inexperienced you are. You haven't seen a water wheel before, have you? Oh, he doesn't think this is a ghost, does he? The aunties burst into laughter. Annoying. Lu Su's face turned red, and he immediately realized it was not a ghost, but a local farming tool. Sigh, I should watch Shan Haijing less, or I might have nightmares at night. He suddenly remembered Liu Bei's annoying messages. So this is the water wheel Liu Bei was talking about. It's different from the simple drawing he sent. He hurriedly went forward to take a look. The auntie shouted, you got my flower wet. Slap. Lu Su activated his money-throwing ability and threw a bag of coins into the auntie's arms. Oh, then it's fine. Lu Su observed that the grinding stone was driven by a gear system, and the power source came from the river flow by the shore. After a long time, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, wonderful. Who designed this? The auntie proudly said, of course, it was designed by our Liu County Magistrate. Who else could it be? Oh dear, Liu County Magistrate probably doesn't know. You must be from out of town, right? Lu Su wondered. Do you all know Liu County Magistrate? The aunties proudly said, of course. We can eat thanks to Liu County Magistrate. Liu County Magistrate is a good person. He not only helped us eliminate bandits, but also built us such a great water wheel for free. This year, our harvest has increased a bit. Another aunt said, hey, you know what? Ever since Governor Liu came to Donghai, our lives have been getting better and better. By September, we'll be able to eat our fill. Yeah, I never even dared to dream of this in my lifetime. In just a few months, we can actually have enough to eat. No wonder they say Governor Liu is a rare good official. It is said that Governor Liu is exceptionally handsome. I don't know if Governor Liu is handsome, but I know that Master Gua is incredibly good looking. Yes. I've even touched Master Gua's hand. It was so soft it felt like it was about to drip with water. What are you talking about? Master Gua has even hugged me. The ants widened their eyes. What right does Master Gua have to hug you? Oh, I was so hungry back then that I fainted, and my legs were so weak I couldn't walk. He carried me onto the carriage and took me home. How was it? What did it feel like? The ant shyly said, it was soft yet strong, and it smelled nice. Natural body fragrance? What body fragrance? He must have carried a sachet. Rich people all carry those. The ants became animated when talking about handsome men, chattering nonstop. Lu Su felt like his worldview had been turned upside down. Governor Liu doesn't seem as incompetent as the legends say. It seems they are seriously fighting the bandits and genuinely implementing benevolent governance. In fact, they might be much better than any officials he has seen before. Listening to the ants, it seems they even have a chance to eat their fill. You have to know that in this era, getting enough to eat is not an easy thing. Given the current situation in Donghai County, unless the grain doubles during the autumn harvest in September, how could these farmers have a chance to eat their fill? You have to remember, this is just the border area of Donghai County. Could it be that Liu Bei is really a good official? But how do we explain the harassment messages he sends every day? What normal person would draw erotic pictures and stick figures? Clever as Lu Su was, he quickly thought of a possibility. That is, someone is deliberately smearing Liu Bei's reputation. Exactly. It must be that Liu Bei has touched the interests of certain people. So they are intentionally slandering him. They even spread his misdeeds everywhere to turn people against him and prevent those with ambition from joining him. Such a good official is secretly suffering such injustice, which made Lu Su feel indignant. Who exactly cannot stand a good official? Who is harming the loyal and good? Lu Su's teacher once told him that generally, the one who benefits is the real culprit. Analyzing carefully, if he does not ally with Liu Bei, who would benefit? Without a doubt, it would be Yuan Shao. It seems Yuan Shao is not a good person either. He had heard that Yuan Shao is petty, and it must be that Liu Bei offended Yuan Shao, which is why Yuan Shao is deliberately targeting him. With this thought, Lu Su felt invigorated. Now that he knows Liu Bei is a good official, why not serve him directly? Chapter 52. Something is off with Liu Bei. The ants chatted while packing flour into sacks. Lu Su curiously asked, where are your men? How will you carry so many sacks back? The ants laughed. We have a cart. Lu Su was puzzled, but there are fields everywhere. The cart can't stop here, can it? It must be tiring to carry all this flour to the main road. An ant pointed to a nearby unicycle cart. Look, there's a cart. We can just pile the flour on it and push it, and it can even go up the mountain roads. Lu Su got up and curiously fiddled with the unicycle cart, praising, the design is simple, but it's indeed a good tool. The ant happily said. This was also made by Governor Liu. The county lacked carts for transporting grain, so he came up with this thing to put in the workshop. He said it's called a wooden ox and flowing horse. We found the name hard to remember, so in the village, we just call it a unicycle cart. Lu Su asked, "Did Governor Liu also give you this unicycle cart?" The ant laughed at Lu Su. "Look at your wooden head. How could that be? A cart is expensive, costing hundreds of coins. It was made by our men themselves. Although it's not as good looking as others, it's sturdy enough." Lu Su awkwardly smiled. "That makes sense. If they can't even eat enough, how could they have spare money to buy such things?" Lu Su then noticed a strange tool next to the unicycle cart and asked, "Is this a plow?" The ant replied, "This is called a curved beam plow. It can turn the soil quickly, and it was also made by Governor Liu." Lu Su was surprised. "He even gave you a plow? That can't be, can it? This plow also costs hundreds of coins. The landlord bought it from him. We can only rent it from the landlord if we want to use it. But it's not expensive, 3 coins a day. Usually, our 3 households share the cost." Lu Su nodded. "That's not expensive. That's the same price as where I'm from." The ant scoffed. "You outsiders can't compare your plow with ours." Lu Su frowned. "Isn't this just a plow? What is there to compare?" The ants burst into laughter. "Look at him. He has never seen the world." Lu Su insisted, "Using your outsider's plow to till an acre. Our curved beam plow can till 5 acres. Lu Su decisively said, "Impossible." The ant pointed at Lu Su and chuckled. "Hey, this kid still doesn't believe it. Let me ask you, how many oxen and people do you need to pull one plow?" Lu Su answered, 2 oxen, 2 people pulling one plow." The ant laughed. "We only need 1 person and 1 ox to pull it, and it goes fast." Another ant added, "We can pull it even without an ox. Just find 3 men to do it. When my husband couldn't borrow an ox, he did it like this. And it felt just about the same as using a straight beam plow." Lu Su was secretly amazed. They could pull it even without an ox, which means it must be at least 3 times more efficient. With this efficiency for cultivating good land, as long as the irrigation works keep up, this year's grain yield could at least triple. No wonder Donghai County can eat its fill. If what the ant said is true and there is a 5-fold grain yield, wouldn't Donghai County be equivalent to the whole of Shuzhou? Lu Su's gaze turned toward the direction of Tan County, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. If Liu Bei were to govern the Han, he could definitely revive the Han Dynasty. The rain stopped. Lu Su couldn't wait to burst out the door and continue heading toward Tan County. The closer he got to Tan County, the more he could appreciate Liu Bei's brilliance. On the border of Donghai County, water carts were basically shared among several villages. The closer he got to Tan County, the more water carts there were. The irrigation was also more complete. Even with the heavy rain these past few days, the water in the fields could be drained promptly through the channels. In places where the channels were not completed, a strange device was used to drain the water quickly. Lu Su curiously approached to ask, "Old man, what is this?" The old man chuckled lightly. "Look at you, someone who hasn't seen much of the world. You're from outside, aren't you?" Lu Su thought to himself that ever since he arrived in Donghai County, he had been called a country bumpkin. The old man said, "This is called a dragon bone water wheel. It can pump water for irrigation and also drain water. Don't look at how big it is. It only weighs 40 pounds. And it's easy to carry anywhere." Lu Su couldn't help but marvel at Liu Bei's ingenuity. How did he come up with so many things that benefit the country and the people? A natural talent. How could such a wise ruler be involved in such trivial harassment messages? Besides someone deliberately tarnishing Liu Bei's reputation, Lu Su couldn't think of any other reason. Lu Su even felt a bit insecure about his own abilities, doubting whether he was worthy of such a wise ruler. After all, he was only 19 years old. In terms of knowledge and ability, he was far from those top strategists. A wise ruler like Liu Bei must have many strategists around him, right? Lu Su was very eager to start a business from scratch with such a wise ruler. The great cause of the 3 heroic Han. He definitely didn't want to miss out. Through wind and rain, Lu Su arrived in Tan County. The roads here were smooth, bustling with traffic. Farmers were coming and going, creating a flourishing scene of prosperity. Lu Su felt as if he were in a spring breeze. The air was sweet. However, when he actually arrived in front of the county office, he hesitated a bit. Would his dusty appearance be looked down upon when meeting Liu Bei? Just like a young person going for their first job interview. Lu Su couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Should he first find an inn to tidy up his appearance? Just as Lu Su was about to turn around and leave, Liu Bei called out to him. "This brave man, do you have business to attend to?" Lu Su turned around and saw a handsome man riding on another tall and strong handsome man. He thought they were performing a circus act. So he introduced himself. "I am from the east city of Linhuai, here to seek refuge with the county governor. But I feel my attire is not proper and I would like to find a place to tidy up." Liu Bei saw that this person had an extraordinary demeanor and thought carefully about what talents were from east city of Linhuai. Suddenly, he was surprised. "You must be Lu Su." Lu Su was taken aback, unsure why the person in front of him could guess his identity. So he asked, "May I ask who you are?" Liu Bei replied, "I am the county governor here, Liu Bei, Lu Xuanda. This is my colonel, Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong." Lu Su did not expect Liu Bei to make such an entrance when they first met. Perhaps there was a reason? So he asked, "Governor Liu, what is this?" Liu Bei also felt that speaking to someone while riding was a bit impolite. So he dismounted from Zhao Yun. "I apologize, that was rude." "Lu Su, what kind of rudeness is this?" Zhao Yun understood Lu Su's meaning and explained. "The Lord just went out to inspect. And the road was slippery after the rain. The horse stepped on a smooth pebble and twisted its ankle, causing him to fall. No wonder he had to ride on his subordinate's shoulders to return to the office. Liu Bei was indeed a diligent and caring official, going out early in the morning to investigate the people's conditions, which was indeed different from the rumors. Lu Su asked with concern, "So it was the horse that stumbled. Has Governor Liu injured his foot?" Zhao Yun shook his head. "No. After the Lord fell, he said he wanted to take revenge on the pebble and kicked it away. But then his foot got swollen. I had no choice but to carry the Lord back to rest. Later, I still have to carry 2 horses back." Lu Su raised an eyebrow. "Wait, 2 horses? Wasn't there only 1 horse?" Liu Bei replied irritably. "How could there be only 1 horse? There must be 2 horses. Zilong also needs a horse. How could a dignified colonel go out without a horse, right?" Zhao Yun nodded seriously. "Exactly." Lu Su was even more confused. "So Colonel Zhao's horse was also injured?" Zhao Yun nodded. "The pebble that the Lord kicked hit my war horse on the head, causing it to faint on the spot." Lu Su was somewhat exasperated. What on earth was going on? 1 pebble caused 3 casualties? A pebble? 3 casualties? No. It should be that 1 pebble wiped out the entire inspection team. Sent the entire inspection team back home. Who would believe this if it were told? Could it be this absurd? Liu Bei was not right. Very not right. Chapter 53. My cat can do backflips. Liu Bei was a head shorter than Lu Su and his build was 2 sizes smaller. From the back, Liu Bei looked like Su Chu. It was said that Lu Su was proficient in both civil and martial arts, but it turned out to be like this. Liu Bei suspected that Confucius must have had this physique. Generally speaking, ancient city gates were very heavy and required several people to push open. However, Lizzie recorded that Confucius could push open the city gate with his bare hands. Confucius's strength was evident. The small Liu Bei patted Lu Su's broad shoulder and happily said, "It's just a twisted ankle. It's a small matter." "Zijing, did you come because you saw my letter?" Lu Su raised an eyebrow. "Letter? What letter?" Liu Bei, puzzled, said, "Don't I often write to you, sharing my joys? Did you not receive them?" Lu Su's eyes widened. "No, those harassing messages were really from you. I can't believe it." Lu Su's fists clenched secretly. However, thinking of Liu Bei's achievements in Donghai County, he relaxed his fists. Calm down, Lu Su comforted himself. Perhaps he had misunderstood Liu Bei. Such a good official might send harassing messages. But how could he draw obscene pictures? Besides, with his skills that only allow him to draw stick figures, how could he draw obscene pictures? At this moment, Lu Su purified himself. His mood improved again. So he smiled and said, "That's right. I came because I saw your letter." Although the original plan was to come and give you a beating, Liu Bei's eyes lit up. He knew that communicating with others was useful. To invite a goddess, one must boldly bother her. Sending pictures of one's abs, sports cars, and luxury houses every day. Either getting blacklisted or getting a date. Finding talents is the same principle. Liu Bei often showed off his muscles to Lu Su and shared his joys. For example, the capable lord, advanced water wheel, excellent talents, Sun Yin, Zhuge Liang, and a cat that could do backflips. Since Lu Su could come here, he must have been attracted by one of his letters. Liu Bei patted Lu Su's broad shoulder again and happily said, "Zijing, you traveled a long way. Thank you for your hard work. I will take you to change into fresh clothes, gather all the senior staff, and prepare a banquet to welcome you." Lu Su was flattered. He didn't expect Liu Bei to welcome him, a newcomer to the workplace, so grandly. Even if Liu Bei's company was small, when the boss asks all the general managers, directors, and ministers to welcome you, would you feel moved? Generally, there are 2 kinds of feelings. One is being very touched, so moved that they swear loyalty to the boss. The other is feeling scared, afraid the boss has ulterior motives, and turning to run away. But Lu Su was a straightforward person, and at this moment, he was deeply moved. No wonder Tan City had such a prosperous scene. How could someone like Liu Bei, who valued talent so much, send obscene pictures? Someone must have swapped Liu Bei's normal letters. It must be like that. Lu Su completed his self-purification again. After changing into fresh clothes, Lu Su felt more spirited. His eyes were pure, his build was robust. He was simply a muscular version of Tiru. This was the most strategically insightful among the military generals and the most capable among the civil officials, the Grand Commander of Eastern Wu. Liu Bei was full of joy. Such a physique must be able to stay up late. Someone with a frail build like Sun Yin would fall ill after just 3 months without sleep, too weak. Fortunately, Liu Bei and Guan Yu, 2 medical students, consulted together and saved Sun Yin. The most painful thing is being a medical student. Wanting to die isn't that easy. They were just short of getting in 4 drip, working while receiving fluids. Liu Bei took Lu Su to the main hall. Sun Yin, Zhuge Liang, Zhuge Jun, and Jian Yong were all present, while the others were out on official business. Sun Yin had just recovered from a serious illness and was delighted to see another addition to their ranks. The affairs of Donghai County were increasing, and even with the entire Zhuge family's help, it felt a bit overwhelming. Unfortunately, Liu Bei never dealt with specific government affairs, only focusing on the big picture. Sun Yin had no objections to this. After all, the Lord was already so strong. Asking him to handle specific matters would make Sun Yin seem useless. However, it seemed that the person the Lord had recruited this time was a military general. He didn't know if the new recruit could read. If he could, a little training would suffice for him to start work. Sometimes he really wished he could switch positions with Guijia, letting him deal with bandits while Guijia handled government affairs. Although Guijia's tasks were heavy, He had the advantage of flexible working hours. Moreover, to ensure the soldiers had the strength to fight, he never worked overtime and maintained a very regular sleep schedule. Liu Bei brought Lu Su to Sun Yin and introduced him. This is our county magistrate, the third son of the Sun family from Yingchuan, Sun Yin, Sun Xiuhua. Lu Su looked at Sun Yin for a moment. So this was the person with the heavy dark circles. Indeed, they were quite pronounced. Lu Su's family was just a local power. He usually had no contact with prominent figures from distinguished families. Being young and inexperienced, he naturally did not know Sun Yin. However, he was aware of the Sun family's reputation, so he clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, County Magistrate." Sun Yin nodded slightly and patted his shoulder in encouragement. "Welcome aboard." Sun Yin had already noticed that the talents the Lord prioritized recruiting were not ordinary individuals. This military general surnamed Liu should be a fierce warrior like Su Chu, right? Liu Bei was somewhat surprised that Lu Su did not recognize Sun Yin. Did he not come for Sun Yin? He must know Zhuge Liang, who was also in Shuzhou. So he brought Sun Yin to Zhuge Liang. "This is the Zhuge Liang I told you about, a genius youth." Zhuge Liang stood up politely and bowed seriously. "Greetings. Brother Zijing." Lu Su thought to himself, is this the matchstick man holding a feather fan? He looks so young. Lu Su scratched his head. "Hello? A child this young is also involved in government affairs." Zhuge Liang explained, "It's just out of interest. Thanks to Liu County Magistrate for giving me the opportunity to learn about government affairs." Liu Bei frowned. Did he not recognize Zhuge Liang either? Why was he here? Could it be that cat that can do flips? It seemed Lu Su was quite fond of quirky things. Speaking of which, he actually had a cat that could do flips. It was a sunny afternoon. Liu Bei was chatting with the pancake vendor about the gossip surrounding Spring Palace paintings when he saw a cat flipping in front of him. His eyes lit up. A flipping holy body. A divine beast. He immediately caught the cat to keep as a pet. Liu Bei brought the cat over and introduced it. "This is the cat I told you about that can do flips. It's a tabby cat. Its name is Dodo." Lu Su's expression darkened. What Liu Bei described was hardly a tabby cat. Someone who didn't know better might think it was a striped mouse. Liu Bei continued enthusiastically. "Let me tell you, this smelly cat is quite extraordinary. It can flip by nature. If you like a girl, just say you have a cat that can flip. If she is willing to come home with you, it means you have a connection. If you both witness Dodo flipping, then you will fall in love and have a chance to be together." Lu Su's mouth twitched. How is this crazier than the classic of mountains and seas? I don't believe it. Suddenly, a young man rushed into the main hall. It was Zhuge Jin. Lord, let me borrow that cat." Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. "What do you want it for? Don't lose it." "I need it to show my fiancée." Zhuge Jin was panting, excitedly saying, "Lord, there's really a girl who wants to come home with me to see the cat flip. I want to borrow Dodo." Liu Bei smiled and waved his hand. "Go ahead." He was always happy to help others. "Thank you, Lord." Zhuge Jin quickly ran out of the county office holding Dodo. Liu Bei watched Zhuge Jin's bouncing figure and shook his head, sighing. After all, he's still young. Unable to suppress his inner excitement, Lu Su was dumbfounded. Wait, this flipping cat is really useful. What kind of strange beast is this from the classic of mountains and seas? Why haven't I seen it before? It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. Lu Su felt that the entire Donghai County was filled with strangeness. Chapter 54. Lu Su's return. Liu Bei saw that Lu Su seemed disinterested and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that he was interested in Spring Palace paintings? Liu Bei's eyes widened. "So you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. I offered you high office and wealth, and you didn't come. I gave you glazed vessels, and you were indifferent. The genius I introduced didn't attract you either. Even the flipping cat didn't catch your attention. Yet a Spring Palace painting brought you here." Liu Bei thought Lu Su was about to defect to Yuan Shao according to the historical trajectory. In a moment of panic, he thought of some strange ideas. Sure enough, the strange methods worked quickly. However, Spring Palace paintings were very expensive in this era, and there was a market but no supply. Liu Bei couldn't get a second one. After all, those who could afford to learn painting were all from distinguished families. Such wealthy individuals would hardly lower themselves to engage in side businesses like Spring Palace paintings. At most, they would circulate within their small circles. Liu Bei had also learned from the pancake vendor that a landlord had a treasured Spring Palace painting, which was why he had to put aside his pride and ask the landlord for one. There wouldn't be any more available. So Liu Bei quietly said, "I don't have a Spring Palace painting, but if you like a girl, I can lend you Dodo to help you woo her." Lu Su's smile disappeared and his eyes widened. "Damn it, it was really you. The one who sends me harassing messages every day. The one who made my grandmother faint with that Spring Palace painting." Lu Su was a filial person, young and full of vigor, unafraid of anything. He immediately clenched his fist and swung it. Bang! Zhao Yun effortlessly caught Lu Su's fist with one hand. Lu Su was astonished. He didn't expect Liu Bei's guard to be so strong. Zhao Yun squinted. "The Lord treats you well. Why do you want to attack him?" Lu Su angrily replied. "The painting he sent made my grandmother faint. I want revenge." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Sun Yin chuckled. "What painting did the Lord send you?" The naive Lu Su stammered. "It's a spring. Anyway, it's not a good painting." Everyone understood and looked at Liu Bei with strange expressions. Sun Yin thought to himself, wow, Liu Bei's methods of recruiting people are getting wilder and wilder. He even thought of using provocation to make someone come for revenge. Liu Bei suddenly realized. So Lu Su was here for revenge. Liu Bei liked this even more. Lu Su was still the same Lu Su, both righteous and capable. Rather than the lewd Lu Su who liked spring palace paintings. He came here just to vent his grandmother's anger. Lu Su's father died early, and he relied on his grandmother for companionship, so he naturally valued her a lot. But it's not a big problem. As long as you dare to come to Tan County, can I still let you escape? At that moment, Liu Bei deeply bowed to Lu Su. Lu Su was taken aback. Liu Bei sincerely said, Zijing, I am very sorry for the trouble I have caused you. I truly admire your talent, which is why I have gone to great lengths to try to recruit you. If you are still unhappy, I will take one punch from you. Zhao Yun hesitated and said, but Liu Bei waved his hand and said, if this punch can ease Zijing's mind, even losing a tooth would be worth it. Sun Yan chuckled, wondering what kind of play this was. Sun Yan quickly joined in and hugged Liu Bei's thigh. My lord, no. If something happens to you, what will happen to the people of Donghai County? The people of the 13 counties in Donghai Prefecture are counting on you. You must not have any accidents. The people of Donghai County have finally managed to fill their stomachs under your governance. If anything were to happen to you, the people of Donghai County would once again go hungry. Hearing this, Lu Su felt a softness in his heart. Indeed, no matter how unreliable Liu Bei might be, he is still a good official. The changes in Donghai County along the way have truly left a deep impression on Lu Su. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. Sun Yan was indeed the county magistrate he cherished. He was able to catch on to the act so quickly. Liu Bei said with righteous indignation, alas. One thing is one thing. It is indeed my unreasonable behavior that caused trouble for Zijing, and it even led to Zijing's grandmother becoming extremely agitated, putting her in a dangerous situation. It almost resulted in a separation between Zijing and his grandmother. This is my fault. Zijing is originally a filial person, and if I don't strike this punch, it would be unfilial. If I allow a filial person to become unfilial, I would be making a mistake on top of a mistake. Come on, Zijing, this punch, I will fulfill you. But for the people of Donghai County, I will only take one of your punches, because I still need to preserve my useful body to benefit the world. Sun Yan stared intently at Lu Su. Young man, you must think carefully. Governor Liu was able to ensure that the people of Donghai County had enough to eat in just 6 months. I ask, who else in the world can accomplish such a feat? Do not let a moment of anger plunge the people of the world back into misery. Furthermore, your lord admires you so much, yet you have not responded to the many letters sent. Don't you think you are at fault as well? If it weren't for your rude actions, how could this situation have arisen? Liu Bei thought to himself that Sun Yan was indeed remarkable, turning black and white upside down in a single argument. Now it was actually Lu Su's fault. Liu Bei and Sun Yan exchanged words, leaving Lu Su completely bewildered. Could it really be that I was the one in the wrong? Seeing that the timing was right, Liu Bei walked up to Lu Su and said, I admire your talent. I sincerely hope you can join us and fight for the welfare of the people. If there are still grudges in your heart, then I will take a punch from you. After this punch, you and I will work together to reshape the world. Sun Yan suddenly looked up at Liu Bei and said, no, buddy. We've almost tricked Lu Su into a corner. How can you still let him fight? He is such a big guy. Aren't you afraid of dying? Lu Su was also a straightforward person, struggling with his gaze as he stared at Liu Bei. Boom. Suddenly, a punch was thrown at Liu Bei. The punch was swift, whistling past Liu Bei's ear with a booming sound. The force of the punch stirred Liu Bei's hair. Liu Bei did not dodge. It seemed he was already prepared to receive Lu Su's solid punch. However, this punch did not hit Liu Bei. Sun Yan watched Liu Bei's silhouette, surprised by his boldness. Was he really not acting? But he is really ready to take Lu Su's huge punch. If this punch lands, his nose bridge might break, right? Usually, Liu Bei appears cheerful and carefree, but I didn't expect him to have such a resolute side. Lu Su confirmed that Liu Bei was truly ready to take this punch. He had no intention of dodging at all. He is sincere. At this moment, Lu Su was deeply moved. This is the governor of the prefecture. The governor who ensured that Donghai County had enough to eat for half a year. Lu Su believed that he might have some talent, but it was far inferior to that of Yuan Shao. Yet, someone of Liu Bei's status was willing to gamble his life just to gain the assistance of a small figure like him, even allowing him to strike a punch. What virtue or ability did he possess to receive such attention from a county governor? Such courage, such sincerity. Let Lu Su be completely convinced. He knelt down on the spot, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. My personal grievances with Lord Xuanda are now over. Lord Xuanda is truly a great talent, and he is indeed a blessing for the people of the world. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to dedicate my life to you. Lu Su bowed deeply and submitted. Liu Bei smiled faintly. The tactic was merely to weaken Lu Su's punch, while sincerity was the eternal trump card. What he received was not Lu Su's punch, but the heart of a talented person from all over the world. He helped Lu Su up and said with a smile, from now on, you and I will encourage each other. Sun Yan smiled faintly. With such a broad mind for the world, whose could it be if not Lu Xuanda's? Oh my foolish brothers, look at what kind of lord you have all missed. Chapter 55. Donghai County has its own Cupid after capturing Lu Su. A banquet was naturally held. The high-ranking officials in Tanqing gathered to welcome Lu Su, including Zhang Fei and Jian Yong. as well as Guijia, who was out fighting. Zhang Fei had not returned for 3 months since he got busy with the salt factory. At the same time, he applied for funding to build a port in Xuxian, responsible for handling Mi Zhu's maritime cargo. It can be said that the entire salt and iron trade in Donghai County was in Zhang Fei's hands. However, since Zhang Fei stepped onto the battlefield, it seemed he had awakened his fighting bloodline, constantly thinking about going to war and killing enemies. He repeatedly wrote requesting to be reassigned to fight alongside Guijia. Previously, Liu Bei did not agree because the salt factory's technology was not yet perfected and wanted him to spend time improving the processes. Now that the fine salt business was mature, Liu Bei agreed to let him return, with Jian Yong handing over Zhang Fei's position. At this time, Zhang Fei should still be in Xuxian handing over duties with Jian Yong. Lu Su was drunk and toasted each of the veteran officials, introducing himself. Everyone could sense Lu Su's exceptional eloquence, proving that Liu Bei had made a great effort to recruit him. Sun Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. He had initially thought Lu Su was just a military general, but it seemed he could also excel as a civil servant. This was a talented individual in both literature and martial arts, truly worthy of being the talent sought by the Lord. Sun Yan asked, Zijing, what is your unique skill? Lu Su said, my ultimate skill is to consume 1 point of stamina and restore 3 points of stamina to my opponent. Liu Bei understood. Lu Su is like a power bank. He has great stamina himself and can recharge 3 Su Chu by himself, not to mention those civil officials. Everyone was surprised and no longer dared to underestimate Lu Su. This guy not only has a muscular physique, but also awakened his ultimate skill at a young age. He is truly gifted. Most importantly, when you're burning the midnight oil, if Lu Su suddenly gives you a boost of stamina, wouldn't that mean you can happily work overtime again? No. That's still too superficial. Who says you can only restore energy by working overtime? You can also restore energy after work. Isn't this more useful than oysters and goji berries? Now it's the leader's turn to toast to Lu Su, hoping for his favorable attention. Lu Su, taken aback, stood there returning the toast, not daring to sit down. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was about 7 parts drunk, and it was time to start bragging. Everyone listened as Liu Bei painted a grand future. We will definitely create a prosperous era where everyone has food to eat, clothes to wear, and houses to live in. Great. The crowd applauded. I also want to create a world where people can wear bikinis. What the heck is a bikini? Only Guan Yu excitedly exclaimed, great. Liu Bei shouted, I want to create black stockings. Guan Yu's eyes lit up even more, and he clapped even harder. Good. Brother Bei understands me. Don't just talk about it. Hurry up and create it. The crowd clapped half-heartedly, cheering along, but secretly cursed Guan Yu for being a sycophant. Whatever the Lord says, he cheers, right? Only Guan Yu knew it was really good. Lord. At this moment, Zhuge Jin finally returned Dodo. Liu Bei blinked his bleary eyes, remembering that Zhuge Jin had taken his acrobatic cat to flirt. Wait, why has my cat turned into a lump? It looks completely drained. How did you two mess up my cat? Liu Bei asked. How's it going? Zhuge Jin stammered. It's okay. Liu Bei frowned. What do you mean it's okay? Did you see Dodo do the flip? Zhuge Jin replied. We saw it. Moreover, to be safe, Zhuge Jin had Dodo do dozens of flips. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow and smiled. Did it work? Zhuge Jin lowered his head and pursed his lips. Yes. Lu Su's eyes widened. Wait. Is this acrobatic cat really that remarkable? Is this how they became a couple? Liu Bei laughed. I said this cat is a divine beast. Saying this, Liu Bei hugged Dodo and rubbed it. Meow. Dodo, feeling hopeless, let itself be handled. The crowd exchanged smiles and congratulated Zhuge Xian. Congratulations. The Zhuge family is going to have a wedding. Zhuge Xian was a bit confused and asked, whose daughter? The Li family across the street. The Li family lady. Li Yun? Zhuge Jin nodded. Zhuge Xian frowned slightly. The Li family could only be considered a local power, while the Zhuge family, though small, was still a noble family. The Li family and the Zhuge family were not on the same level. Zhuge Jin quickly said, I have already privately pledged my life to her. Regardless of whether my uncle agrees, I will not marry anyone but her. Zhuge Xian said nothing, still frowning. Liu Bei put his arm around Zhuge Xian's neck and said, Are you thinking about the issue of matching families? Why think so much? If the child likes her, let him marry her. It's not a big deal. Besides, there are 2 kids, right? And I'm here. What are you afraid of? Zhuge Xian looked at Liu Bei in surprise. Does Liu Bei mean to protect the Zhuge family from falling? Zhuge Xian had already gambled the Zhuge family on Liu Bei, and Liu Bei was very likely to become the future ruler of the world. If he could ensure the Zhuge family would not fall, what doubts could he have? So Zhuge Xian went along with it and smiled. Since the Lord has spoken, then let us prepare to propose. Zhuge Jin gratefully said, Thank you, Uncle, for your support. Thank you, Lord, for your support. Liu Bei recalled that historically, Zhuge Jin also had a bit of a romantic mindset. Although he held the position of Grand General of Eastern Wu, second only to Grand General Lu Sun, he did not remarry after his wife died. Liu Bei happily said, Great. Let us congratulate Ziyu. Cheers. Congratulations, Ziyu. Cheers. That night, all the high-ranking officials drank to their heart's content. After half a year of hard work, they hadn't had a proper chance to relax. So Liu Bei took this opportunity of Lu Su joining to let everyone unwind. After all, they needed to prepare for the autumn harvest soon, which would be very busy. Many new fields had opened in Donghai County, and a lot of millet was planted in April, ready to be harvested by late August. The latest millet, planted in June, meant the autumn harvest would last for 2 months. During this time, a lot of data needed to be compiled. If they didn't relax now, they might not be able to hold up later, and their tense spirits might snap at any moment. Meanwhile, the bandits in Taishan County were also stirring, preparing to rob grain during the autumn harvest for winter. Liu Bei had already instructed Guijia to wrap up the anti-bandit tasks in other areas as soon as possible. Before the autumn harvest, troops were to be stationed in the north to prevent the Taishan bandits from raiding. With Liu Bei's permission, everyone came to the county office later in the day. Since it was Lu Su's first day on the job, he arrived early like a newbie. The main hall was empty, so he quietly waited. Bored out of his mind, he tried to imitate Liu Bei, using a dogtail grass to tease Dodo, trying to get it to flip. But Dodo just got ruffled, meowed once, then jumped up to the roof to continue sleeping. It had been drained by that Zhugajin kid yesterday and had no energy left. Now another fool was disturbing its sleep. I can't stay in this house any longer. Sun Yan laughed. Zijing, you're here so early? Lu Su saluted. County magistrate. Sun Yan said, the Lord hardly deals with government affairs, so I'll be guiding you. Lu Su was surprised. The Lord doesn't handle government affairs. Then what does he do? Sun Yan smiled and immediately threw a math textbook to Lu Su. This is a math textbook compiled by the Lord. You need to understand this book today, as it will be useful for your work. After reading this textbook, you'll realize the Lord's time is far more precious than you think. If he spent his time dealing with trivial government affairs, Donghai County wouldn't be as prosperous as it is now. This book is that impressive. Lu Su casually flipped through the textbook. Huh. What kind of bizarre symbols are these? The Lord is still a Taoist? Chapter 56. Lu Su was dumbfounded. Is Zhuge Liang even human? One by one, people started to come into the main hall. The Zhuge family all came to work together, discussing Zhuge Jin's betrothal gifts. They were all in high spirits early in the morning. Zhuge Xin greeted. Good morning, Zijing. Good morning. Studying math? This is quite a remarkable book. All the officials and clerks in Donghai County need to study it. You need to study hard, or you'll calculate slower than others. Lu Su confidently said, don't be fooled by my big stature. I've been calculating since I was young. When it comes to counting, I'm second in the East City. No one dares to claim first. Zhuge Xin said with interest. Oh, want to have a competition? Lu Su readily replied. Let us compete. Who is afraid? Zhuge Xin nudged Zhuge Liang beside him. You go compete with him. Zhuge Liang smiled. All right. Zhuge Xin took out a ledger. Come on, whoever finishes checking this ledger first wins. Zhuge Liang glanced at the ledger and muttered, Isn't this your work for today? Uncle? Zhuge Xin cleared his throat and frowned. What do you mean by that? Do you suspect your uncle is slacking off? I'm here to check the accounts. I happen to have 2 copies of this ledger, so you can each have one. One is for archiving at the state office, and the other is kept in the department to prevent tampering. It's just right for a simultaneous competition. Lu Su looked at the thin ledger and, based on his experience, patted his chest. No problem, I can finish this account in a quarter of an hour. Zhuge Liang brought some counting rods to Lu Su and said, Zijing, this is for you to use. Lu Su asked in confusion, what about you? Zhuge Liang smiled and replied, I only need a piece of paper and a pen. Counting rods are indeed fast, but once the numbers get larger, it tests a person's skill in building blocks. Just counting the intersection points can be dizzying. Lu Su wondered, a piece of paper and a pen? How do you calculate that? Zhuge Liang laughed and said, this is the magic of the Lord. In the math textbook he compiled, there is a method that allows you to quickly get results just by calculating on paper. Lu Su asked, can calculating on paper be faster than counting rods? He couldn't think of any method that could be faster than counting rods. He had seen other arithmetic methods, which were all flashy but impractical. For example, the abacus in arithmetic remnants used a bead frame without beams or stops. The beads were placed in grooves, and during operation, one had to pick the beads from the grooves and then place them in other grooves. The movement of the beads was extremely slow, only allowing for simple addition and subtraction. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, 10 times faster. Lu Su thought to himself, just a feather fan and a matchstick person. What a big boast. He wanted to see how this feather fan matchstick person could be so highly recommended by Liu Bei, that he was even on par with the panda-eyed matchstick person. The competition began. Zhuge Xin took an incense stick to time it. To everyone's surprise, Lu Su was extremely skilled and adept with the counting rods, making it a visual delight. It took at least 10 years of practice to achieve such proficiency. Watching from the sidelines, Sun Yan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, he was a top-notch talent. Lu Su, who looked robust, surprisingly had this kind of ability. This should significantly reduce his workload. Sun Yan was once again impressed by Liu Bei's abilities as a top headhunter. Just as Lu Su finished a set of calculations, he turned to glance at Zhuge Liang. He saw Zhuge Liang swiftly filling in the data. Lu Su's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? No way. Didn't you say you would calculate on the draft paper? How come your draft paper is still clean? You must be calculating it in your head for such large numbers. You didn't even bother to show your work? Is this even human? Lu Su felt overwhelmed, and his thoughts began to be influenced by Zhuge Liang. However, Lu Su had a unique ability to purify his emotions, so he always appeared calm to others. He reassured himself that Zhuge Liang was still young. and it was normal for him to show off. Maybe he had written a bunch of incorrect data? Although Lu Su seemed slower than Zhuge Liang. He was meticulous and had never made a mistake in his calculations. In accounting, it wasn't just about speed. Accuracy was the most important. As long as Zhuge Liang made one mistake, it wouldn't matter how fast he was. I'm done. Zhuge Liang placed his pen aside and then brought over a stove to boil tea while waiting for Lu Su to finish. Lu Su's heart sank again. It had only been a quarter of an hour. You finished calculating in that time? Is this even human? No. He must have made a mistake. Lu Su was sweating profusely. Today, Liu Bei unusually came to the county office with a bag of tea leaves. Oh, what are you all doing? Zhuge Xin replied. Zijing and Liang are competing in arithmetic. Liu Bei saw Lu Su skillfully manipulating the counting rods, and it was impressive. So it turns out calculating with counting rods could be this fast. Liu Bei asked, what's the result? Zhuge Xin laughed and said, Liang has already finished. But we're not sure if the result is correct. Liu Bei nodded. Without saying a word, the result was already obvious. This monster, Zhuge Liang, never made mistakes in calculations. Since learning Liu Bei's math tutorial, his arithmetic had improved tremendously. At first, he still used draft paper to jot things down. But now he could directly compute results in his brain. He was like a human calculator. Sun Yan asked curiously, my lord, why did you come today? Liu Bei lifted the tea bag in his hand. You all keep saying there's not enough funding, so I'm here to help you generate some revenue. Sun Yan instantly perked up. Recently, Liu Bei had mentioned wanting to train special forces, organizing 1,000 men, and Sun Yan had exclaimed there was no money. To establish a decent special force, it would require at least 100 million coins a year. This didn't even include expenses for medicine and meat. Moreover, Liu Bei said they needed gunpowder for training. Without at least 200 million coins, it would be impossible. Furthermore, Guojia was busy suppressing bandits. And the number of refugees and captives was increasing, requiring more and more accommodations. Housing, food, and clothing were becoming increasingly scarce. The originally ample funding was gradually tightening. There really wasn't any money to train special forces. 200 million coins could support 1,000 organized militia, and they could be equipped with the necessary gear. Why bother with gunpowder special forces? However, Sun Yan didn't expect that just by slightly complaining about being poor, Liu Bei would come up with another money-making idea. Others would have the Lord and his advisors lament about their poverty, making the advisors think of ways to solve it. But with Sun Yan, it was reversed. He was responsible for lamenting about poverty while the Lord thought of solutions. Moreover, every money-making project was low-cost, high-profit, and immediately effective. How could there be such a worry-free Lord in the world? It was truly moving. He hurried to check Liu Bei's bag, and needless to say, it must be something that could make money. Tea leaves? This surprised Sun Yan. This time it wasn't a rare item like glassware. Liu Bei nodded, that's right. Doesn't the Mi family sell tea? Liu Bei smiled and said, my tea is not ordinary. Let's wait for Zijing to finish calculating the results. And then we can taste it together. Chapter 57. Surpassing Zhuge Liang's method of calculation, Lu Su felt a group of people staring at him as he calculated. It made him uncomfortable. The accounts were fragmented, a total account involving various aspects, including grain trade, tea trade, horse trade, and so on. It made Lu Su dizzy. But he quickly became attracted to a subsequent set of data. Revenue from refined salt. 5,000 gene. 5 million coins. Lu Su's eyes were about to pop out. He had bought refined salt before as a gift. It was being sold for 20,000 coins per gene in the East City, and he had bought 2 tails, also providing a carefully carved gift box. So Miju was sourcing from Liu Bei? The cost was 10,000 coins, and the Mi family sold it for 20,000. Damn, a shrewd businessman. No wonder Donghai County was so wealthy, repairing roads and building water wheels. It turned out refined salt was produced by their family. Oh, what's this? Revenue from glassware. Hiss. 500 million coins. Stunned, Lu Su's counting rods came to a halt. This was still income for just 1 month. How could it be so profitable? It turned out this glassware was also sourced from Liu Bei. Was it Liu Bei who sent someone to the western regions? No, it shouldn't be. He had only been in Donghai County for a few months. How could that be enough time for a round trip to the western regions? But Lu Su quickly had a guess. He knew Liu Bei was allied with the Mi family, so this glassware must have been sourced from the Mi family, and he was reselling it. No wonder Donghai County had the money to build so many houses for settling refugees. Unexpectedly, Liu Bei was not only able to ensure the people had enough to eat, but was also quite skilled at making money. Liu Bei looked at Lu Su's paused movements and said to Sun Yan, even a master of calculations like Zijing can find it difficult at times. Sun Yan nodded and smiled. That's how calculations work. The larger the numbers, the slower the calculations. It's better to use vertical calculations on draft paper. However, our accounts are indeed quite large. Numbers from other places can't compare with ours. Liu Bei then realized. He initially thought that vertical calculations would suffice for daily tasks. But now, considering the increasingly complex and substantial income sources of Donghai County, it seemed that only a few top minds in the county government could handle it. The lower-level clerks, even with counting rods, simply couldn't keep up. Thus, Liu Bei said, it's time to improve your calculation speed. Counting rods are still too slow. At least you need to match Zhuge Liang's speed. Sun Yan twitched his lips. What more can we do to improve? Is this still slow? Not everyone can match Zhuge Liang's speed. To achieve that speed, It's a fantasy. Even if I ground my brain into the shape of Zhuge Liang, it wouldn't work. Zhuge Xian smiled. Liang's talent is extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. His calculation speed could probably be ranked throughout history. Liu Bei laughed. I actually have a method that can allow Zijing to surpass Zhuge Liang's calculation speed in a short time. Sun Yan asked curiously, what method? Liu Bei smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. In a couple of days, we can set a time to compare. Sun Yan and Zhuge Xian were even more curious. To them, vertical calculations were already fast enough. What kind of algorithm could be faster than vertical calculations? Finally, Lu Su finished calculating. He breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the Lord emphasized the feather fan and matchstick man when recruiting him. This matchstick man was simply extraordinary. His counting rods were practically smoking. And he managed to finish the calculations in a quarter of an hour. Not only did Zhuge Liang finish, but he also had time to leisurely find the stove to brew tea. Comparing people leads to death. Comparing goods leads to throwing away. Zhuge Liang finally brought over a tea stove. Oh, Zijing, you're done? Let us verify. Liu Bei personally acted as the referee, comparing Lu Su's numbers with Zhuge Liang's. He nodded. Zijing's and Zhuge Liang's numbers are exactly the same. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Lu Su felt numb. He prided himself on never making mistakes. Since Zhuge Liang's numbers matched his, it could only mean that Zhuge Liang was not human. He got everything right. How did his brain work? Is mental arithmetic really that easy? Could he even remember the decimals from 10-digit calculations? Did he have photographic memory? Ridiculous. Liu Bei patted Lu Su's shoulder. Don't be discouraged, Zijing. I have a plan that can help you. A mere mortal surpassed the prodigy. Zhuge Liang, who was busy stoking the stove, looked up curiously at Liu Bei, wondering what new trick Gongzheng was up to, feeling inexplicably expectant. Lu Su's eyes brightened. Really? Liu Bei laughed. Would I lie to you? But first, you need to study this math textbook thoroughly. Once you've understood it, come find me. And I'll teach you a calculation tool faster than counting rods. Then you can compete with Zhuge Liang, and you'll definitely win. Lu Su asked suspiciously, is it really that magical? Sun Yan, without doubt, excitedly said, Lord, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and let us use it. We're very much in need of this calculation tool with all the recent busy work. Liu Bei spread his hands. It's not that I don't want to give it to you right away. It's just that this tool needs to be crafted by a craftsman. Moreover, the method of using this tool is a bit more complex than counting rods. But if mastered, you won't even need to think, and the speed will easily surpass Zhuge Liang's mental arithmetic. Everyone was astonished. But they really couldn't imagine what tool could calculate without thinking, aside from counting rods. Sun Yan was also looking forward to what kind of mathematical tool Liu Bei would create. When Liu Bei recruited him, he mentioned that he would manufacture various tools to enhance efficiency, thereby improving production efficiency and achieving overall wealth for the entire country. Initially, Sun Yan thought that Liu Bei would only liberate physical resources. Later on, he realized that the various mathematical tools Liu Bei developed could liberate not just physical resources, but also mental resources. The mathematical tools he invented had increased the operational efficiency of the entire county government several times, allowing for more tasks to be accomplished. Now, Liu Bei was about to create a method that could rival Zhuge Liang's mental arithmetic, which was of great significance to the people of Donghai County. Especially for Sun Yan personally. This meant that Sun Yan could finally leave work on time. Thinking of this, Sun Yan couldn't help but clench his fists. His good days had finally arrived. Liu Bei noticed that Zhuge Liang's tea stove had already boiled water, so he said, everyone, come and try the new green tea I developed. New green tea? Given the previous experience with fine salt and glassware, everyone was curious about how good Liu Bei's green tea could be to become a profitable project in Donghai County. The attendees were all from wealthy families. Having tasted all kinds of teas, while drinking tea, they could even add various spices to the tea. Some spices were as expensive as gold, along with costly ingredients like scallions, ginger, garlic, and oranges. Therefore, they believed they had already tasted the finest tea soup. They really couldn't imagine how Liu Bei's green tea could be so delicious. If the taste was not significantly different, it probably couldn't compare with fine salt, right? Chapter 58, Pure Natural Tea Soup Without Additives. Liu Bei had someone bring over several tea bowls. He directly placed the green tea into the bowls. As for washing the tea and other procedures, there wasn't enough hot water, and Liu Bei was too lazy to attend to it. Sun Yan said, my lord, that's not how tea is brewed. Liu Bei laughed. My green tea doesn't need to be boiled. It just needs to be brewed with boiling water. Brewed? Zhuge Xian said, how can we drink it without any ingredients? Liu Bei curled his lip. No need for any ingredients. Since arriving in this world, he had been particularly critical of the tea soup here. At that time, the killing green process was still only a simple sun-drying, resulting in a grassy smell when boiled, similar to boiling green belts. Usually, scallions and ginger were added to mask the taste. Liu Bei typically only added scallions. Adding garlic was just too strong in flavor. It wasn't until the Wei period of the Three Kingdoms that steaming methods appeared, with pan-fried tea and matcha being more representative. But the taste was still raw until the Yuan Dynasty introduced the stir-fried green process, which finally subdued that raw taste. His green tea was stir-fried green. Without the grassy taste, it would undoubtedly sweep through the entire tea market. As he spoke, Liu Bei took the boiling water from the stove and poured it into the tea bowl. The fragrance of the tea leaves began to unfold, filling the entire hall. Sun Yan exclaimed, "Just a simple brew can produce such aroma?" Zhuge Xin laughed. "It seems that the Lord's tea is extraordinary." Liu Bei smiled. "The advantage of my tea is that it doesn't need to be boiled, nor does it need spices or ingredients. It can be drunk straight after brewing. Please enjoy. We can drink it just like this?" That is too simple. Everyone is still a bit unaccustomed to this. After all, normally when making tea, you have to crush the tea leaves and then throw them into the tea stove to brew, adding various ingredients. The complexity is no different from cooking, just brewing it and drinking it. How good can it taste? The crowd curiously picked up their tea bowls, gently blowing to cool the tea. The refreshing fragrance of green tea wafted over, without the familiar grassy taste. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but praise, "So fragrant." Once the tea cooled down, he took a gentle sip. It was slightly bitter at first, but then the bitterness from the caffeine quickly dissolved into a sweet aftertaste. Like clear spring water flowing down his throat, it felt refreshing and thirst-quenching. Immediately, a rich tea aroma filled his mouth. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious." The other's eyes lit up as well. This tea could be so fragrant and mellow with just a simple brew. Amazing. Without the flavors of scallions, ginger, and garlic. And without the grassy taste, this is the purest tea aroma. This tea would be perfect for entertaining guests, as it wouldn't require them to wait so long. So delicious. How did the Lord manage to remove the grassy taste from this green tea? Liu Bei replied, "It's simple. Since sunlight can kill the grassy taste, doesn't that mean the key to removing the grassy taste from green tea is related to temperature? So if I raise the temperature, can I remove the grassy taste? That's why I directly roasted it over fire to eliminate the grassy taste of the green tea. It was that simple." Who would have thought that a problem that had troubled everyone for so many years could be so easily solved by Liu Bei? No, actually, it isn't that simple. The crowd marveled at Liu Bei's keen observation. Whether it was the water wheel or the curved plow, Liu Bei made significant improvements based on the work of predecessors. With this level of observation, he could easily rank among the top strategists, right? This made their group of strategists seem rather clumsy. Sun Yan was more indifferent about it. From the start, Liu Bei made it clear that he was brought in to serve as a tool. And indeed, that was the case. It was Liu Bei who solved the problems, while he just needed to tirelessly handle the tedious government affairs. Sun Yan was very satisfied with his current tool status. Unlike his foolish brothers, who not only had to solve problems, but also worked tirelessly on dull government affairs day and night. He actually had it much easier here, with only physical pressure and little mental stress. Given the current situation in Donghai County, even if he slacked off for a few days, there wouldn't be any problems. It was just out of gratitude for Liu Bei's recognition that he wanted to do even better. Lu Su asked, "Isn't it difficult to control the roasting temperature of the tea leaves?" Liu Bei smiled, "Just stir-fry it." Stir-fry? The crowd was puzzled. In this era, food was mainly steamed or boiled. Even iron pots were used for cooking things in cauldrons. So they couldn't understand how to stir-fry. Liu Bei didn't explain further. "I'm planning to build a tea factory. You'll know when you get a chance to see it." The positioning of this tea remains a highly profitable luxury item, and the scale shouldn't be too large. We still need to allocate more manpower and resources to solve the problems of food and clothing. Sun Yan nodded and said happily, "I understand. Luxury goods are great. A few workers can create millions in wealth. Why not?" Lu Su was secretly astonished. The two luxury goods under Liu Bei's command, refined salt and glassware, generated an income of 5 to 600 million cash every month. If this tea is added, wouldn't there be an opportunity to break the monthly income threshold of 800 million? It's still easier to make money from the rich. The income of a single county like Donghai had unknowingly surpassed the entire Shuzhou. Moreover, considering the amount of newly cultivated farmland in Donghai County, it seemed that this year's grain supply in Donghai would completely exceed that of the entire Shuzhou. A supergiant force was quietly lurking in Donghai, while the various lords of the realm were completely unaware. If Lu Su hadn't joined Liu Bei's camp, he might still think that Liu Bei was that little nobody at Hulao Pass, right? After all, Liu Bei had only settled in Donghai for a few months. Who would have thought Liu Bei was so formidable? How terrifying. Fortunately, Lu Su had chosen the right person. Now he felt a strong sense of security. Who wouldn't want to work for a promising company until retirement? Once Liu Bei had arranged the construction of the tea factory with Sun Yan, he returned to tinker with the calculation tools. The sound of slurping echoed back and forth. The main hall was now filled with the fragrance of tea. Everyone would take a sip whenever they had the chance, and after finishing, they would continue to brew more, unable to stop. "Ah, good tea." Only Zhuge Jun, who didn't like tea, remained silent. What were these adults enjoying? What was so good about this tea? It was bitter. "I want to drink honey water. I want to drink juice made by Uncle Liu." Woo-woo. Lu Su, however, was completely immersed in the mathematics textbook compiled by Liu Bei. The more he read, the more surprised he became. So this is how math can be played with? Isn't this much easier to understand than the 9 chapters on the mathematical art? The long unsolved problem of pi was actually resolved by Liu Bei, and this statistical graph, it's simply brilliant. How did Liu Bei come up with the idea of using this pattern to express data? Viewing data this way is so intuitive. This is what Zhuge Liang referred to as vertical computation, right? No wonder Zhuge Liang said it could be calculated with just a pen and a piece of paper. It turns out calculations are so convenient. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened, and the closing bell had rung. Lu Su happily closed the mathematics textbook, feeling that he had gained a lot today. Looking up, he saw that his colleagues were still not showing any signs of leaving work. The leaders were all pulling out oil lamps, preparing to work overtime, burning the midnight oil. Even Liu Bei had already arranged for someone to bring dinner, along with 2 pounds of tea leaves to keep everyone energized. Lu Su was sweating profusely. What should I do? Should I also stay and work overtime in this situation? Would leaving on time leave a bad impression on the leaders? A workplace rookie, waiting online. Chapter 59, Improvement of the Suan Pan, Birth of the Abacus. Zhang Fei finally returned. Liu Bei, who had missed his old classmate for a long time, was very excited. They greeted each other with a warm hug. Zhang Fei almost broke Liu Bei's ribs. Brother Bei, hurry and arrange for me to fight. I feel like my martial arts have improved. What martial arts are you learning? The times have changed. Yuge has already developed the Big Ivan. Zhang Fei's face darkened. Wait, has it only been a few months? You guys have already developed the Big Ivan. Liu Bei said proudly, what is this? Yuge is already working on it. I'm not familiar with chemistry, but I heard him say there's potential. So now we can use guns? It's probably coming soon. It's just that the funding is a bit tight lately, but it's already in my plans. What the heck? Didn't we agree to develop a gun in 20 years? It's only been a short while. Liu Bei sighed. Ah, this is the power of authority, isn't it? I didn't know before, but now I do. Now, if I want something, I just need to give the order. And the materials are prepared for me without having to search myself. The efficiency has increased dozens of times. Zhang Fei asked, so what should I do now? I haven't fought a serious battle yet, and I'm already lying flat? Liu Bei said. However, we urgently need to form an army that can use firearms. Yuge doesn't have the time to develop them, but you are a good candidate. Zhang Fei scratched his head. I don't know how to train soldiers. Liu Bei frowned. What can't you train? Military training, can you do that? Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? If you can't even train soldiers, what are you talking about going to war? Zhang Fei thought Liu Bei made a good point. Then I'll give it a try? Liu Bei's expression softened. Relax, it's firearms troops. As a time traveler, there's no one better than you to understand how to train firearms troops. Zhang Fei nodded. All right. I'll practice using explosives first. I don't know how to teach if I haven't used them. Liu Bei agreed. Okay, you go practice. I've asked Guijia to select some spirited young men from the refugees. They will arrive in Tanqing in a few days. As for their dietary arrangements, you will handle that too. They should eat meat if they need to, and we need to train real elite soldiers. As a medical student, you should know how to arrange that, right? Zhang Fei brought up an awkward topic. You don't know? Liu Bei gritted his teeth. If I knew, I wouldn't have failed. He remembered those bizarre questions. A 16-year-old girl, short in stature, with undeveloped breasts, what food should she eat more of? Liu Bei immediately wrote down papaya. The correct answer was milk. Because this girl was short, she needed calcium. Liu Bei was unhappy at that time and argued with the teacher. Can it be papaya milk? And fully demonstrated the importance of papaya. Then Liu Bei's usual score was completely deducted. Oh, Zhang Fei replied casually. Liu Bei said seriously. You train these spirited young men hard. If they die from training, that's on me. Kindness doesn't win battles. If you dare to be soft-hearted, I'll throw you back to be a civil official so you don't embarrass us time travelers. Zhang Fei nodded seriously. Brother Bei, don't worry. I genuinely want to be a general. I won't embarrass you. After saying that, he turned and left for Guan Yu's Explosives Research Institute to practice using explosives. Unlike Guan Yu and Liu Bei, who wanted to hide behind the scenes, he had fallen in love with the thrilling feeling of the battlefield since he had been on the battlefield at Hulao Pass. Although he lacked experience and didn't understand military strategy, he felt he could slowly learn. It's rare to come to this era, and with Liu Bei's strong logistics, it was the perfect time to show his skills. He also wanted to yearn for battles, becoming a figure like the champion Marquis. 1,000-man unit, with an annual military expense of 300 million, was a treatment that was unparalleled in the entire Han Dynasty. If he was provided with such logistics, he should be able to train a super elite force. If he couldn't, then he would indeed embarrass the time travelers. Liu Bei watched Zhang Fei's departing figure and fell silent for a long time. To be honest, he didn't want Zhang Fei and Guan Yu to take risks on the battlefield. After all, the two of them had traveled through time with him, and they were his few ties to his previous life. If anything happened to them, he would truly be alone in this world. However, he also respected Zhang Fei's decision. No one said that the sun and moon had to revolve around Liu Bei. Zhang Fei had his own dreams. Since he wanted to be a general and gallop through the battlefield, then let him be one. The older brother would fully support him. Lu Su had a very good memory and a solid foundation in mathematics, so he quickly learned the math textbook. He couldn't wait to ask Liu Bei for arithmetic tools. My lord, are the arithmetic tools you mentioned ready? Liu Bei smiled. They've been ready for a long time. Here, take them. Saying this, Liu Bei took out an abacus from the drawer. An abacus? The moment Lu Su received the abacus, he understood what it was. Records of mathematics had long documented it. But the abacus in records of mathematics was a sliding bead abacus. It placed beads in grooves, and when counting, one had to pick up the beads from the grooves and then place them into another groove. This method was very inconvenient to operate. Lu Su wondered, Can using an abacus be faster than Zhuge Liang's mental arithmetic? In Lu Su's view, the abacus was just a useless tool that could only perform addition and subtraction and was also inconvenient to use. Therefore, the mainstream calculation tool in society was still counting rods. Liu Bei smiled and moved the beads with his fingers. Look, if you string these beads together with bamboo sticks, you won't need to pick them up from the grooves anymore. Isn't that much more convenient? Lu Su was momentarily stunned. It really is. Liu Bei is a genius. Such a small change solved the cumbersome operation issues of the abacus. However, he raised another doubt. But this abacus can't perform multiplication and division. Liu Bei smiled mysteriously. Who said it can't? I'll teach you a set of formulas. You practice at home, and once you become proficient, you'll naturally know the wonders of the abacus. Lu Su blinked, having never heard that the abacus had formulas before. Could it really be just a formula that solves the abacus's limitation of only performing addition and subtraction? So magical? As he spoke, Liu Bei stuffed a set of formulas into Lu Su's arms. Lu Su opened it and glanced at it. 3 minus 2, 7 minus 1 equals 3. What the heck? Seeing Lu Su's confusion, Liu Bei simply taught him hand in hand for half a day. Lu Su's eyes grew brighter. So the abacus could be used like this? He watched Liu Bei operate, and Liu Bei almost didn't seem to think about it. The results of multiplication and division calculations appeared directly on the abacus, clear at a glance. Although Liu Bei's speed in moving the beads was slow, as a counting rod expert, Lu Su knew that the operation of this abacus was much more convenient than counting rods. There was no need to count nodes or build blocks like with counting rods. It was clear at a glance. Just the calculation process was half as fast, and if he added in speed, he might really be able to surpass Zhuge Liang's mental arithmetic speed. Chapter 60. The popularization of the abacus. Liu Bei's new green tea reached Mi Zhu's hands. Not much. Only 1 pound. The messenger who delivered the tea had already demonstrated how to brew it. Mi Zhu was greatly shocked. He had never imagined that tea could be improved like this. Mi Zhu had a keen business sense and immediately recognized the value of this tea. He was extremely excited and paced back and forth. Incredible wealth. Liu Bei's brother-in-law always managed to come up with new ideas for him, letting him earn a fortune. Mi Zhu couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you really found a good husband." Mi Zhan was lying on the table counting the days, listlessly saying, "Brother, there are still 72 days until the wedding." Mi Zhu rubbed his head. "You've already complained 3 times today. Are you crazy about getting married?" Mi Zhan looked up and said playfully, "Who is?" Mi Zhu threw the tea leaves to Mi Zhan. "Here, this is the tea your fiancé sent you." Mi Zhan eagerly grabbed the tea leaves and curiously asked, "What kind of tea is this?" Mi Zhu smiled. "This is green tea, a new tea your husband concocted. Just brew it with boiling water and it's ready to drink." Following the messenger's instructions, Mi Zhu brewed a bowl of tea for Mi Zhan. The aroma of the tea filled the entire hall. Mi Zhan wrinkled her nose. "It smells so good." Then, looking at the clear tea soup, she exclaimed, "Is this ready to drink? No need to add spices?" Mi Zhu laughed and said, "No need to add anything, just try it." Mi Zhan tentatively took a small sip, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "It's delicious. How did you do this?" Mi Zhu shrugged, "I don't know. Your fiancé said it's a secret and shouldn't be shared. You can help me figure out the secret method once you get married." Mi Zhan turned her head. "I don't want to. I want to betray my husband." Mi Zhu's lips twitched. How did she already call him husband? A girl can't be kept. Her elbows are turning outward. "Say whatever you want." Mi Zhu pouted. "Your fiancé is really something, selling it to me for 50,000 a pound." Mi Zhan huffed lightly. "Then why don't you sell it to Yuan Shao for 100,000 a pound?" Mi Zhu pointed at her, laughing and scolding. "Oh, so it's a couple's black shop, huh?" Mi Zhan chirped. "If you can talk, say more." Mi Zhu's lips curled up. "All right then. I'll sell it to Yuan Shao for 100,000 a pound. Liu Bei earns 50,000. I want to earn 50,000 too." It turned out that Lu Su was quite talented. He only took a few days to master the abacus technique. Early in the morning, he confidently held the abacus in the main hall, waiting for Zhuge Liang to come to work. Zhuge Liang, let's have a showdown today." "Oh." Zhuge Liang tilted his head, looking at the abacus in Lu Su's hand, surprised. "Is this the arithmetic tool given to you by the Lord?" Zhuge Xian followed closely behind. "Isn't this just a counting board? You plan to use it to compete with Liang in addition and subtraction?" Lu Su shook his finger. "No, I can even calculate multiplication and division." Zhuge Xian asked in confusion, "How can you use a counting board for multiplication and division?" Lu Su said proudly, "The Lord taught me a set of formulas that can be used with the counting board." Sun Yan and Zhao Yun arrived just on time. "Oh, what are you all standing here for? Another arithmetic competition?" Zhao Yun, who was absent last time, asked curiously. "Zijing, what is that thing in your hand?" Sun Yan's dark circles brightened. "Zijing, that's the arithmetic tool the Lord taught you, right?" Lu Su beamed. "Exactly." Sun Yan excitedly said, "Quick, let us see how fast the Lord's new gadget is." Zhuge Xian skillfully took out his work for the day. "In that case, let us use my ledger as the subject. 1 copy for each of you. Just check if it's correct." Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. "Uncle, you're being lazy again." Zhuge Xian laughed. "Just a handy thing." The competition began. Zhuge Liang still calculated mentally, which was easy for him. Lu Su was clicking away on the abacus, dazzling everyone with the speed. "Is this how you use an abacus?" People gradually began to see some clues. Sun Yan clapped his hands. Wonderful. Just using bamboo sticks to connect the beads solves the trouble of operating the abacus. Zhuge Xin added. He also added a horizontal beam in the middle of the abacus to fix the beads so they 1T run around. Zhao Yan shook his head. I really don't understand. Isn't an abacus supposed to have 10 beads in a row? Why does this one have 7 beads in a row? 2 on top and 5 below. Sun Yan had a guess. If the 2 on top represent 5 and the 5 below represent 1, then it makes sense. Zhuge Xin suddenly realized. It really is. Zhao Yan scratched his head. Can this be faster than 9 beads? Sun Yan replied. Moving 1 bead is definitely faster than moving 5. Liu Bei arrived again. He wasn't there to work. He was looking for his cat. Have you seen my cat? That kid Zhuge Jin stole my cat again. Oh, you finally had a competition? Not bad, not bad. Zijing's skills have improved tremendously. Zhuge Liang saw Lu Su working the abacus quickly. And now it was his turn to break into a sweat. Seriously? What kind of bizarre calculating tool is this? I can't understand it at all. However, it seemed quite impressive. Lu Su was flipping pages at the same speed as him. Just a moment of distraction, and Lu Su had already surpassed him by a page. Liu Bei called it the turning point of the Second World War. Lu Su was hitting the beads enthusiastically, and the sound of the beads gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. In the end, Lu Su finished first, ahead of Zhuge Liang by a dozen pages. Lu Su couldn't help but smile broadly. Awesome. This ledger was so satisfying to work on. The sound of the beads hitting each other made him feel incredibly refreshed. He even wanted another one. Soon, Zhuge Liang also finished. The final numbers matched perfectly, indicating that Lu Su's abacus was indeed faster than Zhuge Liang's mental calculations. Sun Yan excitedly said, My lord, can ordinary people use this tool? Liu Bei nodded. As long as they master the formulas. They won't have to think too hard while calculating. Back when we were making the atomic bomb and the computers were not enough, we used this abacus to calculate. Its value goes without saying. Sun Yan said, such a tool that benefits the country and the people should be popularized. Liu Bei smiled. I've already had craftsmen make a batch, 1 for each person, more than enough. Sun Yan was thrilled. That's great. Liu Bei then said to Lu Su, since you're already so skilled, you can teach everyone how to use the abacus, okay? By the autumn harvest. All the officers and soldiers must learn it. Lu Su saluted, understood. Yuan Shao was playing with a star cloud glass bead, unable to put it down. Suddenly someone reported, My lord, Mi Fang from the Mi family has come to present treasures again. Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow. Selling to me again? Then he smiled. Mi Fang has a good eye, let him in. Chapter 61. This is honey snow iced tea, Yuan Shao said happily. Zi Fang. What treasures do you have to present this time? Yuan Shao had a very good shopping experience last time. So this time he was also looking forward to what good item the Mi family would recommend. Mi Fang took out a delicate clay jar and presented it to Yuan Shao, introducing, This is the latest tea from our Mi family. Yuan Shao took a sip of the Western region's grape wine and chuckled. What is so special about tea? I've had tea that costs 1,000 coins a pound and imperial tea that costs 70,000 coins a pound. Mi Fang smiled. But my tea sells for 100,000 coins. Uffed. Yuan Shao sprayed a mouthful of wine all over the maid beside him. 100,000 coins. Yuan Shao's eyes widened. You're not trying to fool me, are you? Do you really think my money is falling from the sky? I can afford it. But am I the kind of person who spends money recklessly? Mi Fang said, You can try a bowl for free. Can I really get a bowl for free? Yuan Shao was delighted. All right, I want to see what kind of tea dares to sell for 100,000 coins. Of course, before drinking. Mi Fang still had to talk about the brand story. This was something he learned from Liu Bei. Just like some Michelin restaurants will find a foreigner to introduce the story of the dish in a foreign language. No matter whether you can understand their dialect. You just have to say, is it classy enough? Once the classiness is up, they naturally dare to charge you $999 for a dish. Even if the taste of the dish isn't that great, you just can't say the words refund. Mi Fang asked, May I ask why you love drinking tea? Lord Yuan? Yuan Shao pouted, I don't love drinking tea. This left Mi Fang feeling awkward. You don't love drinking tea. Yet you drink the expensive royal tea that costs 70,000 coins a pound. Mi Fang steadied himself and asked, Why doesn't Lord Yuan love drinking tea? Yuan Shao showed a look of disdain. It's too troublesome. You have to brew this and brew that, and the taste is still not good. People go to great lengths for a sip of tea flavor. It's better to just drink wine for a more immediate satisfaction. Mi Fang understood. Yuan Shao was just bothered by the hassle. How coincidental. This new green tea is convenient to drink. So Mi Fang guided him, Lord Yuan. Do you know why so many seasonings are added? Yuan Shao smiled. Naturally, it's to remove the grassy smell. Mi Fang continued to guide. So, people go through all that trouble to remove the grassy smell just to taste the tea? Yuan Shao nodded. That's right. Mi Fang said. Then, what if there's a type of green tea that has no grassy smell and can be drunk directly after brewing? Yuan Shao thought he heard wrong. You mean green tea? Mi Fang nodded. Exactly. What I have in this jar is green tea. This piqued Yuan Shao's curiosity. Green tea without a grassy smell? Why don't you brew a bowl and let me try? Sure. With that, the servants brought over a complete set of tea utensils, including spoons, grinders, and teapots, along with various expensive spices and common ginger, scallions, and garlic. However, Mi Fang only boiled plain water and did nothing else. When the water boiled, Mi Fang simply put a handful of tea leaves into a tea bowl and poured in the boiling water. The tea color quickly dissolved, and a fragrant aroma filled the air, refreshing and delightful. Yuan Shao could clearly feel that this aroma had no trace of grassy smell. Mi Fang said, Lord Yuan just needs to wait for the water temperature to drop before drinking. Yuan Shao couldn't believe it. Is it that simple? Mi Fang nodded. That's the wonder of this tea. Yuan Shao couldn't wait. Why wait for the temperature to drop? He shouted, bring ice to cool it down. As a top figure of the Han Dynasty, he had already achieved the freedom of cold drinks, ahead of ordinary people by 2,000 years. So the tea quickly cooled down. Yuan Shao enjoyed it. He waited until the tea cooled to about 70 or 80 degrees before starting to drink. He took a sip, suddenly showing surprise, and then gulped it down. He sighed comfortably, as if the summer heat had been swept away. Refreshing. Good tea. He commented. This tea truly has no grassy smell, only pure tea fragrance, refreshing and quenching. Mi Fang remembered Liu Bei's instructions and reminded him, Lord Yuan, this tea also has a way of drinking called honey snow iced tea. Adding honey gives it a unique flavor. Yuan Shao's eyes lit up. He could immediately imagine how good honey snow iced tea would taste. If honey could neutralize the bitterness of green tea, then this green tea would be top-notch. As a honey enthusiast, Yuan Shao naturally had plenty of honey. He immediately said, bring the honey. Sure enough, after drinking honey snow iced tea, Yuan Shao was greatly impressed. He drank without stopping. This tea was already delicious, and it blended so perfectly with his favorite honey. Moreover, the flavor completely overwhelmed the honey. It was simply an upgraded version of honey. Wonderful. Extremely wonderful. This is the best tea I've ever had. Yuan Shao couldn't help but be curious. How is this green tea without a grassy smell made? I don't know. My sister-in-law has mentioned it to me. But Mi Fang had long prepared a script. Lord Yuan, have you ever noticed that some people have black hair but one white hair? Yuan Shao nodded. My son does. Mi Fang explained. Similarly, among countless tea leaves, there will always be one leaf without a grassy smell. Therefore, we search for leaves without a grassy smell among billions of leaves, and then we need to dry them in time to eliminate the last trace of grassy smell. This process yields a low output and requires a lot of manpower. If it rains heavily and we can't dry them in time, we won't achieve such good results. That's why this jar of tea is priced at 100,000 coins. So, this jar of tea is the essence of the entire tea mountain. 100,000 coins is not expensive. Yuan Shao was greatly shocked. The source of this tea was so rare. His gaze towards the jar changed. Such good tea is indeed a rare treasure. 100,000 coins is not expensive. Zifang, how much of this tea do you have left? Mi Fang replied, not much, I only have about 100 pounds on hand. Yuan Shao thought for a moment. Such good tea, 100 pounds would only cost 1,000,000 coins. But 100 pounds was completely insufficient. Not to mention he had many in his harem and many subordinates. Especially since Sun Jian recently repelled the invading Dong Zhuo army, rewards must be given. Rather than giving money, it's better to reward this good tea. Yuan Shao was not foolish. Although he spent lavishly, he didn't spend money for no reason. This rare item could achieve the effect of rewarding 100,000 coins with just one or two. Not only would it boost morale, but it would also greatly reduce the cost of rewards. After all, rewards reflect superiority. I have good tea, while the emperor and various lords cannot taste it. Not even the ancients have had it. A sense of superiority naturally arises. It would also increase the recognition of Yuan Shao. But unfortunately, the remaining tea might not be enough for him to drink for a month. Summer is still long, and how could this little honey snow iced tea be enough? So he waved his hand. I'll take all 100 pounds. If there's more, I'll take as much as you have. Mi Fang was overjoyed. In just a few words, he signed a big order. Doing business is great. He loves doing business. While Liu Bei was raking in profits, Cao Cao was already starving. How is the borrowing of grain going? The Eastern County is really not a good place. The Li Ke army in the west is restless. The bandits in Taishan County to the east may come to loot after the autumn harvest. The Black Mountain Army, led by Zhang Yan in the north, is also restless. At this time, the Eastern County is undoubtedly a battlefield, hellish beginnings. The only thing he can do is keep borrowing grain and money, then frantically recruit soldiers and train the army. Otherwise, no matter how many strategists and strong generals he has, it would be difficult to cook without rice. Sun Yu sighed. They say they have no money or grain and refuse to lend. Cao Cao sneered. No money or grain. He threw a pack of tea leaves onto the table. What do you think this is? Chapter 62. The arrogant Yuan Shao. The despicable Gongsun Sun Yu asked. Tea leaves? Cao Cao sneered. Guess how much this tea costs a pound? Sun Yu shook his head. The price of tea varies from person to person. Cao Cao shouted. They keep saying they have no money or grain. Yet I bought this tea for 100,000 a pound to drink. Sun Yu was surprised. 100,000 coins a pound. What kind of tea is so expensive? Cao Cao replied angrily. I don't know. This damn tea costs 100,000 a pound, and they drink it without blinking. While the common people are barely clothed, and they don't even look at them. What a great world we live in. To put it bluntly, they just don't want to lend money to me. Cao Cao. Sun Yu said. My lord, do not worry. These aristocratic families only want a profit exchange. Although you control the Eastern County, Naturally, no aristocratic family is willing to help you. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes. What should we do? Sun Yu said, now that Yuan Shao has just taken over Jizhou and become the governor of Jizhou, with his great reputation as a descendant of 4 generations of 3 dukes, my lord can temporarily rely on Yuan Shao and leverage his influence to offer benefits to the aristocratic families. In this way, my lord can gain enough money and resources for development. Cao Cao replied, but Yuan Shao is not to be trusted. If he grows stronger, he might become a second Dong Zhuo. Sun Yu smiled and said, temporarily relying on Yuan Shao does not contradict ultimately defeating him. Cao Cao looked at Sun Yu deeply. He always thought Sun Yu was a very upright person, but he did not expect him to be so flexible. So what else is there to say? When it comes to adaptability, Cao Cao can be more flexible than Sun Yu. Fine, let us send a messenger to clarify our intention to rely on Yuan Shao. By the way, let us send this 100,000 taels of tea that costs 10,000 taels a pound to Yuan Shao. The common people are suffering, and the world is not yet settled. I will never drink such extravagant tea. Sun Yu cast an appreciative glance at Cao Cao. In Jizhou, Yi City, Yuan Shao had just taken over Jizhou and was full of vigor, diligently handling state affairs. A messenger came to report, my lord, a letter from Zhang Rao, the leader of the Yellow Turban Army. Yuan Shao took the letter, and his expression was not good. He snorted coldly. This Zhang Rao does not know what is good for him. He took the city and still demands money and grain from me. Greedy and insatiable. Let him behave. If he doesn't know when to advance or retreat, he will pay the price. Yes. Originally, Feng Ji suggested that Yuan Shao write to Gongsun, asking him to send troops to scare Jizhou Governor Han Fu. Han Fu is both cowardly and incompetent. So Yuan Shao could take the opportunity to propose to help Han Fu fight, thereby taking over Jizhou. However, Gongsun adopted Liu Bei's suggestion and ignored Yuan Shao. All letters were read, but not replied to. Yuan Shao initially thought it was because he was not sincere enough, so he sent many persuaders, giving away glazed wares and fine salt. As a result, Gongsun saw that there were so many benefits to hanging Yuan Shao along. Thus, he devised ways to drain Yuan Shao's gold coins. In the end, even Liu Bei sent a letter with advice. Yuan Shao was completely strung along. Not only did he waste a month of time, but he also spent a lot of money buying gifts to please Gongsun. The elder brother Yuan Shao finally realized, Gongsun is just a deadbeat, and he has become Gongsun's fool, saying that there are only the 2 of us in the world, but you don't even send out a single soldier. Yuan Shao was so angry that he almost fired Feng Ji for this bad idea. Didn't Gongsun always covet Jizhou? Why doesn't he come out to play when called? For this, Feng Ji also couldn't understand. When did Gongsun become so cowardly? This kind of cowardice feels familiar. There must be a master guiding him behind the scenes. Fortunately, Zhu Shou slightly adapted and decided to secretly help Zhang Rao of the Yellow Turban Army to attack Jizhou. Yuan Shao thought about it and agreed. Anyway, he wouldn't have to spend a single soldier. Thus, with the assistance of Yuan Shao's think tank, Zhang Rao achieved victory after victory, capturing Bohai County, Liling County, and Pingyuan County, killing all the county governors. Just as he was about to reach Wei County, Han Fu was so scared that he quickly abdicated in favor of another. Yuan Shao easily obtained the title of governor of Jizhou. When Gongsun learned of this, he felt a lingering fear. Damn it, I almost fell into Yuan Shao's trap. I worked hard to secure territory, and you managed to control Jizhou with just a few words? Wouldn't that make me a clown? Fortunately, I listened to Liu Bei and ignored Yuan Shao. As Liu Bei said, Yuan Shao has 1,000 tricks up his sleeve and is not to be trusted. He quietly remained in Yuzhou without going out, using stillness to counter movement. No matter how you coax me to send troops, I simply won tea. You come once, and I'll drain you of gold coins once. Although Han Fu is a weakling, he has long wanted to fight, clearly having such good territory and abundant resources, yet still being oppressed by the incompetent Yellow Turban Army. Even the Black Mountain Army in the west has controlled Changshan County. He despises such useless people who occupy the latrine without doing their business. If he occupied Jizhou, what would 1,000,000 Yellow Turban soldiers amount to? What about the Black Mountain Army? What about the bandits of Taishan County? Just chives. However, since Liu Bei said he wanted to take Jizhou, then Gongsun wouldn't bother competing with his brother. Even if it was really impossible to take it down, Gongsun might consider helping Liu Bei a bit. Yuan Shao wanted to support Liu Yu as emperor, which Gongsun strongly opposed. But if it was his good buddy Liu Bei wanting to become emperor, that would be another story. Another messenger came to report, my lord, a letter from Cao Cao. Cao Cao also sent a jar of tea, said to cost 10,000 taels a pound, which Yuan Shu is drinking. Here are the drinking instructions for this tea. Yuan Shu is drinking? What tea even has drinking instructions? That piqued Yuan Shao's interest. He opened the instructions and was surprised. This tea can be drunk without any additives? Zhu Shou asked curiously, no additives? What kind of tea is that? Yuan Shao replied, it's green tea. But this jar of green tea is the essence of the entire tea mountain, so it has no grassy taste and can be brewed directly. That's why this tea costs 10,000 taels a pound. Zhu Shou, being from a prominent family, had tried all kinds of tea. Hearing that this green tea is so miraculous, he couldn't help but ask, my lord, why not brew a pot to try? Yuan Shao smiled and said, good. Then let us taste this tea from Cao Mingda together. While waiting for the water to boil, Yuan Shao picked up another letter from Cao Cao and laughed heartily. This Cao Cao is indeed a person who knows the times. As soon as I took over Jizhou, he bowed his head to me. Yuan Shao had no doubts about this. After all, Cao Cao even sent over tea costing 10,000 taels a pound. The flattering posture was evident. Zhu Shou said, "For a warlord like Cao Cao who has come over to rely on you, my lord should make some acknowledgement." Yuan Shao nodded. "Then let us appoint Cao Cao as the governor of Dongjun, allowing him to fully control Dongjun." Zhu Shou nodded. "That is good." Chapter 63. The Special Forces Training Plan for Zhang Fei. As the water boiled, Yuan Shao was also generous, distributing the tea that costs 10,000 taels a pound casually. According to Cao Cao's instructions, he personally brewed a bowl of tea for everyone. The fragrance of the tea instantly filled the entire hall. "This tea has such a rich aroma. It's good tea." Yuan Shao was in a great mood and said loudly, "You all have worked hard recently. Come, taste this tea costing 10,000 taels a pound." The civil and military officials admired Yuan Shao's generosity. 10,000 taels a pound of tea. And he distributed it just like that. With such a magnanimous spirit, how could following him not lead to great achievements? At the same time, they were also very curious as to why this tea could sell for 10,000. The imperial tea only costs about 70,000 taels. And the moment they took a sip, all doubts vanished. This tea had neither the grassy taste nor the stimulating flavors of onion, ginger, and garlic, nor the cloying taste of added spices. It had only the most original, purest tea flavor. Why were they adding so many ingredients? Isn't tea just for this tea flavor? This tea is quite refreshing. I feel all the heat in my body dissipating. Good tea. Yuan Shao noticed that there was another line at the end of the instructions. If paired with ice cubes and honey water, the flavor is even better. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? This honey water method must have been invented by that foolish brother of mine, right? Cao Cao indeed did not lie. Yuan Shu was also drinking. Yuan Shao immediately had someone bring honey and ice to make honey snow iced tea. Sure enough, the combination of green tea and honey suppressed the slight bitterness in the initial taste, enhancing the flavor. Yuan Shao exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly the finest drink of summer." He instantly regretted that this jar of tea was originally enough for him to enjoy throughout the summer, but now it was all gone. He wondered if Cao Cao had any left, so he summoned a messenger. "Go. Ask Cao Cao how much tea he has left. I want 200 caddies." Yes. Not just Yuan Shao, but also his civil and military officials began inquiring about where this tea could be bought. Some wanted to buy a small amount as gifts. 1 or 2 caddies would be enough. Such a rare gift, the earlier it was given, the better the chance for promotion. Some aristocratic families planned to keep it for themselves. The rich aroma of the tea, combined with the refreshing sensation, made it irresistible. The tea craze reached Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo was fat and comfortable, and in the hot summer, he didn't even want to hug beautiful women. He would get tired of it and feel hot after a while. Only lying next to ice felt somewhat comfortable. He hated drinking tea. He couldn't stand the smell of green onions, ginger, and garlic in it. People said he lived in a world of wine and meat. Damn it. Am I so rich that I still drink plain water? Then wouldn't my money be wasted? Should I drink your so-called elegant, but actually heavy-flavored tea? I think you people are the ones who are sick. Is that even called tea? It's more like garlic water. Some officials simply liked eating green onion water or ginger water, but insisted they were drinking tea. He really couldn't take it. Only grape wine suited his taste. It had the sweetness of grape juice and the aroma of wine. Now that was something worth drinking. However, this newly delivered green tea did change Dong Zhuo's view. This pure tea without any odd taste was exactly the kind of tea he thought of. Moreover, after adding honey and ice, it immediately alleviated his summer heat. He was moved. Finally, besides wine, he had another option for drinking water. At the same time, a sudden thought struck him. What if he mixed his favorite grape wine with green tea? He widened his eyes in surprise. This tea actually paired well with grape wine. He had never thought that wine could be mixed with tea. The combination of his 2 favorite drinks had actually elevated into something new. Excellent. But what would happen if it was mixed with other fruit juices? Oh right. Also goat milk. Add goat milk. He was born in the desert and had a fondness for dairy products. Perhaps goat milk and tea would also be a good match. With nothing to do, Dong Zhuo started experimenting. Thus, he inadvertently discovered a new drink: fruit tea, milk tea, and wine-flavored milk tea. Soon, the tea leaves in Dong Zhuo's possession ran out. Dong Zhuo became irritable. "Tea. Get me another 100 caddies of this tea." The servant trembled. "But this tea costs 100,000 coins per caddy." Dong Zhuo kicked the servant down. "Get the hell out of here. 100,000 coins per caddy, and you dare to talk back? Bring me 200 caddies." That's how the world was. The warlords spent money like dirt while the emperor had no money and couldn't even afford to maintain a royal guard of 2,000 men. The common people had even less money. The phenomenon of the rich feasting while the poor froze to death was widespread in this era. Mijou naturally received another large order. However, Liu Bei controlled production to 500 caddies per month to ensure the tea scarcity. All sorts of warlords went crazy competing for it, and some even offered 1 million coins per caddy. There was no other choice. If he couldn't get more tea, he would be killed by Dong Zhuo. This 1 million coins was tantamount to buying his life. Thus, after selling 500 caddies of tea, Mi Zhu made a net profit of 200 million. He was afraid Liu Bei would feel uncomfortable, so he gave Liu Bei 100 million. Liu Bei happily accepted it. Mi Zhu, at such a young age, was able to manage such great wealth and navigate among the powerful. He truly had a talent for doing business. Liu Bei then suggested holding a monthly tea auction, with the highest bidder winning, to maximize the profits from the 500 caddies of tea. Initially, Mi Zhu didn't know what an auction was. After Liu Bei explained, Mi Zhu finally remembered that this tactic seemed familiar. Wasn't this the same method used by Emperor Ling of Han to sell official positions? At that time, Emperor Ling was short on money, but the court couldn't collect any. The wealthy were all aristocratic families, and the ones collecting money were also aristocratic families. Could the aristocrats voluntarily hand over their money to the court? So Emperor Ling had to rely on selling official positions to fill the treasury. A 400-stone official position had a base price of 4 million coins, while a 2,000-stone official position had a base price of 20 million coins. Even the 3 dukes positions could be sold. The highest bidder won. Some officials wanted to obtain a 3-duke identity before retirement. Although the 3 dukes had no real power, Yuan Shao could intimidate others with his 4 generations of 3 dukes, proving that the identity still held value. Thus, someone offered 10 million coins to purchase a 3-duke experience card. Once the card expired, another person would take their place. However, Emperor Ling wasn't cut out for business. In a situation of high demand and low supply, the final price was bargained down to 5 million coins. The green tea business was extremely profitable. Naturally, Liu Bei also had developments for special forces. Coincidentally, at this time, the 1,200 spirited young men selected by Guojia arrived in Tanqing. During this period, Zhang Fei developed a series of training plans based on university military training and TV series content, including explosives throwing, demolition techniques, swimming, diving, physical training, and formation training, and required Guan Yu to train according to his plan, personally experiencing whether his training plan was reliable. Guan Yu didn't hold back and trained Zhang Fei hard according to the training plan. To Guan Yu's surprise, Zhang Fei was quite strict with himself and managed to stick with it. Moreover, after completing the training plan each time, Zhang Fei insisted on practicing close combat techniques with Guan Yu. One could say he was very diligent. Overall, the two sides got along quite harmoniously. When Sun Yan learned that Zhang Fei wanted to learn how to lead troops in a battle, he also taught Zhang Fei some practical knowledge based on his family teachings. This even included details on how to arrange military camp toilets, how to handle enemy corpses, and how to store medicines. Zhang Fei benefited greatly. At this moment, Zhang Fei was ambitious. He had already thought out the script for his life, the great Han war god, starting from training 1,200 spirited young men. Chapter 64, Private. Gan, Ning. The 1,200 spirited young men gathered at the training ground built at great expense by Liu Bei. The training facilities were fully equipped. Liu Bei delivered an opening speech. Congratulations, you have become members of the Divine Machine Camp. I know that some of you were once refugees, some were thieves, and even some were local bullies. Frankly speaking, your past lives were a mess. Little did you know, now is the opportunity to achieve merit and be appointed as generals. A real man in this world cannot spend their entire life as a petty thief. Since you were chosen by military advisor Guo, it proves that there is still hope for you. You have the ambition to achieve merit. You used to say there were no opportunities, no one to support you, and that the powerful blocked your way up. But from now on, you will have no excuses. Now that you have entered the Divine Machine Camp, as long as you achieve merit, you will receive the rewards you deserve. You say you lack strength, then I will feed you meat every day. You say your equipment is poor, then I will give you the best armor. You say you have no war horses, then I will give you 2 each to ride in turns. In short, I will provide you with money, food, and equipment. If you still cannot achieve merit and become generals, then get out of here and let this position be given to someone more capable. The spirited young men were all excited, their eyes shining. Meat every day? And 2 war horses each? This is like having Australian lobster for every meal and 2 tanks each in modern times. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Zhang Fei interjected. I am your leader, Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida, the commander of the Divine Machine Camp. Everyone looked at Zhang Fei's large figure and dared not underestimate him. Zhang Fei said sternly, there are 200 of you here. I'm not happy. I prefer round numbers. Therefore, I want to eliminate 200 of you. Those 200 who are eliminated can only return to the ordinary troops and will never be allowed back into the Divine Machine Camp. This means that the good days of eating meat every day and having 2 war horses each will no longer exist. You may even lose the hope of becoming a general and bringing glory to your family. All the soldiers became alert, nerves on edge. After all, no one wanted to lose such a good life. Zhang Fei continued. Here are the elimination rules. Those who disobey orders will be eliminated. Those who fail the physical assessment will be eliminated. A series of elimination rules made the soldiers anxious. There were too many rules, right? Many of them came from a rough background and were always resentful of rules, starting to have second thoughts. Eating meat every meal? Where in the world is there such a good thing? They had seen plenty of officials making empty promises. In their expectations, just having a bowl of meat soup would be good enough. Zhang Fei finally waved his hand. Go eat first. Fill your stomach before training. The soldiers scrambled to the cafeteria, not in any order. Zhang Fei didn't require them to walk in a straight line. It was just a formation. There would be plenty of time to train later. Those who didn't listen after this meal, Zhang Fei would give them a thumbs up. Opening the cafeteria door, a rich meat aroma wafted out, making their mouths water. Wow, there really is meat. They saw a full bowl of meat at the window. Not soup. It was real meat. The boss didn't just make empty promises. These soldiers hadn't eaten anything all morning and were starving, pushing to the front of the window. Almost breaking the wooden window, Zhang Fei kicked the soldier who was pushing ahead. Damn it. Line up. Those who don't line up, pack your things and get lost. Only then did the soldiers obediently line up, fearing that the meat about to come to their mouths would fly away. Although each person only got 3 pieces of wild boar meat the size of a fist, the soldiers who hadn't tasted meat in years were already wide-eyed with excitement. 1 bite of flatbread, 1 bite of wild boar meat. It was unbelievably delicious. So good. Some were even moved to tears. If I could eat this meat every day, my life would be worth it. If I could eat flatbread to my fill every day, I could do without meat. I could eat 5 pieces of flatbread each meal. I could manage with 3. I could get by with 1. Zhang Fei. Our Han people can really roll with anything. Some were reluctant to eat, just continuously eating flatbread, saving the meat for last. The flatbread was unlimited. They could eat as much as they wanted. There was also seaweed egg drop soup. In a big pot of egg drop soup, there was only 1 egg, but it was seasoned with fine salt. The soldiers drank it, exclaiming that they had never had such delicious egg soup. Originally, the many rules had made the ruffians want to back out, but now they didn't want to leave. Just following the rules. If following the rules means I can have meat every meal, then I can follow them all. So they resolved that no matter what, they didn't want to be eliminated. Zhang Fei reminded them, don't overeat. If anyone falls behind during training later and claims a stomachache, they can just get lost. Only then did the soldiers stop their binge eating. They could distinguish between a hearty meal and overeating. Boss, will there really be such delicious meat every day? Zhang Fei smiled. Of course, there will be more tonight, as long as you aren't eliminated. The cafeteria erupted in cheers, excitement filling the air. In the early stages of training, Zhang Fei followed the process of university military training, with low intensity, mainly emphasizing discipline. After filling their stomachs, they had a 1-hour formation training to digest the food, followed by the physical assessment. Zhang Fei would select the best physically fit soldiers to be team leaders, with 10 people per team, totaling 120 leaders. The salaries of the team leaders in the Divine Machine Camp were doubled. But there was one requirement. They must charge ahead in battle. Otherwise, they would be replaced on the spot. The Divine Machine Camp had regular assessments, with evaluations based on physical fitness, martial arts skills, and battlefield performance, dividing soldiers into 3 ranks. First-class soldiers were the elite warriors, awarded to those with outstanding achievements, enjoying priority promotion, triple salary, and could take command of the Divine Machine Camp at any time. Second-class soldiers were team leaders, awarded to those with excellent assessments, leading a team of 10 with double salaries. Third-class soldiers were ordinary soldiers, with normal salaries. The salaries of soldiers in the Divine Machine Camp were already high. Ordinary people earned 200 to 300 coins a month, while soldiers in the Divine Machine Camp earned 500 coins, could eat meat every day, and their soup was seasoned with fine salt, with all meals provided. This welfare was among the best in the entire Han Dynasty. Thus, everyone was eager, eyes shining. A salary of 1,000 coins. Let us do it. However, these soldiers were not easy either. During the long-distance running assessment, they resorted to violent tactics to compete for first place, pushing and pulling each other. The scene became chaotic. Zhang Fei made an example out of them, eliminating those who did not follow the rules on the spot. Want to be a team leader? Want to earn double salary? Those who don't follow the rules won't even get to eat meat. Elite troops don't need you to be clever. A soldier's duty is to obey orders and follow discipline. Only then did these soldiers become much more obedient. After a fierce afternoon of competition, the team leaders were quickly selected. Each of these leaders was stronger than the last, and Zhang Fei was very satisfied. Zhang Fei might not know the ordinary soldiers, but he had to know these 120 team leaders. Soon, an assistant helped Zhang Fei organize the roster of team leaders and presented it to him. Zhang Fei read from the roster. Second-class soldier Hare. Here, your team number is 001. Take these 9 people to pack your things and move to the new dormitory. Yes, Hare was spirited and very excited. Is this how it feels to be an officer? I'm a second-class soldier now, with a monthly salary of 1,000 coins. Eating meat every meal. This is something I wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Mom, I'm not a coward. I've made it. Second-class soldier gone. Ning, here. A sturdy young man stepped forward. Zhang Fei rubbed his eyes and repeatedly confirmed with his assistant that there was no mistake. Zhang Fei was confused. What the heck? How did Gan Ning end up here? Why did he come all the way from Ba County to Donghai County? And now he became my subordinate? Chapter 65. Reversing the Heavens. Why is my Gan Ning not Gan Ning? Zhang Fei did not expect to encounter Gan Ning in Donghai County. He remembered Gan Ning as a wealthy young master from Ba County. How did he travel so far to Donghai County? Oh right, Gan Ning was also a little rascal. He often wore feathers in his hair, carried bells, and led a group of little rascals to act as water thieves, active along the Yangtze River. Gan Ning was also quite wealthy. Being a water thief was just a hobby. He was not short on money at all. While others used burlap for their sails, his sails were made of brocade. Hence the name brocade sail thief. Recently, Bei Ge had been frequently collaborating with the Mi family, transporting large quantities of goods via the Yangtze River to Chu County. Perhaps Gan Ning had his eyes on their goods and followed them to Chu County. What the heck? Did he rob us? But how did he get caught by Guijia? You should know that Guijia was currently in the north dealing with bandits, clearing out strongholds to defend against the bandits from Taishan County. Even if Gan Ning robbed the goods from Chu County, it wouldn't make sense for Guijia to capture him. Zhang Fei asked, "Is your name Gan Ning?" Gan Ning straightened his back. "Yes." Gan as in sweet. Ning as in peace. "Yes, boss." Zhang Fei asked, "Do you have a bell?" Gan Ning was taken aback for a moment. "How did you know I have a bell?" "But my bell is in my bundle. I didn't bring it. It was given to me by my mother." "He really had a bell? It's really you?" Gan Ning. "Wait." Zhang Fei suddenly froze. Something is off. This Gan Ning's accent is wrong. Why does it sound like it's from Luoyang? Isn't Gan Ning from Ba County? If you don't speak Sichuan dialect, are you speaking Hunan dialect? Zhang Fei asked again. "Are you from Ba County?" Gan Ning raised an eyebrow, thinking how silly this boss was. "I'm speaking pure Luoyang dialect. Why is he still asking if I'm from Ba County?" So he replied, "I'm from Luoyang." Zhang Fei felt a bit dizzy. "I didn't study history in college. Don't fool me. How did Gan Ning become a Luoyang person?" Historically, Gan Ning was also a fun-loving person. Instead of being a wealthy young master, he became a water thief. This Gan Ning wouldn't be pretending to be a Luoyang person, would he? Zhang Fei continued to ask, "Is your courtesy name Xingba? Gan Xingba?" Gan Ning shook his head. "I don't have a courtesy name." Zhang Fei nodded. "It's normal not to have one. Dianwei didn't have one either." Zhang Fei continued to ask, "Have you been a water thief? Captured by Guijunshi?" Gan Ning frowned. How can the boss tarnish someone's reputation without evidence? "I'm innocent. It's just that Luoyang was burned down, and I fled here. Coincidentally, Guijunshi was recruiting soldiers, and he saw I was a martial artist. So he sent me here." Zhang Fei was stunned. So this Gan Ning is really not Ba County-esque Gan Xingba, but Luoyang-esque Gan Ning? Just a person with the same name and surname, and he also has a bell. Moreover, his physical fitness is not bad. He is also a martial artist. Alright. Private Gan Ning, your number is 002. Go back to the dormitory and rest with your teammates. Yes. Gan Ning turned around. Following the afternoon's formation training, he shouted, 002 team, stand at attention. March in step. After an hour of formation training in the afternoon, the current formation was slightly better than in the morning. At least they weren't swaying their heads or leaning on each other. Although their steps were still not very synchronized, it was clear that they were trying hard to align. After all, if it got too chaotic, Zhang Fei would really go up and kick someone. They might even get eliminated. After everyone cleaned the dormitory, it was time for a pleasant dinner. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. This time, the meat smelled just as delicious. Although they were already starving, they didn't dare to push. Because Zhang Fei had already started eating in the cafeteria, having a few pieces of flatbread and 2 slices of meat. Influenced by Liu Bei, the food in the upper echelons of Donghai County was already quite modern, even including stir-fried dishes. But Zhang Fei firmly adhered to the principle of eating and living with the soldiers. Therefore, he rejected the delicious crab burgers and fried chicken arranged by Liu Bei and ate simple flatbread with meat slices together with the soldiers. However, flatbread with meat slices was already considered top-notch delicacy in the eyes of the soldiers. They thought Zhang Fei was also craving it. So he came to the cafeteria to eat so early. Looking at it this way, their treatment was really good. Even the boss loved to eat these. They were even less willing to get eliminated. Such days were truly dreamy. Although training was a bit tiring, so what? Isn't farming hard? Isn't it tough to beg after losing your family? Don't those who resort to cannibalism suffer? Compared to these hardships, what is the pain of training? Thus, during the evening training, Zhang Fei noticed that these soldiers were more obedient and their training was more serious. They were originally selected by Guijia because of their ambition. Now that the path to progress was in front of them, they had no reason not to work hard. Zhang Fei smiled. They finally looked a bit elite. The next day, when Zhang Fei routinely applied for funds from Sun Yan, he ran into Liu Bei. This guy came to the county office to play with cats whenever he had nothing to do. The civil officials nearby were busy flying around, while he was as leisurely as a retired old man, completely out of place in the busy environment. The clerks coming in and out wished they could kick Liu Bei for blocking their way. But unfortunately, they didn't dare to. Fei Ge, how is the new recruits training going? Zhang Fei smiled. Thanks to Bei Ji's funding, everything is going very smoothly. Then you still have time to come to the main hall. No problem. I'll let them stand at attention for an hour. When the time comes, I'll go back and see which team's formation is the most chaotic. And I'll directly kick that team out. To have a bite of meat at noon, they wouldn't dare to move. Zhang Fei then recalled the fake Gan Ning he encountered yesterday and shared it with Liu Bei. The two of them became more and more animated in their conversation. Sun Yan had a black line on his face. Another idle person had joined the main hall. Damn. At that time, I was scared thinking I really received Gan Ning. Liu Bei curled his lips. If Gan Ning really wanted to rob a ship, would he need to chase all the way to Donghai County? He would have disappeared as soon as he hit the water. Zhang Fei sighed. What a pity. If it were really Ba County-esque Gan Ning, that would be great. Liu Bei suddenly asked, you said that Gan Ning has a bell? And he is a martial artist? Zhang Fei nodded, yes. Liu Bei slapped his thigh. Then it settled. Isn't this a real Guan Ning? Zhang Fei frowned. But that SA counterfeit. Liu Bei retorted. Who says he SA counterfeit? I, Liu Bei, commander of the Divine Strategy Camp, Private Guan Ning. Isn't he better than Guan Xingba? Do you understand the principle of the winner takes all? My Guan Ning is the general of the breaking charge, Guan Ning. While Ba County Guan Ning is a water thief. A second-generation heir. A little rascal. Zhang Fei nodded in confusion. Liu Bei continued. I ask you, between the true and false Sun Wukong, who is the real Sun Wukong? Zhang Fei hesitated and asked, the one who won? Liu Bei snapped his fingers and said, that's right. If one day our Luoyang Guan Ning beats Ba County Guan Ning, then Ba County Guan Ning would be the counterfeit. Got it. Zhang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Liu Bei. Wow. Bei Go, it's still you. You can even find fun in this. He continued. When you meet the real Guan Ning someday, are you going to make Luoyang Guan Ning fight Ba County Guan Ning too? Liu Bei became even more excited and pulled Zhang Fei away from the main hall, saying, what do you mean finding fun? This is called cultivating talent. Come on. Take me to meet the counterfeit. No, the real Guan Ning. I want to see if he is worth investing in. Zhang Fei looked at Liu Bei suspiciously and said, you just said counterfeit, right? The two idlers finally left. The civil officials in the main hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only Sun Yan felt restless, wondering, what Sun Wukong? What fake Guan Ning fighting real Guan Ning? Why does it sound like there's something about the Ba County Guan family? Did I hear them mention fun? What fun? Why didn't they take me to play? Sigh, feelings have faded. I don't want to work anymore. I want to feign a little illness for 3 days of rest. Chapter 66. Extreme Training. Zhang Fei quietly brought Liu Bei to the training ground to observe secretly. Over 1,000 soldiers from the Divine Machine Battalion stood motionless under the scorching summer sun, sweating profusely in their heavy armor. They would rather endure the heat than go hungry. However, in a large group, there are always those who try to be clever. Sure enough, someone began to move around and even encouraged others not to be so rigid, claiming that their leader wouldn't be back so soon. Under his persuasion, a few others started to relax and move about. Zhang Fei silently noted down about 20 or 30 people. Once no one else was moving, Zhang Fei suddenly sprang out from the bushes. You slackers, pack your things and get lost. The faces of the lazy soldiers turned pale, and they weakly sat on the ground. Some even clung to Zhang Fei's legs, pleading for another chance. Zhang Fei kicked one into a corner without mercy. Damn it, acting one way in front of me and another behind my back. What chance do you think I'll give you? Hurry up and roll out. The other soldiers were terrified. Luckily, they hadn't been swayed by those slackers. Otherwise, they would have been in real trouble. After finally getting to eat meat, they couldn't afford to be eliminated like this. Zhang Fei looked at the others. You all did well. No one moved. Damn it. Does standing at attention require your life? Think about when you were hungry. Think about when you ate coarse food every day. Think about when you faced the dirt with your back to the sky. All of you came from poor families, and you can't handle a single day of meat before getting sick of it? If you can't hold on, get lost. If you don't want to be a general and make contributions, then get lost too. Stand for another half an hour. This time, no one moved again. Liu Bei secretly gave Zhang Fei a thumbs up. He was starting to look a bit like an instructor. If Zhang Fei hadn't been dragged into live broadcasting back then, he might have joined the army, right? Speaking of which one is Luoyang Guan Ning? The teams were arranged by number, and the second one from the right was Team 002, led by Guan Ning. Liu Bei followed Zhang Fei's gaze and saw a weak-colored, spirited young man with strong features and a tall stature, a handsome guy with small eyes. He said to Zhang Fei, in an hour, we'll start physical training. I want to see what Luoyang Guan Ning is made of. Zhang Fei laughed and replied, actually, anyone who can become the captain of the Divine Machine Battalion is no simple character. Liu Bei said, then let us do some extreme training and squeeze out their potential. Zhang Fei asked, how do we squeeze it out? Liu Bei replied, it's simple. Run around the training ground for a day until they pass out, then carry them away. All right. Their casual conversation ushered in a dark moment for the over 1,000 soldiers. They thought they had endured 3 hours of standing and would just practice physical training to eat meat afterward. But that was not the case. They just kept running around the training ground. If anyone slowed down, they were kicked by the assistant instructors, with no idea when it would end. Liu Bei had even thoughtfully prepared several barrels of water by the roadside. If they got thirsty, they could scoop up a spoonful to drink and then keep running. If they wanted to cool down, they could pour water over themselves. To Liu Bei's surprise, Zhang Fei also personally joined the run with the soldiers. Zhang Fei was indeed fit, but if he didn't outrun these men, his prestige would greatly decrease. However, if he did outrun them, his prestige in the army would rise even further. It was a gamble, but Zhang Fei was always cautious. He wouldn't take risks without full confidence. This kid must have figured out the soldiers' limits through yesterday's physical assessment, which is why he decided to show off his muscles now. So Liu Bei wasn't worried and didn't stop him. The soldiers saw Zhang Fei personally running laps, and their morale soared. Their leader scolded them every day, and they wanted to see what their leader was capable of. So each one secretly resolved to outrun Zhang Fei and show him what they were made of. But soon they realized they were wrong. Zhang Fei was incredibly fit, always leading the pack. In fact, more than half of the soldiers slowly fell behind, unable to keep up with Zhang Fei's pace. Only over 100 second-class soldiers could closely follow Zhang Fei's rhythm. At that moment, they finally understood why their leader was their leader. His physical prowess truly crushed them. The key was that their leader was also educated, could read, and understood books. Originally, those who had been talking behind Zhang Fei's back were now silent. After running for an hour, finally, someone could no longer run. No matter how the assistant instructor kicked him, he wouldn't run anymore. That person shouted angrily, "I came here to eat meat, not to be tortured by you. Do whatever you want. I'm out of strength. I'm not running anymore." Liu Bei sneered. "You still have the strength to curse, huh? If you don't want to run, get out of the camp and pack your things to leave. Damn it, I'm not begging you to stay. The Divine Machine Battalion doesn't welcome cowards. Cowards don't deserve to eat meat. Get lost." That person felt a chill in his heart. He really couldn't run anymore. In a moment of heated impulse, he wanted to bet on Liu Bei's compassion. After all, he saw Liu Bei smiling so happily and seemed kind, like a good person. But clearly, he bet wrong. Instantly, he felt immense regret. Everyone else was persisting. Why did he give up? Clearly, he still had the strength to keep running. Tears welled up in his eyes. "No, Lord County Magistrate. I can still run. I can still run. I'll run right now." Saying this, he got up, ready to continue running. Liu Bei kicked him down. "Get lost. Damn it. Playing tricks in front of me? You're no longer worthy to run here. Only loyal strongmen deserve to run here." As soon as Liu Bei finished speaking, the surrounding guards dragged that person back to the dormitory to pack his things. The man's expression was as if he were headed to the execution ground, struggling with snot and tears. "Governor, give me another chance." Liu Bei couldn't be bothered to look at him again. He picked up his honey snow iced tea and started drinking. The happiest thing was sitting nearby, cursing while enjoying a cold drink and watching others undergo military training. All three elements were indispensable. The other soldiers, seeing that the man had been eliminated, dared not stop, gritting their teeth and continuing to run. The extreme training had lasted 2 hours. One by one, people began to faint. Some were exhausted, while others suffered from heat stroke. Liu Bei remained calm. He had already prepared doctors and herbal medicine to dispel the heat. The teaching assistants carried the fainted individuals over for examination. After confirming there were no serious issues, they were placed in a cool area to rest until they naturally regained consciousness. As long as it was normal exhaustion, Liu Bei did not blame them. He even personally checked their physical conditions. It was proven that the quality of those second-class soldiers was indeed impressive. In the third hour, there were still a few second-class soldiers who could keep up with Zhang Fei. Liu Bei was particularly observing Luoyang's Guan Ning, who was among them. They were challenging Zhang Fei. "Hey, you think you're the boss? I want to see what qualifications you have to be our boss." Chapter 67. Huang Zhong arrives on the training ground. Only Zhang Fei and a few second-class soldiers were still running. 3 hours had nearly reached their limit. Everyone's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. Liu Bei looked at the third-class soldiers who had thrown up after running for an hour. He recalled a real special forces training program from his previous life. They endured over 40 hours without food or water, and even without sleep, while undergoing various extreme training. They ran several kilometers fully armed, carrying ammunition boxes, and did unarmed push-ups up hills. They also did 10 kilometers of armed cross-country marches and 50 kilometers of fast marching, running for several hours. Thirsty soldiers would secretly lie on the muddy ground and lick the puddles. At night, they would stay up hungry watching food shows. Anyone with a weaker heart would have collapsed long ago. Especially during summer and winter training, it was brutal for anyone who came. His group of special forces was not on the same level as the elites from his past life. They had to train. No. Just thinking about it made him feel tired. Liu Bei quickly rolled back to his lounge chair to rest and catch his breath. Zhang Fei was also pushing through with sheer willpower. Damn it, he miscalculated. He thought that after passing the physical test yesterday, he had figured out the baseline of these second-class soldiers. Didn't they throw up after running for 2 hours yesterday? How come they were so fierce today? Aren't you tired? Damn it. If you're not tired, I'm exhausted. Usually, they would sigh even after running a kilometer. Did they take some medicine today? Were they out to push me to my limits? Did they want to go down together with me? Zhang Fei gritted his teeth. At this moment, he had only one belief in his heart. He could not be surpassed by these people. Otherwise, he would lose the confidence to beat these little rascals later. At this time, Guan Ning was already seeing stars. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. Dazed, he looked at Zhang Fei's back. His scalp tingled, thinking, why isn't he the boss stopped? How much longer do we have to run? It said that only 200 people would be eliminated? Why are there only a few left? Well, whose army can eat meat every day? The boss must be looking for an excuse to cut the ranks, right? No, I can't be cut. He thought of how he had wandered from Luoyang to Donghai County, nearly starving multiple times. Finally, he joined the army in Donghai County and had a few months of full meals. Since then, he had sworn with tears that he would rather die from exhaustion than starve to death. Later, he was favored by military advisor Guo and sent to the Divine Machine Camp, where he got to eat meat. He discovered that living every day with meat was truly living. It turned out that his previous life was nothing but a muddy mess, without hope. But had he only enjoyed good days for a few days? Was he about to be cut? No. He would rather run to death than return to a life without meat. With thoughts of meat filling his mind, Gan Ning miraculously quickened his pace to keep up with Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei widened his eyes. How could this little guy Gan Ning still have energy? How much longer is this going to last? Team leader Hare of Team 001 also ignited his fighting spirit. He firmly believed this was not an ordinary training session because the governor was watching. When military advisor Guo came to select people, he asked if he wanted to be a general. Hare's answer was, yes, I dream of it. It has nothing to do with eating meat. He just wanted to bring glory to his ancestors. So military advisor Guo recommended him to the Divine Machine Camp. After joining, he confirmed that military advisor Guo did not deceive him. The treatment here was completely different from other places. Not only was there meat to eat, but also various training facilities and excellent living conditions. It looked very professional. This was definitely the place to cultivate generals. Moreover, he became the captain of Team 001 as soon as he arrived. He had 9 soldiers under him. He was already a minor official. Military advisor Guo certainly did not deceive me. Now that the governor was here, this was his chance to shine in front of him. What if I turn out to be better than the boss? Would the governor make me a general directly? He had to seize this opportunity. So, seeing Gan Ning exerting himself, Hare could not sit still either, squeezing out his last bit of strength to keep up. Zhang Fei was numb. What kind of monsters did Guojia choose? How could there be such strong opponents? Is this ever going to end? In the slow chase, a few people ran another lap. Thud. Finally, the last few second-class soldiers fell one after another. Hare fell. Gan Ning fell. The entire field was left with only Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was overjoyed. Damn it. These little rascals finally let him off the hook. Even though his vision was blurry and he could hardly see the path, he still forced himself to keep going, pretending nothing was wrong. In the astonished eyes of over 1,000 soldiers, he jogged another lap in a display of strength. Finally, he jogged up to the stage and stood still. All the soldiers looked at Zhang Fei on the stage as if he were a monster. Is this even human? They thought that being able to run for 2 hours was already impressive. Yet, there were still a few gifted individuals who could run for 3 hours. They thought those gifted individuals were already extraordinary. Yet, the boss was even more extraordinary, easily surpassing those gifted individuals. No wonder he is the boss. No wonder he can train us. The boss is truly remarkable. There's no denying it. Is this what they call a first-class soldier? Gan Ning and Hare, along with the few second-class soldiers, were not seriously injured. After drinking some honey water to replenish their energy, they gradually recovered. They looked at Zhang Fei on the stage, feeling a yearning within. So, the gap between them and the boss was this large. If they trained to the boss's level, could they become generals? After Zhang Fei recovered a bit, he shouted loudly, "Assemble!" Everyone started to move. They formed a sparse square formation, resembling a group of defeated soldiers. Zhang Fei scolded, "Look at you all. Is running a bit tiring? Can it really exhaust you like this? Not a single one of you could last 2 hours. I'm very disappointed in you." The soldiers lowered their heads in shame. They finally realized the gap between themselves and Zhang Fei. In the past, when Zhang Fei called them weak, they would have resisted. But now they were completely convinced. Zhang Fei's expression softened a bit. However, there are a few who did well, managing to last 1.5 hours. Assistant, note down their names and give them chicken legs for lunch. Yes. The few second-class soldiers who ran for 1.5 hours went up to receive their awards. The soldiers exchanged glances. There's a reward? Liu Bei had someone bring over a few bamboo slips. He wrote a few words on them with ink. Outstanding soldiers of the first phase of the Divine Machine Camp Extreme Training. Although the certificate was hastily made and rather simple, it would serve as proof for the players at launch, carrying significant value. The few who received the award were particularly happy, as this was a recognition of their strength by the county governor. At last, their hard work wasn't in vain. Liu Bei said to them, "You few are quite good and have the potential to be generals. I look forward to your achievements." Based on Liu Bei's understanding of this world, these few who could keep up with Zhang Fei likely had the potential to awaken extraordinary skills. They were worth cultivating well. As for Gan Ning, Liu Bei had also seen him and thought he was a pretty good young man. He had strength and perseverance. It was only a matter of time before he distinguished himself. In the future, if he were given a gun, it would be hard to say who was the imitation Gan Ning. Just then, someone came to deliver a message. "Governor, there is a man named Huangzhong here to see you." Chapter 68. Consultation of the experts in the Peach Garden. Huangzhong. Liu Bei immediately stood up. Zhang Fei's eyes widened in surprise as he asked Liu Bei, "What is Huangzhong doing here?" Liu Bei recalled, "Ever since coming to Donghai County, I sent out many invitation letters to talented individuals, but very few have come. You see, it's been several months. And only Lu Su and the Zhuge family have come. They probably look down on me, Liu Bei. However, I didn't send Huangzhong an invitation letter, but rather informed him that I might be able to treat his son Huang Su's illness. He might think I'm not a doctor and that I'm trying to trick him, which is why he hasn't come." Zhang Fei widened his eyes. "You, who failed your medical exams, dare to say you can treat his son?" Liu Bei shrugged. "Isn't there you and brother you?" Zhang Fei sighed. "We study Western medicine. Even if we diagnose it, we can't prepare the medicine. Given the current conditions, most medicines can't be manufactured. Look at brother Yu's research. It hasn't even exploded yet." Liu Bei patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. "What is the big deal? If we can't treat him, then so be it. Still, as I said, as long as Huangzhong comes, I won't let him leave. I've already investigated. Huang Zhong's extraordinary skill is 100 steps to pierce the hawk. He can channel all his strength into a single arrow, capable of piercing even Elbu's iron armor. With Lu Su as the battery, he can even shoot 3 arrows. He can kill gods if they block him, and kill Buddhas if they block him. Zhang Fei gasped. So, brother, you would be at a disadvantage against Huang Zhong? Would Qinglong be shot dead before he even swings? With the boost from morale. Isn't this a perfect human cannon? Liu Bei nodded. Exactly. This is a tough guy who can adapt even to modern warfare. Paired with high-carbon steel arrowheads, tanks would be like paper in front of him. So we must secure Huang Zhong. Zhang Fei said. I'll go with you, and let us bring brother Yu. Liu Bei replied. All right. Zhang Fei turned to the soldiers of the Divine Machine camp and shouted, Attention! All team leaders, lead your members to the cafeteria for lunch. The soldiers felt a sense of relief as if they had endured hardships and were now rewarded. Great. We can drink soup and eat meat again. So their responses were unified and passionate. Yes. Team 001. March in step. Team 002. March in step. Sun Yan was already enthusiastically hosting Huang Zhong in a side hall. The main hall was filled with the sound of abacuses clicking, which wasn't suitable for chatting. Let me tell you, our Lord may be unreliable, but overall he is quite reliable. Since he said he can treat your son, he must have a way. Why not stay in Donghai for a while? I happen to have an empty mansion next door. Huang Zhong thought to himself, is your lord reliable or not? He waved his hand. There's no need to stay. If you can't treat him, I will return immediately. My son's condition cannot be delayed even for a moment. At this moment, Zhuge Jin passed by holding Do. County magistrate, where did the cat food made by the Lord go? Sun Yan's face turned dark. Ever since Zhuge Jin got close to Do, he had become a cat slave. Every time he came from the Gunpowder Research Institute to work here, he had to pet the cat. If you keep petting the cat, I'll have to mark you as absent. Zhuge Jin asked, Who is this? Sun Yan introduced. This is Huang Zhong, the middle general of Jingzhou, Huang Hansheng. Huang Zhong nervously said, Quickly take that cat away. My son can't stand furry animals. Zhuge Jin noticed there was a sick person next to Huang Zhong, looking very unwell. He quickly said, All right. I'll leave now. Do meowed in dissatisfaction, turning away from the old man with white hair, unwilling to acknowledge him. Old man, don't ever ask me to perform a somersault for you again. Sun Yan shouted at Zhuge Jin's retreating figure. Put the cat down for duty. Zhuge Jin didn't look back and shouted, Okay, I'll feed the cat first, then I'll take duty. Sun Yan replied irritably, There's really no reliable one among you. Huang Zhong thought to himself, These officials in the county don't seem very reliable either. General Huang, please have some tea. This tea is 100,000 coins a pound and can't be found outside. Huang Zhong had heard of this 100,000 coins a pound green tea, but he had never had the chance to drink it. Most of his money had gone to treating his son's illness, leaving him with very little. Now he finally had the opportunity to experience it. Just smelling the fragrance of the tea made him realize it was not an ordinary product. He didn't expect this county magistrate to treat him so well. It seemed his lord was not too shabby either. Thank you, county magistrate. After taking a sip of the tea, Huang Zhong's eyes lit up. This was a taste he had never experienced before, and he praised. Indeed, it's good tea. It's worth 100,000 coins a pound. Sun Yan asked, Can your son drink tea? Huang Zhong shook his head. I don't dare to let him drink anything indiscriminately now, fearing it might worsen his condition. At this moment, Liu Bei finally arrived with Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. He saw an old man with gray hair sitting on a couch drinking tea. Although Huang Zhong was over 40, worry for his son had turned his hair gray. Liu Bei looked at Huang Zhong with affectionate eyes and took his hand. You must be General Huang? Huang Zhong asked in confusion. Who are you? I am the governor of Donghai, a member of the Liu family of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda. Huang Zhong said. You are the one who wrote me the letter? Indeed. Huang Zhong stood up and asked, Do you really have a way to cure my son? Liu Bei replied, I have a certain degree of confidence. Without saying a word, Huang Zhong quickly knelt down. Liu Bei quickly helped him up. General Huang, there's no need for this. Huang Zhong said excitedly. As long as you can cure my son, money is not a problem. Liu Bei replied, I don't want your money. I only want you. If I can cure your son, you will have to serve me. Huang Zhong did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Okay, no problem. Even if people say I am disloyal and betray Liu Biao, even if my lord is not very useful, as long as Liu Bei can save my son. What is this little grievance? Liu Bei nodded and said, Brother, you go? You check his condition. Guan Yu, looking displeased, said, Aren't you the one supposed to diagnose? Liu Bei pouted, You're the best among us three. If you don't diagnose, who will? Guan Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Who knows what virus Huang Su was infected with? What if he got infected too? Adhering to a rigorous principle, Guan Yu said, Wait a moment. He went to the next room and found a few blankets. He wrapped himself tightly from head to toe, tying it with hemp rope, almost covering his eyes. Seeing Guan Yu's mummy-like appearance, Huang Zhong's mouth twitched. What are you doing? Guan Yu replied calmly, Protective clothing. Liu Bei couldn't hold back any longer. What the heck? If it really is infectious, how come General Huang is fine? Guan Yu sneered. It's your lack of attention to detail that leads to failing the exam. You didn't consider that General Huang has antibodies. Liu Bei gritted his teeth. Isn't that something to consider for exams? You can't say the entire population of Jingzhou has antibodies. Guan Yu replied calmly, it's possible. Liu Bei was stunned and waved his hand helplessly. Hurry up, diagnose. With Guan Yu's personality, he suspected that research for 10 years might not yield results. Chapter 69, Huang Su. I beg you not to joke around. Sun Yin did not expect that the person Liu Bei claimed could cure Huang Zhong's son was actually Guan Yu. Does Guan Yu even understand medicine? How reliable is this? Sun Yin felt uncertain. Had he known, he wouldn't have boasted. He admitted that his lord was indeed occasionally unreliable. He covered his forehead, feeling like he was about to die from embarrassment. Huang Zhong felt numb. This person rapped like a zongzi must be joking, right? They looked completely unreliable. He had seen hundreds of doctors. Which doctor looked so flamboyant? Don't they all follow a standard procedure of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis? Moreover, the three of them together gave a rather nonchalant impression. Anyone who didn't know would think they were a bunch of clowns. So he looked at Sun Yin. Who is this? Sun Yin awkwardly replied, this is our county's Duwei, Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang. Huang Zhong frowned. A Duwei knows medicine? Liu Bei laughed. General Huang, rest assured, my second brother is skilled in medicine and has a great chance of curing your son. Huang Zhong thought that since they were willing to serve him tea worth 10,000 a pound, they shouldn't be joking around. So he said, then let's give it a try. Huang Su, lying on the chair, felt drowsy when he suddenly saw a zongzi person approaching him. He widened his eyes. What are you doing? Don't come over. Guan Yu immediately pulled open Huang Su's clothes, using a flat cup as a stethoscope, leaning over him to listen. Huang Zhong asked in confusion, what is this? Liu Bei explained, this is auscultation. By listening to the sounds of the internal organs, we can determine the condition. Huang Zhong nodded in confusion. That's quite rare. However, it's good to have something rare. He had searched high and low for reputable doctors who couldn't cure Huang Su. Perhaps a folk remedy would work. Guan Yu put away the cup and said, open your mouth. Let me see your tongue coating. Ah, Huang Su opened his mouth. Guan Yu nodded. Okay, you can close your mouth now. Let me ask you, what color is your phlegm? Yellow. Is there blood? Yes. Do you cough often? Cough, yes. Also a bit of a fever? Yes. Guan Yu nodded, asking someone to fetch paper and pen, then quickly wrote a prescription with a brush. Guan Yu's sequence of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis flowed smoothly, looking very professional. Huang Zhong looked at the zongzi person in front of him in surprise. Can you really treat it? The blanket covered Guan Yu's mouth and nose, and he mumbled, it's a small matter, just ordinary typhoid. Just take some medicine. Huang Zhong said excitedly, that's right. It's typhoid. My son had it once, and it just wouldn't get better. Is it really that simple? Divine doctor. Guan Yu nodded. Of course. Huang Zhong did not expect this zongzi person to be so reliable. Indeed, the temper of a master is often strange, right? Sun Yin exclaimed. Yinchang actually understands medicine? Liu Bei felt gratified. Brother Yu was finally reliable this time. He didn't expect Brother Yu to claim to be a Western doctor, but also understand Chinese medicine. He must have secretly studied a lot in his previous life. He smiled and said, Yunchang is indeed skilled in medicine. Sun Yin praised. It seems I underestimated Yunchang. A great talent. On horseback, he can cut down elbow, and off the horse, he can save lives. After Huang Zhong had searched for so many famous doctors without success, it turned out that Guan Yu was the one who cured him. Guan Yu said proudly, it's a small matter. The detail-oriented Zhang Fei suddenly asked, General Huang, does your son have any past medical history? Guan Yu also raised his head and said, oh right, I almost forgot. General Huang, what medicine has your son been taking recently? To make an accurate diagnosis, you need to ask about the medical history. Huang Zhong carried herbal medicine with him, so he opened the herbal medicine bag for Guan Yu to see, believing that with Guan Yu's medical skills, he would understand at a glance. Guan Yu glanced at it. I can't understand. Huang Zhong was surprised. You can't understand? Guan Yu spread his hands. I already said I'm a Western doctor. I've memorized chemical formulas. How would I recognize so many herbs? Huang Zhong frowned. I don't care if you're a Western doctor or an Eastern doctor. Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. Then what were you writing just now? He picked up Guan Yu's prescription and glanced at it. Then his eyes nearly popped out. He saw that there were no words on the paper, only long worm-like symbols. He twitched his eyelids. What is this? Ghost writing? Huang Zhong's expression turned displeased, and he also grabbed it to look. Immediately, he laughed in anger. Is this using metaphysics to treat illness? Interesting. Now it was Guan Yu who was unhappy. What do you mean? This is the prescription. If you can't understand it, don't say anything. Huang Zhong directly threw the prescription onto the table. Come. Who can understand this? What kind of writing is this? Sun Yin sighed. It's over. He messed it up. Yinchang, really, why pretend to understand when you don't? And then use ghost writing to fool people. Did he think Huang Zhong was a martial general and couldn't read? Can you just write anything and get away with it? Why not just hire a proper doctor? Let me see. Liu Bei picked up the prescription and read, physiological saline glucose. It can still be barely managed. Sun Yin was astonished. You really understand? Liu Bei responded lightly. Well, this is a code between us. Doctors usually mix Latin, English, numbers, and other methods for convenience when writing prescriptions. Therefore, handwritten prescriptions often look quite abstract. It's normal that Sun Yin and Huang Zhong can't understand. He then read aloud, amoxicillin. This time, Liu Bei couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, damn it. I asked you to write a traditional Chinese medicine prescription, and you wrote a Western medicine one. Guan Yu retorted confidently. I already said I'm a Western doctor. Am I supposed to write a traditional Chinese medicine prescription? Besides, you can prepare saline, right? Glucose. You can prepare that too, right? This isn't a random scribble, is it? Liu Bei gritted his teeth. Do you have an 4-drip? Do you have an infusion needle? You're just hard-coding according to the reference answer, right? Are you taking an exam here? Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you here? Can't you handle this little manual work? Liu Bei replied irritably. I can't. You don't know how hard it is to get a needle. And what the hell is this amoxicillin? Where am I supposed to get that for you? Guan Yu shrugged. Then there's nothing we can do. Huang Zhong was confused. What were they mumbling about? Why couldn't he understand? Was he being tricked? This prescription was just a random scribble. So he, not believing in evil, wrote down the prescription as it was. He asked, what is this? Liu Bei glanced at it, raised an eyebrow. This is qiji syrup. Huang Zhong laughed in anger. This is the third one on the prescription, amoxicillin. I see you're just messing with me. Guan Yu retorted. What you wrote is clearly qiji syrup, okay? Zhang Fei nodded. That's right, this is qiji syrup. Although it looks similar to amoxicillin, there are still differences. Sun Yan thought to himself, Zhang Fei, why are you joining in? You can't possibly know too, right? Huang Zhong sneered. Pretending. Keep pretending. Huang Zhong said to Liu Bei, all right, since you all recognize it, then you write one and let them read it at the same time. Liu Bei readily agreed. Sure. Saying that, he drew a wavy line on the paper and asked, what is this? Zhang Fei and Guan Yu answered in unison, penicillin. Another wavy line. He asked, what is this? Erythromycin. What is this? Cephalosporin. Huang Zhong gasped. Do these wavy lines have any differences? You really know, huh? This is actually a prescription. Not some scribbles. Huang Zhong then felt ashamed. I was indeed ignorant. Please forgive me. Liu Bei waved his hand. It's fine after all. You don't know our code. Huang Zhong said. I'm very curious how you distinguish these symbols. Liu Bei smiled. It's simple. I'll teach you. Sun Yan was also very interested. So, the few of them started a lively discussion. Huang Zhong was greatly shocked. It turned out that the seemingly scribbled text had so many subtleties. Huang Su, who had just fallen asleep due to tiredness, opened his blurry eyes. What is going on now? No, that Zhongzi person, you came to treat me, right? Why are you lying there drawing? Oh, you seem to be having fun. Sure enough. People's joys and sorrows are not connected. I beg you all to stop playing. If you really can't help, just let me go back to sleep. It's too noisy. Chapter 70. Still need to invite Zhang Zhongjing over. Huang Zhong suddenly remembered his son. He asked, is this amoxicillin you're talking about really effective? Guan Yu asked, your son has a weak constitution, right? Huang Zhong nodded. My son has been weak and sickly since childhood, but he can recover. However, a few years ago, he caught a cold and has been coughing nonstop, with repeated episodes. Now it's getting worse. Guan Yu asked, did you have him exercise after he recovered from his illness before? Huang Zhong said, generally, we let him rest at home. Afraid he would sweat and catch a cold again. Guan Yu sighed. No wonder he has been weak for so long. You spoiled the child too much. Leading to wealth-related diseases. Wealth-related diseases? Guan Yu thought of some modern children. Parents spoil their children, not letting them run around, fearing they would fall and get hurt. Without exercise, the children end up getting sick frequently and running to the hospital. Guan Yu had seen a relative's child who had a fever every month. In ancient times, that child would have already perished. Guan Yu said, your son's weak constitution is actually common among children. But medicine has 3 parts poison. Taking too much medicine will naturally weaken the body. Only by strengthening exercise after recovery, paying attention to a healthy diet, and supplementing vitamins can one prevent future infections. There's an old saying, when the medicine jar is exhausted, no medicine is effective. This means that for those who have been taking medicine for a long time, their bodies lose response to the medication. So the reason your son has not recovered for so long is this. Huang Zhong didn't expect this Zhongzi person to actually have some insight. He looked at the pair of eyes almost covered by a blanket with bright eyes. Please, divine doctor. Save my son. Zhang Fei looked at the herbs on the table and interjected. Did you previously take Ma Huang decoction? Huang Zhong suddenly looked up. You understand medicine too? Guan Yu also looked up. You secretly learned behind your brother's backs. Zhang Fei scratched his head. I've looked at Zhang Zhongjing's prescriptions when I had nothing to do. Huang Zhong's eyes sparkled. Yes, yes, yes. This is the prescription given to me by divine Dr. Zhang. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. Not expecting that Zhang Fei actually understood a bit of medicine, Zhang Fei said, this Ma Huang decoction is used to treat the early stage of cold attacking the lungs. It seems that Brother Yu and divine Dr. Zhang's judgment is similar. Has your son shown any improvement after drinking the Ma Huang decoction? Huang Zhong nodded. I found many doctors, but only divine Dr. Zhang's Ma Huang decoction was effective and made my son feel a little better. My son has survived until now thanks to divine Dr. Zhang's medicine. But divine Dr. Zhang said my son is already critically ill, and he is also helpless. Zhang Fei said, your son's pneumonia is actually only mid-stage, not late stage yet. Ma Huang decoction activates the immune system to kill bacteria. It does not have a direct bactericidal function. But still, your son's medicine jar has already been exhausted. His constitution is too weak, and his immune system cannot kill the bacteria. Therefore, he has been unable to completely eliminate the bacteria in his body. This is similar to AIDS. The AIDS virus continuously destroys the immune system, leading the body to be unable to resist bacteria, ultimately dying from various bacterial infections. Sun Yan was dumbfounded. The terms they were using sounded so professional. Although he didn't understand, it still seemed very impressive. Why are you all so skilled in fighting, so good at math, and even proficient in medicine? Huang Zhong felt despondent. After all, it was Huang Su's weak constitution that led to this. He had a son only at 30, so he spoiled Huang Su excessively. Afraid of him getting hurt, he never let him run around. He also didn't want him to get tired. Now he realized that this kind of life was precisely what led to Huang Su's prolonged illness. Is there really no other way? Zhang Fei said. If his immune system is unable to kill the bacteria, then he can only rely on external forces to help kill the bacteria. Amoxicillin can indeed completely eliminate pathogens, but the preparation process is very complicated and takes at least a decade. Guan Yu said, I just casually mentioned amoxicillin. Actually, any antibiotic would do. The two suddenly looked at Liu Bei, who was already lost in thought. Why are you looking at me? I'm here to see a doctor. Zhang Fei asked, can you make penicillin? Liu Bei replied without hesitation, nonsense. By the time you make penicillin, the person would be dead. Zhang Fei said, isn't it just putting oranges in a dry toilet to let them grow green mold, from which we can extract penicillium? Liu Bei responded, that's a matter of luck. That green mold doesn't just contain penicillium. It also has other contaminants. If you throw that clump of mold into a petri dish to cultivate, it's like letting penicillium and other bacteria fight each other. Whether penicillium can survive until the end is still uncertain. By the time you gamble on penicillium, the person might already be gone. Guan Yu sighed, that is indeed the case. Moreover, the green one at the end may not necessarily be penicillium. It could be other deadly fungi. Given the current experimental conditions, the risk of preparing penicillin is too high. Although Huang Zhong didn't understand, he knew that penicillin was an antidote. He said, even if there is only a glimmer of hope. Liu Bei waved his hand to interrupt, don't think about it. A 1 in 10 million chance, who knows when that will happen. It takes a month to prepare it. Sun Yan looked at Liu Bei in surprise. Wait, our Lord understands medicine too? No wonder he recovered so quickly last time he was sick. After just 2 days, he was carried back to the county office to work. It turns out there are 3 divine doctors by his side. Does that mean I won't even have the chance to pretend to be sick and take a leave of absence? How unfortunate. Huang Zhong sighed and stood up to take his leave. If that's the case, then I won't disturb you anymore. Thank you all for letting me know that there is an antidote for this illness. I will definitely come to express my gratitude in the future. Liu Bei asked, where are you going? Huang Zhong replied, back to my hometown in Nanyang to recuperate. It turned out he was preparing for a grand funeral. Liu Bei said, wait, actually, besides penicillin, there is another medicine we can try. Huang Zhong perked up, what medicine? I'm not afraid of going through fire and water. Liu Bei twitched his lips. No need for such a high cost. General Huang, have you heard that garlic can cure diseases? Huang Zhong nodded, I've heard a little. I have a subordinate who eats garlic when he's sick, and after eating several pounds, he gets better. However, for others, eating garlic doesn't have much effect. In the end, they still need to take medicine. Liu Bei nodded, that's right. Garlic can indeed cure diseases, but it's more expensive than herbal medicine. And its effect is far from that of herbal medicine. Some people find garlic useful, while others do not. So, people don't know whether garlic can cure diseases. Huang Zhong agreed, yes. That's right. Liu Bei continued, actually, it's their method of eating that is the problem. Does your subordinate like to chop garlic and eat it mixed with pancakes? Huang Zhong's eyes widened. How do you know? That's about right. He likes to chop garlic. Liu Bei said, that's why his garlic can cure diseases. Garlic only releases its active compounds when chopped, which catalyzes the oxidation reaction of allicin to form allicin. While allicin is not an antibiotic, it does have some antibacterial and antifungal effects. Modern medicine generally doesn't use this for treatment. Liu Bei was left with no other options. Huang Zhong didn't understand what allicin was, but he understood. So, as long as I chop garlic and eat it, that's enough? Liu Bei said, no, it's not that simple. It still needs to be combined with other medications. Allicin can only serve as an adjunct. So, I suggest inviting Divine Dr. Zhang to come and adjust the prescription based on allicin. Hey, and by the way, bring Zhang Zhongjing along. Chapter 71. Eating and taking this piece. Huang Zhong felt hopeful about the cure, so he happily said, great. I'll write a letter to Divine Dr. Zhang and ask him to come to Donghai County. Liu Bei asked, do you know Hua Tua? Divine Dr. Hua? Guan Yu thought to himself, why are you so greedy? Huang Zhong replied, I've heard of him, but I've never seen him. Maybe Divine Dr. Zhang knows him. After all, they are both in the same profession. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. Just wait a moment. He took a piece of paper from a nearby safe, on which was written the title of the article on bacteria. You put this in the envelope as well, inviting them to come and discuss academic matters with me. Huang Zhong didn't understand medicine, but he could feel that this article should be very important to the 2 divine doctors. So he nodded, no problem. The letter was Huang Zhong's handwritten note, and the messenger was Liu Bei's express delivery. He believed that soon the 2 divine doctors would arrive at Donghai County. Liu Bei took Huang Zhong and his son to see the big house since they would be staying for a long time. Guan Yu found a fire pit and burned all the blankets on himself. At the same time, he sprinkled lime on himself to disinfect, turning himself into a plaster figure. Then he sprinkled lime again in the area where Huang Su had just passed. Zhang Fei looked at him with a black line on his face. It was fine to do that with the Zongzi earlier, but now you're acting like a plaster David? Is it necessary? Guan Yu said seriously. This is the standard for practicing medicine. But there is no alcohol here, so I can only use lime as a substitute. Zhang Fei looked speechless. Goodbye. I'm going to practice the troops. Sun Yin left gracefully. You clean up the lime on the ground yourself, or I'll deduct your salary. Guan Yu muttered. A group of unhygienic people. By the way, did Zhuge Jin also come into contact with Huang Su just now? And that stinky cat. TSK, troublesome. Liu Bei prepared all the daily necessities for Huang Zhong, even including servants and carts. This made Huang Zhong very touched. Clearly, he was the one who needed something from them, yet he received such treatment from Liu Bei. Although Liu Bei's reputation outside was not good, Huang Zhong felt that Liu Bei was quite good to talented people overall. 10,000 coins for a pound of green tea, 20,000 coins for a pound of fine salt, and various glass cups were all delivered to his house, with no intention of hiding the invitation. But after all, he was Liu Biao's subordinate, and he would not betray without a proper reason, unless Liu Bei really cured his son. Zhang Ji, styled Zhongjing, served as a grain officer in Changsha. Although Sun Jian was the governor of Changsha, he spent all his time leading troops into battle and never dealt with political affairs. Moreover, once the war machine was set in motion, the workload increased. He had to supervise craftsmen to manufacture equipment, gather food supplies, and rush to make winter clothing for soldiers. Every day he was buried in endless paperwork. Dealing with trivial matters was exhausting and filled with endless intrigue. Zhang Zhongjing was a divine doctor out of interest. His greatest pleasure was seeing patients after work, and when there were no patients, he would read medical books. His medical skills gradually became well known and recognized by the world. Every day, many people waited for him to finish work to see their ailments. Zhang Zhongjing didn't feel tired. He welcomed everyone. Every time he saved a life, he felt that his own life had meaning. If the king of hell wants him to die at midnight, I won't let him die. It was as if he was in a duel with the king of hell. At least, that's how he used to think. Since witnessing Huang Su's illness, he began to have doubts about life. He repeatedly confirmed that Huang Su merely had a common cold affecting the lungs. The symptoms were the same. Others recovered after taking Ma Huang decoction for 2 or 3 days. Yet, after Huang Su took it, his condition improved for a while but soon relapsed. He never fully recovered and remained unhealed after prolonged treatment. What was the problem? Was it really that the king of hell had marked Huang Su? Could a mere mortal not contend with the divine? Master Cao, this is your letter. Oh. Zhang Zhongjing took the envelope and raised an eyebrow. Huang Hansheng? It was indeed in the handwriting of Huang Zhong. Could it be that Huang Su was in trouble again? He quickly opened the envelope, and his eyes gradually widened. Was there hope for Huang Su? Was it Liu Bei who would save him? Zhang Zhongjing had heard a little about Liu Bei. He had heard Sun Jian say that he was just a bum with no prospects. Rising to the position of governor of Donghai County, based on the merits of his subordinates, Liu Bei himself was useless. Not only did he slack off during the siege, but he was also the first to rush into Luoyang to loot. Did he also understand medicine? Zhang Zhongjing continued reading. Huang Zhong explained Liu Bei's viewpoint and the reasons why Huang Su had not recovered after prolonged treatment. Zhang Zhongjing was baffled. What bacteria? What immune system? They were clearly Chinese characters, but he couldn't make sense of them when put together. Was there a difference between chopped garlic and chewing garlic directly? The Allison had already been released. It was ridiculous that Liu Bei could come up with such a reason to explain why some people had no effect from eating garlic. Based on his experience, this was just nonsense. Many fortune tellers liked to say things that were hard to understand, making people feel they were very professional. Then they would deceive them. Clearly, Huang Zhong had fallen for it, completely fooled by Liu Bei. He had heard that Sun Jian said Liu Bei was a cunning villain, and it turned out to be true. However, he did agree that Huang Su was weak and needed to exercise. But now that Huang Su was seriously ill, how could he exercise? Only by completely curing Huang Su could he exercise. Otherwise, it would only worsen his condition. After reading Huang Zhong's letter, he pulled out another sheet of paper. The title read Bacterial Theory, which seemed to be an article explaining what bacteria were. The handwriting was crooked and looked illiterate. It was clearly not Huang Zhong's writing. He glanced at the signature. Liu Bei? Zhang Zhongjing laughed. Truly, anyone could come and explain medicine? How dare they show off in front of him? However, it was also possible that Huang Zhong deliberately sent this article for him to debunk. At least Huang Zhong wasn't too confused. He knew to let him verify it. Well then, I might as well write an article to refute it all. Debunking medical fraud just happened to fall within his interests. Usually, neighbors would come to him for help verifying fake doctors. Zhang Zhongjing inked his brush and prepared to find the flaws in this article. But as he read on, he became absorbed. Something was off. How did this article seem to make a bit of sense? He had seen many baffling diseases. At that time, he suspected that there were parasites in the patient's bodies, and successfully treated them using the method of expelling parasites from Ezhou. How did Liu Bei's mention of bacteria resemble parasites? Could there really be such small parasites in the world? Small enough to be invisible to the naked eye? If that were the case, many diseases would make sense. Zhang Zhongjing felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Suddenly, he saw the last line. By the way, bring Hua Tuo over. I have a way for you to see bacteria with your own eyes. Chapter 72 Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo arrived. Can I really see bacteria with my own eyes? Is this a joke? Don't I have a bit of self-awareness? Zhang Zhongjing had already believed half of it. Now he outright disbelieved it. Liu Bei was indeed a cunning villain. How terrifying. He was so adept at understanding people's hearts. Knowing that he was curious and eager to learn medicine, he had gone to great lengths to concoct such an exquisite bacterial theory to deceive him. He almost became obsessed and believed it. If, as Liu Bei said, bacteria were small enough to be invisible to the naked eye, then how could one see them? Open the heavenly eye? Laughable. Would he expect me to pay hundreds of thousands in tuition to open the heavenly eye? Would I also have to pay for materials to learn alchemy? Zhang Zhongjing recalled a neighbor who had been poisoned from eating elixirs. At that time, a Taoist had deceived him into thinking that eating elixirs could open the heavenly eye. As a result, he developed purple lips, and the poison reached his bones. Fortunately, Zhang Zhongjing lived next door and discovered it in time. Otherwise, that neighbor might have been finished. So he couldn't go. He also needed to remind Huang Hanxing. That old man must have spent quite a bit of money to save his son, right? Sigh, what a miserable fate. Even after all this suffering, he still had to be taken advantage of by Liu Bei. Liu Bei was inhumane. Slap. A piece of colored glass the size of a fingernail fell from the envelope. It was shaped like a convex lens. What did this mean? Trying to entice me with colored glass. Although recently, colored glass vessels had indeed become outrageously expensive. Even a pigeon egg-sized piece cost tens of thousands of coins. There was also a note. Using this piece of colored glass to view objects can magnify them. Zhang Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, took the glass piece, and fiddled with it for a while. Suddenly, he froze. It really magnified. He could clearly see that the object in the glass piece was enlarged. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Wow, right. How did I not think of this? By viewing objects through colored glass, they would distort. This shape of the glass lens would magnify objects. Doesn't that mean that if I stack a few more pieces of glass, I could see bacteria? How many pieces of glass would I need to stack to see them? It would cost quite a bit, right? Could it be that Liu Bei really saw bacteria? Zhang Zhongjing stared at the glass piece, lost in thought for a long time. He didn't have the money to buy that many pieces of glass. But it was very possible that Liu Bei had already magnified and seen bacteria through multiple pieces of glass. This was how he wrote such a reasonable bacterial theory. Does bacteria really exist in this world? The more Zhang Zhongjing thought about it, the more excited he became. It seemed that a trip to Donghai was worth the risk. Whoosh. Another piece of paper fell from the envelope. Zhang Zhongjing thought to himself, how can this envelope hold so much? He opened the paper, and it read hiring physicians. Salary, 1,000 sure. Benefits, live in a mansion, free green tea, free fine salt, and a complete set of colored glass tea utensils upon hiring. Exclusive laboratory for physicians to research medicines. All experimental drugs provided for free. No need to sit at a desk, driven by interest. Limited slots, only 2 available. Such good treatment? 1,000 sure. His salary as a Chaosher in Changsha was only 500 sure. Moreover, physicians could live in mansions. They also provided green tea, fine salt, and colored glass cups. And an exclusive laboratory? Sigh, how superficial. Liu Bei was just too honest and naive. Actually, money doesn't matter much. I mainly want to see what bacteria look like. Even without money, he would be willing to go. However, before going to Donghai, he needs to find Hua Tuo. During the waiting time for Zhang Zhongjing to come to Donghai, Huang Zhong and Liu Bei have been working in the laboratory to prepare Allison. They commute daily between the lab and home, working overtime to tackle the problem of purifying Allison. Although crushing garlic produces Allison through oxidation, the concentration is insufficient, and the efficacy is poor. To increase the concentration, they need to purify Allison, and the best method is to dissolve it in alcohol. Alcohol is easy to obtain. Liu Bei had the craftsmen set up a distillation apparatus, and after several rounds of distillation, they could get high-proof alcohol. Huang Zhong, smelling the aroma of the alcohol, was excited. Liu Bei poured a small cup of about 35-degree alcohol and said with a smile, General Huang, would you like to taste it? This degree is neither too high nor too low, just perfect for Huang Zhong, who had never encountered high-proof alcohol before. Huang Zhong took the cup and drank it in one go. The aroma, spiciness, and grain scent filled his mouth. What a heavenly brew! Huang Zhong exclaimed. Liu Bei laughed. If you like it, you can have this whole jar. Huang Zhong quickly waved his hand. No need. This is the alcohol for saving my son, right? Better leave it for him. Liu Bei smiled. All right, once we save Huang Su, we'll celebrate with this wine. Huang Zhong laughed heartily. It's a deal. Since coming to Donghai County, Huang Zhong felt that it was like another world. On his way to Donghai, he witnessed many tragedies, selling children, starving corpses everywhere. He even encountered a village that had been wiped out by bandits, with blood flowing like rivers, and the stench of decomposing bodies with no one to care for them. Sigh, this is the chaos of the times. After staying in Donghai County for a while, he found that it was filled with a positive atmosphere. Although the common people were dressed in rags, they still had smiles on their faces. They even had the leisure to watch a tabby cat do flips. The roads were clean and flat, resembling a prosperous era. After some inquiries, he learned that they were not starving thanks to Liu Bei's benevolent governance. For instance, the invention of the water wheel and the curved plow reduced taxes and eliminated bandits. Huang Zhong was secretly astonished. His mind had been focused on treating his son, so he was not very aware of the situation at Hulaguan. Outside, It was rumored that Liu Bei was incompetent and only became the governor through connections. Huang Zhong initially believed it, but after witnessing the lives of the people in Donghai County with his own eyes, he had to admire Liu Bei's abilities. He had only been in office for a few months, yet he managed to feed the entire county. How many people, ancient or modern, could achieve this? It would not be an exaggeration to call him a talent fit for a king's advisor. And this kind of person, in order to recruit him, set aside heavy government duties and the welfare of the people, spending every day with him in the lab to develop Allison just to save his son. This truly moved him. He felt guilty towards the people of Donghai, as he had taken up so much of Liu Bei's time that could have been spent on governing. If only he had met Liu Bei earlier, then not only would his son be saved, but he could also follow Liu Bei to accomplish great things. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Liu Bei had already sensed Huang Zhong's wavering thoughts. Recently, his speech had also been very respectful. He was just one step away from success. But Liu Bei was not in a hurry. As long as he saved his son, he would gain a Huang Zhong with unmatched loyalty. Moreover, he could also gain 2 great doctors. Such a threefold gain was worth his investment of energy. Besides, he had nothing else to do anyway. If he wasn't researching Allison, he would just be sitting around drinking iced tea while watching others train. At this moment, a servant came to report, "Governor, there are people outside looking for you. One is called Zhang Ji, and the other is called Hua. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. Great. They have finally arrived. General Huang, let us go out to welcome them together. Huang Zhong was overjoyed. All right. Chapter 73. The world's first microscope. Liu Bei and Huang Zhong came out together to greet them. They saw a middle-aged man with strong features and an elderly man who resembled an immortal. From their ages, the middle-aged man should be Zhang Zhongjing, and the elderly man should be Hua Tuo. Liu Bei laughed heartily. Dr. Zhang, Dr. Hua, I've really missed you. Saying this, Liu Bei was about to embrace the 2 doctors, but was ruthlessly rejected by Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo. What an impudent fellow. Why does he smell so much of garlic? Is he really making Allison? Zhang Zhongjing said seriously, I'm here to see the bacteria. Hua Tuo said, I came for green tea freedom. I love to speak the truth. Liu Bei twitched his lips. Don't say that. You were beheaded for speaking the truth by Boss Cao. He forced a smile and said, Yes, we have it all. Please, both of you, come in and have a seat. Liu Bei led Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo to the living room to entertain them. Immediately, a servant brought green tea. Zhang Zhongjing's eyes lit up. Is this the legendary newly made green tea? Liu Bei smiled. Give it a try. Zhang and Hua were drinking this for the first time. After all, in recent days, green tea had been hiked up to 1,000,000 coins per pound by Dong Zhuo, and it was in short supply. Dong Zhuo spent money much more extravagantly than Yuan Shao. He never asked about the price when buying tea. He would directly raise the price. Whatever you offer, I will add 10,000 to your price. What was most infuriating was that Dong Zhuo was unwilling to spend his own money and forced the families to take turns helping him pay, calling it a tea tribute. When it was your turn to offer tea, would you offer it? If not, then you surely didn't want to make progress. Then don't blame me for restricting your progress. The officials and soldiers were deeply troubled, crying out in despair. The sentiment against Dong Zhuo was rising. Zhang Zhongjing elegantly took a sip of the green tea, afraid that if he drank too much, there would be none left afterward. This small sip was worth a month's salary. He comfortably closed his eyes. Indeed. It's good tea. Truly worthy of being the top-grade tea worth 1,000,000 coins. It had the pure flavor of tea, with no heavy seasonings. An ultimate enjoyment. Liu Bei truly was an honest man. He was willing to use this to entertain guests. Hua Tuo directly gulped it down, wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth, and shouted, refreshing. Indeed, good tea. If only I could drink this green tea every day, but unfortunately, it's hard to find in the market. Zhang Zhongjing said, Wait, are you drinking alcohol here? Do you know that this bowl costs you a year's income? Softening his tone a bit, Zhang Zhongjing said, I came here to see the bacteria. May I take a look, Governor Liu? I'm in a hurry. Very anxious. I haven't slept since last night. So excited I can't fall asleep. I'm really curious about what these so-called bacteria look like. Liu Bei scratched his head. The microscope is still with the craftsman. I don't know if it's ready yet. Zhang Zhongjing's heart sank. Oh no. This is exactly the delaying tactic that con artists often use. Just like the swindler he encountered next door. He asked the fake Taoist if he really had the talent to open the heavenly eye. The fake Taoist didn't answer, pretending to be mysterious. A bystander chimed in. Master is a true expert. If he says it's true, it must be true. How could he deceive you? Huang Zhong laughed and said, Governor Liu is a true expert. If he says it's true, it must be true. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongjing sat up straight, shivering. No. A nationwide unified script. I told you, this Liu Bei definitely has problems. You, Huang Zhong, have been in Donghai County for so long and have never seen bacteria? What does that indicate? It indicates you've been fooled. Besides, who would treat a medical student so well for no reason? Offering him tea worth 1,000,000 coins a pound, a salary of 1,000 stones, and a mansion? Just tell me how much tuition I need to pay to let me go. Hua Tuo glanced at the flustered Zhang Zhongjing, not knowing what this guy was imagining again. He recalled their first meeting when Zhang Zhongjing saw a wall full of surgical knives of all shapes and sizes in his house. There were even various axes. Small axes for opening skulls, medium axes for chopping fingers, and large axes for amputations. Zhang Zhongjing thought Hua was showcasing weapons. So he immediately paid a protection fee and guaranteed he would never rob Huatuo's business again. Hua was dumbfounded, thinking he was paying for surgery. He quickly asked him what was wrong. Zhang Zhongjing said his little finger was uncomfortable and was willing to chop it off for a chance at life. However, after checking for a long time, Hua found no issue with his little finger. Over time, Hua realized this guy's imagination was truly absurd. A wall full of surgical knives could turn an old man's mind into that of a thug, thinking Hua was warning him not to steal his business. But thanks to this imaginative thinking, he invented so many miraculous prescriptions. One could only say that fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Hua sighed and said, "Let's go take a look. It will be good enough to see a semi-finished product. As long as I see a semi-finished product, I can be sure whether Liu Bei lied or not. I'm also very curious whether bacteria really exist. If bacteria do exist, it could explain many conditions I don't understand. This could be a revolutionary medical discovery. Of course, if Liu Bei didn't show him the semi-finished product, he would just turn around and leave because that would probably be a scam." Liu Bei smiled and said, "Of course, I will take you there." Huangzhong, Hua and Zhang Zhongjing all showed excited expressions. They really did exist. As long as they could see a semi-finished product, they would feel at ease. So Liu Bei took them to his private workshop. The employees here were skilled craftsmen Liu Bei had recruited from various places. Their wages were like those of special forces. 1,000 coins a month, including food and lodging, plus winter clothing and bedding. Therefore, these craftsmen were seen as respectable people by the common folk. Governor, the craftsmen, seeing Liu Bei arrive, quickly put down their work and stood respectfully. Liu Bei asked, "How is the microscope coming along?" The craftsman awkwardly replied, "We're still missing a layer of varnish. It can't be preserved until the varnish is applied, but the raw lacquer hasn't arrived yet, so we haven't installed it. Once the varnish is applied, it will have a metallic luster, very beautiful, and will be preserved for 1,000 years without spoiling." Liu Bei thought to himself that they were truly willing to spend the budget to make it so exquisite. He asked, "Have all the parts been made?" The craftsman nodded. "All parts have been made according to the specifications and are ready for direct installation." Huang, Zhang, and Hua were all excited. They could really see bacteria. Liu Bei happily said, "Hurry up and install it. I need it now." The craftsmen looked at each other. They still didn't know what they had made and didn't know how to use the microscope. How do you use this strange-looking thing? Chapter 74, Zhang Zhongjing and Huatuo's mastery. Disassembling into parts was just for easier varnishing. Since Liu Bei was in a hurry, they skipped the varnishing step. They quickly assembled the wooden parts. Due to the lack of screws to make the focusing mechanism, the craftsman cleverly replaced it with multiple gear sets, providing a smooth focusing experience. Although this microscope was a bit heavy, it had a steampunk vibe. These assembled parts dazzled the three outsiders, Huang, Zhang, and Hua. How did Liu Bei come up with such a complex structure? Soon, the world's first microscope appeared before everyone. Liu Bei couldn't help but admire the high-priced craftsmen he hired. They could truly create something from a drawing. Zhang Zhongjing felt reassured. Just as he imagined, as long as multiple sets of glass pieces were assembled together, he could observe bacteria. Liu Bei didn't deceive him. He spat on the cover slip. Seeing everyone puzzled, he explained, "The human mouth is filled with various kinds of bacteria. Observing my saliva will do." The three instinctively swallowed. How many bacteria were swallowed down with that saliva? Saying this, Liu Bei placed the cover slip under the objective lens. He adjusted the reflecting lens, using sunlight to illuminate the cover slip. Then he put his eye on the eyepiece, placing his hand on the focusing spiral to adjust the focus. Finally, Liu Bei clearly saw the microorganisms wriggling in his saliva. After all, it was a microscope he designed himself. As a university student, Liu Bei felt quite accomplished. He excitedly waved, "Come and take a look. You can see the bacteria." Huang Zhong, being a skilled practitioner, was quick and the first to rush to the microscope. Imitating Liu Bei, he pressed his eye to the eyepiece. At that moment, Huang Zhong seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He exclaimed, "Oh my God." He froze, completely still, immersed in the world of Liu Bei's saliva. The mature and composed Hua was also no longer calm. He hurriedly asked, "How is it? Can you see?" Huang Zhong murmured, "I can see." Hua anxiously asked, "What do you see?" Zhang Zhongjing, fidgeting with impatience, said, "It's my turn, it's my turn." Just as he was about to rush up, Hua stepped in first. Huang Zhong stepped aside. Hua pressed his eye to the eyepiece. "Wow, what's that garlic smell?" The next moment, he was also frozen in place. His body trembled with excitement. He kept saying, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I understand. I understand." Zhang Zhongjing was extremely anxious. "What do you understand? Let me see. Let me see. What did you all see? Let me take a look too." Zhang Zhongjing patted Huatuo's shoulder. "It's my turn. It's my turn." Huatuo reluctantly stepped aside. Zhang Zhongjing pressed his eye to the eyepiece. "Wow, what's that garlic smell?" The next moment, his eyes couldn't be pulled away. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. He saw many tiny bugs swimming in Liu Bei's saliva. So it was really the goo worm. Extremely tiny, invisible to the naked eye. Is this thing a bacterium? In other words, Liu Bei's theory of bacteria is correct. So in the future, wouldn't it be enough to observe which drug can kill bacteria to know what medicine to use to treat patients? That's so convenient. Liu Bei is truly talented. Just by using a few convex glass pieces, he has brought about a qualitative change in the medicine of the Han Dynasty. Zhang Zhongjing was extremely excited and immersed in Liu Bei's world of ideas. Liu Bei smiled and said, "Esteemed doctors, this microscope will be for your use in the future. You can use it for as long as you wish." Zhang Zhongjing's eyes lit up. "Really?" Liu Bei replied. "In addition, I have prepared a laboratory for you, so you can focus on researching medicine without being disturbed by mundane matters." Hua was overjoyed. "That's wonderful." So Liu Bei took them to the laboratory. The smell of garlic was even stronger here. Zhang Zhongjing and Hua felt very uncomfortable. However, what surprised the two esteemed doctors was that the place was filled with glassware. It's known that a single glass cup sells for over 100,000 coins in the market. Liu Bei has so much glassware. "This is too extravagant," Liu Bei explained. "Using glassware to hold medicines makes it easier to observe their state." The two esteemed doctors gasped. "Is it really just for this? That's why you used all glassware?" Liu Bei chuckled. "This is nothing. As you saw along the way, Donghai County is richer than other places." Zhang and Hua nodded. This was indeed true. When they first arrived, they found that Donghai County was even wealthier than Changsha, with granaries, water wheels, and fertile fields everywhere. Initially, they thought it was due to the efforts of Sun's third son, but now it seemed more likely to be the result of Liu Bei's benevolent governance. But could it really afford to buy a whole house full of glassware? The potential of Donghai County is more terrifying than they imagined. Hua respectfully bowed and asked, "Governor, is it not too costly just to allow us to study medicine?" Liu Bei thought to himself, "How much can this be worth?" Although the first batch of glassware cost over 100,000, later, as the industry chain matured, the cost of this whole house full of glassware was only about 10,000 coins. So Liu Bei sincerely said, "To ensure that the common people are no longer troubled by diseases, the development of medicine is essential. If I spend a little more money, the world will have one less incurable disease. Why not do it? I wonder if the two esteemed doctors are willing to help me achieve this great wish." Hua and Zhang Zhongjing were secretly amazed. Who says Liu Bei is without virtue? He is truly virtuous. In today's chaotic world, how many lords care about the lives and deaths of the common people? Research funding for medicine is zero. They would rather spend all their money on arming troops and researching how to improve killing efficiency. Hua and Zhang Zhongjing were in awe of Liu Bei's magnanimity and immediately bowed, saying, "We are willing to work with the governor to relieve the suffering of the people." Liu Bei was overjoyed. He helped the two esteemed doctors up. Liu Bei said, "Working under me, the least I lack is funding. Just say what you need. Money is not a problem." Huang Zhong thought to himself, "Only Liu Bei has the confidence to say such things. I wonder where he got so much money. But perhaps the entire Jingzhou is not as wealthy as is Donghai County." "Thank you, Governor." Liu Bei then asked, "By the way, do you two have any special skills? Usually, people of this level would have some awakening, right?" Zhang Zhongjing replied, "My special skill is an active skill that allows me to visually identify where a person's ailment is. If someone has a problem, I can see the affected area glowing red. For example, just now when I saw the county magistrate at the government office, I noticed his liver was glowing red and he needed rest." Liu Bei thought to himself, "No wonder he is a divine doctor. He has a natural ability to see." As for Sun Yan, it's not a big deal. He has pretended to be ill to take leave when he gets tired. And it's not the first or second time. But why hasn't he come to pretend to be sick recently? Forget it, since he doesn't want to rest. Let Zhang Zhongjing prescribe him a liver tonic. Hua said, "My special skill is to induce local paralysis, making a person unable to feel sensation for an hour. Unfortunately, it can only be used 3 times a day." Liu Bei's eyes brightened. If this is used for surgery, wouldn't it eliminate the need for anesthetic? Moreover, this special skill sounds like a top-level control technique. Should I find an opportunity for Hua to challenge El Bu? Chapter 75, Liu Biao, where did Huang Zhong go? Liu Bei excitedly said, "With such a special skill, Hua Divine Doctor, if you can go to the battlefield, you will surely achieve great merit. I wonder if Hua Divine Doctor has any plans to abandon medicine and join the military?" Huang Zhong, at 72, became one of the 5 tiger generals. Hua is only in his 50s, which is the prime age for fighting. Hua raised an eyebrow. "No, me? On the battlefield?" Hua thought Liu Bei was joking, so he laughed. "How can an old man in his 50s go to the battlefield? Moreover, my special skill requires direct contact with the opponent's skin to be effective. But on the battlefield, the enemy is wearing clothes and armor. I can't touch them at all. And my usage is limited, so I can't handle the battlefield environment." Liu Bei thought for a moment. That is indeed the case. Everyone wears armor and clothes. By the time you touch the enemy, you would have already been killed. If there were a way to directly hit the enemy's head, they would faint on the spot. Fainting on the battlefield would be no different from a kill. But there are always more solutions than problems. It would be a waste for Hua Tuo's incredible control technique not to be used on the battlefield. Liu Bei needed to think of a way to unleash Hua Tuo's combat potential. Hua felt a chill down his spine. "No, what are you seriously thinking about? You're not really preparing to send me to the battlefield, are you? Am I still in time to leave now?" Liu Bei looked up and smiled. "Just joking." Hua looked at Liu Bei suspiciously. Zhang Zhongjing said, "Can we see the antibacterial effect of allicin?" He was very eager to verify whether allicin could indeed kill bacteria. Liu Bei came back to his senses and smiled. "Of course, no problem." Liu Bei took them to another room, which was also filled with glassware. But the smell of garlic was extremely overwhelming here. No wonder Liu Bei and Huang Zhong smelled like garlic. It originated from here. The allicin that Liu Bei and Huang Zhong had just distilled was quietly sitting in a beaker, looking like cooking oil. Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo pinched their noses and entered the room, trying to suppress their nausea. They thought to themselves, not to mention killing bacteria. If it could kill people, they would believe it. Liu Bei also felt uncomfortable. I wonder who in modern times is using allicin to treat diseases? Is penicillin not appealing anymore, or what? Zhongjing, come and take a look. Liu Bei used a pipette to take a drop of allicin and placed it on a glass slide containing his own saliva. Zhang Zhongjing immediately leaned over the microscope to observe. The bacteria were happily swimming in Liu Bei's saliva. However, after encountering the allicin, they began to struggle violently, as if poisoned. Soon, they all died. After observing the entire process, Zhang Zhongjing was overjoyed. Allicin can really kill bacteria. It turns out that medicine can be observed so intuitively. This experience is truly amazing. The questions that had once puzzled him suddenly became clear. Liu Bei reminded, allicin also has side effects that can stimulate the stomach, so the prescription must be adjusted according to the actual situation. Zhang Zhongjing nodded, understood. Liu Bei handed the laboratory keys to Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo. This laboratory will be yours from now on. If you need any materials, just write a list for the county magistrate. Money is not an issue. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, the two had already decided to study bacteria with Liu Bei. They didn't want to go anywhere else. In this era, where practicing medicine was considered a lowly profession, who besides Liu Bei would be willing to fully support their interests? To practice medicine, one had to have an official position to be respected. Hua Tuo was carefree and didn't care about official status. But Zhang Zhongjing was deeply affected. For the sake of his family and dignity, he was unwilling to give up his official position. Therefore, he had to deal with heavy government affairs every day, burdened with paperwork. Only during his off hours could he study medicine. He even had to fund his research himself. But now, Liu Bei had money and was willing to provide them with the best equipment. The entire room was filled with expensive glass lamps, just to facilitate their observation of medicinal changes. He even promised each of them a microscope, allowing them to observe all day without waiting in line. This special treatment was enough to move them. Moreover, Liu Bei's own medical skills were also extraordinary. Without research in medicine, he couldn't write articles like the theory of bacteria. They not only felt they had encountered a wise lord, but also found a kindred spirit. They were wholeheartedly convinced. That day, Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo moved into a luxurious mansion. Liu Bei sent them tea, fine salt, glassware, and even provided servants and a carriage. The hospitality was at its peak. Everything Liu Bei promised was fulfilled. Zhang Zhongjing felt like he was dreaming. It was like a modern middle-aged man addicted to the internet saying he wanted to pursue esports, and his whole family fully supporting him. He immediately wrote a resignation letter to the county magistrate of Changsha, expressing that he had had enough of this job. He wanted to pursue his poetry and distant dreams. With Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo preparing traditional Chinese medicine, supplemented with allicin, Huang Xiu's condition quickly improved. From lying in bed in a daze, he was now energetic enough to get out of bed and, following Hua Tuo's medical advice, practiced the 5-animal play to exercise. Huang Zhong was very happy. It felt like a dream. He had wasted over a decade just to cure his son. Now his son finally had hope of recovery. This was all thanks to Liu Bei's help. Without his allicin, his son might have died from illness. After years of seeking medical help, they finally reached the end. Huang Zhong's body and mind were more relaxed than ever, feeling like he had regained 10 years of youth. He didn't even wait for his son to fully recover and immediately went to thank Liu Bei. The governor's grace, he had no way to repay. If the Lord did not abandon him, he was willing to serve like a dog or a horse. Liu Bei helped Huang Zhong up. It is my honor to have General Huang, a fierce general, with me. From now on, we will work together to become strong and create glory again. Huang Zhong gratefully replied, yes, my lord. Then he noticed a strange plant behind Liu Bei, bearing a large fruit. Huang Zhong asked, my lord, what is this? Liu Bei smiled. This is corn, something that can feed the people. Huang Zhong asked in confusion, can this be eaten? Liu Bei became nervous. No, not yet. We need to keep the seeds. Oh, Huang Zhong nodded in confusion. Liu Bei looked at the northern sky. The crops in the fields are also about to mature, and the bandits in Taishan County will likely not be able to sit still. In the past few months, Guojia has gathered the refugees, persuaded the mountain bandits to surrender, and reorganized the troops in various counties. Liu Bei's total military strength had unknowingly reached over 20,000. It should be noted that when he first came to Donghai County, he only had 2,000 troops. So Liu Bei said, I was thinking, after the autumn harvest, with sufficient troops and grain, it would be better to take the initiative and capture Taishan County before winter. Huang Zhong immediately said, small mountain bandits. I am willing to fight to completely eliminate them. Liu Bei laughed, just waiting for your words. The bandit stronghold in Tanqing is very close, only 2 days' journey away. Liu Bei felt like a son of heaven guarding the country. At this time, Guojia had already followed Liu Bei's instructions, leading Su Chu and Dian Wei to station troops at the border of Taishan County to escort the autumn harvest. Liu Bei laughed. Good, General Huang. You lead 2,000 troops to prepare in Tancheng, and after the autumn harvest, you can attack the bandit stronghold at any time. Zhang takes command. In Jingzhou, Xiangyang, Liu Bei savored the milk tea sent from Chang'an, praising, "Wonderful. This old scoundrel Dong Zhuo really knows how to enjoy. By the way, where has Huang Zhong gone? Why has he been seeking medical help for so long and still hasn't returned? After the autumn harvest, various forces are stirring. He needs to come back soon." At this time, the chief scribe of Jingzhou.While walked in, holding a letter, his face gloomy. "My lord, look at this letter from Huang Zhong. It's outrageous." Chapter 76. Tao Qian is coming to Donghai County. Liu Bei frowned. What happened to Huang Zhong? Has he abandoned me, his lord, just to treat his son? Huiliang thought to himself that it was indeed true. Where did he go to seek medical help? He needs to come back. Huiliang said. Huang Zhong went to Donghai County in Shuzhou to seek medical help. Liu Bei asked in confusion. Is there a divine doctor in Donghai County? I haven't heard of it. Huiliang replied. He sought medical help from Liu Bei. Liu Bei couldn't hold back his laughter. Now I finally understand what it means to seek medical help in a panic. I don't even know what kind of person Liu Bei is. P.S. Just someone who started selling straw sandals. What does he know about medicine? It would be fine if his two brothers were practicing martial arts, but seeking medical help from Liu Bei? Isn't that nonsense? Isn't Zhang Zhongjing treating him just fine? Why go all the way to Donghai County? Huiliang felt embarrassed. Zhang Zhongjing also went to find Liu Bei. Liu Bei's mouth twitched. Even divine Dr. Zhang has to seek treatment from Liu Bei? Huiliang shook his head. Divine Dr. Zhang was invited by Liu Bei to Donghai County to treat Huang Zhong's son. Liu Bei suddenly felt a headache. Covering his forehead. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. Liu Bei took a sip of milk tea to calm himself down. Huang Zhong took his son to Donghai County for treatment? Liu Bei invited Zhang Zhongjing to Donghai County to help treat his son? Are they out of their minds? Isn't this just taking off their pants to fart? You, Huang Hansheng, could go directly to Changsha to find Zhang Zhongjing, and I wouldn't stop you. Why insist on going to Donghai County for a consultation? It seems that anyone who gets involved with Liu Bei becomes muddled. Huiliang said lightly. Then Huang Zhong's son was cured by Zhang Zhongjing, Hua Tuo, Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu working together. Uffed. Liu Bei couldn't hold back again, spraying milk tea all over the table. How did Zhang Fei and Guan Yu pop up again? What does treating illness have to do with Liu, Guan, and Zhang? Are they cheering on the sidelines while Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo are treating? Are you writing a thank you list here? Why not include Zhao Yin too? Liu Bei couldn't believe it. His son really got better? Huiliang nodded. Was it Hua Tuo who cured him? Huiliang shook his head. It was the five of them who cured him together. No. What does this have to do with Liu, Guan, and Zhang? Huiliang shook his head. It was said that Liu Bei provided a kind of medicine that cured Huang Su, but he wouldn't say what the medicine was. Probably Liu Bei's secret recipe, which he was unwilling to disclose. So, if Liu Bei had a secret recipe, why did he still need to invite Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo to help with the treatment? Liu Bei's secret recipe probably didn't have much effect. No wonder it's you. Liu Bei, you've even fooled the old man Huang. Liu Bei was not concerned about any secret recipe, and he said impatiently, since his son has been cured, let him hurry back. It's a pity about the milk tea just now, wasting thousands of coins in one sip. Fortunately, there's still one sip left. Tun. Huiliang said, Huang Zhong has defected. He has joined Liu Bei, taking his wife and children with him. Uffed. Liu Bei sprayed out the last sip of milk tea. Huiliang thought, good thing I was standing far away. What? Liu Bei couldn't sit still. He couldn't believe it. Why? Liu Bei bought him off with just one medicine? His son was saved by Liu Bei, that was true, but wasn't Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo the main forces? What does Liu Bei have to do with it? Huiliang wiped the sweat from his forehead. I heard from merchants from Changsha that Zhang Zhongjing has also defected to Liu Bei. Liu Bei's eyes widened. Why? I don't know. Liu Bei's mind went numb, his head buzzing. Did Liu Bei drug them? Even Guanzhong Zhao. Everyone who had seen Liu Bei seemed to have been bought off by him. What kind of magic power does Liu Bei have? No. Liu Bei would rather believe that Liu Bei had kidnapped them all. Hey, right. This makes everything reasonable. Drugging them seems too mystical. If it's kidnapping, then it makes sense. So Liu Bei said, write a letter to warn Liu Bei, telling him to release Huang Zhong, otherwise, I'll attack Donghai County. Huiliang hesitated. My lord, are we really going to attack? That's not good, we can't win. Liu Bei curled his lips, just to scare him. And write a letter to let Tao Qian order Liu Bei to release the person. I'll make things difficult for Liu Bei. Oh, understood. To Liu Xuanda, I, Liu Bei, the governor of Jingzhou, please release Huang Hansheng immediately. I advise you to act wisely. Liu Bei's letter was sharp in wording, and it was clear he was very anxious. But Liu Bei was not in a hurry. Liu Bei wanted to attack him, but still had to pass through Yuan Shao's barrier first. Liu Bei kept Liu Bei's letter, not for anything else, but because the handwriting was quite good, and he planned to keep it as a family heirloom. Moreover, he was thinking about whether to trick Liu Bei into writing a few more letters in the future to let his son practice calligraphy with them. Calligraphy needs to be cultivated from a young age. He couldn't write like his father, with characters looking like chicken feet, making the aristocrats look down on him. Zhao Yun came over with a sickle and straw hat. My lord, everything is ready. Liu Bei happily said, good. Prepare for a harvest. In late September, Donghai County finally welcomed the harvest day. The harvest activities would last for a month. Today was the first day of the harvest in Donghai County. So Liu Bei personally led all the officials from the county office to the fields to harvest millet. This was to celebrate the harvest, encourage farming, and win the hearts of the people. They could harvest as much as they could. There were no hard requirements. And it was just a team-building activity for the Donghai County government. Just like Sun Yan, who hid aside drinking liver-nourishing soup, Liu Bei didn't mind. He had put in too much effort for Donghai County in the past few months, and it was rare for him to have a day off. So he thought he could play however he wanted, without forcing anything. Sun Yan drank his liver-nourishing soup, feeling intoxicated while looking at the endless golden fields, feeling quite accomplished. This was the result of his efforts over the past few months. Every acre of land, every person, every tool here had been verified by him. Sun Yu and Sun Yu, could you achieve this kind of result? Liu Bei had only cut a dozen pounds and was already exhausted. Slipping aside to make tea for everyone, the farmers didn't feel there was anything wrong with their work ethic, because they were already quite familiar with Liu Bei and his team. After all, these officials were different from the previous ones. They often visited and conducted investigations, collecting data. Their presence in the fields felt like old friends coming to visit their homes. They warmly picked some wild fruits to treat them, especially Zhao Yun. He had dug the water channels in these several counties, and this piece of land had also been plowed by Zhao Yun. The common people were even more familiar with him. So as soon as Zhao Yun came over, the people surrounded him, cheering and rejoicing. General Zhao, this is the flatbread made by my family. It's so fragrant. General Zhao, this is the rolled pancake made by my daughter. General Zhao, this is my daughter. And some young female fans pretended to be pushed into Zhao Yun's arms. Zhao Yun gently asked, are you all right? Liu Bei squatted on the ridge of the field, chewing on the wild fruits sent by the common people, mumbling, what a pity. Ever since Zilong returned, he has almost become a national idol in Donghai County. Hua kindly reminded, my lord, don't talk while eating, be careful not to choke. Sun Yan laughed. You wouldn't believe it. The villagers are indeed discussing setting up a temple for Zilong. Liu Bei's eyes widened. Woo, choked. Water. Hua said angrily. I told you not to talk while eating. Tao Qian also received Liu Biao's warning letter. Furious, he said, I knew Liu Bei wouldn't do anything good. Tao Shang asked, Father, what's wrong? Tao Qian replied impatiently. That brat Liu Bei has kidnapped Liu Biao's General Huang Zhong. He even kidnapped the divine Dr. Zhang from Changsha County. Liu Biao said if Huang Zhong is not returned, he will send troops to attack Shuzhou. Liu Bei has only been in Donghai for a few months, and he's already caused such a huge disaster. How outrageous. Tao Shang turned pale with fright. Attack Shuzhou? What should we do? Tao Qian snorted coldly. What can we do? Someone, go send a letter to Liu Bei, telling him to release General Huang. No, I'll personally go to Donghai County to invite General Huang back. I'll personally apologize. Chapter 77. Is Liu Bei a rat? Tao Qian was so angry that his blood pressure rose, feeling a bit dizzy. He had been so busy these past few months that he hadn't had time to deal with Liu Bei at all. The army just returned from Luoyang and needed to be rewarded, and there were disputes among the aristocrats that required his mediation. More importantly, he was also dealing with a batch of corrupt officials. These people colluded while he was away from Shuzhou, embezzling military rations and salaries. Some even accepted bribes, allowing bandits to rob prisons, letting all the prisoners escape. There were even people who embezzled disaster relief food, leaving the refugees without food and forcing them to become bandits. As a result, the number of bandits increased, and several aristocratic youths were killed by bandits. And now these dog aristocrats still had the face to demand an explanation from him. Damn it, if it weren't for your people embezzling disaster relief food, would there be so many refugees becoming bandits? Why don't you look for the reasons within yourselves? A series of cases tangled together made Tao Qian's scalp tingle, and he was so angry that he spat out blood once. When did Shuzhou become so chaotic? It's all nonsense. He wanted to implement benevolent governance. But there was no way. As long as he dared to allocate money and grain, the people below would dare to clean out everything. With the new season about to start after the autumn harvest, the hearts of the people in Shuzhou were still not united. All kinds of scheming and deceit. Now it's all good. Another Liu Bei has emerged, kidnapping the general of Lu Jingzhou. I thought you would torment the people of Donghai, but unexpectedly, you came to torment me. What are you waiting for? Prepare the horse carriage. We set off now. Yes, father. So, Tao Qian took over 100 cavalry to rush towards Tan County. Sun Yan suddenly raised his head. There's an enemy attack. My unique skill senses a strong killing intent. It seems to be coming towards us. Everyone suddenly became tense. Liu Bei asked, from which direction? Pingqing. Liu Bei's heart sank. Who have I offended? They actually want to kill me? He then said, Zhang Fei, let your divine machine camp scout the situation. Zhang Fei excitedly replied, understood. He then turned and rushed straight to the divine machine camp. Tao Qian's light cavalry entered the Donghai County territory in half a day. However, Tao Qian was already quite old, and this hurried march was too bumpy for him to endure, so he decided to get off the carriage and take a break. Sigh, I'm getting old. When I was young, I could ride to Tan County in one go, but now I can only walk and stop. Tao Shang said, Father, if it's really too much, I can go and request for help. Tao Qian waved his hand and sighed. Shuzhou is a place that military strategists must contend for. The situation is still unclear now, and it's not good to offend anyone. Let us go. Let us go. We need to hurry. Everyone decided to walk a bit first. Father, look over there. Why are there so many overturned carts, each one equipped with a house? Tao Qian was also curious. Having never seen such a peculiar sight, he said, let us go. Let us take a look. The ant at the village entrance noticed a high official coming with an army and hurriedly called the village chief out to welcome them. The village chief was the clan leader of the village and a knowledgeable person, and he immediately recognized it was Governor Tao Qian of Shuzhou. I didn't expect the esteemed governor to visit. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Tao Qian waved his hand. No need for such formalities. You are the village chief here, right? Yes. I want to ask you, what are these rows of houses for? The village chief thought to himself. How come even such a high official has never seen the world? So he introduced. These are the water wheels invented by Governor Liu. Liu Bei? He can invent things too? Tao Qian asked. What is the cost to build one? About 20 to 30,000 coins. Tao Qian's tone turned unfriendly. So expensive? Then what do people live in here? The village chief laughed. We don't keep livestock or people here. A warehouse? Not really. Tao Qian frowned. Then what is it for? Did they spend 20 to 30,000 coins to build a house, just for decoration? The overturned cart at the back is only worth a few thousand coins. The village chief quickly waved his hand. It's not like that, Governor. This water wheel is not an ordinary overturned cart. Esteemed Governor, look, as long as you pull this switch, the water wheel will bring water into the fields. Tao Qian's brows remained tightly furrowed. Isn't it common for overturned carts to bring water into fields? Do I need you to introduce that? Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin? The village chief said with a smile. It's not over yet. Esteemed Governor, come inside with me. You see, as long as you pull this switch, this stone mill can start turning. Isn't that amazing? Tao Qian slightly opened his eyes, showing surprise. He then observed the surroundings, looking for the reason why the stone mill was turning automatically. Soon he discovered it was the rotation of the overturned cart that drove the stone mill through a gear system. Then the village chief poured a bag of unprocessed wheat into the stone mill. As the stone mill turned, the wheat was automatically ground into flour. Tao Qian was greatly shocked, his eyes fixed on the stone mill, unable to look away. It can grind flour like this? Doesn't that save a lot of manpower and animal power? Over in Pengcheng, they are still using livestock to grind. You guys are so clever. It makes our side look dull. Liu Bei has such abilities? The village chief smiled, and for the past few months, his greatest pleasure had been showing off his village's water wheel to these stinky outsiders. He never expected that today he would open the eyes of the governor of Shuzhou. Esteemed Governor, please follow me. The village chief then took Tao Qian to visit the hydraulic forge, wooden cows and flowing horses, the curved plow, the fan cart used for threshing, and the water conservancy project dug by Zhao Yun. Tao Qian was greatly shaken. In just a few months, Donghai County had changed so much that he no longer recognized it. Is this still the Donghai County that was ravaged by the Yellow Turban Army? In just a few months, he hadn't even finished dealing with corruption cases. Yet Liu Bei had directly transformed Donghai County into this prosperous appearance. He was even certain that the current Donghai County was stronger than any dynasty's Donghai County ever was. Is it the credit of Sun Yin? No, absolutely not. He knew Sun Yin's capabilities. Although he was a capable minister during peaceful times, he could never invent so many novel things and increase so much productivity. Only Liu Bei, that abnormal guy, only he could possibly do this. The village chief happily sent Tao Qian off. Today was too enjoyable. Even the governor of Shuzhou has not seen the world. This must be spread far and wide. Tao Qian turned back to look at the field of golden millet. Hearing the joyful laughter of farmers, full of the joy of harvest, he stared blankly, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Liu Bei, could it be that everyone has misunderstood him? Has Liu Bei been hiding his talents, actually harboring thoughts for the world? How many more secrets does Liu Bei still hide that he doesn't know? Damn it, is this guy like a mouse? So good at hiding. Having done so many great things, most people would want to announce it widely. But Liu Bei has always been low-key, remaining silent after coming to Donghai County. Good. So good at hiding, huh? Since the border of Donghai County is so prosperous, what kind of scene will Tan County be like? Thinking of this, Tao Qian's mood surged, and he laughed. Let us go. Set off for Tan County. I want to see how many good things Liu Bei is still hiding. Meanwhile, Captain Gan Ning of the Divine Machine Camp number 002 had already led his small team to the border. Captain, let us take a break. We've been rushing for 30 kilometers continuously. What will we do if we encounter the enemy later? Shoo. Gan Ning raised his index finger, signaling silence. The corners of his mouth curled up, his small eyes greedily looking ahead. I've found the target. Chapter 78. Tao Qian, is this Liu Bei's army? Gan Ning saw an army of more than 100 people. They were wearing battle armor and riding war horses. It was clear they were regular troops. Boss, what should we do now? Gan Ning said. These people are covering their faces in broad daylight. They clearly aren't good people. A team member asked. Then what are they here for? Gan Ning shook his head, unclear. Xiaojiu, you go back and report the situation of this army to the governor. Yes. As he spoke, Xiaojiu turned and left. Boss, what about us? The leader repeatedly taught us. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Let us follow them and catch someone to ask about the situation. The masked soldier asked, Big brother, when do we strike? The masked leader chuckled softly. This is still the border. We'll wait for Tao Qian to enter the interior and then kill him, and we can solidify Liu Bei's rebellion. A scout came to report, Big brother. They are resting ahead. The masked leader nodded. Then let's rest here. Brother, Tao Qian and the others have set off. The masked leader nodded again. All right. Let's set off too. Is everyone here? Brother, we are one person short. The masked leader frowned. Where did he go? They said they went to the woods to relieve themselves, but now we can't find him. They probably ran away. The masked leader snorted coldly. Coward. Listen up. If Tao Qian isn't killed, our scheme to embezzle military funds and supplies will be exposed, and we will be the ones who die. Although Tao Qian's defenses are strict. If we can save our lives, what is there to fear about death? The younger brothers agreed. That's right. Only by killing Tao Qian can we be safe. The masked leader nodded. Since everyone understands the stakes, I won't say more. Keep up. At this moment, Captain Hare of Team 001 also discovered the masked army. Captain, what do we do now? Hare thought for a moment. Let's catch someone and ask. Brother, 2 more people are missing. The masked leader's frown deepened. Another one ran away? I'll say it again. If Tao Qian isn't dead, we are the ones who die? Yes. That's right. Yes. Kill Tao Qian. Seeing his younger brothers united in anger, the masked leader felt a bit more at ease. Let's go. Continue tracking. We're almost in the heart of Donghai. Prepare to act. At this time, the captains of teams 053, 061, and 041 also discovered the masked army. Brother, 5 more are missing. The masked leader was very angry. Why does someone always run away every time we stop to rest? When we first set out, everyone was so confident, saying they didn't fear life or death. Now, they're running faster than ever. Trust among people was crumbling at this moment. The masked leader shouted, Damn it, don't you all want to live? Think about your wives and children. No one here can run away. If we act now, we can frame Liu Bei, but once we leave this village, there won't be the shop anymore. The younger brothers looked at each other and nodded. Right. Yes. Whoever runs away is a grandson. Whoever runs away is giving birth to a child without a butt. The masked leader looked at them suspiciously. Gan Ning scratched his head. He actually only caught 2 people. And after questioning them, they all said they were here to kill Tao Qian. Then who is here to kill the Lord? Logically speaking, killing Tao Qian shouldn't trigger the county magistrate's ultimate skill. Could it be that Tao Qian wants to kill the Lord? Has Tao Qian gone senile? Bringing over 100 light cavalry to ambush the Lord? What kind of ambush is this with all this stopping and starting? Forget it, whatever. Just tie them both up and hand them over to the Lord. The voice of a masked younger brother came. Brother, 15 have run away. Gan Ning snapped back to reality. Wait, have deserters really appeared? The masked leader finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Previously, those deserters had quietly slipped away. But now they were running away right in front of him. He looked at the backs of those fleeing younger brothers. Trust between people completely collapsed at this moment. He was filled with sorrow and anger, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. All right, you cowards. You'd rather live for yourselves than think about your wives and children, wouldn't you? Fine. If you won't kill Tao Qian, I will. Saying this, the masked leader spurred his horse into a gallop, ready to die together with Tao Qian. The other younger brothers were also inspired by the masked leader and followed suit. Gan Ning thought to himself that this was bad. If Tao Qian died in Donghai County, it would have a huge impact on the Lord. He reacted quickly, immediately taking his team to snatch a few horses and catch up. Hare and several other captains also poked their heads out from the grass. They quickly charged and seized horses to follow. There's an ambush. The masked leader turned around and saw over a dozen soldiers in camouflage stealth suits seizing horses and crazily chasing him. He shouted loudly, Don't stop. Charge forward. Kill Tao Qian. The sound of galloping hooves alerted Tao Qian's guard. Enemy attack. A warning made Tao Qian's heart leap. Bandits? He hurriedly ran out of the carriage to prepare to escape. But the masked leader's horsemanship was superb, leading his troops to break through the guard's defenses. They were about to get close to Tao Qian. Gan Ning was incredibly brave, grabbing a spear and slashing through several masked soldiers. Just in time, he knocked the masked leader off his horse with a spear. Don't kill him. We need him alive. Then the team members dismounted and restrained the masked leader. Gan Ning feared that if they left no survivors, the Lord would have a hard time explaining. Soldiers from the Divine Machine camp emerged from the grass and trees, quickly surrounding both the masked army and Tao Qian's forces. They were dressed in branches and leaves, crouching in the grass, and without careful observation. One would not notice them at all. By the time Tao Qian realized it, he found himself surrounded by these camouflage soldiers without knowing it. All his guards had also been restrained. There was no chaos. Everything was orderly, clean, and efficient. Gan Ning, riding a tall horse and holding a spear, said calmly, We are the army of Lord Xuanda. We heard that there are assassins trying to kill the governor, so we are here to escort the governor. Governor, please come with us for a while. Tao Qian's gaze was blank. He had fought for decades and could tell at a glance that these soldiers were well trained and not ordinary soldiers. These soldiers had quietly hidden near him, and he had been completely unaware. Such an army, once thrown onto the battlefield, could often achieve surprising results and turn the tide of battle. Liu Bei, oh Liu Bei, you really know how to hide your talents. Not only is your internal affairs excellent, but even your army has become so strong. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. Liu Bei quickly received news from the front. Someone had discovered Tao Qian's army and was closely tracking it. Someone had also discovered the army attempting to assassinate Tao Qian and was closely tracking it as well. By the time he received this news, the fighting at the front had likely already concluded. Strangely, shortly after the divine machine camp set out, Sun Yan could no longer sense the killing intent. He didn't know what was going on. It was all very confusing. This made Liu Bei anxious. Tao Qian must not have an accident. Otherwise, I will have to use force to take Shuzhou. Sigh. It's really inconvenient without radio communication. Chapter 79. Frugal Liu Bei. Tao Qian, having survived a calamity, felt lingering fear. After some questioning, he discovered that this massed army was indeed the group embezzling military funds and supplies. He never expected these people to be so bold as to attempt to assassinate the governor. If it weren't for Liu Bei's army secretly protecting him, he might have already met a tragic end. But it's fine. After investigating for several months, with officials protecting each other and layers of obstruction, the results were minimal. Now, they are all jumping out on their own. He can just take them all at once. Liu Xuanda, well done. Tao Qian felt very good, and seriously said to Tao Shang, Liu Xuanda is a virtuous person. The world has misunderstood him. Tao Shang nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Lord Xuanda, I might not be alive. But why would such a person kidnap General Huang? Tao Qian replied, perhaps it's a misunderstanding. We will know when we get to Donghai County. The Divine Mechanism Camp escorted Tao Qian's army all the way to Tan County. As Tao Qian suspected, the closer they got to Tan County, the more prosperous it became. There were no bumpy roads or rough stone paths, which made Tao Qian feel very comfortable in the carriage. He lifted the carriage curtain and noticed that there were many more water wheels here. He remembered that the land in front of the Tan County gate had long been desolate and uncultivated. Now everything had changed, turning into endless golden ears of grain. Even the slightly flatter land on the hills had been transformed into fertile fields. The scene was bustling with activity. Farmers were harvesting grain on one side, while others were using fan carts to thresh the husks, packing them into bags, and loading them onto carts to be transported away. There was an endless supply. The farmers felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and fatigue, realizing they wouldn't have to go hungry this year. After decades, they could finally enjoy a full meal. Tao Qian was mesmerized as he admired the bountiful harvest outside the window. He had never seen such a beautiful and prosperous scene since his birth. Even the sound of the flowing water from the water wheels was delightful. He became curious about how much the harvest in Donghai County would be this year. Under the escort of the Divine Mechanism Camp, Tao Qian and his party arrived safely in Tan County. Liu Bei led all the officials, big and small, from Tan County to greet Tao Qian at the city gate. Lord Tao, it's been a long time, and I hope you have been well. Tao Qian smiled and said, Liu Xuanda, you really know how to keep a low profile. You've made Donghai County so prosperous without saying a word. Liu Bei chuckled and said, why didn't you inform me in advance of your arrival in Donghai County? If it weren't for my anti-bandit army nearby, you might have run into trouble. The surprise attack on Tan County was obviously aimed at capturing you. However, Tao Qian no longer thought that way. He smiled and said, I came this time for General Huang's matter. I just didn't expect these thieves who embezzled military funds to be so bold as to try to eliminate me. Liu Bei laughed and said, General Huang is right here. You must be tired from your journey. Why not come inside and sit down? I've prepared a feast to welcome you. Tao Qian was indeed very hungry and smiled, saying, that sounds good. Please lead the way. Zhang Fei signaled for Gan Ning, who was ready to strike Tao Qian, to withdraw. Gan Ning reluctantly stepped back and turned to leave. Team 002, assemble. Forward, align. March and step. Team 001, assemble. Forward. Align. March and step. Team 056, assemble. These camouflage soldiers quickly gathered, their movements synchronized, clean and neat, their formation orderly. Tao Qian recalled Gan Ning's bravery when he saved him and remembered how this troop had maintained a consistent pace throughout the journey to Tan County, without whispering or gossiping. In terms of individual combat effectiveness and collective discipline, this camouflaged unit was undoubtedly an elite force, even better than his Danyang elite troops. It seemed that Liu Xuanda's military management skills were not inferior to his administrative abilities. Sun Yan was also very pleased with this troop. He hadn't expected Zhang Fei to have such military management skills, training the Divine Mechanism Camp so well. He thought that Zhang Fei's training methods should be promoted throughout the army. When leaders come to inspect, they naturally cannot show off. No green tea, fine salt. Colored glass cups, Buddha jumps over the wall, hamburgers, fried chicken, or stir-fried dishes should be served. Only traditional coarse grain wine, pancakes, scallions, ginger, garlic, and bean paste were served. However, Liu Bei thought this was too fake, so he temporarily had the chef prepare a beggar's chicken to eat with pancakes, which was also a delicacy. The noble banquet had 1 table per person, 1 dish per person. Tao Qian looked at the beggar's chicken, which had been pulled apart into shreds, and the aroma filled the air. He smiled and said, you all eat quite well. Liu Bei laughed and said, we usually don't eat this. If it weren't for your visit, we wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy it. Sun Yan thought that was indeed the case. Usually, their meals weren't this poor. He cooperated with Liu Bei and pretended to complain, "My lord, ever since I followed Lord Xuanda, I haven't eaten chicken for months." Liu Bei thought that was indeed true. This guy had seafood and wine every day. Wasn't he afraid of gout? Tao Qian was genuinely touched. "No wonder you have been able to develop Donghai County so well." He recalled the corrupt officials in Pengcheng. Not only were they greedy, but they even attempted to assassinate him, framing such a frugal and benevolent Liu Bei. It was utterly despicable. They almost plunged the newly improving Donghai County into war. If only the officials in Shuzhou were as honest and frugal as Liu Xuanda, how could Shuzhou have come to this? Tao Qian felt truly pained. Shuzhou was a land of abundance, a place of contention among military leaders. It had the capital to look down upon the world, yet it was rotten to the core. The aristocratic families were engaged in mutual scheming and framing. No one was willing to submit to the other. Every day, they argued about who paid more and who paid less. Even bandit suppression took 10 days to a month to discuss before troops were dispatched. And by the time the official army arrived, the bandits had already fled. What kind of situation was this? Did Shuzhou even have a future? Since returning from Luoyang, Tao Qian had gradually lost control over Shuzhou. If Shuzhou still obeyed his orders like before, why would he fear a mere threatening letter from Lu Jingzhou? Thinking of this, Tao Qian couldn't help but drink a cup of bitter wine, feeling pain in his heart. "Xuanda is truly good. I misjudged you at first. Unexpectedly. While everyone looked down on you, you are the most capable." "Good. Very good," Liu Bei respectfully said. "Thanks to Lord Tao's initial willingness to lend me grain, Donghai County would not have risen so quickly. This glass of wine, I toast to you, Lord Tao." Tao Qian suddenly remembered that he had indeed lent Liu Bei 10,000 stones of grain back then. Unexpectedly, he had a share in Donghai County's rise. So he laughed heartily. "Had I known Xuanda had such talent, I should have lent more back then. It would have been better than letting those rotten fish and shrimp take advantage. But it was no matter. Now I know your abilities. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know, and I will support you wholeheartedly." Liu Bei was overjoyed. He knew flattery worked. This meant that Tao Qian had become his backup hidden resource. So he said, "Thank you, Lord Tao, for your support. I toast you another glass." Tao Qian drank happily, and after a round of toasts, he began to discuss serious matters. He looked at Huang Zhong beside him. "This is General Huang Hanqing, isn't it?" Huang Zhong replied with a salute. "Indeed." Tao Qian thought to himself that Huang Zhong was indeed not kidnapped by Liu Bei. "Why did you join Liu Xuanda?" Chapter 80. Bandits of Taishan County. Huang Zhong said, "My son has been seriously ill for a long time. I have searched for a cure for over 10 years without results. Seeing that my son was on the verge of death, thanks to the Lord's intervention, my son was able to recover. Moreover, the Lord is both virtuous and talented, so I am sincerely devoted and have joined the Lord's camp." Tao Qian nodded. The Han Dynasty governs the world with filial piety. Zhao Yi can be pardoned for killing in revenge for her father. Yuan Shao maintained filial piety for 3 years to gain fame, and even loyalty to the ruler falls within the realm of filial piety, which shows the status of filial piety in the Han Dynasty. However, there are 3 types of unfilial behavior, and having no descendants is the worst. Liu Bei saved Huang Zhong's son, and this reason is enough to overshadow Huang Zhong's betrayal. People even praise Liu Bei for seeking medical help for over a decade just to save his son. Moreover, it seems that Liu Bei is indeed a worthy lord to rally around. Tao Qian was also happy to have another fierce general in Shuzhou. So, Tao Qian smiled and said, "Regarding General Huang's matter, I will personally write to Liu Biao to explain the situation. General Huang can rest assured under Xuanda's command." Huang Zhong happily replied, "Thank you, Commander." After discussing the important matters, everyone relaxed and began chatting. Tao Qian asked in confusion, "Does Xuanda know medicine?" Liu Bei humbly replied, "I have a little knowledge." Tao Qian inquired, "Recently, I get headaches and dizziness after eating meat. What could be the reason?" Liu Bei thought for a moment and said, "This is probably due to high blood pressure. It's best to avoid foods high in sugar, salt, and fatty meat." Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo, who were nearby, were itching to know more about high blood pressure's principles, but couldn't interrupt while their superior was speaking. Tao Qian laughed. "No wonder I've been feeling dizzy after drinking honey snow iced tea lately." Liu Bei thought to himself, "You better not drink it. If you do, you'll lose the remaining 3 years of your life." "Oh, I almost forgot. A frugal person like Xuanda probably hasn't drunk honey snow iced tea. I'll send someone to deliver some tea leaves to you another day." Liu Bei nervously said, "I've heard that tea leaves have been speculated by Dong Zhuo to 1,000,000 coins per pound. How can I casually accept such gifts?" Tao Qian laughed. "Xuanda is revitalizing Donghai and has worked hard. Compared to those who privately embezzled my hundreds of millions of coins, a mere few tens of thousands of coins for tea leaves is nothing." Liu Bei was secretly astonished. No wonder Tao Qian was willing to take risks to investigate. Those hundreds of millions could easily cover a year's military expenses. Liu Bei gratefully said, "Thank you, Commander." Sun Yan observed silently. Should I challenge him to hold back a laugh? Interesting. After a hearty meal, it was time for Tao Qian to return. Liu Bei worriedly said, "It's getting late. Why not rest for another night, Commander?" Tao Qian shook his head and said, "Since those bandits have acted, Pengcheng must be in chaos. I need to return overnight to manage the situation." Liu Bei said, "I'll have my troops escort you." Tao Qian did not refuse. "All right, Commander, let me see you off. Tao Qian smiled and said, I heard you were marrying Mijin next month? Liu Bei nodded yes. Tao Qian looked at Liu Bei and asked, You are so frugal. Where did you get the sky-high betrothal gift from Mijin? Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. Of course, it came from you. But Liu Bei didn't dare to say that. He coughed twice and said, The Mi family provided funds to help me revitalize Donghai. The betrothal gift is merely transferring money from my left pocket to my right pocket. Both are from the Mi family's money, just for show. In fact, that's how it was. The 10 million betrothal gift Liu Bei initially provided had already been returned to him by the Mi family multiple times over, used for purchasing horses and equipment. Originally, the more than 100 members of the White Horse Yitzhong had expanded to 1,000, led by Zhao Yun. It was considered Liu Bei's second Special Forces unit. Tao Qian smiled and said, I see. However, I must tell you that the early Donghai County was impoverished. You could use revitalizing Donghai as an excuse to be frugal with your subordinates. But now that Donghai County has become prosperous, you cannot continue to be frugal with your subordinates. Liu Bei asked, Why is that? Tao Qian replied irritably, If you are frugal, how can your subordinates dare not be frugal? The world is full of people seeking profit. Without sufficient benefits, which family would follow you? Are they out of their minds to want to live a hard life with you? Without the support of the families, you will ultimately be unable to make a significant impact. This is heartfelt advice. Liu Bei sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, Tao Gong. As the two chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the city gate. The divine machine camp was lined up neatly at the city gate. Unlike the camouflage outfits they wore in the morning for stealth, they were now clad in armor, each leading a war horse, all tall and imposing. Moreover, they were personally led by Zhang Fei, which gave Tao Qian a great sense of security. He felt that Liu Bei was indeed willing to spend money on his army. Tao Qian said, By the way, the wedding with Mijin must be grand. You must not be stingy. Show your strength, and let the families of Shuzhou see your ability and spirit. If you were my subordinate, I would encourage you to be frugal. But you are not, so I encourage you to learn to spend money. In this regard, you should learn from Yuan Shao. Don't be fooled by his lavish spending. It has instead attracted a large number of families to serve him. And now his strength is growing stronger. Liu Bei looked at Tao Qian in surprise. I'm not your subordinate. This old man doesn't want to retire, does he? Tao Qian patted Liu Bei's shoulder and smiled. For the wedding a month from now, I will come to see if you really know how to spend money. I've said everything I needed to. Take care. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. Spend money? I'm very good at that. He saluted. Safe travels, Commander. In the carriage, Tao Qian said to his son, Liu Bei is a talented person, but unfortunately a bit stingy. He can't gather people. Of course, this is related to his lowly background, so we cannot blame him. If he could learn to share profits, he might become a powerful lord. Tao Shang asked, Father, what do you mean? Tao Qian sighed. We should withdraw. You saw those masked soldiers today. If we don't withdraw now, it will be the end for our Tao family. Tao Shang angrily said. They are too bold. Tao Qian said calmly. Ultimately, it's our Tao family that cannot secure benefits for the families of Shuzhou. They need a more capable leader to help them make money. Liu Bei has the ability to create wealth and bring benefits to the families. He is a good candidate for a leader. Moreover, Liu Bei was pulled out by me from the allied army, so we still have some connections. Only if he rises to power can we avoid being suppressed and divided by other families. Our Tao family might even get a share of the pie with Liu Bei. However, it seems he still lacks some prestige. We might as well help him a bit to build up his prestige and then smoothly yield power to him. Tao Shang rubbed his head, not expecting his father to make so many calculations over a meal. Taishan County. Zhangba received a distress letter from Changshi. Boss, save me. Liu Bei is stationed at the border, and the mountain stronghold is about to collapse. The lip is gone, and the teeth are cold. Zhangba frowned. Liu Bei, huh? Chapter 81. Leading the campaign in Taishan County, Zhangba put away the distress letter and said to the messenger, I've heard that Liu Bei has been quite diligent in exterminating bandits recently. Many like-minded individuals have fled from Donghai County to Taishan County. What's going on? The small bandits in Donghai can't defeat Liu Bei, but isn't Changshi claiming to have an army of 10,000? Can't he defeat him either? The messenger explained, actually, we only have over 5,000. Rounded up, that's why we claim to have an army of 10,000. Zhangba twitched his lips. Is this how you round up? I haven't read many books, so don't fool me. Zhangba said, 5,000 is fine, but can't over 5,000 defeat Liu Bei? The messenger said, Liu Bei has a strategist named Guijia under his command. Although young, he is resourceful and has repeatedly ambushed and heavily damaged our army. Moreover, he has two fierce generals, Dian Wei and Su Chu, both over 9 feet tall. We simply cannot withstand them. We are now left with just over 3,000 men after being slaughtered by them. Zhangba waved his hand. All right, I understand. Changshi's stronghold is easy to defend but hard to attack. Let him wait a few more days, as I am busy with the autumn harvest here. The messenger looked at a row of merchants with knives at their throats beside him and thought to himself, what kind of autumn harvest is this? Isn't this just regular business? The messenger anxiously said, but Zhangba impatiently replied, Changshi's stronghold is surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and the only way in is by rope from a high vantage point. No matter how strong Dian Wei and Su Chu are, can they climb the mountain barehanded? Don't you have rolling stones? The messenger said, but they have surrounded the stronghold. and we can't get out now. Zhang Ba asked, are you short on food? The messenger shook his head. Not for now. We have enough for a few months. Zhang Ba asked again, what about water? We also have enough. There's well water. Zhang Ba spread his hands. Then what is the problem? Let that guy Changshi wait a few days. There's a merchant convoy from the Zhen family passing by these days, and I can't miss it. All right. Changshi originally was the governor of Donghai, but he also worked as a bandit on the side. Later, he was discovered by Tao Qian for colluding with bandits, and was dismissed and replaced by Liu Bei. He simply stopped pretending and returned to Taishan County to become a full-time bandit. He found that robbing food was much easier than guiding agriculture. No need to clock in for work, face the boss's mood, be tormented by foolish subordinates, or deal with the families. He could do whatever he wanted. Freedom. Being a bandit is much freer than being a governor. In this chaotic world, what is the government army? The government army is just for show. Moreover, with over 5,000 men, can you suppress us? Therefore, at first, he didn't take Liu Bei's efforts to exterminate bandits in Donghai County seriously. He not only looked down on Liu Bei, but also despised his colleagues in Donghai County. The saying goes, peers are fools. No matter how strong Dian Wei and Su Chu are, can't they be shot dead with one arrow? If that doesn't work, just shoot a few more arrows. They'll definitely die. So when Guijia's troops arrived at his territory, he confidently went to battle, bringing many archers with him. He didn't plan to clash head-on with Su Chu and Dian Wei, but intended to shoot from a distance and wear them down. However, the ideal was full, but reality was stark. On his way to battle, he was ambushed. Su Chu charged in from the side, directly closing in on the archers. The archers lost their distance advantage and were all knocked down in an instant. Changshi was dumbfounded, riding furiously on his horse, preparing to escape back to the stronghold via a small path. However, he was ambushed again on the small path, and Dian Wei burst out. He gritted his teeth and faced Dian Wei head-on, almost being knocked off his horse by a spear thrust. What the hell? Is this strength even human? He felt as if a boulder had crashed down on him and nearly spat blood. His arm went numb, and even the tiger's mouth was split open. He dared not take another hit, and fled in panic under the desperate protection of a few trusted followers. Out of 2,000 soldiers, only about 300 returned to the stronghold. Damn it, what kind of monster is this Guijia? He calculated all the escape routes, even for the small paths. And what about Dian Wei and Su Chu? Are they sure they don't have any special skills? How can killing small soldiers be as easy as cutting grass? He finally experienced the despair of his colleagues in Donghai County. Fortunately, his stronghold was quite special, surrounded by cliffs and high above, making it nearly impossible for Guijia's troops to attack. This was built to defend against government army sieges. At the same time, he sent word to Zhang Ba, the boss in Taishan, for rescue. Just before Guijia's troops arrived at the stronghold, the messenger returned with Zhang Ba's message. Good news. Zhang Ba agreed to come to the rescue. Bad news. He will come after finishing the autumn harvest. All right, the merchant convoys are at their peak right now. It's normal to be busy robbing. This is how the bandit profession works. During the off-season, you may not even see a convoy for half a month. And even then, it's not guaranteed there's grain. It's better to spend one day robbing a convoy during the harvest season than to rob houses for a month. So during the peak season, you have to work hard to make the next year's life easier. As a peer, Changshi could understand Zhang Ba's difficulties. Just a few more days of waiting, right? Can Guijia's army really climb the ropes? Changshi was full of confidence about this. Guijia also found no way to deal with this iron turtle named Changshi. Changshi was in a high position. If Guijia wanted to launch a strong attack, the cost would be quite high. It's just a bandit den. If over 100 people sacrifice, Guijia would feel it's a huge loss. Thus, Guijia chose to besiege without attacking, cutting off their food and water supplies. Unless something unexpected happened, someone would likely come to rescue Changshi. Therefore, Guijia prepared to besiege and intercept reinforcements. Liu Bei learned about the situation on Guijia's side and thought to himself that Changshi is indeed a kindred spirit of Ma Su. They both liked playing tower defense games from a high position, right? However, Changshi was better than Ma Su in that he had well water, so he wouldn't die of thirst. There was actually another tactic, which was to set fire to the mountain. But that was just a small stronghold. Not worth making a big fuss over. He remembered Tao Qian's words before departing. Liu Bei speculated that Lao Deng was probably planning to pass the position to him. However, with his current prestige, he couldn't firmly hold the position of Shuzhou Mu. If he could personally lead a large army to pacify the bandits in Taishan County, perhaps the families of Shuzhou would change their views on him. It would be best to pacify Taishan County before the wedding. That way, the wedding would become an opportunity for the families of Shuzhou to express their stance. Those who support him will come. Those who do not will not come. It would be clear at a glance. This would help him assess the situation in Shuzhou. Thus, the next day, Liu Bei found Sun Yan. I want to reassign personnel and lead troops to Taishan. Sun Yan's eyes widened, grabbing Liu Bei's sleeve, and excitedly said, "You're not joking with me, are you? It's just the autumn harvest. There's a whole pile of numbers to be counted. We already don't have enough manpower, and you still want more from me? You still want more from me?" Liu Bei looked at Sun Yan's dark circles and understood his difficulties. He patted Sun Yan's hand and smiled. "Don't be excited, don't worry. I don't want too many." Sun Yan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased. He knew that complaining about poverty to the leader was effective. It's still manageable to pull 1 or 2 people. Then you choose. I'll have them hand over their work. Liu Bei counted on his fingers. I want Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, Zhao Yun, and Lu Su. Hey, no, Xiu, don't faint. Sun Yan opened his eyes wide. He thought to himself that if he let you choose people, you really have no shame. This is what you call not too many. He resolutely said, Lu Su cannot go. Liu Bei glanced at Lu Su's seat and immediately widened his eyes. Damn, he saw the exhausted Lu Su, looking pale as he fiddled with the abacus. No, what have you all done with my power bank? Early in the morning, he charged a few of you? Chapter 82, The Army Approaches the City. Liu Bei asked with concern, Zijing, are you okay? Lu Su waved his hand and said, I'm nothing. They have been enduring for 2 days. Now, basically, I rely on my sleep to replenish their strength. Liu Bei twitched at the corner of his eye. At first, it was only Sun Yan, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei who could handle the affairs of the entire Donghai County. As the business in Donghai County increased, even with Zhuge Liang's help, it seemed a bit overwhelming. However, recently there haven't been many people signing up to be laborers. It was indeed necessary to show some muscle to attract those who were hesitant to come and join. But before that, it would be better to ask my brother-in-law to send some people to help. He has over 10,000 retainers. Surely there are many who know how to handle accounts. At this moment, someone reported, Lord, Mi Fong is requesting an audience outside. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. It was truly a timely arrival. Laborers were here. Since my second brother-in-law is here, he can't leave now. Liu Bei was overjoyed and personally went out to greet him. To Liu Bei's surprise, Mi Fong also brought a bunch of trusted advisors from the Mi family. After some conversation, Mi Fong said, my elder brother heard that Xuanda's official duties are heavy, so he specifically sent me to help. Liu Bei was very happy and warmly said, Good. Welcome. I will arrange work for everyone right away. Confidential matters such as gunpowder, military supplies, fine salt, and tea would still be handled by his own trusted aides like Sun Yan and Zhuge Liang. Liu Bei only assigned the usual affairs like grain collection, tax collection, and road management to the trusted aides of the Mi family. Everything was quickly arranged. The Mi family's advisors were bewildered. This process isn't right, is it? I just arrived, and I'm already being made to work? Aren't we going to have a meal to welcome us first? No accommodation arrangements? Am I supposed to sleep in the office? I haven't even put down my luggage yet. You really aren't being polite. As a result, the Mi family's advisors felt dissatisfied with Liu Bei, thinking he was too inconsiderate. Are we laborers? Just starting to work right away? There's no respect for talent at all. Sun Yan felt as if he had been freed from hell. His mood lightened. And he even had time to brew a pot of tea. These trusted aides of the Mi family naturally knew that Liu Bei was the source manufacturer of the green tea. After all, they were the ones who went to Liu Bei's house to purchase it. However, they usually couldn't afford it, because the purchase price at Liu Bei's place was also very expensive. As for the specific cost, they didn't know. As a result, when they arrived at Liu Bei's place, they achieved tea freedom with unlimited refills. This delighted the Mi family's advisors, who drank tea continuously. They would make a trip to the restroom every few minutes, until they grew tired of drinking. After all, this tea was expensive, each sip costing several thousand coins. One pot down was equivalent to them earning tens of thousands of coins. The dissatisfaction in the hearts of the Mi family's advisors towards Liu Bei instantly dissipated. They felt that Liu Bei was actually quite generous and kind. Liu Bei asked, Xiu, can you adjust the personnel for me now? Seeing that the manpower was sufficient, Sun Yan generously said, except for Lu Su, you can choose any other military generals. Liu Bei thought to himself that you civil officials still couldn't let go of Lu Su. Being proficient in both civil and military affairs is also a kind of trouble. Both sides are vying for Lu Su to work. So Liu Bei decided to take Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Huang Zhong with him to battle. Sun Yan drafted a document. Liu Bei stamped it with a large seal. The entire army of Donghai County began to mobilize. Granaries and armories opened for inventory, and all military camps conducted final preparations and mobilization. Guan Yu sadly patted his horse's neck. Brother Ma, we are going to battle again. Brother Ma was in low spirits. Sigh. It looked over at a few small Mars nearby. Guan Yu empathized. I don't want to leave my wife and children either. But my elder brother needs me to break the city, so I have to follow him into battle. Brother Ma shivered. It recalled the night when it and the Jade Lion were foaming at the mouth. It said with annoyance, Sigh, are you going to make me run again? Guan Yu patted its neck. Don't worry, this time we have explosives, we won't have to run a marathon anymore. Brother Ma looked touched. Sigh, fine. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. You should have a good chat with your wives. But I estimate we will be back soon, after all. My elder brother is getting married next month. The next morning, the army gathered. This time, there were 1,000 men from Zhang Fei's Divine Machine Camp, 1,000 from Zhao Yun's White Horse Young, 2,000 new soldiers from Huang Zhong, and Guan Yu served as Liu Bei's guard, leading 2,000 of Liu Bei's personal soldiers. The total number of combat personnel reached 6,000. They were preparing for a lightning strike, crushing all the way. Within a month, they would pacify the bandits in Taishan County. Liu Bei looked at the vast army of 6,000 people. His heart surged. When they came, there were only over 1,000 soldiers. Now, With Guijia's 5,000 strong bandit suppression army, they had over 10,000 troops, enough to fight a significant battle. He raised his sword and pointed towards Taishan, marched towards Taishan County. In the evening, Changshi was enjoying the dance of the dancers in the mountain stronghold. Indulging in it, he was completely at ease because for 2 days, Guijia showed no intention of attacking. He only surrounded without attacking, trying to cut off his supplies. In fact, from his observation, it seemed he wanted to encircle and cut off reinforcements. Who is my boss, Songba, known as the Taishan Pass? He knows very well which corners of Taishan are easy to ambush. After all, he usually robs merchant convoys and has ambushed in almost all possible places. This is the most basic capability of the Taishan bandits. As long as the government troops dare to step into Taishan County, they will be played around by their advantage of the terrain. This is also the reason they have been entrenched in Taishan for many years. Report, boss. Not good. Changshi frowned and said, "What's wrong? Are they preparing to set fire? It's autumn, dry and flammable. Do they dare to set fire? Aren't they afraid of burning down their own place?" The little brother said, No. There is another large army coming to reinforce. A vast crowd, with no end in sight. Changshi took a sip of wine, his eyes hazy. What is there to panic about? Can this stronghold be taken just because there are many people? If they have the ability, let them climb up. Let us see if I 1T smash them to pieces. There's nothing to worry about. Just go back. I want to sleep. The little brother glanced outside. The sun hadn't set yet. He looked again at the lightly clad dancer and instantly understood, discreetly retreating. Then he instructed the guards to keep their distance and not let anyone else in. Down the mountain, Liu Bei embraced the long-separated Guijia, Dianwei, and Su Chu one by one. Feng Shao, Dianwei, Zhongkong, I missed you all so much. Guijia was extremely grateful to Liu Bei. Thanks to Liu Bei's trust in him, over the past few months, he had led troops to conquer everywhere. Although it was mostly easy victories, he had at least fought vigorously. He bowed and said, I have not disgraced my mission. Liu Bei asked, Dianwei, Zhongkong, after fighting for so long, have you grasped the secrets of the ultimate skills? Dianwei nodded. I have already grasped a bit of the feeling. Su Chu said, me too. Liu Bei happily patted them on the shoulders and said, I knew you all had the talent for awakening ultimate skills. You just lack experience points. Just farm some minions. Soon after, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, and Zhao Yun arrived one after another with their troops. After some casual greetings and introductions, Liu Bei looked towards Changxi's mountain stronghold, which reminded him of the Sword Gate Pass. Truly, one man can defend against thousands. Even climbing it felt exhausting. Do you have any quick solutions to breach the city? Guijia shook his head and said, it's difficult to break through. Our arrows cannot reach, while the enemy's arrows can fly quite far. If we directly assault, we might suffer heavy losses. Liu Bei smiled and asked, really can't break through? Guijia replied seriously, unless the Lord is willing to sacrifice at least 1,000 men, it will be hard to breach. Liu Bei raised the corners of his mouth. I don't think so. Chapter 83. The angry Changxi Guijia asked, what clever plan does the Lord have? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's hearts lifted. It won't be another bad idea, will it? Liu Bei smiled. Of course, let Guan Yu use the blue dragon to break open the city gate. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was a normal strategy. Guan Yu shook his head and said, no, that's not possible. Liu Bei asked in surprise, why not? Guan Yu picked up a branch and began to draw on the ground. The duration of the blue dragon after leaving the blue dragon blade is only about 3 seconds. Calculating with a sprint speed of 300 kilometers per hour, the blue dragon can only dash about 250 meters. The cliff is about 150 meters from the ground. So I would need to release the blue dragon at least 200 meters from the foot of the mountain to attack the city gate. The range of bows is about 160 to 250 meters. However, since Changxi is at a high vantage point, the effective range of their arrows would exceed 500 meters. Once I enter this range, I could be shot dead by an arrow. Therefore, this plan cannot succeed. Dianwei and Su Chu looked at Guan Yu with admiration. Although they didn't understand what Guan Yu was talking about, it seemed quite impressive. Ever since they arrived in Donghai County, they knew Guan Yu was good at math. They didn't expect him to integrate math into warfare. So clever. Liu Bei clapped and gritted his teeth. It has to be my brother Yu. How could this possibly be more than 500 meters? Guan Yu replied calmly, because we also need to consider the presence of skilled archers in the stronghold. We must also consider wind speed. And what if they have crossbows? What if? Liu Bei waved his hand, stopping Guan Yu from constructing hypothetical enemies. Why don't you say, what if they have a high-tech weapon? It's hard to say. Liu Bei twitched his mouth and turned to ask Guijia. What do you think? Guijia said, I haven't seen General Guan's blue dragon, but if it's just to break the city gate, it might not help much. Liu Bei agreed. Yes, the city gate is one thing, but the 150-meter sheer cliff comparable to the Sword Gate Pass is like a natural wall. To assault it, we can only use lives to wear them down until they are exhausted, and the rolling stones and wooden logs are depleted. It's like an endless pit. Liu Bei asked Huang Zhong, General Huang, could you shoot arrows into the city? Huang Zhong replied, it might be a bit difficult. If I use my ultimate skill, I could pierce the city gate with arrows and shoot into the city. However, I can only do it a few times a day because each time I use the ultimate skill, I will be exhausted and need several hours to recover. Liu Bei thought for a moment and said, General Huang, shoot an arrow at the city gate for me to see. After shooting, it's just time to eat and rest. Huang Zhong nodded, as you command. With that, Huang Zhong rode his horse toward the stronghold. The others also mounted their horses and followed. Under the moonlight, he drew the bow like a full moon, gathering all his strength into the arrow. The red energy was dark red, identical to Liu Bei's. He aimed at a 30-degree angle above and confidently released the arrow. The arrow shot off with a sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the city gate, leaving a hole in it. Then the arrow flew into the sky, continuing until it disappeared into the horizon. Liu Bei was dumbfounded. No. How long will this arrow fly? Is it going to outer space? Will the space debris around Blue Star all be arrows shot by Huang Zhong? What if it confuses the Trisolarans later? Huang Zhong, exhausted, slumped over his horse. Liu Bei hurriedly shouted, Quick, bring General Huang back. Several bodyguards rushed forward and helped Huang Zhong down. Liu Bei stepped forward to support Huang Zhong and laughed. Thanks to General Huang, I have a plan. Guan Yu asked suspiciously, You have a plan again? Liu Bei said proudly, General Huang's ultimate skill is powerful because of its strength. If we tie explosives to the arrows, enhancing General Huang's skill's killing range, wouldn't we be able to blow up the stronghold? Zhang Fei shook his head. That won't work. General Huang's arrows are too powerful. They can't form a parabola. Liu Bei pointed confidently to a peak a kilometer away from the stronghold. There's a higher peak over there. If we shoot arrows from there carrying a lot of explosives, we can surely blow up the stronghold. Zhang Fei looked at the peak a kilometer away and twitched his mouth. You can think of shooting arrows from that side. Changshi would never expect an attack to come from a kilometer away. The director of the Gunpowder Research Institute, Guan Yu, opposed. Impossible. We don't have that much gunpowder. The current firepower can barely cover 10 basketball courts. Any more than that, and we're out. Liu Bei nodded, understanding. After all, the current black powder's power isn't that great, and there's not much of it. The training of the Divine Machine Camp and the Gunpowder Research Institute consumes a lot as well. Liu Bei said, We don't need to blow up the entire stronghold. We just need to kill Changshi to force them to surrender. Guan Yu asked, How do you know where Changshi is? Liu Bei replied, We just need to blow up the biggest and most luxurious house. It can't be wrong. Guan Yu looked at Liu Bei in surprise. He didn't expect Liu Bei to be reliable this time. Is it really a proper strategy? Do I not need to ride Zhao Yun for a blue dragon slash? He then relaxed a bit and said, I can only give you enough for 2 basketball courts. The rest will need to be used for blowing up other stronghold gates. If we use it all up, it might be hard to deal with the Taishan bandits within a month. Liu Bei nodded confidently. That's enough. He then asked Huang Zhong, General Huang, what do you think? Huang Zhong nodded. No problem. I can shoot over with the explosives once I recover my strength. Liu Bei exclaimed excitedly, Let us go? Time is of the essence. Count the gunpowder, and let us head up the mountain, while Changshi goes back to sleep. We'll blow him up. Everyone responded yes, although they didn't know how big a basketball court was. Zilong, please carry General Huang up the mountain. Zhao Yun nodded seriously, leave it to me. Thus, everyone climbed the mountain overnight. After several hours, they finally reached the summit. Liu Bei could overlook the lights of Changshi's stronghold from the peak. He felt relieved, confirming that he could shoot into Changshi's house from here. Meanwhile, Guan Yu and several gunpowder craftsmen discussed how to tie the gunpowder bags to the arrows. At the stroke of midnight, Huang Zhong finally regained his strength. Liu Bei exclaimed excitedly, Let's start with a basketball court's gunpowder to test the waters. Guan Yu nodded, understood. Huang Zhong was still drawing his bow like a full moon. But this time a large bundle of black gunpowder was tied to the back of the arrow. Guan Yu lit the fuse and shouted, Release. The arrow flew off the string, carrying a large bundle of explosives towards the biggest house. At that moment, Changshi looked completely drained, busy gathering medicine in the pharmacy. Damn it. This dancer I snatched back from the brothel is really something. If I don't replenish a bit, I might not make it through the night. Boom. A loud explosion echoed outside the window. The ground shook violently. A mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Changshi was stunned. What was happening? Did Liu Bei's army attack? No, wasn't that my house? Oh no. My house exploded. My dancer. Damn. Who did this? It's Liu Bei? It must be Liu Bei. Changshi's eyes turned red with rage as he shouted, Liu Bei, I will not let you go unpunished. Chapter 84. Not dead yet. In his fury, Changshi was momentarily enraged. What could he do to Liu Bei? He couldn't beat him in a fight. He could only curse to vent his anger. However, after calming down, he began to seriously consider whether Liu Bei really did this. If it was Liu Bei, how could it have been so precisely aimed at his bedroom? Could there be an insider? Now Changshi was truly furious. Someone was still scheming in such a situation. Was someone trying to take advantage of the chaos to kill him, the leader? Was there an attempt to usurp power? This really touched Changshi's reverse scale. Fine. I can't deal with Liu Bei, but can I not handle some rebellious underling? So, Changshi deliberately continued hiding in the pharmacy, letting everyone think he had been blown to bits. He wanted to see which rebellious underling would jump out to revolt. Initially, everyone was busy putting out the fire and didn't think too much about it. An hour later, the fire was completely extinguished. They found a charred corpse on the bed. Everyone surrounded the body, crying and wailing. Changshi felt very distressed. This was not his corpse, but his beloved dancer. Outside the pharmacy, the noise grew louder. Second in command, is the boss really dead? Big brother. Woo-woo. You died such a tragic death. Boss. You died so tragically. How can you leave me like this? What will I do in the future? Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. I will take care of you. Woo-woo. Changshi couldn't help but reflect. The second in command is really kind. After I die, he will still help take care of my wife. The second in command should not be the murderer. Changshi felt this was a chance to test the loyalty of his subordinates. At this moment, the third in command, holding a torch, came up and started arguing with the second in command. The urgent matter was to choose a new leader. Is there any need to choose? Of course, it should be the second in command. The third in command is clever, but only he can lead us out of this predicament. The second in command is more accomplished in both literature and martial arts than the third in command. Changshi was very dissatisfied. How long have I been dead? And you're already fighting for the leadership position? Fine. I want to see how you argue and who supports whom. Usually, everyone is two-faced. Now it's all laid bare. Good. Before the second and third in command could finish arguing, the fourth also came out to join in. Changshi felt numb. It was as if he were a lonely outcast surrounded by rebellious underlings. While eavesdropping, Changshi unknowingly fell asleep. He was truly exhausted and could hardly keep his eyes open. Liu Bei raised his telescope to observe. This telescope was made by craftsmen while they were making microscopes. He saw a group of people holding torches, arguing around a charred corpse. He excitedly said, Changshi really was blown to bits. Guijia, watching Liu Bei holding a tube, was puzzled about what he was looking at. Is he trying to look through a tube? So he asked, my lord. How do you know? Liu Bei handed the telescope to Guijia. You take a look. Guijia thought to himself, what can you see with this? He imitated Liu Bei and curiously put his eye to the eyepiece. A look of surprise appeared on his face. This tube can actually see things so far away. He indeed saw a group of people a kilometer away, holding torches around a charred corpse, arguing. After observing for a while, he excitedly said, I've seen Changshi. I'm sure he is not among them. That corpse is definitely Changshi. Zhao Yun excitedly said, let me see. Several people took turns looking through the telescope, having a great time. Guan Yu said, big brother, can't you make a few more? Liu Bei shrugged. This was made in a hurry. The previous craftsmen were busy making microscopes for Hua, and there was no time. I'll have someone send a batch over in a few days. One for each person. But I must say, this thing is confidential. It must not be lost. I'd rather destroy it than let it fall into enemy hands. Everyone was overjoyed. One for each person? Wouldn't that give them a huge advantage in battle? So, they all said in unison, understood. Guijia said, my lord. Since Changshi is dead, I'll go down to the city to persuade them to surrender. Liu Bei nodded. Let Zhang Fei go. He has a loud voice. Good. Zhang Fei turned and headed down the mountain. Liu Bei took back the telescope to continue observing, saying, however, it seems they are preparing to choose a new leader. So the chances of surrendering are a bit low. Guijia asked, what should we do? Liu Bei chuckled lightly. Don't we still have half the explosives left? Once General Huang recovers, we'll give their new leader House another round. Guan Yu raised his eyebrows. Brother Bei is really crafty. Keeping half the explosives as a backup. Whoever becomes the leader will die. They surrender. As dawn broke, several hours passed. The group of bandits was still in a heated meeting, arguing passionately. They didn't even care about the leader's corpse, leaving it aside to air out. Zhang Fei was shouting and cursing at the foot of the city, but it didn't affect their meeting. Liu Bei didn't expect them to hold such a long meeting. Just right, we can catch them all at once. He put down the telescope and pointed at the bandits below, saying, see that pile of torches? Shoot towards that crowd. They're all big fish. I don't believe it. If the leader, the little leader, and the little leader are all dead, they still surrender. You go prepare to shoot. Huang Zhong had regained his strength after sleeping for a few hours. He followed the original process. Huang Zhong drew his bow, and Guan Yu tied the gunpowder. Shoot. Whoosh. The bandits in the distance heard a faint sound of an explosion. They all turned their heads to look. A large bundle of sandbags was being dragged by the arrow, charging towards them. Boom. Another mushroom cloud rose. Flames shot into the sky, and the ground shook. The little bandit leaders gathered in the square to argue over leadership were all reduced to ashes. Pieces scattered everywhere. Changshi, who had been asleep, was instantly awakened and quickly looked out the window. Staring at the familiar mushroom cloud, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Another one? The second, third, and fourth are all gone. Did Liu Bei really do this? Changshi hurriedly ran out of the pharmacy, only to find his subordinates looking at him with terror in their eyes. A ghost? No, wait. The boss is still alive? Is the boss testing the second, third, and fourth heads? All the heads competing for the boss's position are dead. The boss's scheming is terrifying. So all the little brothers prostrated themselves on the ground and pleaded. Boss, we were wrong. Please spare us. Changshi frowned and asked, what is going on? A clever person reacted, realizing it wasn't the boss is doing. That person pointed to the mountain peak opposite and said, we saw a sandbag fly from that mountain peak, and then it exploded. Changshi narrowed his eyes. He quickly thought that this might be a special skill of one of Liu Bei's generals, a skill that allows a sandbag to fly over and explode. So that's it. The attack came from a mountain peak a kilometer away. How terrifying. It truly caught one off guard. He stared at the mountain peak across, as if a killer was staring back at him from there. He shivered. He hated this feeling of having a knife at his throat. The only thing to do now was to find a way to hide. Yes, just hide in the tunnel. This way, he wouldn't be discovered by the assassin, and he could avoid being blown up. Judging by the frequency of the special skill used, he estimated it wouldn't be used more than a few times a day. As long as he could hold out for 2 more days, Zhang Ba would arrive. Resolving to do so, Changshi began to arrange for his subordinates to dig a tunnel. Guo Jia put down the binoculars, looking incredulous. Changshi is still alive. He is still here. Liu Bei gritted his teeth. How could Changshi be so tough? He is not dead. Chapter 85, Combination Technique. Dragon lowers its head. Liu Bei snatched the binoculars and saw Changshi directing his subordinates to clean up the scene. Then he hid under the city wall. That was Liu Bei's blind spot. Clearly, he had discovered the source of the attack. Liu Bei cursed. Damn it. Guan Yu, where's your black powder? Bring it to me. I don't believe I can't blow this bastard up. Guan Yu said, I can't give you any more. We don't have enough explosives left. Just give me half a cart. Half a cart is enough. Guan Yu still shook his head. Liu Bei turned to leave. If you want to give it to me, I'll take it myself. Zhang Fei quickly grabbed Liu Bei's arm. Brother Bei, don't. You can't kill him. Once he finds out we're coming, he'll definitely hide. Liu Bei laughed in anger. I can't kill him. All right. Just watch me blow him to bits. Guan Yu quickly intervened. Brother Bei, let us think of other ways. Liu Bei calmed down and asked Guo Jia, Feng Shao, do you have any good ideas? Guo Jia replied, for now, we can only leave at least 3,000 men here to besiege Changshi while preventing other mountain bandits from coming to rescue. The other troops will continue deeper into Taishan County. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes, looking down at Changshi's stronghold. What a well-defended stronghold. Liu Bei decided to follow Guo Jia's strategy. Guan Yu, Huang Zhong, Zhao Yun, you 3 stay behind to continue besieging Changshi. Guo Jia, take the remaining 6,000 men to continue deeper into Taishan County to eliminate the bandits. Zhang Fei, organize your special forces into demolition and assassination teams to coordinate with other troops for the attack. Guo Jia said, but General Guan's Qinglong/ can breach the city more easily. I want to take General Guan with me. Liu Bei said, I have other uses for Guan Yu. I'll send him to you once he is done. Guo Jia nodded. All right. Anyway, Zhang Fei's demolition team can serve as a substitute. Liu Bei waved his hand. If there are no objections, carry out the orders. Everyone replied, yes. Time is of the essence. As soon as Liu Bei's orders were given, all the troops received them and immediately began to pack up. The high command took this opportunity to discuss tactical details. They hadn't slept all night yesterday and had to study tactics early in the morning. While researching tactics, they also had to pack their belongings and immediately head to the designated location. This has been the case throughout history. Good warriors may not have great achievements, but they certainly know how to endure. Zhang Fei was very excited. This was his first time personally participating in a meeting for such a large-scale battle. He listened to Guo Jia's tactical deployment with more seriousness than he would in class. He quickly proposed his unique insights and won praise from seasoned veterans like Huang Zhong. Liu Bei smiled helplessly. As expected, medical students learn everything quickly besides medicine. Changshi soon received the news that Liu Bei's army had given up on attacking the stronghold. Instantly, his mood brightened. What is so great about having skilled martial generals? My stronghold is like a single man holding back 1,000. How could 1 or 2 skilled martial generals possibly take it? Moreover, it said that Liu Bei only left 5,000 men here to guard. Isn't that underestimating me, Changshi? I'm a man who can take a hit from that monster Dian Wei. Go tell the brothers to hold the fort. In 2 days, when Zhang Ba arrives with 20,000 troops to join me, we'll definitely wipe them out. However, I still need to dig the tunnel. Who knows if that explosive skilled general is still around? I'm afraid he might be eating a pancake and singing a song, only to be blown up suddenly. But with these steep cliffs all around, it's all rock. It took half a day to dig out a small air raid shelter that could hold 3 people. But that's enough for him. As for whether the other subordinates would be blown up, he didn't care. With that little explosion range and frequency, how many people could possibly be blown up? Below the city, Liu Bei's generals led their respective armies to the designated location. The original garrison only had Guan Yu's 2,000 elite troops, Zhao Yun's 1,000 white horse Isong, and Huang Zhong's 2,000 new soldiers left. Guan Yu was quite happy to stay in place. After listening to Guo Jia's tactical deployment, he understood that the terrain of Taishan County was complex and fraught with danger. With ambush points everywhere, a slight misstep could lead to being attacked from both sides. It was better to guard against Changshi here. Liu Bei looked up at the stronghold, pondering for a long time. Brother Yu, can your Qinglong be a little faster or last a little longer? Guan Yu replied, 300 kilometers per hour is just a rough estimate. It should be slightly faster than that. The duration is at least 3 seconds. But it could actually be around 45 seconds. Liu Bei's eyelids twitched. Good heavens, you're reporting all the minimum numbers. Liu Bei immediately took a branch and started calculating in the sand. Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Even if the Qinglong breaks the city gate, it won't work. Liu Bei clapped the dust off his hands, smiling. I have a plan. Guan Yu blinked. What plan? I need you to use a Qinglong slash. Guan Yu didn't expect Liu Bei to come up with a reliable plan again. Liu Bei was becoming increasingly composed. Guan Yu went to Ma Ji's side and patted his neck. Ma Go, we're going to run a marathon again. Ma Ge shivered. Huh? Don't worry. This time we 1T run too far. Liu Bei and Huang Zhong went to the mountain peak opposite the stronghold, while Zhao Yun stayed in the army to prevent the enemy from attacking when they were leaderless. After hearing Liu Bei's plan, Huang Zhong's head buzzed. My lord, I have never seen General Guan's Azure Dragon. Is this plan reliable? Liu Bei confidently patted Huang Zhong's shoulder and said, even Guan Yu said it's reliable, so don't worry. Huang Zhong looked at Liu Bei with suspicion. After waiting for about 6 hours, a giant dragon silhouette, 6 meters in diameter and over 200 meters long, suddenly appeared before everyone. The dragon's roar echoed in the mountains, making hearts race. The bandits were so scared that they hurriedly reported the situation to Changxi. Changxi rushed to the front of the city wall along the base, his eyes wide open. What the heck? Such a big dragon? This is insane. How come Liu Bei has so many skilled martial artists under him? Changxi quickly shouted, fire! Fire! Liu Bei raised his binoculars to observe the situation in the mountain stronghold and saw Changxi's dog head watching from the city wall. By the way, General Huang, can you blow off Changxi's dog head from a kilometer away? Huang Zhong shook his head. The target is too small. It's a matter of luck. Liu Bei sighed. Then let's proceed according to the original plan. Guan Yu rode on his horse and charged forward. The guards on the city wall were also merciless towards Guan Yu and immediately released a rain of arrows. According to Liu Bei's arrangement, Zhao Yun rode alongside, using his superb spear skills to help Guan Yu block the arrow rain. Wow, Zilong, how did your attack speed get so fast? Zhao Yun laughed. It's from practicing digging ditches. Guan Yu. In the end, Guan Yu threw the Azure Dragon when he was about 50 meters from the cliff. Roar. At that moment, all the arrows were deflected. The Azure Dragon shot straight up at a 90-degree angle toward the sky. Changxi's eyes widened as he watched the straight, giant dragon rush past him. Changxi suddenly laughed. Green Robe Bandit. What kind of accuracy is this? Where are you aiming? Ha! Immediately after, Huang Zhong placed a giant iron hammer on the bow. A massive amount of energy instantly gathered on the hammer. Whoosh! Bang! The giant iron hammer, containing immense impact force, struck the Azure Dragon's head instantly. Then, it quickly pressed the dragon's head down and rubbed it against the ground. The enormous body heavily pressed down on the stronghold, smashing the city wall, houses, and soldiers to bits. The Azure Dragon immediately went dark in its eyes and fainted, transforming into a phantom and dissipating into thin air. Ha! Changxi was left dumbfounded. What the heck? Chapter 86, The Hard-to-Kill King. Changxi Huang Zhong stared in disbelief. Did it really hit? Liu Bei exclaimed excitedly. I knew it. The Azure Dragon was able to knock Liu Bei away. So we can also knock the Azure Dragon away. Since the Azure Dragon can't turn, I'll force it to turn. I don't believe this won't kill that grandson Changxi. Huang Zhong thought to himself. Are you really making it turn? It just smashed its head. Liu Bei raised his binoculars to observe, and dust was kicked up in the stronghold, obscuring everything. But he was full of confidence. Damn it, why aren't you surrendering? Below the city, Guan Yu and Zhao Yun were also dumbfounded. The Azure Dragon really could hit. It really turned? But they had no time to admire their masterpiece. Soon, a new rain of arrows came pouring down. Guan Yu carried the exhausted Ma Ge, who was frothing at the mouth, and rode on the Jade Lion with Zhao Yun. The Jade Lion. As the rain of arrows was about to fall, the Jade Lion exerted all its strength, carrying the two men and stumbling quickly back to escape. In the end, it fell in front of the military camp. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun reacted quickly, jumping off the horse and landing steadily. Guan Yu, carrying Ma Ge, asked with concern, Jade Lion, are you all right? The Jade Lion. Zhao Yun patted the Jade Lion's head. Bending down to check, the Jade Lion's leg seems to be injured. Guan Yu scratched his head. Hey, Jade Lion, you need to be more careful. Why are you panicking? It's not your first time on the battlefield. How come you can't walk steadily? The Jade Lion. In that moment, Changxi was only a fist's distance away from the giant dragon's body, brushing past death. The dust raised made him cough. Cough, 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 ha. Changxi's chest rose and fell. That scared me to death. When the dust settled, Changxi saw the devastated stronghold. The street over 200 meters long had turned into ruins. He was still shaken, and his palms were sweating. Damn it, I'm just a mountain bandit. Did I rob you of a grain of rice from Liu Bei? Why are there so many skilled fighters coming after me? On the other side, Liu Bei put down the binoculars, unable to contain himself. Damn it, can't we kill Changxi? Not to mention that he escaped from Dianwei and Su Chu. All the small leaders were dead, yet he was still alive. Huang Zhong was also stunned. How could Changxi be so hard to kill? Liu Bei said, if one Azure Dragon won't do, then let's use two. He patted Huang Zhong's shoulder. General Huang, please continue to wait for the next Azure Dragon. I'll go check on Guan Yu's situation. Huang Zhong nodded. My lord, go with peace of mind. Liu Bei quickly descended the mountain and arrived at the military camp. Brother Yu, prepare for the next Azure Dragon strike. That idiot Chang, she isn't dead yet. Guan Yu looked troubled. Ma Ge can't run anymore. Liu Bei asked, what about the Jade Lion? The Jade Lion fell while walking carelessly. TSK so careless? Zhao Yun volunteered. I'll carry Yun Chang. Liu Bei replied, but you still need to help Yun Chang block the arrow rain. You can't spare the effort. Zhao Yun confidently said, no problem. I can block it. Liu Bei patted Zhao Yun's shoulder and laughed. Good. With Zilong helping me, what do I have to worry about for my ambitions? You all go prepare. I will personally sit in the central army. Yes. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun high-fived. Zilong. It's all thanks to you. Zhao Yun happily said, I can fight alongside Yuan Shao again. Liu Bei, you two really have a good relationship. Liu Bei looked at the stronghold with a collapsed section of the city wall, the corners of his mouth curling up. The hard-to-kill king, huh? I'll smash your stronghold to pieces. Let's see if you still surrender. About another 6 hours passed. Night fell. The guards on the city wall once again heard that heart-pounding dragon roar. In their panic, they rolled down from the city wall and ran to the air raid shelter to report to Changshi. Boss, that dragon is coming again. That green robe bandit is riding the white robe guy who blocked the arrow rain during the day. Changshi. What nonsense, I can't understand. Damn it. I'll personally shoot him dead. Get my bow. Changshi crouched on the city wall, looking into the distance, and saw the green robe bandit riding that white robe guy charging over. Now Changshi understood. So this was the riding method? Damn it. What's going on now? That white robe guy can still be a mount. Is this another special skill? What are you standing there for? Prepare to fire arrows. Changshi was the best archer in the stronghold, his eyes sharp as a snake, aiming at Guan Yu and Zhao Yun. Guan Yu glanced at the Azure Dragon Phantom on his Azure Dragon Blade. Zilong. I suddenly noticed that there seems to be a small bump on the head of this Azure Dragon Phantom. Zhao Yun was concentrating on fending off the rain of arrows, unable to pay attention to whether there was a bump on Guan Yu's Qinglong head. Changshi took the opportunity to release an arrow. Whoosh. This arrow was very tricky. Zhao Yun couldn't block it in time, and it hit Guan Yu's arm. Due to the adrenaline, Guan Yu temporarily felt no pain. Changshi thought it was bad. He hadn't hit Guan Yu's heart. Zhao Yun shouted, Yunchang, release the dragon. Guan Yu responded, all right. Howl. The great Qinglong roared out, charging straight into the sky. Bang. Another hammer struck its head, pressing it down and rubbing it against the ground. Ugh. The great Qinglong's eyes went black, and it fainted. Its body fell heavily on the other side of the mountain stronghold, plowing hundreds of meters and causing countless casualties. Then its body turned into a phantom and disappeared into thin air. This time, Changshi learned from his lesson and kept a distance from the Qinglong. But a flying rock grazed his face, leaving a blood mark. He had no time to care about that and hurriedly shouted, don't let them escape. Keep firing arrows. Another wave of arrows came. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun exchanged glances, changed forms. So Guan Yu ran below, and Zhao Yun stepped on Guan Yu's shoulder to block the incoming arrows from behind. Changshi's head buzzed. Is this even possible? Liu Bei seized the opportunity to shout, Changshi, you son of a dog. If you don't surrender, I'll smash your stronghold. None of you will survive. I'll give you a night to think it over. Otherwise, I'll smash your stronghold tomorrow. Changshi sneered, smash it. Let's see how much you can smash. Damn, you're still not dead? Liu Bei said, all bandits, listen up. Hand over Changshi. I'll ensure you have food to eat and clothes to wear, and the chance to become good citizens again. Otherwise, none of you will survive. With Changshi, so many people die from the Qinglong every day. Who can guarantee that the one who dies tomorrow isn't you? You bandits, you just want to make a living. How much money can you make in a month? Why risk your lives for Changshi? You can see how prosperous the lives of the people in Donghai County are. Would you rather live a life of bloodshed than a peaceful and good life? Changshi scoffed at Liu Bei's speech and warned his subordinates. You've killed so many people, yet you still dream of being good citizens? Robbing homes, forcefully taking women. What haven to you done? Do you think Liu Bei will let you go? Once a bandit, always a bandit. Don't think about unrealistic things. If you still want to live freely, then fight to the end with me against Liu Bei. Chapter 87. First battle successful. There were many people in the stronghold and many thoughts. Some were swayed by Liu Bei, while others were convinced by Changshi. But no one showed it. Changshi could tell from their expressions that the hearts of the people were not united, but he had no way to deal with it. Brother Zongba, why haven't you come yet? If you don't come soon, I can't hold on. Liu Bei sighed. No wonder Boss Cao gathered top generals like Xiahou Yuan, Eugene, Zongba, and Zhang Liao, but couldn't win against Changshi. Several ambushes on Boss Cao hadn't killed him. Damn it. Liu Bei finally saw the situation clearly. He asked Guan Yu, Brother Yu, how's your arm? Guan Yu disinfected it with alcohol, wincing in pain. No problem. Bring it on. I want to stop until they surrender. Saying this, Guan Yu mounted Zhao Yun and headed out again. Liu Bei looked at Guan Yu in surprise. Could it be that the fighting genes within the Han men were activated after being shot? Liu Bei quickly shouted, 3 hours of running is enough. Increase the frequency. Guan Yu waved his hand, understood. At dawn, howl. A slightly smaller Qinglong phantom roared out from the Qinglong blade again. However, strangely, after leaving the Qinglong blade, its dragon claws quickly covered its head. In the distance, Huangzhong blinked, thinking he was seeing things. Why was the dragon's posture so strange? Was it because Yunchang was too tired and summoned it incorrectly? Or did the charging time become shorter, causing the problem? Forget it, no time to think. Shoot a hammer first. Bang! The hammer arrived as scheduled, hitting the Qinglong's head. The Qinglong's eyes went black and it fainted. Pressed to the ground by the hammer, it plowed hundreds of meters. Another batch of bandits died. The bandits were numb. Damn, we can't keep living like this. They couldn't predict where the giant dragon would land. Often, with a bang, a familiar face on the other side would be flattened. Just thinking that the great Qinglong could crush them at any time made them anxious. Fear spread among the bandits. Boss, let's surrender. With our limited forces, we will soon be wiped out by the great Qinglong. Not to mention being wiped out. If we lose another 500 men, Liu Bei will easily attack us. Yeah, boss. We can't hold on. Crack. Changshi slashed at the speaking subordinate. Anyone else who talks of surrender will be killed. The bandits fell silent. Guan Yu continued as usual, carrying Zhao Yun away, with Zhao Yun standing on Guan Yu's shoulder blocking the rain of arrows. Their cooperation was already quite skilled. Zilong, did you notice that the Qinglong just now was a bit off? When it was still in the Qinglong blade, everything was normal except for the 2 bumps on its head. After leaving the Qinglong blade, its movement changed to covering its head while flying. Zhao Yun thought for a moment. Could it be afraid of being hit on the head? Guan Yu shook his head, not sure. It could also be a result of insufficient charging time. We'll know if we try again. Zhao Yun nodded. Okay. At noon, the bandits were all cooking. The dragon is coming. The dragon is coming. Hide. Where to hide? You ask me? Damn. I don't know. Quickly run to the wall. Right. The great Qinglong rose. This time it no longer covered its head, but rotated 180 degrees in midair. Damn it. I want to see who is hitting me. Bang. The moment the great Qinglong turned around, it saw nothing. All it saw was a huge iron hammer occupying its view, hitting it squarely on the face. Then its back head slammed heavily on the ground, plowing hundreds of meters. Its eyes went black, and it fainted. It turned into a phantom and dissipated. Guan Yu carried Zhao Yun back to the city, and the two exchanged glances. Guan Yu wondered, although that Qinglong now has 3 bumps on its head, it doesn't seem afraid of being hit by the hammer. It even flipped over. Zhao Yun was also puzzled. This Qinglong is a bit strange. At first, I thought it was a living thing that would be afraid of pain. Now it seems it doesn't fear pain much. The head covering action last time, and the flipping action this time should be coincidences, happening randomly. Guan Yu nodded. It may be a problem caused by the continuous use of the Qinglong slash. Huang Zhong looked at the stronghold a kilometer away, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh no, I missed. He didn't expect the Azure Dragon to suddenly change direction, causing his aim to go awry and hitting the bottom of the wall instead. Below the wall, the bandits widened their eyes in fear. The ground was littered with the corpses of those crushed or killed by the Azure Dragon. The casualties were immense. If this continued, they wouldn't even have enough manpower to defend the city. Several minor leaders exchanged glances and turned their eyes toward Changxi's air raid shelter. Liu Bei used his binoculars to observe for a moment and said, it seems their city defense forces have decreased. Zhao Yun, munching on a pancake to regain his strength, mumbled, I've noticed that too. The rain of arrows isn't as dense. Liu Bei decisively said, gather all troops and prepare for a general assault. Yes, Guan Yu suggested. I think another shot would be safer. Liu Bei had no objections this time. After all, they needed some time to prepare for the siege. He nodded and said, you go prepare. After you release the next Azure Dragon strike, I'll order the entire army to attack. Okay. Liu Bei issued a final ultimatum to the stronghold. Listen up. It's not too late to surrender now. I can give you a way out. If you continue to resist, you will all be killed. Report. Liu Bei's army has gathered. Changxi exclaimed excitedly, damn it. They finally dare to attack the city. Boys, show them our might. Boss, surrender. Changxi angrily shouted, Who said surrender? Pull him down and behead him. Boss, we only have a little over 1,000 left after excluding the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Is it necessary to keep fighting? Changxi cursed furiously. You're looking for death. Do you think my words are just a breeze? Come here. Pull him down and behead him. However, this time, everyone remained motionless. What? You all don't want to move? Fine. If you won't behead him, I will. Crack. One of the underlings from behind chopped off Changxi's head. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun had finished eating and were ready to set off. Suddenly, someone stood on the city wall, holding Changxi's head and shouted, Changxi's head is here. We surrender. Liu Bei raised his binoculars to confirm it was indeed Changxi's head and joyfully said, the city has fallen. Quickly send word to Guijia and the other generals. In the evening, Guijia received Liu Bei's report of victory. Report. Military advisor. Changxi's stronghold has fallen. Guijia quickly stood up. The city has fallen? Yes. The city has fallen. Guijia couldn't believe it. Did Liu Bei launch a strong attack? That would be a huge loss. He hurriedly asked, how many casualties? The messenger replied, not a single person was harmed. Changxi was beheaded. Guijia's eyes widened. That stronghold was easy to defend but hard to attack. A single man could hold it against thousands. How could Liu Bei break through a turtle shell he had besieged for days in just a day and a half? And without any casualties? How is that possible? Chapter 88. Zhoutsong strikes lucky. Guijia didn't expect Liu Bei to have such military talent. He quickly opened Liu Bei's letter to check the details. After reading it, his head buzzed. There are actually combo techniques among military generals? The Azure Dragon can turn like this? Learn something new. Next time, he should also come up with a combo technique. Indeed, only useless leaders require constant advice, while excellent leaders will help you improve. Guijia felt that his military capability had improved again. With the removal of Changxi, it meant that Guijia could mobilize even more troops. Since there were more troops available, the tactics also needed to change. After all, 800 troops have their own way of fighting, and 8,000 have their own as well. Originally, with insufficient troops, His plan was to push Zhang Ba back to the east of Taishan to the Langya commandery, but now that he had enough troops, he decided to encircle and annihilate Zhang Ba, completely eliminating this hidden danger. Guojia excitedly opened the map and studied the attack route for a while. Then he immediately replied to Liu Bei. By the time Liu Bei received the letter, it was already the next morning. Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, and Guan Yu were sound asleep, having not woken up for over 10 hours. Liu Bei, however, continued to stay up late. Even though he hadn't slept for 2 consecutive nights, he still had to tally the captives, grains, armaments, and treasures from the stronghold overnight. Changshi really knew how to enjoy life. He had plenty of luxury items like green tea, glassware, and fine salt. A rough estimate put the value of the seized supplies at over 100 million. No wonder he loved being a bandit. With so much money and no constraints. That must be real happiness. Liu Bei opened Guojia's letter and read it carefully. Guojia reported the overall situation at the front. They had just arrived at the designated location last night, using the divine mechanism camp's gunpowder to clear the way, and had taken 7 strongholds. They had basically controlled half of Taishan County. At the same time, Guojia had used the divine mechanism camp to locate Zhang Ba's army, hoping Liu Bei would assist him in encircling Zhang Ba. Liu Bei smiled, surrounding Zhang Ba with 10,000 men against his 20,000? Interesting. However, Zhang Ba was not an ordinary character. He led the famous Taishan army, known for its bravery and familiarity with the mountainous terrain. After Cao Cao slaughtered Xuzhou, he was not favored by the gentry of Xuzhou and Qingzhou. Therefore, he could only rely on the local tyrant Zhang Ba to help him manage Qingzhou and Xuzhou. For a long time, Zhang Ba was an independent warlord. It wasn't until Cao Pai ascended to the throne that he promoted Zhang Ba to the position of chief of the Golden Guards, equal to the 9 ministers. Similar to the commander of the Imperial Guards, stripping him of his military power. Interestingly, in the recommendation for Cao Pai's ascension, Zhang Ba was ranked even before the 5 great generals. This shows that Zhang Ba was very politically astute. But precisely because of this, Liu Bei had to kill him. Cao Cao needed Zhang Ba to suppress Xuzhou and Qingzhou due to his massacre of cities. Liu Bei was different. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. If Zhang Ba were alive, with his military strength, which of Qingzhou and Xuzhou would listen to whom? Therefore, this battle was not as simple as eradicating bandits. It was about establishing dominance in both Qing and Su provinces. There could only be one leader in Qing and Su provinces. Guojia's encirclement strategy was just what Liu Bei wanted. Liu Bei continued reading the letter. To quietly form an encirclement, we need to capture Feiqing within half an hour. Therefore, Guojia needs to borrow Guan Yu to quickly take this city, allowing Dian Wei to swiftly lead troops to Zhang Ba's rear and cut off his retreat. Indeed, when it comes to quickly breaking a city, Guan Yu was the best. Time was of the essence. Liu Bei shouted toward Guan Yu's tent, Brother Yu, it's time to work. Military life was like this. Once the battle started, there was no time to spare. At this moment, Zhang Ba's scouts traversed the forest and brought news of Xi's beheading to Zhang Ba. Liu Bei personally led the army to the foot of Xi's stronghold, breaking the city in just a day and a half, and Xi was beheaded. Zhang Ba was greatly shocked. Impossible. That place. Even if you give me half a year, I might not be able to capture it. How did Liu Bei do it? The scouts said, Liu Bei has a martial general with a unique skill who can summon the Azure Dragon. It was that Azure Dragon that crushed the stronghold. The Azure Dragon flying and crushing the stronghold? That makes sense. Only such a unique skill could break through Xi's stronghold in a short time. It seems Liu Bei cannot be underestimated. Zhang Ba asked, how often does that Azure Dragon appear? The scout was very professional and had investigated this as well. Sometimes it appears every 6 hours, and at least every 3 hours. Zhang Ba nodded. According to his experience, summoning the Azure Dragon should consume a lot of stamina. Recovering stamina in 6 hours or 3 hours should allow for its release. Although the frequency is low, it is quite effective for siege warfare. Zhang Ba smiled. How formidable is a siege? What use is a formidable siege? In Taishan County, what matters is the ability to fight in mountainous terrain. In the mountains and forests, the crowd is dispersed, and one might not even see a shadow. If a dragon descends in the mountains, it might not kill a single person. What good is that? The key is that his unique skill is a legion technique. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered on himself, the noise made by his own troops is reduced by 80. This means that his army will be hard to detect while moving stealthily through the mountains and forests. Any army fighting against him in mountainous warfare has basically no chance of winning, no matter how many unique skill generals Liu Bei has. They could very well be ambushed by his small soldiers. Come on, Liu Bei, let me show you what it means to be the one in charge of Taishan. Guan Yu immediately rode along the official road with Zhao Yun. The terrain in the mountains is too complicated. Riding a horse is inconvenient. It's faster to take a shortcut on Zhao Yun. At this moment, the mountain bandit Zhou Tsang was squatting on the mountain, feeling bored. He thought, why isn't anyone come yet? Isn't this the busy harvest season? Why isn't there a single merchant convoy? Were they intercepted by other bandits? No. The bandit industry is too competitive these days. He was even thinking of changing careers. If no one comes soon, his little brothers would starve to death. Suddenly, he heard a dragon roar in the mountains. A little brother hurried over and said, Boss, A green-robed strange person is riding a white-robed brother, leading a big azure dragon with a head full of bumps and a bruised face down the official road. Boss, should we take him on? We haven't had a job in a long time. Zhao was a bit confused. What does a green-robed strange person riding a white-robed brother mean? And leading a big azure dragon with a head full of bumps and a bruised face? Zhao questioned, have you eaten mushrooms? Why are you so desperate for food? The little brother hurriedly replied, no, really, listen to the dragon roar. Zhao listened closely to the dragon roar. It really seemed to be true. Forget it. Who cares if it's strange? Let's take him on. If we don't, we will starve to death. Zhao decisively said, get the rope to trip him. Right. Get the rope. So, the mountain bandits hid in the grass, each pulling on one end of the rope, burying it in the sand, waiting for Guan Yu to come by. Clop, clop, clop. Guan Yu saw a person standing in the way holding a knife from a distance. Damn. There are bandits blocking the road. Zhao Yun confidently said, Yuan Shao, don't panic. I'll take care of these small thieves with one blow. You focus on using your unique skill. Guan Yu smiled and said, Zilong is still reliable. Zhao was even more confused. At this moment, he really saw a green-robed strange person riding a white-robed brother, leading a big azure dragon with a head full of bumps and a bruised face. What the heck? Am I hallucinating from hunger? Forget it. Zhao shouted, pull the rope. Zhao Yun was momentarily inattentive and tripped over Zhao rope. Guan Yu was also momentarily inattentive and inadvertently unleashed the azure dragon from the azure dragon blade. The azure dragon instantly detached from the azure dragon blade and howled out. The big azure dragon covered its head, closing its eyes and charging forward. Zhao eyes widened. No way. This dragon can fly too. Boom. Zhao was knocked away by the big azure dragon. Chapter 89. Weapon Steward. The azure dragon slightly opened one eye. Huh. What did I just run into? No hammer this time. Great. Before the azure dragon could gather its thoughts, it dissipated into the void again. Guan Yu got up from the ground. Oh no. My unique skill was interrupted. Zilong, are you okay? Zhao Yun replied shamefully. Yuan Shao, it was my carelessness. Guan Yu patted Zhao Yun. It's fine. The situation is urgent. Dian Wei is waiting for us up ahead. Let us start gathering strength from here. Zhao Yun nodded. For now, we can only do it this way. Guan Yu mounted Zhao Yun again and set off. Clop, clop, clop. Looking at the backs of Guan Yu and Zhao Yun as they left, the little brothers on the mountain were dumbfounded. What the heck? That big azure dragon knocked the boss away. What with those two strange people? Where's our big brother? Zhao Yun carried Guan Yu and ran about 2 kilometers. Suddenly, they discovered a corpse lying straight on the roadside, in a standing position. It looked like it had been dead for a while. Guan Yu glanced at the corpse and quickly shouted to stop. Zhao Yun slammed to a halt. What's wrong? Yin Chong? Isn't this the mountain bandit who blocked us earlier? Did he get knocked over here? Zhao Yun was a bit surprised. At first, he thought it was an ordinary corpse. After all, in this chaotic world, it wouldn't be strange to see hundreds of corpses in the wilderness. However, upon discovering, good heavens, this corpse was indeed the mountain bandit they had just knocked away. This doesn't make sense. No one who has been knocked away by the azure dragon has survived until now, except for Liu Bei. The miscellaneous soldiers were all smashed to pieces. How could this guy still have a complete corpse? Something's off. Guan Yu felt this person might be unusual and might have a unique skill. So, he got off Zhao Yun and bent down to examine. He felt that the corpse was ice cold. He was even more puzzled. How long has it been since he died? And why is the body already cold? Moreover, it felt hard, like iron. Huh, why is his head pointy? Guan Yu took off his hat and was surprised to find a blade growing from his head. It looked just like the pointed horn on Ultraman Sibu's head. It was like a big knife embedded in the body, with the blade facing outward, extending along the spine to the tailbone. What is going on? Suddenly, the corpse spoke. I remember the green-robed person with the azure dragon. Guan Yu was startled. What the heck? You're still alive? The corpse suddenly became excited. You are General Guan. The one who knocked Liu Bei flying at Hulao Pass, General Guan. Guan Yu nodded. That's right. The corpse introduced itself. This humble one is Zhao, 34. Greetings to General Guan. Guan Yu was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, You are Zhao? Guan Yu didn't expect to almost mistakenly kill an ally. Zhao excitedly said, General Guan has heard of me? Guan Yu asked in confusion, How did you end up like this? Zhao awkwardly replied, Because my unique skill is to enhance weapons. Just now, General Guan's azure dragon was too powerful. I had no choice but to use my unique skill and merge myself into the weapon to escape a calamity. Unfortunately, after using my unique skill, I need at least a quarter of an hour to recover, so I could only lie here. Guan Yu, what kind of enhancement is it to embed weapons into your own body and controlling yourself for 15 minutes? Guan Yu waved his hand. Just lie down well. Also, stop being a bandit. If you want to be a small official, go to Tansheng in Donghai. My elder brother should be very willing to take you in. I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. What use is Zhao? Even using the card is a struggle. Just give it to my elder brother as a collection. Zhao is also trying hard to get the job. General Guan, don't leave yet. Listen to me. My enhancement can not only increase the hardness, toughness, and sharpness of weapons, I can also reduce the weight of the weapon, thus increasing the attack speed. I can even channel my energy into the Qinglong knife to increase its size or extend its duration. General Guan, my unique skill is of no use to others. Only by being by your side can I maximize my potential. Please let me stay by your side. So many benefits? Sounds like an intelligent weapon manager. Enhancing it however you want. Guan Yu finally became interested. Oh, how long can the enhanced state of the weapon last? Seeing the interview about to pass, Zhou happily said, at least 15 minutes, with no upper limit, as long as I don't starve to death. Guan Yu thought for a moment. Since his Qinglong slash was interrupted, why not let Zhou enhance it? Just in time for Zhou's weaponization time to be over. He immediately deactivated the weaponization, and Zhou's body returned to normal. Guan Yu threw his Qinglong knife to Zhou. Come on, enhance one for me to see. Zhou nodded vigorously. Okay. Zhou stood at attention, gripping the handle of the Qinglong knife. General Guan, it's enhanced. Guan Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. What kind of fusion is this? There's no change at all. Shouldn't you have a knife growing out of your head? Zhou said. That is not impossible, but in that case, you would have to hold my ankle to use it. Moreover, with this fusion, you can not only hold the handle, but at a critical moment, you can also lift me to block arrows. Guan Yu thought for a moment and found it somewhat reasonable. General Guan, don't worry. I've adjusted the weight to be very light. You can lift it with one hand. Guan Yu lifted the Qinglong knife with one hand. Indeed, it was very light, feeling like a knife made of hollow aluminum. However, Zhou body was as hard as iron, sticking firmly to the handle like a popsicle, very sturdy. Indeed, lifting Zhou was like lifting a shield. To some extent, it could help block arrow rain without interrupting the casting of his unique skill, which was very convenient. Why hadn't he thought of installing a shield in front of the Qinglong knife before? That way, his arms wouldn't get hit by arrows. Guan Yu mumbled, it feels a bit awkward. Holding a person in my hand is strange. Zhao Yun advised. Yuan Shao, time is tight. Our charge has been interrupted. According to our route, we can't pull out a bigger Qinglong now, so we might as well give it a try. Guan Yu nodded. Fine. Zhou, are you willing to help me break the enemy? Zhou happily said, thank you, General Guan. So Guan Yu rode Zhao Yun, holding Zhou, and rushed towards Feiqing. Dian Wei was lying in ambush at the edge of Feiqing. A soldier came to report, General Dian, General Guan is here, but it's a bit strange. Dian Wei subconsciously asked, what is strange? He is riding a person and holding another person. Dian Wei waved his hand. What is so surprising about that? The one under him must be Zhao Zilong, and the one in his hand must be. Dian Wei hesitated. The one in his hand is. Dian Wei searched through all the high-ranking officials of Donghai County in his mind. Who would be held by Guan Yu? Those few kids? Zhuge Liang? Or Zhuge Jun? Dian Wei's not-so-large brain shrank. Chapter 90. The Sandwich Attack. Report. In the distance, a man in a green robe was leading a heavily injured, bruised giant dragon. He was riding a man in a white robe and holding a man in a black robe. The bandit leader raised an eyebrow. What is going on? What nonsense are they talking? Did you eat mushrooms? Can you speak clearly? The little brother said aggrieved. Boss, I saw it clearly. Everyone saw it too. The bandit leader looked at the little brother suspiciously. All right. You all ate mushrooms, huh? I want to see what kind of mushrooms are so delicious. So the bandit leader angrily climbed the city wall to look into the distance. He was instantly dumbfounded. He blinked. My goodness, a bruised giant dragon. There really is a green robe person riding a white robe person and holding a black robe person. When did I eat mushrooms too? He shouted. Who goes there? The three remained silent, merely charging forward. The bandit leader frowned. The arrivals are not friendly. Fire. The rain of arrows descended. Guan Yu raised the Qinglong knife, using Zhou to block in front. Zhao Yun was not very reassured about Zhou's defensive ability and still used his spear to help Guan Yu block. Guan Yu looked up at the illusory Qinglong and roughly estimated that Zhou's enhancement was about 15 times. The three reached the attack range of the Qinglong slash. Guan Yu swung his knife. The Qinglong charged out. Boom. The city gate, along with the wall above it, collapsed with a loud bang after being struck by the Qinglong. Dust flew up, revealing a huge gap in the city. Dian Wei was dumbfounded, standing still for a long time, until a soldier said, General Dian, it's time to attack. Dian Wei came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and shouted, all troops attack. Kill. In an instant, the sound of killing shook the heavens. Countless officials and soldiers rushed out from the nearby woods. Guan Zhao and Zhou separated accordingly. Guan Yu patted Zhou on the shoulder, smiling. Well done. From now on, just follow me, okay? Zhou gratefully said, thank you, General Guan. Zhao Yun said, let us go help Dian Wei attack the city. We can't let a single soldier escape from here. All right, Guan Yu thought, with you here, who can escape? The bandit leader was stunned. What is going on? When did so many people ambush nearby? It only took a blink from breaking the city to entering the city. The bandit leader couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Was this a premeditated ambush? How is this possible? There are several strongholds from Liu Bei's army to here, right? Unless they destroyed all the strongholds along the way in one day, it would be impossible to ambush here for so long without a sound. The more the bandit leader thought, the more frightened he became. What kind of army is he facing? Not good. If Feiqing is captured, the leader's supply line will be cut off. So the bandit leader hurriedly said, quickly, go tell the leader, enemy attack from behind. Our rear is cut off. Let the leader return for support immediately. But boss, we are already surrounded. The bandit leader angrily said, down to the city. Break out. Otherwise, we will be annihilated. Whoosh. The throat of the bandit leader was pierced by an arrow shot by Zhao Yun from below the city. The bandit group in Feiqing was leaderless and surrendered en masse. Feiqing was quickly captured. The encirclement was complete. At this moment, Zhang Ba was still at the front line, searching for Liu Bei's main forces. Completely unaware that his eastern escape route had been intercepted, scouts kept returning with reports. Report. Liu Bei's army of over 5,000 is stationed 20 kilometers to the south. Zhang Ba chuckled. It seems he wants to fight me. Report. 7 mountain strongholds in the west have been taken by Liu Bei's army overnight, and part of them is continuing north. What? Zhang Ba could no longer sit still. How did they do it? 7 strongholds in one night. Did you miscount or go insane? The scout explained. They have a general who can use explosive techniques to blow open the gates, catching these strongholds completely off guard as the army rushed in. Explosive techniques? He had only heard that Taoists possessed such skills. Indeed, it was a siege technique. Zhang Ba did not expect that besides Guan Yu, Liu Bei's army also had such adept siege generals. No wonder they captured so many strongholds so quickly. Not long after, another scout came to report. Leader, the northern Ming Mountain has been captured by Liu Bei's army. Zhang Ba stood up, his eyes wide. They even occupied Ming Mountain? That means they've taken half of Taishan County overnight. How many people? About 1,000. 1,000 people took it? Zhang Ba quickly opened the map. They must have captured at least 5 strongholds during the day after taking the 7 in the west at night to reach the northern Ming Mountain. To the south, there are Liu Bei's 5,000 main forces. Zhang Ba laughed heartily. So Liu Bei intends to bypass me and directly seize the Taishan administrative center of Fengyao County? It seems Liu Bei knows he cannot engage us in open battle. The scout worriedly said, Leader, with their speed of attack, could Feiqing to our east also be in trouble? Zhang Ba shook his head. Feiqing is a large city, not an ordinary stronghold. Unless Liu Bei's army can capture Feiqing within a quarter of an hour, otherwise, once Feiqing detects the enemy, I will know within half an hour. The scout nodded. Then Feiqing should be quite safe. Zhang Ba thought of the Qinglong that conquered Changxi and suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He said, but to be safe, you take a team to check on Feiqing and remind them to be cautious of Liu Bei's siege. The scout took the order and turned to leave. Before long, another scout came back to report. Leader, Liu Bei is attacking us from the south. Report. Liu Bei's army is launching an attack from the west. Report. Liu Bei's army is launching an attack from the north. They are simultaneously attacking from the southwest and north. The movements were so swift. It was as if they had agreed on a time. Could they be so confident in their siege speed? If any route was slow, they wouldn't be able to attack his main camp at the same time, right? Leader, what shall we do now? Zhang Ba sneered, surrounding 3 and missing 1. They intend to drive me back to Langia. Very good. Since you are voluntarily coming in, then none of you will return alive. He ordered each division to lie in ambush at the designated location, leaving no one from Liu Bei's army alive. The messenger responded, yes. With Guan Yu and Zhao Yun absent, Liu Bei directly handed command of the 5,000 troops to Huang Zhong. They swept through, taking 3 strongholds in a row and were already approaching Zhang Ba's main camp. At this moment, Liu Bei received a letter from Guan Yu. Great. Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei have successfully blocked Zhang Ba's escape route. Huang Zhong smiled. In this way, Zhang Ba will have nowhere to escape. Liu Bei continued to read. Zhoutsong? Wait, what? Zhoutsong is a weapon spirit? Huang Zhong raised an eyebrow. What Zhoutsong? Liu Bei explained. He was originally a bandit, but possessed extraordinary skills. So he was recruited by Guan Yu as a deputy general. Huang Zhong asked, what extraordinary skill? He can enhance weapons. Chapter 91. Main attacker, strategist Zhang Fei. Huang Zhong was intrigued. Then Zhoutsong can enhance my 8 treasures Qilanbao? Liu Bei's mouth twitched. In theory, yes. But in practice, you might have to shoot Zhoutsong out. Huang Zhong didn't understand at first, but soon he realized. Oh, I see. Zhoutsong is a weapon spirit, so he needs to merge into the arrowhead. Shooting the arrow would be equivalent to shooting Zhoutsong out, right? Liu Bei put away Guan Yu's letter and asked, General Huang, what are the next arrangements? Huang Zhong came back to his senses and said, the military advisor just sent word that we should not advance deep into the mountains, but hold this position. Liu Bei asked curiously, hold here? Huang Zhong replied, our main task is to catch the fleeing soldiers to prevent any from slipping through the net. Liu Bei wondered, hold? Then who will attack? Huang Zhong said, Ito will be the main attacker. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. Wait, my roommate has really become a general? It should be noted that Zhang Fei was still a college student a few months ago. He had no combat experience. Could his 1,000-strong divine machine camp really force Zhang Ba to flee? He was a bit worried that Zhang Fei might find himself in danger. After all, Zhang Ba's extraordinary skills were no joke. Ming Mountain. Zhang Fei gathered over 1,000 men from the divine machine camp. They wore camouflage leather armor and were adorned with leaves for disguise. Zhang Fei addressed the entire army. This battle is the first true battle for our divine machine camp. You are all men who eat meat every day. Today, give me some damn momentum. Victory is the only option. Prove with your merits that you deserve to eat meat every day. Now, put on your earplugs. The soldiers of the divine machine camp moved in unison, all wearing earplugs. This was a tactic they developed based on Zhang Fei's extraordinary skills. Then Zhang Fei crawled into a wooden barrel. This was something he had his subordinates build temporarily. The surface was covered with iron armor, and arrows could not penetrate it. Inside, there was only a small opening for him to see through, with feet exposed for walking. Since Zhang Ba's troops moved silently, Zhang Fei needed to guard against sudden arrows, so he simply made himself a cover. It also served as an acoustic chamber to amplify the power and range of his roar. Zhang Fei walked at the front, while the divine machine camp followed stealthily about 200 meters behind. This way, they could shoot arrows to cover Zhang Fei while not easily being misheard by the roar. Zhang Ba's ambush troops had been waiting for a long time. A little brother shouted loudly, "Great Commander, something is coming." The great commander was not pleased. "Damn it. Can you shout a little louder? I can't hear." The leader's extraordinary skill caused this trouble. They couldn't communicate normally. The little brother took a deep breath and shouted, "Something is coming." The great commander finally understood. He looked towards the end of the path, and sure enough, there was a wooden barrel person staggering and swaying towards them. The great commander suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, am I seeing things? In this remote wilderness, what the heck is this? The younger brother whispered, "Commander, is that a ghost?" The commander replied in a whisper, "Who cares if it's a person or a ghost? Shoot an arrow first, and then we'll see. It won't find us anyway." All right. So a cold arrow was shot out. As a result, the arrow was deflected back by the iron armor of the wooden barrel. Miraculously, it made almost no sound. Zhang Fei was walking when he suddenly saw an arrow drop to the ground, right under his foot. He immediately realized that it was an arrow shot by Zhang Ba's troops. What the heck? When did they shoot? They didn't even make a sound when hitting the wooden barrel. If the arrow hadn't fallen at his feet, he wouldn't have known someone had shot at him. With the cover of the forest, Zhang Ba's troops were truly like ghosts, killing without a sound. No wonder the imperial army couldn't do anything about him. He felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, he had made a wooden barrel, otherwise he might have died. However, since the arrow could reach him, it meant the ambushers were only about 100 meters away. Zhang Fei's lips curled up. "Since there are ambushers here, then don't blame me for being rude." He took a deep breath. "Zhang Ida of Yan is here. Who dares to fight me?" The roar of 13 words shook the leaves within 100 meters. The ambushers within 5 meters were so close to Zhang Fei that their hearts burst. Those within 20 meters fainted. Those within 50 meters felt dizzy. They all rolled down from the trees and the small hills on both sides. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow. There were indeed people in the trees. Zhang Ba's extraordinary skills were truly sinister. He couldn't even detect them at such a close distance. The hidden troops of the divine machine camp heard the roar and quickly followed up to eliminate the miscellaneous soldiers, in case anyone wasn't dead from the shock. After dealing with these ambushers, Zhang Fei's ultimate skill cooldown was also restored. He waved his hand to indicate, "Continue forward." Then he covered himself with the wooden barrel again. 4 kilometers away, Zhang Ba heard Zhang Fei's roar from afar. He smirked. "Looks like Zhang Fei has fallen into our ambush." A younger brother poured wine for Zhang Ba and laughed. Listening to his voice, he seems very desperate. Zhang Ba laughed heartily. The younger brother asked with a smile, "Why does the leader laugh?" This question hit the nail on the head for Zhang Ba, who thought this younger brother really knew how to please him. Zhang Ba said, "I laugh at Zhang Fei's lack of strategy. Liu Bei and Guan Yu are camped in place and dare not approach. Yet this Zhang Fei dares to charge in? What is this if not foolishness? Just wait. Within half an hour, news of Zhang Fei's death will come." After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Fei's roar echoed through the forest again. "Zhang Ida of Yan is here. Who dares to fight me?" The younger brother was astonished. Is Zhang Fei still alive? It seems he's getting closer to us. Zhang Ba smiled. "It's nothing. I've heard that Zhang Fei is brave and good at fighting. Perhaps he is unwilling to accept defeat, so he came to kill us alone. This time he will undoubtedly die." After another 10 minutes, Zhang Fei's roar echoed through the forest once more. "Zhang Ida of Yan is here. Who dares to fight me?" The younger brother looked to the north. How is Zhang Fei still alive? It seems he's even closer to us. It looks like he's only 2 kilometers away. Zhang Ba couldn't hold back any longer. Zhang Fei had managed to survive 3 ambushes without dying. Could he be invincible? If Zhang Fei didn't die this time, he would be charging into his main camp. Sure enough, a sentry reported in a low voice, "Report. Enemy attack." Zhang Ba stood up, his eyes wide, shouting, "Zhang Fei is coming." The sentry looked strange and shouted, "No, it's a person in a wooden barrel." Zhang Ba's head buzzed. What wooden barrel person? He quickly walked out of the tent and climbed the watchtower. From a distance, he saw a person in a wooden barrel swaying unsteadily, stumbling along the road. Zhang Ba's expression was strange. What the heck is this? Chapter 92. Zhang Ba's retreat. Zhang Ba stared at the person in the wooden barrel, unsure if it was human or ghost. Who cares? Zhang Ba signaled and shouted, "Fire arrows." Zhang Ba's command tower was in the center of the camp. The archers by the city wall couldn't hear Zhang Ba's voice clearly, but understood his signal. Countless arrows were shot at Zhang Fei, but it was of no use. They couldn't penetrate at all. Zhang Ba signaled again, "Throw rolling logs and stones." Zhang Fei was panting as he walked towards Zhang Ba's main camp. Damn, finally arrived. How could there be so many ambushers along the way? The last roar didn't even clear out all the miscellaneous soldiers. Thankfully, the divine machine camp was strong, blasting a path. Those squad leaders were all sharpshooters, taking out a minor leader with each arrow. Finally, they managed to scatter the miscellaneous soldiers. Using his ultimate skills 3 times in a row left Zhang Fei feeling somewhat exhausted, but he calculated that he could still unleash one more roar. He saw Zhang Ba's main camp through the gap in the wooden barrel, about 50 meters away. At this distance, he could only barely stun the archers on the city wall. Moreover, with the city wall blocking, it was difficult for his sound waves to reach those inside the wall. He wanted to get a little closer, but was met with a rain of arrows. Thankfully, his wooden barrel withstood the arrows' attack. But when those soldiers took out rolling logs and stones, he knew he couldn't get any closer. Sigh. If only there was a big Qinglong from Yugu right now. It could smash the city gate from 100 meters away. Instead, he could only rely on explosives to blow open the gate. He took a deep breath and shouted, Zhang Ide of Yan is here. Who dares to fight me? The sound waves quickly spread. Zhang Ba's watchtower was a little farther away. Even though the city wall blocked some of the sound waves, he still felt a wave of dizziness, stars in his eyes. Damn, could that person in the wooden barrel be Zhang Fei? Is he insane? Who fights while hiding in a wooden barrel to block arrows? I could just roll stones at him, and he'd be done. You mean to say he's in a wooden barrel and managed to deal with my 3 waves of ambushers? When he finally regained his senses, he found that all the soldiers on the city wall had been knocked out. At the same time, a group of soldiers in camouflage leather armor quickly emerged from the jungle. Zhang Ba was a bit confused. What? Don't these people feel the impact of Zhang Fei's roar? Unfortunately, all the guards on the city wall had fainted, unable to shoot arrows in time to stop their advance. By the time the backup guards picked up their bows and aimed at them, this group of camouflage soldiers had already rushed from 100 meters away to within 30 meters of the city wall. They all threw the explosives they carried in front of the city gate. Dozens of explosives quickly piled up together. Shortly after the explosives landed, all of them detonated simultaneously. Boom! The makeshift city gate was easily blown open, dust flying everywhere. The soldiers of the divine machine camp rushed into the city. The entire action was smooth and fluid. They were not only well-trained and strong, but also killed cleanly and swiftly. This left Zhang Ba stunned. He knew that Liu Bei could breach a city at an incredible speed, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. In the blink of an eye, his fortress was broken. No wonder he could conquer 7 strongholds in one night. If he couldn't hold them off, how could those small strongholds? Seeing the situation getting out of control, Zhang Ba shouted loudly, Gather! Push them back! My fortress has over 5,000 men. I won't let your mere 1,000 break in. The war drums of Zhang Ba sounded. Countless soldiers rushed out from the tents, swarming forward to block the enemy. However, at that moment, dozens of explosive packages fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, a large number of enemies were instantly wiped out, catching them off guard. Zhang Ba's soldiers were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this a sudden attack? What are these things? Could it be that besides Zhang Fei, there are other martial generals with such extraordinary skills? This technique is too heaven-defying, right? Just throwing a sandbag can cause an explosion? This carpet bombing left them feeling powerless. It was an instinctive fear of an unknown force. How can we fight like this? This is no longer a simple test of strength. We are just small soldiers. How can we fight against such a heaven-defying martial general? Zhang Ba gritted his teeth and stubbornly said, What are you waiting for? Charge now. I don't believe this extraordinary skill has no cooldown. I don't believe it doesn't consume stamina. Charge. The soldiers reacted. Right. Such a powerful technique surely must have a cooldown. So they organized another charge with a let's give it a try attitude. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of explosions. Once again, the soldiers in front of them were instantly wiped out. Trying it out led to death. Zhang Ba's soldiers panicked. Is this extraordinary skill without a cooldown? Doesn't it consume stamina? What the hell? Many faces showed signs of retreat. Zhang Ba observed from the watchtower and noticed that each of these camouflage soldiers had a bundle of sandbags on their backs. If exploding sandbags is an extraordinary skill, then there are roughly hundreds of them in sight. How can we fight this? To know that in a confrontation between 2 armies, suffering more than 10% casualties without fleeing is already considered elite troops. Those who endure over 30% casualties without retreating can be considered as elite forces. Zhang Ba considered his Taishan soldiers to be only ordinary elite troops. These 500 sandbags could easily kill 10% of his soldiers. How can we fight this? Zhang Ba, being a seasoned veteran, wouldn't concern himself with the loss of one city or another. He knew that preserving troops was the most important thing. If one can keep the Green Mountains, one need not worry about firewood. This time, he lost due to his lack of understanding of the enemy and his carelessness towards them. Or rather, he didn't expect Liu Bei's army to be this outrageous. The current Liu Bei's army is probably not even something Tao Qian's Danyang troops could match in strength. This is not at all the military strength a commandery governor could possess. However, he was very confident. If given another chance, he would surely devise tactics specifically against these sandbag soldiers. He could annihilate these sandbag soldiers at the least cost. So he made a quick decision. Retreat. All troops retreat. Fall back to Feiqing. He then climbed down the watchtower, found a horse, and galloped towards Feiqing. Gan Ning, seeing this, quickly seized a warhorse and charged into the enemy ranks alone, cutting through the small soldiers like chopping vegetables. His small eyes were filled with a thirst for military merit. Zhang Ba, come and take your life. Other captains also reacted, seizing horses and charging into the enemy ranks to pursue Zhang Ba. Zhang Ba panicked. What the hell? Are these small soldiers? Why do I feel like a group of generals are chasing me to cut me down? Fortunately, Zhang Ba's trusted aides desperately protected him, allowing him to escape. Near Feiqing, Liu Bei had sent the White Horse Company to Feiqing, commanding Zhao Yun. At this time, Zhao Yun was lying in ambush in the forests on both sides of Feiqing, waiting for Zhang Ba's arrival. Zhao Yun's mission was simple, to take Zhang Ba's head amidst the thousands of troops. Chapter 93, Zhang Ba is executed. Liu Bei takes over two commanderies. Zhang Ba's emotions were relatively stable at this moment. It was just a small defeat, and with the eliminated ambush troops, he had only lost over 3,000 men in total. How big of a deal is that? Back when he fought the Yellow Turbans with Tao Qian, he lost a lot too. But in the end, wasn't he the one who emerged victorious? This time he was truly caught off guard. He didn't expect there to be such a heaven-defying extraordinary skill that could make sandbags explode. Once he returned to Feiqing to regroup the defeated troops and devise tactics against the sandbag soldiers, everything would be fine. Zhang Ba urged, hurry. There are pursuers behind. Brothers, hold on. Feiqing is just ahead. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from the forests on both sides. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Zhang Ba, prepare to die. The White Horse Company moved out, and while running, they had already shot 3 rounds at Zhang Ba. If it weren't for Zhang Ba's guards risking their lives to protect him, he would have already been turned into a porcupine. Seeing his guards shot into porcupine-like corpses, Zhang Ba's heart sank. No way. How can there be an ambush here? What are those people in Feiqing doing? Didn't they notice so many people hiding here? Zhang Ba had no time to think further. Zhao Yun, riding the Jade Lion, wielding a silver spear, charged into the army formation from the flank. His silver spear swung left and right, fast and precise. No one could block even one of his moves. It was as if he was in a no-man's land. The small soldiers were so scared that they all cleared a path, not daring to enter Zhao Yun's attack range. A few coins a month? What are they playing with their lives for? Zhang Ba could tell that Zhao Yun's spear skills were not shallow. He must have had a mentor. Unlike their kind of martial generals who learned on the go, relying on brute force to fight. Zhang Ba's trusted aides quickly shouted, Big brother, you must escape. We will hold him off. Zhang Ba didn't hesitate and turned to run. However, his trusted subordinates were no match for Zhao Yun, each falling to the ground with a spear. The only thing that could slow down the Jade Lion's pace was their bodies. Damn, Zhang Ba cursed inwardly. Is this even human? He suddenly looked up and found the road to the west gate of Feiqing blocked by a burly man with twin halberds. That burly man was no pushover either. He sent small soldiers flying several meters with a single strike. Frightened, Zhang Ba quickly turned around and took a detour down a small path. He was familiar with the terrain here and knew that he could directly circle to the south gate of Feiqing. He planned to enter Feiqing from the south gate. There shouldn't be any ambushes there, right? Zhao Yun chased all the way, even shooting arrows at Zhang Ba. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ba's horsemanship was also quite good, allowing him to block Zhao Yun's arrows as well. Just as he was about to reach the south gate of Feiqing, Zhang Ba shouted, Open the gate. Quickly open the gate. I am Zhang Ba. Open the gate. As he turned the corner, the south gate, obscured by trees, finally came into Zhang Ba's view. Zhang Ba's eyes widened. The city gate is gone. The south gate of Feiqing has been knocked down? What the hell? What is going on? Are those sandbags exploding? No. Those sandbags don't have enough power to blow up the walls of Philadelphia. Zhang Ba thought of Guan Yu, who could summon the Azure Dragon. Could it be that he crashed through the southern gate of Philadelphia? Does that mean Philadelphia has long been occupied? Sure enough, a man in a green robe emerged from the ruins of the city wall. Zhang Ba guessed that must be Guan Yu. Indeed, Philadelphia has also been occupied by them. He was already surrounded and killed by Liu Bei's army. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Zhao Zilong, and that strong man wielding a halberd. Zhang Ba finally understood his situation. Damn it. So it turns out I single-handedly took on a group of top military generals. What kind of outrageous matchmaking mechanism is this? They all came to bully me, a mountain bandit? Did I break some heavenly rule or something? What terrified Zhang Ba the most was how Liu Bei could have so many extraordinary generals under his command. Any one of these generals could easily be a general under a provincial governor, right? At the very least, they could do what he did and become a warlord, right? Why were they all willing to submit to Liu Bei, a mere county magistrate? Zhao Yun had already chased up behind him. Where are you running? Zhang Ba swung his knife to block, but was knocked off his horse by Zhao Yun's spear. Zhang Ba thought to himself, Zhao Zilong has such great strength. He wanted to get up and chop at the horse's leg of the Jade Lion, but Zhao Yun immediately lunged with his spear, striking his heart. Just as Zhang Ba was fading, he suddenly laughed. Old Tao, with such a strong Liu Bei, can you control him? Liu Bei was bored. Playing Go on the sand with Huang Zhong. Liu Bei had only learned a little about Go, and in front of Huang Zhong, a decades-long player. He was just a novice. Just when Huang Zhong was excitedly making a killing on the board, preparing to finish the game, someone suddenly reported, County Magistrate. There are fleeing soldiers ahead. Liu Bei realized that there must have been a victory ahead. His mood instantly lifted. He kicked the board away. General Huang, stop playing. It's time to work. Let us go round up those fleeing soldiers. Don't let any of them escape. They're all sources of troops and cheap labor. Huang Zhong. The news of the great bandit Zhang Ba being defeated quickly spread among the Taishan soldiers. The Taishan soldiers surrendered en masse, expressing their willingness to join Liu Bei. Liu Bei's total military strength skyrocketed from around 20,000 to 40,000. Then, Liu Bei led his army straight to Fengyao, the administrative center of Taishan, demanding that the Taishan magistrate hand over the seal. The Taishan magistrate was also a person who knew the times. He was originally dispatched by Zhang Ba, and now that Zhang Ba had been defeated by Liu Bei, he naturally obeyed Liu Bei's orders. He immediately handed over the seal of Taishan County. Ding! Congratulations to the host for occupying Taishan County and gaining 1,000 prestige. Wow! The system's voice startled Liu Bei. After half a year, the dead system finally responded. Liu Bei didn't hesitate at all and directly drew a plant seed. After all, without oil and electricity, those modern weapons were not as practical as seeds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining fine cotton seeds. A cotton bowl appeared in Liu Bei's hand, containing about 10 seeds. Much better than a single corn kernel. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Fine cotton originates from Central and South America, drought-resistant and alkali-resistant, with high yield, suitable for cultivation in the Central Plains. It is also widely cultivated in modern times. In this era, the Western regions generally grow Asian cotton, which has low yield and poor fiber quality, usually used for making coarse cloth and cotton batting. This is great. The clothing issue for the people of Shuzhou is finally resolved. Soon after, Liu Bei led his army into Langia County, demanding that the Langia magistrate hand over the seal. The Langia magistrate was also under Zhang Ba's control. Now that Liu Bei had defeated Zhang Ba, he naturally complied and handed over the seal of Langia County. This means that Liu Bei had now mastered the territory of 3 counties, greatly enhancing his power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for occupying Langia County and gaining 1,000 prestige. Nothing to say, just draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining chili seeds. A whole chili fruit appeared in Liu Bei's hand, containing about dozens of seeds. Liu Bei's eyes sparkled. Good stuff. Chili originates from Latin America and couldn't be eaten in the Han Dynasty. It wasn't until the Ming Dynasty that it was introduced to the Central Plains. This is great. Next year, hot pot can be on the menu. A luxury item for the lords. Even he drooled at the thought of hot pot. Tao Qian was busy with the autumn harvest. However, he had recently become very concerned about Liu Bei, sending people to inquire about Liu Bei's news every few days. How has Liu Xuande been lately? Chen had just returned from Donghai County, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He said, Liu Xuande led his troops to attack Zhang Ba. Tao Qian's eyes widened. What? Chapter 94. Are you still human? Tao Qian stood up, nervously saying, why did he suddenly go to fight Zhang Ba when he fought against the Yellow Turbans before? Zhang Ba was his subordinate. Back then, Zhang Ba silenced the Yellow Turbans, making them lose their way. Almost all the Yellow Turbans that entered Taishan were dead. How dare Liu Bei? Is he getting carried away just because he has Guan Zhong, Zhao, and Huang Zhong? This doesn't seem like his style? Chuning said. It is said that Chang Shi, from the south, wanted to rob the grain of the people of Donghai County for winter. And Liu Xuande's strategist Guijia drove him back. Later, Guijia besieged Chang Shi for several days without result. So Liu Xuande decided to personally lead the army to attack Chang Shi. So Chang Shi sought assistance from Zhang Ba. Tao Qian twitched his mouth, thinking that Liu Xuande was being too impulsive. But after all, Liu Xuande is still a diligent and benevolent official. For the sake of the people of Donghai, he did not hesitate to personally lead the army to exterminate the bandits. Tao Qian asked, what happened to Chang Shi? If Zhang Ba comes to aid him, Xuande might not be able to handle it. Chang Shi was also his subordinate before, because of his bravery in fighting against the Yellow Turbans and making repeated military achievements. Tao Qian made him the magistrate of Donghai. If he hadn't later embezzled and stolen, Tao Qian wouldn't have let Liu Bei take his place. This guy is not easy to deal with. Chuning nodded and said, Liu Xuande personally led a large army to besiege Chang Shi, while strategist Guijia led another troop to intercept Zhang Ba. Tao Qian also nodded. Then besieging Chang Shi, whose fortifications are easy to defend and hard to attack, is the best method. As long as they besiege for a year or so, Chang Shi will naturally starve to death inside, but the other troop may suffer losses. Chuning raised an eyebrow, but when I left Donghai County, news came from the front that Liu Bei had greatly defeated Chang Shi, and Chang Shi was beheaded. Tao Qian almost lost his balance and his eyes widened. What? Impossible. Tao Qian had fought battles for half his life. He knew which cities were easy to attack, which were hard to attack, and how long it would take. That Chang Shi's fortress was like a single man blocking thousands. Even if he led the elite soldiers from Danyang to launch a strong attack, he would have to pay a painful price. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Chang Shi unchecked. You just went to Donghai County for 2 days, right? Xianda broke through Changshi City in just 2 days? Chuning nodded. Yes, to be precise, it took a day and a half to break through Changshi. Tao Qian hurriedly asked, what method did he use to defeat the enemy? Chuning shook his head. That is unknown. Tao Qian thought to himself. Could Liu Bei still be a military talent? He heard that his strategist, Guo was quite capable, clearing out all the bandit dens in Donghai County in just a few months. Guo couldn't break a city in such a short time. How did Liu Bei do it? Tao Qian asked. So what does Lu Xian plan to do now? Chen said. They plan to continue attacking Zhangba. But I don't know how they plan to attack Zhangba. They are probably still fighting. Tao Qian frowned. That's too reckless. Tell him to stop immediately. Zhangba's skills are not to be trifled with. Back in the day, when the Yellow Turban Army entered Mount Tai, Zhangba led 2,000 men to raid their camp. The Yellow Turban Army was like seeing a ghost, not knowing where the enemy came from. In the mountains and forests, Zhangba's troops were like shadows. Therefore, even though Zhangba committed crimes in the areas of Mount Tai and Langya, Tao Qian had no way to deal with him. If Liu Bei were killed by Zhangba, there would be no suitable leader in Shuzhou. Internal strife in Shuzhou would allow other lords from other states to take advantage. Once Shuzhou was controlled by lords from other states, could the families of Shuzhou still hold high positions? Those positions would be like a carrot pit, all taken by families from other states. Even positions from governor to magistrate would be replaced by people from other states. The families of Shuzhou would have no chance to rise again. Chen quickly said, I will write to Lu Xian to right away. Tao Qian anxiously said, no, you must go in person. Make sure Lu Xian stops. Tell Lu Xian that we can plan long-term to deal with Zhangba. Once I lend him 5,000 Danyang soldiers to help him defeat the enemy. He must not act impulsively. Hurry. Chen cupped his hands. Yes. Knock, knock, knock. Tao Qian's secretary, Wang Lang, hurried over to report. My lord. My lord. Something big has happened. Tao Qian frowned. What happened? Wang Lang said. There is an urgent report. Speak. Lu Xian has dealt a heavy blow to Zhangba, gathering over 20,000 defeated soldiers and bandits from Mount Tai. Tao Qian's eyes widened, and he froze. I must be hearing things, right? Just a few days? A heavy blow to Zhangba? He asked again. Are you sure? Wang Lang nodded and continued. Sure. He also obtained the seals of the governor of Mount Tai and the governor of Langya. Tao Qian's mind buzzed, unable to believe it. This was simply too outrageous. Too absurd. No. From the expedition until now, it's only been 6 days at most, right? After taking the route to occupy the administrative seat and seize the seals, he took a day and a half to attack Changxi, but only half a day to defeat Zhangba? Half a day to defeat Zhangba? You must know Zhangba is a huge bandit with 20,000 troops. He has dozens of strongholds under his control. No matter how you calculate it, it's impossible to break dozens of strongholds in half a day, right? Do you think the strongholds are made of paper? I could walk over and kill Zhangba faster than that. Of course, there was another possibility. That is, Liu Bei won over people with virtue and persuaded Zhangba to surrender. Given Liu Bei's current achievements, if he moved people emotionally and reasoned with them, Zhangba might choose to join Liu Bei. Tao Qian hurriedly asked, did Xian to persuade Zhangba to surrender? Wang Lang said no. Zhangba has already been beheaded. His head has already been sent outside. Tao Qian took a deep breath. He really killed him? Does it have to be this outrageous? Tao Qian still didn't believe it. How did he kill Zhangba? Did he send an assassin? Or sow discord? Or find a spy to stab him in the back? Tao Qian listed all the possible schemes he could think of that could resolve Zhangba in half a day. Wang Lang shook his head. Also in disbelief, it was encirclement. Encirclement? Wang Lang nodded. That's right. Under the advice of strategist Guo, Lu Xian surrounded Zhangba's 20,000 troops with 10,000 men. Guo led his troops to break through 7 strongholds in one night, occupying the west. Zhang Fei then went north, breaking through 5 strongholds and occupying the northern Mengshan. Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Guan Yu broke through 4 strongholds together, occupying the eastern Feiqing. Liu Bei and Huang Zhong broke through 2 strongholds and then stationed in the south. Finally, they formed a situation of being encircled on all sides. Near noon, Zhang Fei led 1,000 men from the north and charged straight in, breaking through Zhangba's main camp in half an hour. Zhangba fled east to Feiqing, only to encounter an ambush by Zhao Yun and Dian Wei. Zhao Yun single-handedly charged into the enemy's formation, causing Zhangba to flee in panic, and finally pierced Zhangba with a spear, killing him on the spot. Tao Qian was in a daze for a long time. So, Liu Bei broke through a total of 17 strongholds in one night? Are these strongholds really made of paper? Are Liu Bei and his men even human? Chapter 95. Tai Shirtzi comes to request aid, breaking through 17 cities in one night and killing Zhangba in half a day. This speed of battle shocked Tao Qian greatly. He wouldn't dare to dream of doing such a thing. Which genius came up with this plan? Oh right. It was that Guo. This strategy of surrounding 20,000 with 10,000 is something he could think of? If the attack speed were just a bit slower, Zhangba would have been able to react and turn the tables on them. For a battle-hardened Zhangba, breaking through an encirclement of 10,000 with 20,000 is not a difficult task. But Liu Bei was fast. So fast that Zhangba couldn't react at all. Fast enough that Zhangba didn't even have time to rearrange his tactics. Fast enough that Zhangba didn't even hear the news of Feiqing's loss. The key is, Guo dares to think, and Liu Bei dares to act. These two coordinate quite well. Tao Qian came back to his senses and asked, what does Liu Bei plan to do next? Wang Lang said, he said he needs the Lord to recommend 2 people as governors. Tao Qian nodded. Liu Bei was planning to place his own people in key positions. This would benefit him in controlling the 3 counties, while also setting an example for other families. As long as they follow him, they can quickly rise to power and wealth, attracting talented families to come to him. For many years, neither the families of Taishan County nor Langya County had any influence. They were all under Zhang Bai's control. Now that Liu Bei has reclaimed Langya County, along with Taishan County and Yanzhou, there are suddenly many positions available for the family's offspring. This is the kind of qualified leader who can fight for benefits for the families of Shuzhou. Unlike him, who hasn't even fought to take a single territory. In Shuzhou, 2 counties are under the control of Zhang Bai and Changxi, with a bunch of disciples from the families having nowhere to be placed. It's natural that there would be complaints and infighting every day. Tao Qian asked, who does he want to recommend as governors? Wang Lang said, he recommends Zhuge Xian as the governor of Taishan and Jian Yong as the governor of Langya. Tao Qian nodded. It seems Liu Bei wants to keep Sun Yan by his side to work. On the surface, Sun Yan is just the deputy of Donghai County, but in fact, he is the second in command overseeing the 3 counties. Jian Yong has been Liu Bei's deputy for many years, while Zhuge Xian is a well-known figure from Langya. So he is also qualified for the position of governor. Then Tao Qian said, you reply to Xuanda, and I will submit a memorial to the emperor to appoint Jian Yong and Zhuge Xian as the governors. In fact, whether I submit the memorial or not makes no difference. Moreover, this memorial won't even reach the emperor, but will be handed to Li Ru for approval. Li Ru reviews these memorials with his eyes closed. All are approved. Whoever cares, I can't be bothered. Because Li Ru knows that the world regards him as a traitor to the Han, his objections are ineffective. Moreover, the feudal lords will say, anyway, I have submitted the memorial to the emperor. If the emperor doesn't see my memorial, it's not my concern, it's all Li Ru's fault. Of course, if Li Ru agrees and approves it, then it's as if I never said anything. Everyone knows well that it's just a formality, mainly emphasizing a legitimate justification. At the same time, it proves that I am still a loyal Han minister. Otherwise, if I appoint someone without notifying the central court, it would give others a handle against me. Tao Qian continued. The former governors of Mount Tai and Langya have been dismissed, right, on the charge of colluding with bandits. Wang Lang should turn around and write a reply to Liu Bei. Those 2 governors are from prominent families. Tao Qian didn't want to take action. Just arresting them for show and then letting them go home to retire. Tao Qian took a sip of green tea to moisten his throat, suddenly remembering the main business. He asked Qining, I asked you to observe whether Lu Xuanda has spent money. Has he corrected himself? Qining nodded. He has changed. Tao Qian was very pleased. Liu Bei is diligent in government, loves the people, is capable, and listens to advice. He will definitely accomplish great things. Tao Qian asked Qining with great interest, how has he changed? Qining said, I had steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, and roasted flowers. Tao Qian nodded with satisfaction. Now that is more like it. Steamed frog from the mountain. Tao Qian waved his hand. Stop, stop, stop. Why did you eat so much? Qining shrugged. Well, I ate for 2 days, and I couldn't finish it all. And there must be a pot of green tea with meals. I drank an ounce of green tea in 2 days. He also used fine salt for cooking, but didn't use crystal cups. Tao Qian laughed. That ounce was given to him by me. He didn't even have green tea when he entertained me. Qining was somewhat surprised. It was actually given by the Lord? Tao Qian laughed heartily. It seems that Liu Xuanda has been listening to me, and he has become generous. Not bad. He has potential. Tao Qian was very satisfied with Liu Bei's flexibility. This young man would surely achieve great things in the future. Naturally, he was willing to help Liu Bei as much as he could. If in the future Liu Bei successfully brings back the emperor and becomes one of the 3 dukes, it wouldn't be unacceptable for his son to become a 9 minister, considering the help from the Tao family. Thinking of this, Tao Qian excitedly said, someone, send another ounce of green tea to Xuanda. Liu Bei returned triumphantly with the army, while Guojia continued to clean up the remaining bandits at Mount Tai with Dian Wei and Su Chu, treating it as an experience boost. At the same time, he recalled Jian Yong. Xianhe, you have worked hard managing salt, tea, and the glass factory lately. Jian Yong smiled. It's not hard. Of course it's not hard. This salt, tea, and glass factory control half of the lifeblood of the East Sea. If it weren't for Liu Bei's trust, no one could touch such secrets. Liu Bei said straightforwardly, I recommended you to Tao Jujuan as the governor of Langya, and you will take office immediately. Jian Yong was stunned. Huh? I became the governor. Promoted? Liu Bei patted Jian Yong's shoulder. This is an opportunity to prove yourself. You must seize it well. In the future, I will climb even higher. You need to learn how to govern a county, then learn how to govern a state, and even a country. We have been through so many storms together over the years. I hope you can keep up with my pace at any time. Jian Yong was moved by Liu Bei's grand vision. Governing a country. Can I Jian Yong have that day? It turns out Xuanda has such high hopes for me. No wonder he is a good brother who grew up together. He excitedly said, I will definitely not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Liu Bei then found Zhuge Jin. Jin, you have grown up. It's time to take on responsibilities. Zhuge Jin had a bad premonition. What for? Liu Bei said, after Jian Yong leaves, the salt, tea, and glass factory will be under your management. Zhuge Jin raised an eyebrow. Me? Liu Bei gave Zhuge Jin a light slap on the back of the head. Stop playing dumb with me. Among the three Zhuge brothers, you are the only adult. And you have the ability. Who else can go if you don't? Zhuge Jin rubbed his head. What about Zijing? Liu Bei said sternly. He still needs to charge us. He can't leave. Zhuge Jin said dejectedly. Are there no other candidates? Liu Bei slapped Zhuge Jin's head again. You little rascal, don't think I don't know you're reluctant to part with Miss Li. You'll be getting married in a few months. Are you afraid she will run away? You young people are easily troubled by love. Remember, a man should have ambitions like a swan and must not be bound by love. Work hard. I'll personally spend money to throw you a grand wedding, letting Miss Li marry you in style and dignity. Zhuge Jin was convinced by Liu Bei's grand vision. Covering his head, he excitedly said, I will definitely not disappoint the Lord's expectations. After arranging the latest personnel changes, Liu Bei finally calmed down to have a cup of tea. Report. Governor. A person named Tai Shirzi is waiting outside. He says he is here to seek help on behalf of Kong Rong of Beihai. Uffed. Liu Bei almost choked on his tea. What the hell? I've already moved to Donghai County. How could he still find me? Chapter 96. Tai Shirzi's unique skill. Liu Bei had someone clean up the tea-stained table. After tidying up his clothing, he said, bring him in. Soon, led by the attendant. Tai Shirzi came before Liu Bei. Tai Shirzi was a tall man from Shandong, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall. At this moment, he was covered in bloodstains, looking like he had just fought his way out of a crowd of enemies. Donglai Tai Shirzi, greetings to the governor. Liu Bei knowingly asked, what happened to Kong Beihai? Tai Shirzi said, the yellow turban thief Guan Hai led his army eastward to plunder, surrounding my lord in Beihai Dokang. So I was sent to seek help. Liu Bei smiled. Oh, then why seek my help? I am just a small governor. Tai Shirzi's mouth twitched as he recalled Kong Rong's instructions before he left. Unless absolutely necessary, do not go south to find Liu Bei. Tai Shirzi asked Kong Rong why. Kong Rong said, during the Battle of Hulao Pass, everyone was attacking the city in front. But he found an excuse to hide in the corner, unwilling to fight. When Luoyang was burned, he was the first to rush into Luoyang City to grab supplies. It can be seen that he is not a benevolent person and is unlikely to send troops. Moreover, there is a Zongba between us and Liu Bei. Zongba has long been entrenched in the area around Mount Tai and Langia. It is likely Liu Bei cannot bring troops over. Seeking him would only be a waste of time. You should directly go west to find the governor of Pingyuan County. He is closest to us. If that doesn't work, then go north to find Yuan Benshu. However, when Tai Shirzi single-handedly broke through the encirclement and arrived at Pingyuan County, he found that Pingyuan County had already fallen, occupied by the Yellow Turban Army led by the commander Zhang Rao. Even half of Jizhou to the north had been occupied by Zhang Rao. He did not know that this was the result of Yuan Shao bringing in Zhang Rao, forcing Han Fu to surrender Jizhou. He could only sigh that the Yellow Turban Army seemed to show signs of revival. Tai Shirzi, feeling helpless, traveled south through Langia County and found Liu Bei. He knew that at this time, Zongba should be robbing the merchant convoy passing through Mount Tai. He figured that passing through Langia would not attract Zongba's attention. As a result, things went as he expected, and he indeed did not encounter Zongba's men. Tai Shirzi blinked and respectfully said, I came to seek aid from Governor Liu because of your well-known reputation for benevolence, which can save those in urgent need. Liu Bei smiled. Oh, quickly, tell me, how am I benevolent? Who doesn't love to hear a few flattering words? Tai Shirzi twitched his mouth, just as Lord Kong said. Liu Bei was indeed shameless. He racked his brain to recall, and suddenly thought of something. The streets of Tan County were neat and tidy, unlike ordinary towns that were filled with sewage. This shows that the governor governs well, is diligent in politics, and loves the people, which deserves the title of benevolence. Liu Bei nodded and clapped. Not bad, not bad. You noticed this? I didn't expect your observation to be so detailed. Tai Shirzi tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. So, would Governor Liu be willing to send troops to rescue my lord? Liu Bei looked at Tai Shirzi and said, I will ask you a question. If you can answer it, I will lend you soldiers. Tai Shirzi happily replied, what question? Liu Bei's eyes sparkled with mischief. What is your ultimate skill? Tai Shirzi was taken aback, not knowing how Liu Bei knew he had a special skill. So he answered, my ultimate skill is consuming a bit of physical strength to create arrows out of thin air. And then I can place the arrows on the bow and shoot them out. Liu Bei understood. Infinite bullets, right? For an archer like Tai Shirzi, such a skill is similar to carrying a rifle into battle. However, facing a large army attacking a city, he would still be outnumbered. Liu Bei then laughed heartily. All right. It's impossible for me, a benevolent person, not to lend you troops. But I have one condition. Tai Shirzi was somewhat surprised that Liu Bei actually agreed. Although there was an additional requirement, it was expected. After all, Lord Kong also said that Liu Bei was not a good person, and the probability of him agreeing to send troops was low. It was in line with his stereotype of Liu Bei that he would only send troops with conditions. No matter what his intentions were, he had to agree first to ensure Lord Kong's safety. So he excitedly said, please speak, Governor Liu. Liu Bei smiled. I can send troops, but in the future, you must become my subordinate. Tai Shirzi was stunned. He didn't expect Liu Bei to have designs on himself. Liu Bei got off his seat, patted Tai Shirzi on the shoulder, and said with a smile, you broke through the encirclement alone, weaving through the chaos to find help, which shows your superb martial skills. I am unparalleled in benevolence. You are unparalleled in martial arts, and with your special skill, we are a match made in heaven. Tai Shirzi thought. Although Liu Bei was not a good person, he felt that Kong Rong's life was more important. Moreover, this was not an unreasonable request, especially since he had no job at the moment. So he replied, I am willing to become Governor Liu's subordinate. Liu Bei patted Tai Shirzi's shoulder and happily said, It is truly my good fortune to gain you, Tai Shirzi. Since you are willing to serve me, I will not be stingy with the troops. Tell me, how many yellow turban soldiers are surrounding Kong Beihai? Tai Shirzi replied, tens of thousands. Liu Bei thought for a moment. When Kong Rong sought help from Uncle Liu, Uncle Liu only sent 3,000 men to rescue Kong Rong. So he said, Take this sword of mine and go to Lini to find Zhao Yun. He is gathering Zhang Ba's defeated soldiers over there. Have him bring 5,000 troops north to rescue Kong Beihai. Tai Shirzi was overjoyed. It was actually Zhao Yun. Tai Shirzi had often heard Kong Rong talk about Zhao Yun being a benevolent person, but unfortunately, he followed Liu Bei. Wait, Tai Shirzi asked in surprise. Isn't Lini Zhang Ba's stronghold? Liu Bei smiled. Zhang Ba has been defeated by me. Now Mount Tai and Langya are both my territories, so you can go directly. Tai Shirzi's head buzzed. What did he say? He defeated Zhang Ba? When did this happen? How come I haven't heard a thing? Wasn't Zhang Ba's army said to number in the tens of thousands? How was he defeated by Liu Bei? On what basis? If Zhang Ba was really defeated by Liu Bei, then is Liu Bei still that useless person in Kong Rong's mouth? Or is it simply because Zhao Yun is fierce? But then again, would such a fierce general be willing to be a subordinate to a useless person? Liu Bei shoved a sword into Tai Shirzi's hand. Go. Speed is of the essence. Tai Shirzi came back to his senses and gratefully said, Thank you, Lord Xuanda. Tai Shirzi excitedly turned around and dashed out the door, riding his warhorse towards Lini. His eyes were bright with excitement. He didn't expect to find reinforcements after searching around, and even managed to borrow them from Liu Bei without needing to figure out how to bypass Zhang Ba. Truly, there is always a way out. He was determined in his heart. No matter what kind of person Liu Bei was, he must repay this kindness. My lord, the yellow turban bandits are attacking the city again. Kong Rong gripped the city wall tightly with both hands, his joints turning pale. Guan Hai challenged them every time they attacked the city. Without any generals, Kong Rong could only refuse to fight. As a result, the soldiers under Guan Hai were charging with double the strength. The city of Chengdu was on the brink of collapse. He looked towards the direction of Pingyuan County and murmured, Z, haven't you borrowed troops yet? Chapter 97, Liu Bei's White Horse Righteous Subordinate? Logically speaking, if Tai Shirzi went to Pingyuan County for help, he should have returned by now. However, Kong Rong waited for a long time without receiving reinforcements. He felt anxious. The journey from here to Pingyuan County would encounter countless yellow turban soldiers. Tai Shirzi had not returned yet. There were only two possibilities. One was that Tai Shirzi did not borrow troops in Pingyuan County and continued north to seek help from Yuan Shao, although the probability was very slim. But he had no choice. There were only two directions for help. One was Yuan Shao to the north, and the other was Liu Bei to the south. The hope with Liu Bei was even slimmer, not to mention Liu Bei's character. There was still Zhang Ba, standing between him and Liu Bei. Zhang Ba was in cahoots with the yellow turban leader Guan Hai. Zhang Ba would not allow Liu Bei to go north to support him. As for the second possibility, it was that Tai Shirzi had died in battle. Thinking of this, Kong Rong couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Tai Shirzi could have ignored him. Yet, because Kong Rong had taken care of Tai Shirzi's mother when he was fleeing, Tai Shirzi came alone into the army to see him. Now he was again breaking through the encirclement alone to help him find reinforcements. Such a benevolent person, if he were to die young, it would truly be a pity. The yellow turban army's offensive grew fiercer. They climbed the city walls several times. Kong Rong personally led people to kill them down, drenched in blood. But it still couldn't diminish the yellow turban army's assault. Kong Rong's face showed despair. If there were no reinforcements soon, they wouldn't last an hour. My lord, look quickly. A group of cavalry came charging in from the south. Kong Rong was momentarily stunned. South? He looked up and saw a dark mass of people emerging from the woods, heading towards the yellow turban army. Commander Chu Huai quickly shouted, Stop the siege. First, take out the reinforcements. The white horse Yizong immediately launched a volley of arrows, killing a number of yellow turban soldiers. Guan Hai shouted, Charge. Don't be afraid. We have double the strength. They are no match for us. As the yellow turban army closed in, Zhao Yun remained calm, leading the white horse Yizong and the cavalry behind him, turning to shoot while creating distance. After 3 rounds of fire, the yellow turban army was thoroughly disoriented. What was going on with this unit? They neither charged nor retreated. The most infuriating part was that they could shoot arrows while running. The poorly equipped yellow turban infantry had no way to counter them and could only become targets. Guan Hai realized this and quickly ordered, Cavalry, pursue. However, it was futile. As the cavalry pursued, they lost more men, dying faster the closer they got. Moreover, their horses couldn't keep up with the enemy's mounts. Guan Hai shouted, Keep charging. Their arrows are running low. The cavalry charged twice, but still no one could get close. Guan Hai regretted that none of his soldiers could shoot from horseback. If they let go of the reins, they'd be thrown to the ground by the galloping horses. The one shooting the most was Tai Shirzi. He didn't need to reach into the quiver. By the time the others shot one arrow, he had already shot 3. He found this unit to be exactly to his liking. Zhao Yun patted Taisher Ci on the shoulder. I'm out of arrows. Can you lend me a few? Taisher Ci produced several arrows and handed them over. A fellow soldier also patted Taisher Ci on the shoulder. Brother, can you lend me a few too? I'm running low. Oh, brother, lend me a few. Brother, I just need 2. Brother, everyone share some, don't rush. Taisher Ci said. All right, forget what I said earlier. This unit is really annoying. They have no sense of boundaries. Guan Hai was in a daze. Why did it feel like their arrows were endless? Let me see what is going on. So Guan Hai personally rode forward and finally saw everything clearly. His eyes widened in shock. He discovered that a man in a red robe could generate arrows infinitely and distribute them to those in white robes. Damn it. No wonder they never ran out of arrows. It turns out there was a special skill providing them with arrows. Wait. Isn't that the guy who broke through the siege alone a few days ago? So he brought reinforcements. Where did he get those reinforcements? The west was blocked by Zhang Rao, the south by Zhang Ba. The north and east were all sea. Could he have summoned reinforcements from the sky? Damn it. What were Zhang Rao and Zhang Ba doing? Didn't they notice such a force passing through their territory? Guan Hai realized he couldn't win. Even if they had double the strength, it was pointless if they couldn't reach the enemy. So he ordered, retreat. The entire army fled in a panic towards the main camp. The white horse Yitzong pursued and shot after them. Zhao Yun spotted the yellow turban commander giving orders. He immediately put away his longbow, switched to his silver spear, and gently kicked the belly of his jade lion. The jade lion understood and began to accelerate in pursuit. Taisher Ci couldn't just watch from behind. After all, Zhao Zilong was invited by him. So he urged his horse to follow. Zilong, do you need arrows? Taisher Ci conjured up a few arrows and handed them to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun replied, you wait here, I'll be right back. Saying this, Zhao Yun charged alone into the ranks of the yellow turban army, facing their double strength. Wherever he went, a wave of blood surged. Wow, Taisher Ci's eyes widened. No wonder the Lord always raved about Zhao Zilong. He was incredible. Guan Hai heard the screams behind him and turned around sharply. He found that the white-robed leader was like a ghost right behind him. Guan Hai was also infuriated by the kite-flying tactics of the white horse Yitzong. Damn it. Just now you relied on your speed advantage to kite me, and I didn't provoke you because I was slower. Now you come right in front of me. And I have double strength. Can I not avoid your sharpness? To hell with the reinforcements. Guan Hai immediately reined in his horse, turned around, and clashed with Zhao Yun. White-robed kid. Die. Swish. Guan Hai was pierced through the chest by Zhao Yun's spear and fell off his horse, dying on the spot. Commander Chu was dead. Someone shouted. The yellow turban army dropped their helmets and armor, collapsing like a landslide. Some fled west to join Zhang Rao, while others rushed south to join Zhang Ba. Kong Rong watched this all in shock. From so far away, he couldn't see Zhao Yun's face clearly. All he saw was a small white dot charging through the ranks of thousands, unstoppable. Not to mention the bravery of this white-robed general. The army he led was only about 3,000 strong. 3,000 men, chasing down over 20,000 with double strength. And they directly shattered the yellow turban army. Whose unit was this? Their tactics were very similar to the white horse Yitzong. Did Z invite Gongsun Zan? Impossible. How could that be? Not to mention whether Yuan Shao would allow Gongsun Zan to head south. Even if he could invite Gongsun Zan, he couldn't possibly arrive at Beihai so quickly. However, apart from Gongsun Zan, who else could have the white horse Yitzong? Could it be that Yuan Shao imitated Gongsun Zan and trained a unit of white horse Yitzong? Looking around, he was the only one with that financial capability. Kong Rong stared at the back of that army, puzzled. About half an hour later, the white-robed leader finally returned to Dukhang with his troops. Kong Rong finally saw the leader's face clearly. He almost stumbled, leaning against the city wall. He asked incredulously, is the one coming Zhao Yun, Changshan Zhao Zilong? Below the city, Zhao Yun revealed a sunny smile. Kong Gong, long time no see. It is indeed Zilong. Kong Rong's mind flashed back to that carefree and reckless person at Hulagwan, the most unlikely person to come to his rescue. Liu Bei. It turned out that Liu Bei's men came to save him. Chapter 98. Inviting the families to the wedding. Kong Rong couldn't believe his eyes. When did Liu Bei's military strength become so formidable? Thinking back to more than half a year ago, Liu Bei was still a small fry relying on Gongsun Zan. He had only over 1,000 troops. Yet now he could mobilize over 2,000 cavalry, plus 1,000 white horse Yitzong. Training is easy, but can he afford it? It's known that maintaining the white horse Yitzong in the Central Plains is much more expensive than in Yuzhou. 1,000 white horse Yitzong, horse feed, equipment, and military rations would cost 200 to 300 million a year. Where did Liu Bei get so much money? Could it be that Zhao Yun went back to work under Gongsun Zan? Right. How could a fierce general like Zhao Yun lower himself to serve Liu Bei? Kong Rong shouted from below the city. Zilong, who are you serving now? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow and replied, who else could it be? Naturally, I serve Lord Xuanda. Kong Rong's anxious heart finally settled. It really is Liu Bei. Open the city gates. Kong Rong hurriedly shouted, and quickly walked down to welcome Zhao Yun. Zilong, you've worked hard. Zhao Yun politely dismounted. Kong Gong, I hope you are well. Kong Rong sighed. Thanks to Zilong's rescue, I was able to escape danger. Zhao Yun smiled. If it weren't for the command of my lord, I wouldn't have come. Kong Gong should thank my lord instead. Kong Rong did not expect Zhao Yun to be so loyal to Liu Bei. Even at this moment, he did not forget Liu Bei. What merits does Liu Bei have? However, Kong Rong still felt grateful to Liu Bei and solemnly said, I will definitely visit to express my gratitude in the future. Zhao Yun smiled and took out a piece of bamboo. My lord is holding a wedding next month. This is the invitation from my lord, inviting Kong Gong to attend his wedding. Kong Rong took the invitation somewhat unexpectedly. Whose daughter is it? Zhao Yun replied, it is from the Mi family. Kong Rong did not expect the Mi family of Shuzhou to have a marriage alliance with Liu Bei. He vaguely felt that Liu Bei was not as simple as he appeared. Kong Rong then asked, Zilong, how did you bypass Zhang Ba to come to Beihai? Zhao Yun smiled. There was no need to take a detour. Kong Rong was puzzled. No need? Did Zhang Ba deliberately let you go? No wonder. Perhaps Zhang Ba and Guan Hai were secretly at odds. Knowing that Liu Bei had a strong army, he used Liu Bei's hand to eliminate Guan Hai. Afterwards, he pretended to be confused. Oh, I was busy with the autumn harvest and didn't keep an eye on Liu Bei, letting him quietly go to support. But what Zhao Yun said next almost made Kong Rong lose his balance. Zhang Ba has already been defeated by my lord. Now Taishan and Langya both belong to my lord, so we didn't need to take a detour. What? Kong Rong felt dizzy, thinking he was dreaming. It was unbelievable. How many days had Liu Bei been in Donghai? Just over half a year? In just half a year, not only did he have such a powerful army, but he also managed to eliminate Zhang Ba. It should be noted that Zhang Ba had occupied Taishan and Langya for more than 10 years, and no one could do anything about him. As long as he entered the forests of Taishan, no one could defeat him. Kong Rong asked in disbelief, when did Liu Bei defeat Zhang Ba? Zhao Yun replied, a few days ago. Kong Rong asked again, how long did you fight? Zhao Yun thought for a moment. About 2 days? Kong Rong's eyes widened. 2 days? Zilong, are you joking with me? How could it be possible to defeat Zhang Ba in 2 days? Even walking to kill him wouldn't be that fast. Zhao Yun recounted the general course of the battle, omitting the key point of using gunpowder to clear the way. Kong Rong gasped, breaking through 17 strongholds in one night? I know you Guan, Zhang, and Zhao are brave, but it can't be that fierce. Zhao Yun shook his head and smiled. I'm not joking with Kong Gong. This matter can be confirmed with Zi. Kong Rong looked at Tai Shirtzi. Tai Shirtzi nodded. My lord, we set out from Lini. Now Kong Rong finally believed it. Taishan was where Zhang Ba worked hard, while Lini was Zhang Ba's pleasure garden. The fact that Liu Bei could station troops there only indicated that Zhang Ba had indeed been defeated by Liu Bei. Kong Rong smiled at Zhao Yun. When I return, I will tell Liu Xuanda that I will definitely attend his wedding. Zhao Yun clasped his hands. I thank Kong Gong for attending on behalf of my lord. Kong Rong waved his hand. Oh, what attending or not attending? Xuanda has kindness towards me. If I don't go, wouldn't that be disrespectful? I might be ridiculed by the world. Then, Kong Rong came to Tai Shirtzi, held his hands tightly, and gratefully said, Z, you've worked hard. This journey must have been perilous. Tai Shirtzi happily said, my lord took care of my elderly mother back then, and I owe you a favor, as long as you survive. Even if I lose my life, it doesn't matter. Kong Rong said, don't say such things. You are a young talent, and will surely be of great use in the future. How can you easily sacrifice yourself for me? But I am a bit puzzled, Z. Didn't you go to Pingyuan County to find reinforcements? Why did you end up finding Xuanda? Tai Shirtzi sighed. Pingyuan County has already been occupied by the yellow turban thief Zhang Rao. I caught a yellow turban thief to ask questions, and it is said that half of Jizhou is still in Zhang Rao's hands. Reluctantly, I had to risk going south to find Lord Xuanda, because at that time, Zhang Ba was active in Taishan, and Langya was empty. Perhaps Lord Xuanda could send troops from Langya to Beihai. I just didn't expect that Lord Xuanda would defeat Zhang Ba, and Taishan and Langya had long been under Lord Xuanda's control, thanks to Lord Xuanda's benevolence. I met him for less than a quarter of an hour before he immediately dispatched troops to support me, allowing me to arrive in time to save my lord. If I had delayed a bit longer, my lord might have faced misfortune. Kong Rong was astonished. He did not expect Liu Bei to be so decisive in saving him. If the reinforcements had been even an hour late, perhaps all of Dachang would have really been captured. Then Tai Shirtzi hesitated. Actually, Lord Xuanda also set a condition for dispatching troops. Kong Rong paused. Sure enough, Liu Bei was not one to act without gain. Kong Rong smiled. What is it? I will try my best to satisfy him. Tai Shirtzi said. He wants me to become his subordinate and serve him, and I agreed. Kong Rong thought to himself. What kind of condition is this? This is clearly eagerness for talent. Liu Bei values talent so much. No wonder Guan, Zhang, and Zhao are willing to serve him. And no wonder he can develop so well. Kong Rong once again held Tai Shirtzi's hands tightly. Xuanda is a man of great talent and strategy, knows how to use people well, and is an exceptional lord. Working under him will allow you to realize your talents. Just right, you have no assignments. So just work under Liu Bei with peace of mind. Tai Shirtzi replied, yes, my lord. In Shuzhou, the Qin family, the head of the Qin family, Qin Gui, also received Liu Bei's invitation. Qin Deng asked, Father, Liu Xuanda is getting married next month and has invited us to attend his wedding with the Mi family. This is his invitation. Qin Gui glanced at the invitation. He still had to give face to the Mi family. Qin Gui accepted the invitation, I heard that Liu Bei attracted the Mi family's young lady with his looks, while he himself is frivolous and of poor character. Mi Zizhong spoiled his sister and could not resist her crying and fussing, which is why he agreed to marry her to Liu Bei. Chen Deng shook his head. Father, these are all rumors. Liu Bei is not as simple as we imagine. Chen Gui chuckled. Oh, how do you know? Chen Deng pursed his lips and said, he defeated Zhang Ba and holds Taishan, Langia, and Donghai 3 counties. Chen Gui sat up straight, eyes wide. You're not joking, are you? Chapter 99, Su Shu comes to visit. Chen Deng said, Father, this matter has spread widely. It cannot be wrong. Chen Gui frowned. When did Liu Bei defeat Zhang Ba? How come I haven't heard a whisper of it? Chen Deng said solemnly, because Liu Bei killed Zhang Ba in just 2 days. Chen Gui exclaimed, 2 days? He knew his son wouldn't speak carelessly. He quickly asked, how did he do it? Chen Deng recounted the process of Liu Bei defeating Zhang Ba, breaking through 17 strongholds in one night. Guijia is truly bold. Liu Bei is also truly daring. Chen Deng continued, moreover, father, this year's autumn harvest in Donghai County is also ranked first. Chen Gui nodded and said, to support so many troops, the autumn grain harvest must be substantial, right? Is it 1.5 million sure? The grain output of the top-ranking Xiaopai County is only around 1 million sure. Chen Deng shook his head. Not enough. Chen Gui was somewhat surprised. 2 million sure. So much. Chen Deng said indifferently. It's 4 million sure. 4 million sure is enough for everyone in Donghai County to eat their fill. 3 meals a day for a year, and even have surplus grain. Chen Gui widened his eyes. Are you sure you're not looking at the total grain output? Chen Deng nodded. I'm sure Liu Xuanda's total grain output in one county is almost comparable to that of an entire Shuzhou. Chen Gui gasped. How did he manage that? Chen Deng replied. He has reclaimed a lot of new fields. Now Donghai County is filled with farmland. Chen Gui said, impossible. Reclaiming new fields is not that simple. Just the water channels require considerable manpower and resources. Chen Deng said, I've been to see it. They've even dug the water channels. Chen Gui frowned. Where did Liu Bei get the manpower? Where did the money and grain come from? Chen Deng said, it said that the Mi family has supported Liu Bei a lot. Chen Gui nodded. No wonder. Recently Mi Zizhong's tea, salt, and glass business has been thriving. It's normal to have so much money. Chen Deng analyzed. Now, Liu Bei holds 3 counties, has the support of Mi Zizhong, and has 4 top generals, Guan, Zhang, Zhao, and Huang. His army is strong. He defeated Zhang Ba in 2 days. It can be said that his troops are elite and well supplied. Father, we need to plan ahead. Chen Gui squinted his eyes, his gaze sharp. Undoubtedly. If all this information is true, then Liu Bei has become strong enough to easily take over the entire Shuzhou. He asked, what does Tao Gongzu plan to do? Chen Deng said, recently, Tao Gong has been closely monitoring Liu Xuanda and has sent him 2 taels of green tea. Chen Gui chuckled lightly. Nowadays, green tea has been raised to a price of 1,000,000 coins per pound by the trader Dong, often at a price with no market. Tao Gongzu is actually willing to part with it? It seems that this old man is much more informed than we are. Chen Deng looked up. So, Father's meaning is Chen Gui said, you should apply to Tao Gongzu to be transferred to work under Liu Bei. Chen Deng, being clever, instantly understood his father's intention. This is a clear signal to side with Liu Bei. Chen Deng asked, Father, Tao Gong is also preparing to give way to Liu Xuanda, isn't? Chen Gui nodded. That old man was recently assassinated. He has no choice but to yield. If he doesn't yield, he might meet with misfortune. Chen Deng asked, Father, do you suspect who did it? Chen Gui scoffed. The person who assassinated the old man this time is from the military. The main suspects are none other than 2, Cao Cao and Zai Rong. Shuzhou has 5 counties, Langia, Donghai, Pingqing, Xiaopai, and Guangling. Zai Rong is the governor of Xiaopai and also oversees the grain supplies of Pingqing, Xiaopai, and Guangling. Cao Cao, on the other hand, manages the Danyang troops on behalf of Tao Qian. Chen Deng said, Zai Rong is the most likely candidate. Chen Gui smiled. Zai Rong is a person with troops under his command, greedy and arrogant. He dares to confront Tao Gongzu. I wonder if he would bow to Liu Xuanda. If Zai Rong refuses to bow, what will Liu Xuanda do? I'm looking forward to it. In the main hall of the Donghai County government, the pressure increased significantly without Zhuge Xian and Sun Yan. Liu Bei not only had to gather the defeated soldiers, but also had to gather the refugees to increase the labor force. Thus, the expenses for the tens of thousands of people fell entirely on Sun Yan, especially regarding the reorganization of the defeated soldiers. The Mi family's aides could not intervene and could only be handled by Sun Yan personally. He was extremely busy. Meanwhile, Liu Bei was beside them making tea, playing with a cat, and still remembered to instruct. Those tens of thousands of defeated soldiers and refugees cannot be raised for nothing. Sun Yan took a sip of strong tea to refresh himself. Does that mean, my lord? Liu Bei said, use labor in place of relief. Take advantage of the current farming off-season to dig water channels where needed and open new fields to prepare for next spring's sowing. At the same time, they can repair roads and strengthen city walls. Sun Yan blinked and happily said, that is a good idea. He then calculated roughly, my lord, if we follow the current resettlement policy, our money and grain might be a bit tight. Suddenly having tens of thousands of refugees and defeated soldiers needing food, jobs, and housing is indeed hard to manage. Although gathering refugees can greatly increase the labor force and military resources, most lords really wouldn't dare take in so many people at once, as it could lead to bankruptcy. Only Liu Bei, with his abundant wealth, dares to take in so many refugees. Liu Bei vigorously rubbed the cat's head and smiled. Money and grain are not an issue. I plan to open a new factory called a cement factory. You'll just need to approve a piece of land for the factory. Sun Yan asked in confusion, what is cement? Liu Bei explained, cement starts off soft like mud, but after drying, it becomes as hard as stone. It can be used for road construction and also for building houses. Of course, it can also be sold to Yuan Shao for 10,000 coins a bag. Hearing that they could exploit Yuan Shao's gold coins again, Sun Yan's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing? Liu Bei smiled. The benefits of this thing are many. You'll know in the future. He patted Sun Yan's shoulder. There's not enough manpower during this time, so you'll have to work hard. We defeated Zhang Ba and showcased our strength. I believe local talents will soon come to join us. At this moment, a servant came to report, Governor, a man named Su Shu is here to see you. Liu Bei was taken aback. Su Shu? It's actually Su Shu? The top strategist of Uncle Liu. Liu Bei's white moonlight. I didn't expect local talents Haven come to join yet, but this outsider has come first? Liu Bei only remembered that Su Shu was from Yingchuan County, but did not know where he lived. So he didn't look for him the last time he passed through Yingchuan. How did Su Shu find him? Is this fate? Liu Bei was overjoyed and quickly said, hurry, quickly bring him in. No, I'll personally go welcome him in. Sun Yan raised his eyebrows. He knew Liu Bei too well. His reaction must mean some top talent has arrived. Wait, doesn't that mean someone can help me share the administrative duties? Thus, Sun Yan was also overjoyed and followed Liu Bei to welcome Su Shu. Chapter 100. No matter what you're here for, come into my bowl. Su Shu did not expect that both the governor and the county magistrate would come out to welcome him. He quickly said, I am Su Shu, Su Yuang from Yingchuan, and I greet governor and county magistrate. Su Shu carried a sword on his back and wore a straw hat. He had a rugged, three-dimensional face, exuding a masculine aura, resembling a hero from a TV drama. If Liu Bei hadn't known he was a top strategist, he might have mistaken him for a military general. Sun Yan was somewhat disappointed. It turned out he was a military general. Judging by the Lord's reaction, he should be a top general, right? However, looking at his appearance, he seemed like a rogue. It was unclear whether he could read. If he could read, at least he could help share the burden of the defeated soldiers. Liu Bei was filled with joy and warmly said, Come, please come in. Someone, make tea. Take out my glass tea set. Su Shu could feel Liu Bei's eyes glowing with greed, as if he wanted to eat him. What is going on? Am I mistaken for someone else? Is he planning something against me? Or am I some fated person who needs to sacrifice to the river god? Sun Yan and Liu Bei supported Su Shu on either side as they walked into the reception room. Rather than saying they were helping him in, it was more like they were dragging him in. Su Shu was quite familiar with this feeling. It was the same feeling he had the last time he was arrested and thrown into prison. With a nervous heart, Su Shu took a seat. Due to the high demand for tea in the county government, hot water was always on hand. A servant poured hot water into the glass teapot, releasing the fragrance of green tea. The entire reception room was filled with the aroma of green tea. Su Shu stared intently at the color of the tea in the glass teapot, as it gradually infused with the clear spring water until the spring water turned into tea. The whole process was delightful, and Su Shu could sit there and watch it all day. Su Shu asked, could this be green tea? The kind that costs 1,000,000 coins per pound? Liu Bei smiled and said, that's right. Su Shu was astonished. Coming from a humble background, he normally had no access to such luxurious items. However, he had heard of the fame of green tea. He quickly stood up and bowed, saying, what merit or ability do I have to receive such preferential treatment from the governor? Liu Bei smiled and said, you are not an ordinary person. A few years ago, you were arrested for killing someone and were rescued by your friends. Later, you abandoned martial arts for literature, and now you should have achieved something, right? Su Shu was surprised that Liu Bei even knew this. He exclaimed, the governor actually knows there is a Su Yuanji in the world? Liu Bei replied with a smile. I like to inquire about talented people in my spare time. I've heard that you have an extraordinary memory, while others take years to learn something. You can finish it in 2. I think you're quite impressive. So how about it? Are you willing to stay and assist me? I can give you the best treatment. Live in a mansion, drink green tea, and eat fine salt. Now that I hold 3 counties, I plan to give you half of the military affairs to handle. What do you think? Su Shu raised an eyebrow. Wait, aren't you going to ask what I'm here for? You just come straight to recruit me? Su Shu quickly waved his hands, saying, that won't do. I've only studied for 2 years and know little about military affairs. How could I take on such a heavy responsibility? Although Liu Bei didn't know why Su Shu was there, he thought, who cares about that? I'll just coax him in first. Once he's here, he won't be able to leave. Liu Bei smiled and said, what is difficult to understand about this? He patted Sun Yan. This is Sun Yan, the son of the Sun family, Sun Xiaoyuo. If you don't understand something, just ask him. Su Shu, who had studied for a few years, had already entered the ranks of top strategists, and his learning ability was definitely top-notch. This bit of military affairs, he could learn in a few days. Being from Yingchuan, Su Shu naturally knew what the Sun family represented. Su Shu was astonished. So it is Sun Xiu'er. I've long admired your name. He did not expect the son of the Sun family to assist Liu Bei. Indeed, Liu Bei was no ordinary person. Su Shu continued, I understand the governor's intentions. However, I know my own limitations and fear I might disappoint you and the county magistrate. I plan to study with a teacher for a few years first, and when I have achieved something, I will come to assist you. Sun Yan learned that Su Shu was a genius with an extraordinary memory, and that the Lord intended to let Su Shu handle the defeated soldiers. His eyes immediately lit up. Who cares about just having recently abandoned martial arts and being unworthy? As long as he has strong learning ability, come work for me quickly. He grabbed Su Shu's hands and said, Hey, Yuan Ji, your learning method is wrong. Su Shu was taken aback. The genius of the Sun family said his learning method was wrong. He had to listen carefully. Sun Yan continued. The Lord often says that knowledge and action must be unified. If you know but do not do, then you do not know. Do you often feel that while your mind understands, your hands do not? Su Shu nodded. He deeply understood this. In his early years, when he practiced swordsmanship, his master taught him once, and he thought he had learned it. But when it came to actually performing it, he made numerous mistakes. Just a single hacking motion. And his master could point out dozens of errors. Sun Yan continued. So, the best learning method is to learn while doing. Learning through doing and doing through learning is the fastest way to progress. Liu Bei also chimed in. What you learn from books will always feel shallow. To truly understand this matter, you must experience it firsthand. Sun Yan looked at Liu Bei in surprise. Who said Liu Bei was uneducated? When he quoted what you learn from books will always feel shallow. To truly understand this matter, you must experience it firsthand. It directly amazed him. Sun Yan then said, in other places, would anyone give you the opportunity to be involved in core military affairs? No, right? Liu Bei nodded and said, moreover, can you guarantee that in a few years, someone will entrust you with such important matters? Think about it. This involves the affairs of tens of thousands of soldiers. After you learn for a few years, if others only let you be a small county magistrate, would you be satisfied? Rest assured, I have the final say in Su province. Whatever you want to learn, whatever books you want to read, they are all available. If you want to learn how to manage an army, I could even give you a whole army to manage. This is much better than finding any teacher. If you really want to find a teacher, I can also invite a teacher to give you lectures. Liu Bei and Sun Yan went back and forth, making Su Shu almost want to run away. No, I'm just a nobody. Why are you treating me so well? Are you really going to give me an army to manage? Are you going to bring in a teacher to give lectures? What is this all about? Are you plotting something? Liu Bei didn't expect that this wouldn't sway Su Shu. He thought to himself that Su Shu was still a sincere person, with only a thirst for knowledge in his eyes. So he waved his hand. Then someone, bring our outstanding student here to show him the educational achievements of the Donghai Social Academy. The servant was taken aback. Who? Zhuge Liang. Bring Zhuge Liang here. Oh, soon. Zhuge Liang was brought in by the servant. Zhuge Liang bowed and said, Lord Xuanda, what orders do you have? Liu Bei patted Zhuge Liang's thin shoulder. This is our outstanding student, Zhuge Liang. He has studied here for half a year, and his knowledge has already surpassed that of many adults. You can exchange knowledge with him. Su Shu was delighted. This 10-year-old child can exchange knowledge with me? Chapter 101. Powerful educational resources. Su Shu smiled kindly and asked, little friend, what do you know? Zhuge Liang bowed and said, I have learned a lot, including military strategy, finance, arithmetic, formations, astronomy, geography, and so on, and I have a little understanding of them. Wow, not bad. Su Shu did not expect this little child to understand so much. Could he be boasting? So, Su Shu tried to ask a few questions about military strategy. At first, Zhuge Liang spoke clearly and even had his own unique insights. Su Shu frequently nodded, amazed at the intelligence of this child, which far surpassed that of his teachers at the academy. Moreover, he excelled in handling details beyond the ordinary. Su Shu even suspected that there was an adult's soul within this child, truly a genius among geniuses. Is the learning method of unity of knowledge and action that Sun Xiu spoke of really so miraculous? But as they chatted, the conversation took a turn. The reason was that Su Shu asked a question. If you encounter several small camps that need to be quickly broken, what would you do? Zhuge Liang thought for a moment and replied seriously, find a way to use gunpowder to break through. Su Shu, what a mess is this? Although outdoor camps are generally built temporarily with earth and wood, they cannot be quickly broken through merely by fire attacks. However, considering that Zhuge Liang is still a child, Su Shu didn't hold it against him. Instead, he smiled and reminded him, how can you use fire attacks? Think again. Zhuge Liang realized that the matter of gunpowder indeed cannot be casually explained to outsiders. So he said, then find a way to use the combination skills of military generals. Su Shu blinked, a bit confused. What combination skills of military generals? Did he mean to use the ultimate skills of military generals? That is also possible. But the premise is that you need a high-explosion ultimate skill general while also having enough stamina to break several camps in a row. But throughout history, there has been no such general. High-explosion generals inevitably face several traditional problems. One is huge stamina consumption. Another is a long wind-up time. The third is a consumption of lifespan, where you need to have several high-explosion ultimate skill generals at the same time. Otherwise, it is impossible to break through quickly. But considering that Zhuge Liang is still a child, I'll let it pass. Su Shu then asked, if you encounter a strong city and cannot break it after a long siege, what would you do? Zhuge Liang thought for a moment and replied seriously, find a way to use the combination skills of military generals again. Another combination skill? Su Shu thought to himself that Zhuge Liang was a bit slick, using a one-size-fits-all answer for things he hadn't learned, really thinking I hadn't studied before? So he lowered his guard against Zhuge Liang. It seemed Zhuge Liang was still within the normal genius range, not absurdly proficient in military strategies. He asked in a playful tone, what if the enemy's general's ultimate skill is too strong to be defeated? Zhuge Liang replied seriously, find a way to use the combination skills of military generals. Su Shu's mouth twitched. Is everything going to be about the combination skills of military generals? Liu Bei looked at Zhuge Liang in surprise. Oh no, this kid has learned something real. As expected of you, your vision is already focused on modern tactics. If something doesn't work, just use gunpowder to break through. If not, then the combination skills of military generals. All the little things I had been learned by this kid. Su Shu felt that Zhuge Liang's military strategy was just like that. Indeed, Zhuge Liang was very familiar with military affairs, as if he had personally experienced them, more detailed than the teachers at the academy. Or rather, he had truly been hands-on. Perhaps Liu Bei really did allocate a troop for Zhuge Liang to practice with. Such an educational method is too extravagant. Many families don't have the conditions to learn like this. Liu Bei really invested a lot in Zhuge Liang's education. However, while Zhuge Liang was familiar with military affairs, he still lacked in tactics. He even had some, means being better in certain subjects than others. If something doesn't work, it's always about the general's ultimate skills. How can there be so many suitable ultimate skills for you to use? So he switched to other subjects, asking about internal affairs, formations, arithmetic, and so on. In the end, he found that except for military strategy, Zhuge Liang was strong in all other subjects, especially in arithmetic. He almost instantly arrived at the result without any hesitation. This left Su Shu dumbfounded. A prodigy, too much of a prodigy. He thought his own learning ability was already impressive. It turns out there was someone even more outrageous. Except for military strategy, Zhuge Liang was almost either overwhelming him or evenly matched with him in other subjects. The key was that Zhuge Liang was more than 10 years younger than him. Is it really that incredible? If he grows up, what will happen? Can studying in the East really lead to such rapid progress? Liu Bei saw that the time was right and said, how about it, Yuanji? This is the effect of learning by doing. Look at his formations being impressive. He usually directly commands soldiers to practice formations. Look at his administrative skills. He handles more administrative affairs than ordinary officials. Look at his arithmetic. He has calculated all the ledgers of the county. What child can have access to these things at this age? Probably only the children of top families have such opportunities. Right? The teachers in the academy have never led troops. How can they explain military affairs clearly? You are talented, but you lack educational resources. And I happen to have educational resources. The resources that families can provide, I can provide. The resources that families cannot provide, I can also provide. How about it? Yuanji, are you willing to stay and learn? After witnessing Zhuge Liang's prodigy, Su Shu felt a longing. Indeed, he came from a humble background and lacked educational resources. He had no way to access real military affairs and the officialdom. Many things could only be learned from books or by seeking advice from experienced teachers. The educational resources Liu Bei allocated to Zhuge Liang were something he hadn't dared to imagine. It turns out that learning military affairs could directly involve practicing with a troop. It turns out that learning formations could directly involve arranging soldiers. Unheard of. No wonder Zhuge Liang, at such a young age, knows more than the teachers at the academy. He recalled when he was training with a sword. Watching his master demonstrate 1,000 times was not as effective as practicing once himself and then having his master correct him. Since Lord Xuanda holds him in such high regard and is willing to provide him with resources for learning, along with the talented Sun family to guide him. What is there to hesitate about? So Su Shu bowed and said, I am willing to stay in the EC to learn. Liu Bei quickly helped Su Shu up and laughed. I, Su Yuanji, am like a fish in water. By the way, what is your ultimate skill? Su Shu, you dare to recruit me without asking about my ultimate skill? He shook his head and said, I have read too little and have not yet awakened my ultimate skill. Liu Bei thought that also made sense. Su Shu had experienced few wars and read little. It was normal not to have awakened it. So he patted Su Shu on the shoulder and said, it's okay. With your talent, you will definitely be able to awaken your ultimate skill. By the way, what brings you to find me? Su Shu, have you finally remembered the important matter? Chapter 102. A county equivalent to a state. Su Shu said, I was originally studying in Runan when I received a letter from my friend Cui Zhoping. He said that there is something special here, and he urged me to come and take a look, as there may be gains. Liu Bei did not expect Cui Zhoping to come to the EC. His eyes lit up, and he asked, where's Cui Zhoping now? He is also a great talent. When Lu Huangshu visited the thatched cottage 3 times, Cui Zhoping appeared like a fairy, praising Zhuge Liang's intelligence and strengthening Liu Bei's determination to seek Zhuge Liang. But Cui Zhoping himself is not ordinary. His father Cui Lai is a grand commandant, one of the 3 dukes. Although he bought his official position, being able to buy a high-ranking title like 3 dukes shows his powerful background. However, after Dong Zhuo killed his father, He fled to Jingzhou and began a life of seclusion, finding solace in nature. It is said that Cui Zhouping, like Su Shu in his early years, also enjoyed being a wandering hero, befriending notable figures, and their personalities are quite similar. Moreover, he is from Bowling County in the western part of Zhuo County, which makes him half a fellow townsman of Liu Bei. Su Shu shook his head, saying, I don't know. That guy likes to travel far and wide. Perhaps he is still wandering in Shuzhou or has already gone to Yangzhou. Liu Bei asked, Can we invite him over for tea? Su Shu raised an eyebrow, thinking, Is that really inviting for tea? He shook his head and said, Cui Zhouping is indifferent to fame and fortune. Otherwise, with his talents and background, he could become a high official anywhere. Liu Bei felt somewhat regretful. He also wanted to witness Cui Zhouping's talents. As one of Zhuge Liang's 4 friends, his abilities must be considerable. Su Shu continued, After I arrived in Donghai, I found that you indeed have something special here. I noticed that you have merely upgraded some tools based on the previous generation, and the production efficiency has increased several times. As a result, the people here can live and work in peace, and the common folk can achieve basic sustenance. I truly admire this. Just as Cui Zhouping said, you are indeed a benevolent person. Liu Bei was delighted. Being praised by Su Shu as a benevolent person sounded much more sincere than what that Taisher CI kid would say. He picked up the glass teapot and quickly poured a cup of tea for Su Shu, happily saying, The tea is ready. Let us drink tea first. Su Shu stared intently at the tea swirling in the glass vessel. He took a sip from the glass tea cup, and the fragrance of the tea filled his mouth. Without any off flavors, this was an unprecedented and wonderful experience for him. Su Shu sighed comfortably and set down the glass tea cup, saying, But there is one issue. I heard that recently, you have gathered a large number of refugees? Liu Bei nodded, about 100,000. Su Shu said, You are benevolent, and Donghai is rich. Yet you do not forget to aid the refugees. Such acts of righteousness truly earn my admiration. I have come this time to remind you that if these 100,000 refugees are not handled properly, it may plunge the people of Donghai into a quagmire. Short-term relief like distributing grain and porridge cannot fundamentally solve the refugee problem. Instead, it can easily provoke conflicts between the refugees and the locals, even escalating into civil unrest. Liu Bei thought to himself, I didn't intend to do charity. Do you have some misunderstandings about me? Liu Bei smiled and asked, Then how should we aid the refugees? Su Shu replied, It requires supporting policies like land distribution and production assistance. I have a plan. As long as we survive this winter, your strength will surely double next year. Liu Bei did not expect that this act of gathering refugees, which was a benevolent gesture, would attract Su Shu, prompting him to come forward with advice. Otherwise, even if he came to visit Donghai, it would probably be a silent observation, right? Su Shu briefly explained his idea. It was actually similar to Liu Bei's plan of using labor in place of relief, converting refugees into productive forces. In fact, it was also an upgraded version of the disaster relief policies of the Western Han Dynasty. Liu Bei's plan covered the general direction, while the details often needed to be supplemented by Sun Yan. Now, it was good. Sun Yan wouldn't need to supplement anymore. He could just directly copy Su Shu's work. Sun Yan increasingly appreciated this new talent. When he first arrived, he said he had some understanding. But it turned out that both his literary and military skills surpassed the ordinary. Was he really just someone who studied for 2 years? Indeed, those who could be received by the Lord must be extraordinary beings. Liu Bei smiled, saying, Then let us follow Yuan Shao suggestion, distribute land to them. Reclaim new fields, dig proper water channels, and prepare for spring sowing next year. At the same time, we need to keep up with water carts, housing, and road construction. Water carts and road construction must keep up? Su Shu quickly replied, No, I suggest not to build water carts. For housing, it's enough to arrange one thatched cottage for every 2 households, and road construction can be postponed for now. The priority for the 100,000 refugees to survive the winter should be to use these funds to purchase firewood and bedding, ensuring that the refugees can safely get through the cold winter. Surviving the winter was a significant issue in that era, and many died from freezing each year. Sun Yan said, Actually, our original plan was 1 cottage per household, but indeed finances are a bit tight. Su Shu looked at Sun Yan in surprise. What? Was your original plan that outrageous? 1 cottage per household? Wouldn't that require $1 billion in funds? Plus building water carts and preparing winter supplies? Wouldn't that be at least $2 billion? Where would you get that much money? Liu Bei and Sun Yan exchanged smiles. Liu Bei said, It seems Yuan Ji is still unaware of our strength. Saying this, Liu Bei pulled out a ledger from a shelf behind him. Yuan Ji, please take a look. Su Shu glanced at the accounts and widened his eyes. 3 to 400 million in monthly income. Is this the income of a county? This is equivalent to a state, right? Are you bandits? Where did all this money come from? Liu Bei took a sip of tea, got it? Working under me. The least lacking is money. This was still Liu Bei being modest. Otherwise, it would be much more than 3 to 400 million. It was as if the entire Han aristocracy was supporting Liu Bei. Su Shu finally realized how terrifying Liu Bei's power was. No wonder he dared to gather so many refugees. Originally, he was worried that Liu Bei's gathering of refugees would drag him down. But after seeing the accounts, he thought, what a relief. These refugees wouldn't finish eating in a year. If this got out, perhaps all the warlords would turn pale at the thought. Su Shu then asked, but why is the finance tight? Based on Liu Bei's income, it should be more than enough to support 3 counties. Liu Bei replied, you can't just look at the surface accounts. Our income is high, but our expenses are also high, not to mention building water carts and roads. For instance, we spent $1 billion just on weapons. The warlords are all scrambling to buy iron to make weapons and armor, so the price of iron has been rising. And often there is a price without market. We need iron to make farming tools, weapons, and armor. Yet, we have no iron mines in Donghai. We can only buy it at high prices. Su Shu said, then we can look for new iron mines. Liu Bei nodded. I have already sent people to look. Now that Taishan and Langya are under my control, finding a new iron mine shouldn't be difficult. The challenging part is to find and mine it before spring next year, because when spring arrives, it's not just about spring plowing. Various forces are already stirring. And there will surely be a battle in spring next year. Su Shu furrowed his brow, momentarily without a good countermeasure. Knock, knock, knock. Someone entered and reported, my lord. The county chief, General Zhao, and General Taisher have returned. Liu Bei stood up happily and said, come, Yuan Ji. I will introduce you to my generals, Zhao Zilong and Taisher Zi. Chapter 103. The wonderful use of Taisher Ci. Zhao Yun and Taisher Ci were outside the city, lined up with troops waiting for Liu Bei. Liu Bei brought Su Shu, Sun Yan, and Zhuge Liang out to welcome them. The first few rows were all cavalry riding white horses. The following rows were cavalry riding mixed-colored war horses. No wonder Liu Bei said his military expenses were high. Su Shu was lost in thought, watching the neatly arranged cavalry troops. It resembled the elite army described by his teacher. Now it was truly right in front of him. Indeed, seeing it with one's own eyes was far better than reading books or listening to lectures from a teacher. Liu Bei glanced at Su Shu and smiled. These were all newly trained cavalrymen, merely superficial in appearance, and their combat effectiveness still needed improvement. It was a good opportunity to take them out for a practice run while rescuing Kongrong. He had received the good news a day early, and it seemed that the battle situation was promising. Zhao Yun and Tai Shirzi dismounted and saluted. We pay our respects to the Lord. Liu Bei quickly helped them up. You two have worked hard. Zhao Yun said, I have not failed my mission. Liu Bei patted Zhao Yun's shoulder and then Tai Shirzi's shoulder. Zi, from now on you will be my subordinate. Tai Shirzi replied, the Lord's kindness will be remembered by me forever. Liu Bei was very pleased and introduced the newly hired Su Shu to Zhao Yun and Tai Shirzi. And they all met for the first time. Today was a good day. Zi and Zilong had returned victorious, and Yuan Ji had joined us. I have already arranged a feast to welcome you. It was just right for Zi and Yuan Ji to get acquainted with their colleagues during the banquet. After days of camping and eating outdoors, Zhao Yun's mouth watered at the thought of the food from the county office. Meanwhile, Zi and Yuan Ji thought it was just ordinary dishes. It was nothing more than wraps with some meat and a few jugs of good wine. Until they saw green tea costing 100,000 coins per pound served like water. Various flavored, beautifully colored cocktails were available for selection. There were also all sorts of unheard of stir-fried dishes that they found utterly enjoyable. Is this the lunch of the upper class? It seems too extravagant. Liu Bei smiled and asked, Yuan Ji, do you think our dishes are too luxurious? After all, Su Shu came from a humble background, and it was natural for him to find it hard to adapt. Su Shu replied honestly, indeed. Liu Bei laughed. In fact, this fine salt is produced by me. The glazed ware is produced by me, and the green tea is also produced by me. Do you still think I am extravagant? Su Shu and Tai Shirzi's heads buzzed, and the fried chicken leg in their hands fell. What did he say? The things that the gentry of the world go crazy for are all produced by him? He can't be joking, right? So that's how it is. No wonder you have so much green tea, fine salt, and glazed ware. No wonder you are so wealthy. No wonder the East Sea has risen so quickly. Su Shu understood that these expenses for food and drink were merely a drop in the bucket compared to what he spent on the people and the army. Without his means of making money, the bandits of Mount Tai wouldn't have been easily eradicated. Hundreds of thousands of refugees wouldn't have homes or farmland to cultivate. Su Shu was the first to regain his composure, clasped his hands, and exclaimed, the Lord has a way to generate wealth and can use it for the people. I admire that. Liu Bei raised his wine cup, his eyes bright. One day, I will make it so that everyone can enjoy these things. Su Shu's brain felt like it had been hit by a hammer. Liu Bei's ambition was actually so grand. In this era where even eating was a problem, Liu Bei actually wanted everyone to drink green tea and eat fine salt? Is this even realistic? If someone else said this, he would have immediately denied it and scolded them for being unrealistic. But having seen Liu Bei's means of making money, his army, and his people, when this statement came from Liu Bei's mouth, he hesitated. He actually felt that Liu Bei could succeed. He looked deeply at Liu Bei, confirming multiple times that Liu Bei was not speaking empty words. So he raised his cup and said, I wish to strive together with the Lord. Everyone else also raised their cups and said, we wish to strive together with the Lord. Tai Shirzi then regained his senses and quickly raised his cup. Me too. After downing a cup, everyone looked at each other and laughed happily. Liu Bei's large pancakes were always so appetizing that everyone ended up eating several more dishes. Liu Bei looked at Tai Shirzi and smiled. Speaking of which, last time we parted in a hurry, I haven't seen Zi's special skills yet. Sun Yan cheered. Ah yes. Let us see. Lu Su echoed. Yes, let us see. Tai Shirzi scratched his head. Actually, it's not a particularly impressive special skill. Saying this, he produced a bow and arrow from his hand. He explained, my special skill is to consume stamina to produce a bow and arrow. Zhao Yun laughed. Zi's special skill is not ordinary. Zhao Yun vividly described the situation on the battlefield at Beihai. At that time, we relied on Zi's bow and arrow to make the Yellow Turban army rout and flee. Everyone cheered. Zi's bow and arrow actually has such a wonderful use. If Zi marches with us in battle, wouldn't we have no worries about lacking archers? He is so young, yet has awakened his special skill. He must have experienced quite a bit of fighting. everyone chimed in, praising Tai Shirtzi, making him feel a bit giddy. Only Zhuge Liang picked up a brush to take notes. Su Shu, sitting next to Zhuge Liang, curiously asked, "You carry ink and brushes with you?" Zhuge Liang replied calmly, "I am afraid of forgetting. However, the servants here know that I like to take notes, so they help me grind the ink in advance. I don't need to carry it with me." Su Shu, this damned gentry style, even taking notes has a dedicated servant to assist? However, Su Shu was a bit curious about what this prodigy was noting down. He leaned over to take a look and saw that it read, "Domestic affairs can also consider using the combination techniques of military generals." Su Shu's mouth twitched. Zhuge Liang is good at everything, except he is a bit obsessed with special skills. How can special skills be used in domestic affairs? He asked, "Why did you suddenly want to make this note?" Zhuge Liang raised his chin. "Look." Su Shu followed the direction Zhuge Liang pointed. He saw Liu Bei smiling as he walked over to Tai Shirtzi. "Z, your arrows are not special effect arrows?" Tai Shirtzi felt a chill run down his spine for some reason and couldn't help but shiver. What special effects? Liu Bei picked up Tai Shirtzi's arrow and examined it carefully. He flicked the arrowhead with his finger. Ding. Liu Bei's brows danced. Good steel. Liu Bei put his arm around Tai Shirtzi's neck and said, "Z, how many of these arrows can you produce in a day?" Tai Shirtzi calculated, exhausting my stamina. "I can only make a little over 2,000 arrows, about 10,000 a day." Liu Bei laughed heartily. Good, good, good. To have Tai Shirtzi. Truly a fortunate matter for me. Tai Shirtzi was bewildered. "What is it that makes you so happy? Lord, you aren't drunk, are you?" Everyone looked at Liu Bei with curiosity, thinking he was acting tipsy. Liu Bei picked up an arrow and broke the arrowhead. "This can be melted down to make weapons." Then he broke off the feathers from the tail. "This can be used to fill bedding for winter." Finally, he held up the wooden shaft. "This can be used as firewood for winter." Tai Shirtzi was dumbfounded. "No, guys, is this how my special skill is used?" Chapter 104. The gentry of Shuzhou comes to submit. At first, Su Shu thought that Tai Shirtzi's special skill might be somewhat lacking when it came to one-on-one combat with famous generals. But it was quite convenient for clearing out lesser foes. No wonder Zhao Yun said Zi could break through on his own to seek reinforcements. Later, after hearing Zhao Yun describe the effects in a battalion battle, he felt that Tai Shirtzi's special skill had great potential. If he could produce 100,000 or 80,000 arrows before a battle, it might allow the entire battalion to enter a state akin to an infinite rain of arrows. Isn't that a solid battalion technique? But the development of events was far from what Su Shu had imagined. At the moment Liu Bei snapped the arrowhead, his brain felt like it was shrinking. No. Was this incredible skill used like this? Is this really just breaking an arrowhead? You have turned a military skill into a domestic skill. He looked at Zhuge Liang in surprise. Did this kid actually predict that Liu Bei would do this? Or, did you guys come up with this together? No. At your young age, what strange things have you learned? Su Shu suddenly recalled the military combination techniques that Zhuge Liang had frequently mentioned. Could it also be some strange thing? As Su Shu's mind trembled, Liu Bei called for someone to bring a scale to weigh the arrowheads. One arrowhead weighed about 17 zhu, roughly 10 grams, comparable to modern hunting arrowheads. To ensure flight distance and accuracy, arrowheads are usually not too heavy. Only armor-piercing arrowheads might reach 30 to 50 grams. But clearly, the arrowheads produced by Tai Shirtzi were lightweight, more suitable for mounted archery. A production of 10,000 arrows a day would only require about 0.1 tons of iron. If Lu Su were to help him, they could produce about 0.4 tons of iron a day. However, the farming season was still not over, and Lu Su also needed to assist other domestic officials. Therefore, Tai Shirtzi's current iron sand production was only about 0.2 tons per day. Jizhou produced 20 tons of iron sand daily, and roughly calculating with a 30 conversion rate, Jizhou could produce about 6 tons of pig iron per day. After all, Jizhou had always been one of the regions with the most concentrated iron or resources. Moreover, the Zhun family was known for their iron making, wealthy enough to rival princes. No wonder the lords wanted to occupy Jizhou. This place lacked nothing, no shortage of salt, iron, wood, food, horses, or population. The advantages were simply too great. Liu Bei was not short on money, but even with money, he couldn't buy iron, as those lords kept it hidden. When purchasing from those aristocratic families, they would only hike the prices. Relying solely on Miju's resources was already insufficient to meet Liu Bei's huge iron needs. 0.1 tons was 0.1 tons, after all. It didn't require much manpower or material resources. He could wait until the farming season was over to have Lu Su increase production. This way, it would be equivalent to the output of a small mine. The most urgent task now was to produce more tools to get the refugees quickly engaged in vigorous labor. Of course, if the local cattle and horses from Shuzhou came to pledge allegiance to him, recognizing him as their elder brother and freeing Lu Su could immediately get back to production. Sun Yan also excitedly came over. My lord, let us test if these arrowheads are hard. During this period, Sun Yan had also been troubled by the supply of pig iron. Using Miju's resources was manageable for supplying ironware to 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers. But to produce a large number of farming tools within 3 months for the refugees to work with, Miju was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Thus, Sun Yan could only keep negotiating with the aristocratic families, hoping they could spare some ironware for him. The result was that buying from the aristocrats would only lead to being taken advantage of. How unreasonable. It has always been our Dong Hai taking advantage of you. When did you become worthy of taking advantage of us? Just as Sun Yan was planning to raise prices on the fine salt they liked, Tai Shirtzi appeared. Although Tai Shirtzi's output was not high, only about 3 sheng per day, combined with Lu Su, it made 12 sheng. But for the tens of thousands of refugees, it could alleviate their urgent needs. At the same time, it could save a significant amount of expenses for the Dong Hai finances. These saved expenses could be used to prepare supplies for winter, allowing fewer people to freeze to death this year. Liu Bei had someone bring ordinary ironware for comparison testing. The test showed that Tai Shirtzi's arrowheads were about as hard as ordinary ones, not some sort of refined steel. Liu Bei patted Tai Shirtzi on the shoulder. For the sake of the displaced people, I am assigning you a challenging task. Tai Shirtzi raised an eyebrow, already having a guess in his heart. What task? Liu Bei said seriously. I hope that before we find a new iron mine, you can produce 10,000 arrows daily to ease our iron demands. Because next, we need to create a batch of farming tools for the tens of thousands of refugees to cultivate new fields and improve water conservancy. This task may seem simple, but it carries the survival hopes of tens of thousands of refugees. Upon hearing Liu Bei say this, Tai Shirtzi felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders increase significantly. Of course, it could also be that Liu Bei was pressing down too hard. But regardless, Tai Shirtzi was ultimately a loyal and righteous person, knowing he could help tens of thousands of refugees live stable lives, and that it was a task assigned by the Lord, he naturally accepted it without hesitation. He clasped his hands and said, I accept the order. Liu Bei appreciatively patted Tai Shirtzi. Work hard, and when you have time, bring your mother over to enjoy a good life. Enjoy a good life? Tai Shirtzi looked at Liu Bei in confusion, not thinking much of it. He thought Liu Bei was just worried that his mother was alone in Donglai County, without anyone to take care of her. Until the evening when he saw the luxurious mansion Liu Bei had arranged for him, along with servants, a carriage, and items like glazed lamps, green tea, and fine salt. I thought it was just an ordinary courtyard. Liu Bei actually values me this much? Tai Shirtzi came from a humble background and had been a minor official for many years. He never dreamed he would one day live a life like that of an aristocrat. So this was the reason Liu Bei wanted him to bring his mother over to enjoy life. Bring her over. I must bring her over. The living conditions here are so good. I have no reason not to bring my mother over to enjoy life. I also want her to taste green tea, fine salt, the stir-fried dishes and cocktails, and the experience of being served by servants. This life would not be lived in vain. He looked up at the moon and couldn't help but sigh. The Lord's kindness, I fear I will never be able to repay in this lifetime. In Pingqing, inside the provincial government, a group of people stood before Tao Qian, waiting for his approval of their transfer requests. Chen Deng did not expect that he was not the only one wanting to transfer to Liu Bei's side. Other aristocratic families were also preparing to send people to work for Liu Bei. Goodness, these people reacted so quickly. Liu Bei had just won a battle, and they were rushing to bet on him. The aristocratic families were quite sensible. These people held low positions, and transferring to Liu Bei's side would not have a significant impact on the provincial government. The highest position was Chen Deng, the 600 Shi chief of agriculture, which Tao Qian also approved. The first choice for these aristocratic youths was the Donghai County government. If that didn't work, they would rush to Taishan or Langia to become county magistrates. Tao Qian initially inquired about their reasons for transferring and conducted serious interviews. But as more and more people came, he simply stopped asking. Go, find Liu Bei yourself and let him assign you. Chapter 105, Chen Deng and Zhang Hong. Report. Chen Deng came with a group of people seeking an audience. Sun Yan stood up in excitement. Finally, they have arrived. These local cattle and horses have finally come. I, Sun Xiao, have endured for half a year, and I have finally waited for you. He quickly said, go call the Lord over. At this moment, Liu Bei was observing the production process of Tai Shirtzi's arrowheads at the ironworks. Watching the iron ingots being melted and cast, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Today, they could produce another 1,000 hose. Meanwhile, the arrow feathers and shafts were stored in the warehouse. The arrow feathers would be used to stuff bedding, while the shafts would be used as firewood, considering it a gift. Report. My lord. Chen Deng brought the sons of the Su family to meet Liu Bei. Liu Bei's eyes brightened. Good. These local talents have finally arrived. He quickly rode to the reception room. For these people, Liu Bei only treated them with the 1 or 2 green teas that Tao Qian had sent. Just a small cup for each person was enough. However, These young gentlemen still felt grateful. They looked at Liu Bei, who treasured talent so much. No wonder he managed the East Sea so well. No wonder the sons of the Sun family, Guan, Zhang, Zhao, and Huang were all willing to follow him. At the same time, they also saw hope in living a good life by following Liu Bei. They all received green tea as hospitality. It was hard to imagine what Liu Bei would reward them with if they achieved great merit. Liu Bei and Sun Yan personally conducted the interviews. Liu Bei smiled and said, "Today, so many talented individuals have gathered, but I still don't know your names. Why don't we start with self-introductions?" Chen Deng, as the representative of the Su family, spoke first. "I am Chen Deng from Guangling, Chen Yuanlong. Although I have been to the East Sea, this is my first meeting with Lord Xuanda." Liu Bei looked deeply at Chen Deng and thought, "So you are the prince of sashimi. Hua told you not to eat sashimi, but you insisted on eating it. In the end, you died from it at the age of 39. What a pity to die so young. Otherwise, you would have accomplished even greater things." Liu Bei directly asked, "Do you have any special skills?" Chen Deng replied, "My special skill is sensing water flow. I can accurately simulate the direction of water flow in my mind. Therefore, when I was the county magistrate, I oversaw the excavation of water channels." Liu Bei was a bit surprised. A water conservancy expert? Right, I remember now. According to the original plan, he would be appointed by Cao Cao as the governor of Guangling, where he would construct large-scale water conservancy projects, such as the Qinggong Pond, the first of the 5 ponds in Yangzhou. Building dikes to retain water, irrigating thousands of acres of farmland, would make Guangling a prosperous place. Meanwhile, the downstream river for flood discharge is called Yuanlong River. How rare. He actually has legitimate domestic skills. With him, wouldn't we be able to dig water channels more reasonably and quickly? Liu Bei did not respond further and smiled, saying, "Next." The next person was a middle-aged man who stood up and saluted, saying, "I am Zhang Hong from Guangling, Zhangzigong. My special skills are quite ordinary. I can only print the words in my mind onto paper." Liu Bei's eyes lit up. "This is just an ordinary skill. Isn't this a printer? Wonderful. Another legitimate domestic skill. Sun Yin has been saved." Other young gentlemen looked at him with envy. This is a great skill for slacking off. While others are still writing with pens, he directly writes with his thoughts. Wouldn't that mean he processes documents super fast? A day's workload can be completed in just a couple of hours for him. Liu Bei did not show any particular reaction, only praising. "Not bad." Next, the following young gentlemen introduced themselves one by one. None of them had any special skills. This disappointed Liu Bei. The talent pool in Su province is dwindling. Liu Bei wondered, "I have heard that Zhang Zhao from Pengcheng is quite talented. Where is he now?" Zhang Hong and Zhang Zhao were both prized by Sun Tzu. Zhang Hong helped Sun Tzu formulate the strategy to attack Yangzhou, laying the foundation for the Jiangdong Empire, known as the Jiangdong version of the Longzhong plan. Zhang Zhao's logistics were stable. Whenever Sun Tzu conquered a place, he could quickly stabilize the local gentry and win their loyalty, making him Sun Tzu's Shaohe. However, later on, when Cao Cao attacked Chibi, Sun Quan asked Zhang Zhao, "What good strategy do you have?" Zhang Zhao, along with the civil officials, unhesitatingly replied, "I voted to reject it. What about you?" If it weren't for Zhou Yu secretly voting against it and torturing his teammates, Cao Cao might have unified the world. Thus, Zhang Zhao earned the nickname of the vote rejecting Big Brother. In fact, Zhang Zhao's character was not weak. On the contrary, he was quite straightforward. When he was in Su province, he argued with Tao Qian every day without backing down, and in the end, Tao Qian even threw him into jail. Chen Deng lamented. Zhang Zhao left Pengcheng for Wujuan last year due to disagreements with Governor Tao. Liu Bei also looked regretful. Indeed, if only they had come a year earlier. They could have recruited both Zhangs, and let us see how Sun Tzu could become a minor overlord in Jiangdong. After discussing with these young gentlemen, both Liu Bei and Sun Yin had a clearer understanding. They then went to a small room to discuss the recruitment results. Sun Yin excitedly said, "My lord, that Zhang Hong must be kept. I feel I can't do without him." Liu Bei twitched his lips. "It seems you can't wait to use the printer." Liu Bei nodded and said, "Then we will keep Zhang Hong. What do you think of Chen Deng?" Sun Yin replied, "He is also a great talent. With him, we can repair water conservancy more reasonably and quickly. More importantly, the Chen family has great influence in Su province. If we accept Chen Deng, my lord will basically stabilize the Su family." Liu Bei nodded. "Then we will also keep Chen Deng. As for the others, send them to Taishan and Langia." Thus, the recruitment results were announced. Chen Deng and Zhang Hong were kept, while the others were assigned to Taishan and Langia based on their abilities. The sons of the gentry had no dissatisfaction. With 2 talented individuals retained, they were convinced. Competing for senior positions in other prefectures was their real path. Later, Liu Bei kept Chen Deng and Zhang Hong to talk. "We know that you are here representing your families. You can still leave now. Once you start working in the prefecture, you will be my people. As long as you firmly follow me, I can ensure that your families thrive indefinitely. However, if you dare to betray me in any way, I will not hesitate to wipe out your families." Chen Deng and Zhang Hong did not expect Liu Bei to have such a ruthless side, but knowing Liu Bei's strength, their families had long decided to bind themselves closely to Liu Bei. At this moment, they had finally used their special skills to enter Liu Bei's core decision-making circle, so they could not back down. Thus, they declared, "We swear to be loyal to you, my lord." Liu Bei smiled again, patting their shoulders. Good, relax. Welcome to be my subordinates. You will have endless green tea, unending fine salt, and unlimited glazed cups. Chen Deng and Zhang Hong thought to themselves. This is no longer just a promise. This is talking nonsense. Liu Bei changed the subject, smiling, because all of these are produced by me. Chen Deng and Zhang Hong were stunned. Chapter 106. Liu Bei's renown reached Cao Cao's ears. Chen Deng and Zhang Hong's heads buzzed. What did he say? Green tea, fine salt, and glazed vessels are all produced by him? Liu Bei casually grabbed a large jar of green tea from the side and threw a handful into the glazed teapot as if it were free. Then he took hot water and brewed a pot of tea. Wow. No, don't throw so much in. That's wasteful. Liu Bei's actions made Chen Deng and Zhang Hong feel heartache. Wasn't Liu Bei known for being frugal? Why did he look like a nouveau riche? This handful could cost tens of thousands of coins. However, they quickly came to their senses. Could it be that these luxurious items that all the lords in the world were crazy about were really produced by Liu Bei? Otherwise, how could he have such a large jar of tea leaves and so many glassware? Just talking about this large jar of tea leaves. It is not something a mere county governor like Liu Bei would be qualified to purchase. Typically, it is figures at the level of provincial governors who divide such things. It is usually used for rewards or personal consumption. So there is only one possibility. These 3 luxury items were produced by Liu Bei, and the Mi family is just his agent. This makes sense. No wonder Mi Zhu would marry his sister to Liu Bei. No wonder Liu Bei is so wealthy. No wonder the Donghai region has risen so quickly. It turns out that the most profitable business in the Han Dynasty has been monopolized by Liu Bei. The entire Han aristocracy has been kept in the dark while he exploits them. No, don't get me involved. Is it still possible for me to go home now? I really don't want to know such a big secret. One careless move could mean the destruction of my clan. Now it seems there is no way to escape. Why did I agree to Liu Bei so easily just now? However, their minds turned quickly, and they soon thought of the benefits. Hey, if Liu Bei allows us to access such secrets, isn't he preparing to treat us as his own? This is a good thing. Among the entire Su province aristocracy, only Chen Deng and Zhang Hong know this secret. What does this represent? It means Liu Bei recognizes them, which is why he let them access such core secrets. Even more surprisingly, these 3 luxury items are actually in Liu Bei's hands, wildly absorbing the nutrients from all the lords of the world. Does that mean Liu Bei is even more powerful than they imagined? He might even have the capital to compete with Yuan Shao. Great. I bet right. Such a lord is good. This is the qualified leader of Su province. I'm not afraid of a strong lord. I'm afraid of a weak one. Only by following such a lord can their families reach the peak of power. This secret must be kept. We must exploit the resources of the Han aristocracy to strengthen Liu Bei's power. They have now been incorporated into Liu Bei's core group. This means that the stronger Liu Bei becomes, the stronger their families will be. Shared glory and shame. Therefore, their emotions shifted from initial fear and unease to ecstasy. Chen Deng excitedly clasped his hands and said, "The Lord has a way to make money. With these 3 industries in hand, how can the great cause not succeed?" Zhang Hong also excitedly stated, "I am willing to do my utmost to assist the Lord in achieving great things." Liu Bei nodded in satisfaction. The aristocracy has no shortcomings in recognizing the times. They understand as soon as they are pointed out. So Liu Bei supported them and laughed. With the 2 of you joining, the great cause can be achieved. In Dongjun, Boss Cao has been in a good mood lately. He successfully allied with Yuan Shao, who generously provided him with some funding, lent him a batch of farm tools, and even recommended him as the governor of Dongjun. Therefore, in his capacity as governor of Dongjun, he also borrowed a batch of grain from the aristocracy with both grace and power, forming a standing army of tens of thousands. When there is no war, they farm. When there is a war, they accompany the army to battle. With the agricultural tools provided by Yuan Shao, Cao Cao quickly cultivated a batch of new fields and also improved the water conservancy. He was very pleased with the results after the autumn harvest. Because he harvested nearly 2 million stone of grain, which is 2 to 3 times that of other counties. It is worth noting that before he implemented the Tun Tian decree, the autumn harvest in Dongjun was only 700,000 stone. After Cao Cao's operations, the situation shifted from a shortage of grain and manpower to a bountiful harvest, thriving. This made the local aristocracy increasingly appreciate Cao Cao and recognize his logistical abilities, praising him as a capable minister of governance. They also believed Cao Cao was a qualified leader who could fight for certain interests for them. Thus, the internal situation of Dongjun gradually united around Cao Cao. Next, as long as the winter wheat is sown, by the time spring arrives next year, he will have enough grain to expand eastward. Cao Cao's most desired target is the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou to the east. If he can absorb their land and population, his strength will double. Just as Cao Cao was envisioning a bright future, Sun Yu rushed in with intelligence. "My lord, the eastern Pingyuan County has been completely occupied by the Yellow Turban Army, and our Dongjun is exposed to their military might." Cao Cao frowned and immediately cursed. Wasn't the Yellow Turban Army just raiding Pingyuan County a week ago during the autumn harvest? How could the Pingyuan governor not hold out for even half a month? Doesn't he know to ask us for help? Sun Yu replied. The Pingyuan governor personally led the troops to intercept the Yellow Turban army and was killed by the subordinates of their leader Zhang Rao. Thus, Pingyuan County became leaderless, and the Yellow Turban army captured the entire Pingyuan County in just 2 days. Cao Cao snorted coldly, just adding to the chaos. He took a deep breath to calm himself. He does not want to confront Zhang Rao directly at this time. He wants to wait until next year's winter wheat is mature before engaging. In war, it is inevitable to burn each other's granaries and cut off each other's grain routes. If he fights Zhang Rao now and ends up having his grain route cut off and granaries burned, how will Dongjun survive the winter? The hard-won stability in Dongjun would fall back into chaos. One step slow, every step slow. If next year's new season begins, Cao Cao might not even have the qualification to enter the competition. Then what can he talk about achieving great things? With his current foundation, he cannot afford to lose. So he must proceed cautiously. He asked Sun Yu, "Do you think they will continue to attack?" Sun Yu replied, "If they are wise, they should not attack. Otherwise, they will struggle to survive the winter. I suggest we remain on guard against their assault while avoiding taking the initiative. Also, contact Yuan Benshu to stop Zhang Rao's expansion." Cao Cao nodded. "Then we will follow your advice." Sun Yu bowed and said, "Yes." Just then, Sun Yu hurriedly entered. My lord, my lord." Cao Cao frowned and asked, "What is it that has you so flustered? Is Zhang Rao attacking?" Sun Yu replied, "It's not Zhang Rao. Today we captured a group of bandits from Taishan County." Cao Cao thought for a moment. Taishan bandits? What are they doing so far from home? Sun Yu replied, "They are refugees." Cao Cao was even more puzzled. Refugees from what? Is there a famine in Taishan? Or has there been a flood? Sun Yu replied, "No. It's because the bandit leader Zhang Ba was defeated by Liu Bei. They fled here to avoid being captured by Liu Bei." Cao Cao's eyes widened. "Say that again." Chapter 107. Yuan Shao angrily attacked Zhang Rao. Sun Yu initially could not believe it. He personally interrogated the group of bandits and confirmed that Zhang Ba had indeed been defeated by Liu Bei. He said again, "My lord, Zhang Ba has been defeated by Liu Bei." Cao Cao could hardly believe it. When did this happen? Dongjun is right next to Taishan County. I am well aware of Zhang Ba's strength. He has been entrenched for many years, and several governors of Yanzhou have been too lazy to deal with him. Although Zhang Ba does not have an advantage in pitched battles or sieges, once his strange legion techniques enter the mountains and forests, he becomes like a ghost. Anyone who comes will be beaten up badly. Moreover, after years of development, Zhang Ba's legion has grown to tens of thousands. Cao Cao asked himself, even if it were him, he would only be on the receiving end against the current Zhang Ba. How long has Liu Bei been in the East Sea? What gives him the right to defeat Zhang Ba? Sun Yu replied, "It was only half a month ago. Zhang Ba's subordinate, Chang Shi, raided Liu Bei, which angered Liu Bei. So Liu Bei marched north and killed Zhang Ba in just 2 days. Cao Cao stood up and quickly walked to Sun Yu, exclaiming, 2 days? Are you sure it was 2 days? Zhang Ba had tens of thousands of troops. How could he be killed in just 2 days? Zhang Ba is not a pushover. Sun Yu sighed. It was indeed 2 days. Cao Cao hurriedly asked, how did he do it? Sun Yu said, there is a side branch of the Guo family from Yingchuan named Guo, also known as Guo Fengshao, who devised the plan to encircle from all sides. Cao Cao interrupted, wait, Yingchuan Guo family, is he from your hometown? Sun Yu nodded. He is a friend of ours and quite talented. Recently, he served under Yuan Benshu, but Yuan Benshu did not value him. So he returned home to idle. It should have been my third uncle who brought Liu Bei to find Guo. So now Guo is serving as Liu Bei's strategist. Cao Cao did not expect that it was Sun Yin who helped Liu Bei find such talent, which must be extraordinary. He gestured for Sun Yu to continue. Sun Yu walked to the map and pointed at Taishan County. Continuing, Guo Fengshao's plan was to occupy these 4 places to form an encirclement. Cao Cao decisively said, isn't that a fantasy? He pointed at the map. Taishan is full of bandit dens. To form an encirclement, they would need to conquer many strongholds along the way, right? Looking at this, it would probably take at least a day to take down 10 strongholds. What was Guo Fengshao thinking? How could such a plan be executed? Sun Yu nodded. It is indeed true, but they managed to take down 17 strongholds in one night and form the encirclement. Cao Cao's eyes widened. 17 in one night? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This world has gone mad. Such a ridiculous plan can actually be conceived? What's more outrageous is that one dares to propose it, and another dares to execute it. Sun Yu said, it is said that Liu Bei has gained a martial general with a unique skill that can easily break open the gates of strongholds. Cao Cao exclaimed, what about Feiqing? Can such a large city be broken into? Sun Yu replied, it was broken by Guan Yu's unique skill. Sun Yu recounted how Zhang Fei, leading 1,000 men, forced Zhang Ba back, while Zhao Zilong pursued Zhang Ba alone, and how Liu Bei eventually gained control of 3 counties. Cao Cao sighed. What a pity, when Guan, Zhang, and Zhao were in front of me. I didn't do my utmost to secure them. Had I known they were so valiant, I should have kidnapped them back then. Liu Bei is truly blessed by heaven to have the assistance of Sun Xiao, who also helped him find such an imaginative strategist. In just a few months, he has made a name for himself in the East Sea. Cao Cao then patted Sun Yu and Sun Yu on the shoulders, laughing, as expected of the Sun family. Someone like Liu Bei can rise to prominence with just 1 talented person, and I, with 2, have also stabilized my footing in a short time. I look forward to the surprises you will bring me in the future. Sun Yu cupped his hands and said, My lord, rest assured. Your great talent and strategy far surpass Liu Bei's. With me and Gong De assisting you, and your own unique martial generals, you will surely achieve great things. Cao Cao expressed concern. I recognize the abilities of Wen and Gong De, but thinking about the battle in Qingzhou next year against such a Liu Bei, I am also uncertain. Liu Bei holds 3 counties, with Sun Xiu and Guofengshao assisting him. He also has Guan, Zhang, Zhao, and a martial general with explosive skills. Liu Bei should not be underestimated. Sun Yu said, My lord, do not worry. Zhang Ba simply lost due to carelessness. Just think. Who would expect a newly appointed governor to have so many unique martial generals? If we face Liu Bei, we will have ways to deal with Guan, Zhang, and Zhao's unique skills. There is no need for my lord to worry. Moreover, we still have Yuan Benchu and Lu Gongshan, Liu Dai, the inspector of Yenzhou, supporting us, so we are not afraid of Liu Bei. Cao Cao laughed. With Gong Da's words, I am at ease. However, the intelligence regarding Liu Bei should still be reported to Yuan Benchu, so he knows what to expect. Sun Yu said, Yes, I will write to Yuan Benchu now. Yuan Shao has been quite irritable lately. He has received a pile of complaint letters about Zhang Rao, hoping Yuan Shao will send troops to deal with him. This Zhang Rao has become increasingly arrogant. When we started cooperating, he said he only wanted 1 county. But now he occupies half of Jizhou and has taken half of Pingyuan County as well. Combined, that is equivalent to the area of a whole state. He is still not satisfied and has allowed his men to raid Yuan Shao's territory. Yuan Shao has tolerated him for over a month. Seeing that the situation in Jizhou has stabilized and all the families have returned to loyalty, he has finally lost patience with Zhang Rao. He must be killed. It must be done. No matter how you put it, he is getting bolder. Who gave him the courage to ride on my head? Who is willing to go to battle? Without the obstruction of civil officials, even Zhu Shou, who is cautious in warfare, thinks Zhang Rao has gone too far. When Shou stepped forward, a mere Zhang Rao, I alone can drive him back. Yuan Shao immediately said, Good. You go. You and Su Yu lead 10,000 troops. Bring me Zhang Rao's head. When Shou and Su Yu said, Understood. After saying that, they turned and left. A report. My lord. Someone rushed into the hall in a hurry. Yuan Shao frowned. What is it now? Chao Mingde has sent a letter. Yuan Shao took the letter, curled his lips, and said, It won't be another complaint about Zhang Rao, will it? Lu Gongshan has already written to me. One after another, they are all restless. Can't they fight him back themselves? Without me, can they not defeat even a yellow turban bandit? Guotu laughed. Only the Lord has the ability to beat Zhang Rao back like a dog. They do not have that capability. Yuan Shao smiled, feeling that Guotu's flattery was pleasing, and his mood lightened a bit. He opened the letter to read, and his smile gradually faded. Zhu Shou asked, My lord, what happened? Yuan Shao looked up, unable to believe it. Liu Bei has greatly defeated the bandit Zhang Ba at Taishan. Zhu Shou was shocked. What? But Zhang Ba had tens of thousands of troops. How could Liu Bei possibly defeat him? Guotu laughed. He is just a mountain bandit. Although he has tens of thousands of troops, Liu Bei has Guan, Zhang, and Zhao under him. It is quite normal for them to eliminate Zhang Ba within a few months. If my lord personally intervened, he could eliminate Zhang Ba in a month. Yuan Shao looked at Guotu. Liu Bei only took 2 days to eliminate Zhang Ba. Guotu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Chapter 108. Is this printer still color printing? Yuan Shao passed Cao Cao's letter around for everyone to read. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, everyone showed expressions of surprise. Guotu read the information repeatedly, feeling numb. 17 strongholds in one night. Is this even human? 10,000 surrounding 20,000. Guofengshao, you really dare to think. Even if 2,000 pigs were put in the woods, it wouldn't be that quick to catch them all. Zhu Shou analyzed. My lord, although Liu Bei is incompetent, he has Sun Xiu and Guofengshao to assist him, as well as Guan Zhao to charge into battle. His strength should not be underestimated. Guotu, having organized his emotions, scoffed. What of it? This letter clearly states that Zhang Ba was careless, giving Liu Bei an opportunity. If he knew that Guan Yu had the Qinglong Ju technique, would he have been so careless as to let Liu Bei easily capture Feiqing? Moreover, Liu Bei has newly recruited a military general with explosive skills, and none of us knew he had such a general. If Zhang Ba knew Liu Bei had such a siege general, he wouldn't have chosen an ambush tactic. The others nodded in agreement, feeling that Guotu's analysis made sense. Yuan Shao's mood shifted from gloomy to bright. After Guotu's analysis, he suddenly felt that Liu Bei was not a cause for concern. Liu Bei's strongest general was none other than Guan Yu. Although his Qinglong was powerful, it could be interrupted. If they faced Liu Bei, they also had specific strategies to counter Guan Yu. Just like El Bu at Hulao Pass, he could shoot Guan Yu dead with an arrow from hundreds of meters away. As for that general with explosive skills, they naturally had ways to deal with him as well. Guotu continued, I suggest the Lord send a letter to ask if he is willing to join us. With your reputation, if Liu Bei is ungrateful, we can just attack. If Liu Bei knows the situation, it would be easy to recruit him, and then unifying the world would not be far off. Tianfeng also agreed, my lord. Liu Bei currently holds 3 commanderies and should be able to speak for Shuzhou without any issues. Since Tao Qian is close to Yuan Gonglu, Liu Bei may not necessarily be so. It would be better to ask about his stance. If we can take Shuzhou without bloodshed, it would be greatly beneficial to you. Guo did not expect the usually straightforward Tian Feng to support him. Zhu Shou added, even if he is unwilling to join. If we can find out that Liu Bei and Tao Qian have conflicts, we can sow discord between them, causing them to turn against each other and incite infighting in Shuzhou. In that case, Liu Bei would be opposing Tao Qian, which indirectly means he is on our side. By the time we finish dealing with Qingzhou next year, we can also take care of the damaged Shuzhou due to their internal strife. Yuan Shao pondered for a moment. Having tasted the sweetness of taking Jizhou without bloodshed, he thought that with Liu Bei being a soft target, perhaps if he pressed a bit, Liu Bei would yield? If not, he could follow Zhu Shou's suggestion, letting Tao Qian and Liu Bei create discord between them, causing them to consume each other through infighting. By then, he could easily take Shuzhou. Thus, Yuan Shao said, let it be as you said. Guo, you will handle this matter. Guo, seeing he could gain merit while lying down, happily replied, as you command. Zhang Huan did not expect that he would truly live a life of endless refills of green tea, eating refined salt as food, and dining with a glazed bowl. Although he did not know the costs of these items, judging from the unlimited usage, the cost should not be high. It could be inferred that these things were all extremely profitable. With these items, how could he worry about not achieving great success? Who would unify the world was still uncertain. Zhang Huan felt emotional, not expecting a random encounter to lead him to such a talented and ambitious lord. The Zhang family of Guangling was finally going to rise. However, the talented and ambitious Liu Bei did not give Zhang Huan much time to rest and called him to work the next day. As a new intern, Zhang Huan naturally had to first familiarize himself with the mathematics compiled by Liu Bei. He exclaimed, are you sure this is compiled by the Lord? Sun Yan nodded, took a sip of tea, and said, the Lord is not as incompetent as people say. Indeed, he does not understand military strategies well. However, when it comes to the ability to make money, he would dare say second in the world, and no one would dare say first. Since following the Lord, I have hardly worried about money. Zhang Huan sighed. Although the Lord appears to be a man of no talent and virtue, his abilities are probably unmatched in the world. Chun Deng also expressed his amazement. The Lord is more remarkable than I imagined. Sun Yan smiled and said, Zigong, I suggest you first learn how to create statistical charts, as I have some documents that I need your help with to create charts for a meeting later. Zhang Huan nodded. The statistical chart was very simple, and Zhang Huan learned it quickly, soon being able to create it. Sun Yan then handed over the data he had to Zhang Huan for chart creation. Zhang Huan smiled slightly. As a top talent with office skills, how could he use such a low-level tool as a brush? He imagined the appearance of the statistical chart in his mind, and his eyes flashed with a momentary blue light, like a camera. A beautiful and neat statistical chart was printed on the paper. Still in color. Sun Yan picked up the statistical chart, his eyes shining brightly as he admired it for a long time. Zigong is a great talent. The others also gathered around to appreciate it. Lu Su's eyes widened. What the heck? A color statistical chart? This is amazing. Zhang Huan stroked his beard and waved his hand with a smile. It's just a small matter. Lu Su quickly asked, Zhang Gong, could you help me print one too? Zhang Huan replied with a smile, no problem. In these few days, Liu Bei had either gone to Tai Shirtzi to pick up goods or run to the cement factory. After running back and forth between the mine and the cement factory several times, he finally sorted out all the processes. He wrote a tutorial on plastering and then took the documents to the main hall. He wanted Sun Yan to find a clerk to copy 100 copies of the tutorial overnight and distribute them. From a distance, he could see blue light flickering inside the main hall. Liu Bei shielded his eyes with his hand. What the heck? Who brought a camera through time? He quickly entered the main hall. To his surprise, he saw Zhang Huan's eyes flashing with light, quickly printing documents. What the heck? No. Sun Xiao, you little rascal. It's only your first day at work, and you haven't even finished learning the beginner's manual, and you're already eager to use the printer? Not even pretending? This kind of capitalistic behavior, I wonder who you learned it from. It's just copying something, and you have to bother me, the great talent Zhang? Can't you find a clerk to copy it? Liu Bei thought Sun Yan was being a bit excessive. No matter how urgent the documents were, it couldn't be that. No, Liu Bei pulled out a printed sheet to check, his eyes growing brighter. Zigong, why is your document in color? Zhang Huan, seeing Liu Bei approach, stopped his flashing eyes and greeted. What orders does the Lord have? Liu Bei, seeing Zhang Huan still had some energy, took out a copy of the plastering manual and said, Zigong, please print 100 copies of this plastering tutorial, in color, with pictures. If you don't know what the pictures are, I can find someone to demonstrate for you. Zhang Huan. Chapter 109 Tens of millions? Not expensive. Zhang Huan was overwhelmed. In the past, when handling official duties, he would finish in 1 or 2 hours. Upon arriving in Donghai County, he found that the official duties there were truly numerous. Various new fields, various projects, various funds needed planning and approval. Tens of thousands of refugees needed to be registered and allocated land. There were several meetings of various sizes every day. Donghai, Taishan, and Langya counties were indeed vibrant and thriving. But there were so many documents that he couldn't count them all. Fortunately, his special skill was powerful, allowing him to process the files quickly. He estimated that he should be able to finish his tasks before getting off work. He had even planned whether to try the iced cocktail recommended by Sun Yan after work, or to sample the milk tea highly praised by the big families. Or perhaps stay at the county office for a delicious stir-fry meal, along with that novel fried chicken pancake. Just thinking about it made the day's fatigue dissipate. Although the workload in Donghai County was a bit heavy, life after work was still very beautiful, truly a heavenly life. A little fatigue at work seemed worthwhile. However, contrary to his wishes, just as he was about to get off work, the Lord assigned him more tasks. No, is this really the workload a newcomer should have? Look at Qin Yuanlong across the way. How can he be so relaxed? He has been reading all day, but since it was the Lord's task, Zhang Hong still put aside the tasks given to him by others and carefully reviewed Liu Bei's tutorial on mixing mortar. He didn't understand. Although Liu Bei wrote in Chinese characters, he couldn't comprehend it at all. What were these mud and ash mixed together supposed to do? There was no visual sense at all. How could they print out pictures? So he asked in confusion, "My lord, what is this for?" Liu Bei explained, "These materials are called cement. This type of mud will harden like rock when dried. It is excellent for repairing city walls, building roads, developing water conservancy, or constructing houses." Chen Deng raised his head in surprise. "Is there such a good thing?" Liu Bei smiled. "Why don't you all come with me to visit the cement factory?" Everyone realized that this material was extraordinary, and they might have to deal with it for a long time. So the high-level officials of the county office collectively set out, taking a carriage to the cement factory. The personnel included Lu Su, Sun Yan, Chen Deng, and Zhang Hong. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Zhou Cong, and Zhao Yun were still next door, tallying military achievements. So Liu Bei didn't disturb them. Guo Jia was outside leading Dian Wei, Su Chu, and Huang Zhong in clearing out the remnants of the Taishan bandits. While Su Shu reorganized the defeated soldiers and trained new recruits, temporarily not at the county office. Zhang Hong lay in the carriage, looking exhausted. He had already finished work at this time when he was working elsewhere. Why did they all look like they hadn't reached quitting time yet? They wouldn't still be working late, would they? Lu Su asked beside him. "Zhang Gong, do you want me to recharge you?" Zhang Hong was puzzled. "Recharge? What recharge?" Lu Su said. "The Lord says recharging means getting energized, so he often calls me a power bank. My special skill is to expend 1 point of energy to restore 3 points of energy to others." Zhang Hong's heart sank. "No, just let me look exhausted. Perhaps the Lord would take pity on me and let me leave work early." So Zhang Hong hurriedly replied, "No, thanks." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Su swiftly transferred his remaining energy to Zhang Hong. Lu Su smiled wearily. "No need to be polite, Zhang Gong. You helped me a lot today, so don't refuse this small matter." Zhang Hong suddenly felt his body filled with strength again. However, his face froze. "No, I didn't mean to be polite. Sigh. We've arrived, let's get off." Liu Bei shouted from outside. "Zijing, Zigong, we've arrived, time to get off." Lu Su responded, "Coming." The two inside the carriage got out one after another. Liu Bei asked in confusion, "Oh, Zigong, did you fall asleep in the carriage? You look much more energized." Zhang Hong. Lu Su, looking exhausted, said, "I helped Zhang Gong recover his energy, but I ran out of energy myself." Liu Bei thought to himself that Lu Su was still a sincere person, even thoughtfully saving a bit of energy for Zhang Hong. Usually at this time, his energy would have long been drained by Sun Yan and Zhuge Xian. Liu Bei asked with concern, "Zijing, have you finished your work?" Lu Su smiled. "Thanks to Zhang Gong's help, I can go home early tonight." Zhang Hong thought to himself that this was bad. Lu Zijing had played a trick on him. If he transferred his energy to me, wouldn't that mean he could leave work early? Oh, I didn't expect the officialdom in Donghai County to be so treacherous. He had just arrived and was already outsmarted by a foolish giant in his teens. In front of the Donghai officials, he felt like a rookie. Liu Bei patted Lu Su's shoulder. "Good, if the work is done, go home and rest early." Lu Su replied, "Okay." Liu Bei didn't say anything more and walked into the courtyard of the cement factory with his hands behind his back. Zhang Hong raised his eyebrows. "No." Lu Zijing looked this exhausted, and Yuan let him leave work early? It turns out that no matter how tired one is, they must finish their work before leaving. Suddenly, Zhang Hong felt moved. So Lu Zijing was a sincere person. He was genuinely sacrificing himself for others. Zhang Hong finally understood that the officialdom in Donghai was quite pure. Only Liu Bei was the great villain. Life after work in Donghai County was indeed very beautiful. But unfortunately, there was no quitting time. The cement factory was very busy, with workers coming and going. Some were transporting, or some were grinding lime, and others were responsible for bagging. Liu Bei brought a bag of sand, a bag of gray powder, a bag of lime, and a bucket of water. He introduced, "This powder is cement. As long as you mix the cement, sand, and water in proportion and stir them evenly, you can form gray slurry. Adding a bit of lime can delay the setting time. This slurry is suitable for bricklaying as an adhesive. If you add large pieces of gravel, it is suitable for pouring." Then he took his subordinates to the concrete samples and explained, "Once dried, it will form stone columns like this or brick walls like that. Of course, it can also be used to pave roads, turning muddy paths into solid roads. As everyone knows, when it rains, muddy roads become slippery. The cart can get stuck in mud pits, and both horses and people move slowly. But with cement roads, this problem is perfectly solved. Moreover, even without rain, carts travel much smoother and faster on solid roads. This is very beneficial for marching and transportation. Chen Deng kicked the concrete column with his foot and found it indeed very hard. He excitedly said, then can't this also be used to build dams? Liu Bei didn't know, modern dams use reinforced concrete. Clearly, they couldn't have such things as rebar. But he remembered that in the past, before rebar, bamboo was used. And many century-old buildings were constructed. Liu Bei could only say, you can study and try it out. Sun Yan stepped on the cement floor, feeling the solid feedback, and excitedly asked, how much does this bag of cement cost? 500 coins per bag. If you lay a road 2 meters wide, you can cover 2 meters long. To lay 1 kilometer, just for materials, it would cost 250,000 coins. Sun Yan nodded. Not expensive. Paving from here to Langyakayong would cost around 10 million coins. And to Taishan Fenggao would be about 30 million coins. After all, it can be paid in installments. And the number of months for installments is something he can control. If he has money, he can fix it faster. If not, he can fix it slower. Zhang Hong and Chen Deng looked at each other in shock, their mouths agape. Tens of millions of coins are not expensive? Is this the confidence that comes from holding 3 major luxury items? Chapter 110. Natural MSG. Sun Yan asked, where does the Lord plan to start the work? Liu Bei replied, although the center of Tansheng is paved with bluestone, the outskirts are mostly muddy roads. On rainy days, the roads are slippery, making it easy for carts and horses to skid, leading to frequent accidents. Just a few days ago, I saw a merchant speeding on a muddy road in the rain, and he fell off his horse. On sunny days, dust flies around, making it hard to breathe. It's time for some improvements. Sun Yan nodded, understood. Liu Bei asked Zhang Hong, now you know the process, right? Zhang Hong, who had a good memory, said, I basically remember it all. Liu Bei patted Zhang Hong on the shoulder. Great. Just follow the tutorial I wrote and print 100 copies to distribute later. Remember to include illustrations in the tutorial so that the people below can understand and have a reference while working. Zhang Hong sighed inwardly. It seemed that today's after-work entertainment plan was ruined. He could only bow and say, yes, my lord. Liu Bei suddenly remembered. By the way, Zhang, shall we take a group photo? Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow. A group photo? What kind of photo? Liu Bei said, just us standing in front of the cement factory. And you draw the scene of us in front of the cement factory. Zhang Hong twitched his mouth. I'll give it a try. So the senior executives gathered in front of the cement factory for a group photo. Zhang Hong's eyes flashed with blue light. Soon, a precious painting titled Xian de Gong at the cement factory emerged. Liu Bei took the photo and raised an eyebrow. It made him look like a Confucius-style painting. Looking very cultured, dignified, and grand, but aside from the clothing, it didn't resemble him at all. Too abstract. Moreover, Zhang Hong had conveniently included himself in the group photo, looking like a wise strategist. Well done, Zhang Ziang. This is definitely a self-beautifying piece. You didn't even add a single wrinkle. Sun Yan leaned in and, seeing himself portrayed as an ancient sage, couldn't help but praise. I didn't expect Ziang to have excellent calligraphy skills and also top-notch painting skills. Liu Bei shot Sun Yan a glance. No. Aside from the clothing, what else resembles you in the painting? Lu Su also leaned in, seeing himself portrayed as an ancient sage, praised. Zhang Gong painted it very well. Chen Deng nodded repeatedly. It's painted very well. Can you print me a copy too? Others chimed in. Give me one too. Liu Bei. All right. The aesthetic of the ancient times might be somewhat different from his. Perhaps Zhang Hong painted them according to the aesthetics of this era. Hearing his painting was so popular. Zhang Hong cheerfully said, no problem. He then continued to sparkle with light in his eyes and printed several more paintings, which Sun Yan and the others couldn't put down. Liu Bei asked, are there any other styles of painting? Zhang Hong was puzzled. What style does the Lord want? Liu Bei asked, realistic style. Zhang Hong shook his head. What realistic style? I haven't learned that. Liu Bei also didn't know how to paint. He only knew how to draw a few geometric shapes taught in elementary school art class. So he drew a cylindrical shape in the sand with a twig, using dense lines to represent the dark side, sparse lines for the gray side, and leaving the empty space for the bright side. In a little while, a three-dimensional cylinder appeared before everyone. Lu Su, who didn't understand painting, was amazed. The Lord painted this pillar to look so real with just a few strokes. Chen Deng nodded. The Lord's technique is quite unique. Sun Yan asked, the Lord knows how to paint? Liu Bei shook his head. Not really. What I mean is that Ziang can try this realistic style, using light and shadow and perspective to express structure. Although such paintings lack some artistic conception, they are very useful for documentation. And everyone, think about it. If one day we grow old and hold the real portraits of our younger selves, who struggled together, it might evoke many feelings. It could also leave behind a concrete and detailed historical record for future generations. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. Such realistic paintings would also be good for commemoration. Zhang Hong bowed and said, my lord, I will definitely study this technique when I have time. Liu Bei patted Zhang Hong on the shoulder. I look forward to the day you master it. He put away the scroll and no longer asked Zhang Hong to redraw it, as this skill was mainly used to replace the brush function. If he couldn't paint, he couldn't print it either. However, he had taught the theory to Zhang Hong, and with his painting foundation, he believed Zhang Hong would soon evolve into a Polaroid camera. Liu Bei was very much looking forward to it. At this moment, someone came to report, my lord, Lord Mi Fong is here to visit. Liu Bei waved his hand. Got it. Everyone, let us return to the residence together. Yes, my lord. By the way, Zijing, since you are exhausted, you should go home and rest first. Lu Su happily said, yes, my lord. Zhang Hong. Liu Bei led everyone back to the county government. Mi Fong, seeing his talented brother-in-law return with a group of followers, smiled brightly. Xianda, long time no see. He thought to himself how lucky his sister was to have chosen such a talented husband. Everywhere he went, he had a group of talented individuals following him. In the future, the Mi family could really walk tall in Shuzhou. Liu Bei put his arm around Mi Fong's neck and walked inside. Why does my second uncle have time to come visit me? Mi Fong smiled. Well, the wedding is approaching, and my brother asked me to see if Xianda needs any help. Although he said he was here to help, he was actually worried that Liu Bei's preparations weren't grand enough and came to check on the progress. Liu Bei thought for a moment. There actually is something. I was planning to find you if you hadn't come. Mi Fong generously said. Tell me, money is not an issue. Liu Bei said, I actually want you to help me with some goods. Mi Fong asked in confusion. What goods? Liu Bei took down a jar of reddish-brown powder from the bookshelf. This stuff. Mi Fong glanced at it and smelled it. Why does it smell like seafood? Liu Bei smiled. This thing is called MSG. When sprinkled into soup, the broth becomes extremely delicious. This MSG is not the modern kind, but rather natural MSG made from sea intestines. Sea intestines are rich in glutamic acid, so when dried and ground into powder, they can be used as MSG. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, there was no MSG, yet Lu cuisine was renowned for its deliciousness. Besides simmering broth, their secret was to hang a pouch of sea intestine powder at their waist and sprinkle a little when cooking, instantly capturing the diner's taste buds. Coincidentally, the East China Sea and Langya are the production areas for sea intestines, so this resource should not be wasted. Mi Fong, skeptical, asked, how delicious can it be? Liu Bei smiled and said, so delicious that Yuan Shao is willing to pay a high price for it. Upon hearing this, Mi Fong became interested. As he could profit from Yuan Shao's gold,